Traversing the world of pirates, Xia Yu stood with spirited confidence in the square of Marineford after 6 years of successfully ascending to the rank of Admiral. Before him stood the 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters, along with Vice Admirals, Rear Admirals, and 100,000 soldiers, all arranged in perfect formation. Sakazuki declared, "All personnel, salute the Admiral. Loyalty," amidst the resounding and synchronized shouts of the 100,000 soldiers. Xia Yu took a step forward, proclaiming, "Esteemed colleagues, I shall not hoard this glory for myself, that I firmly believe that our grand mission in this era is to eradicate the malignant remnants of the old world and to construct a new realm of freedom and equality." Chapter 001. Crossing into the pirate world. Lighting a cigarette with berries. Greetings. I'm a wielder of the brain fruit. In the world of pirates. Marine headquarters, Marineford, Judicial Hall. The presiding judge, adorned with 3 heads, sat at the highest seat, 6 eyes glinting with a chilling light, all fixated on the defendant's stand. To the left of the judge, Admiral Sengoku wore a solemn expression as he scrutinized a pile of documents before him. The jury comprised high-ranking officers of the Marine headquarters. In the front row sat 2 of the 3 admirals, Sakazuki and Borsellino. On either side of them were the admiral's candidates, Vice Admiral Gion and Rear Admiral Kaji. Among them were numerous vice admirals, including those known as Flying Squirrel, Demon Spider, Doberman, and Burning Mountain, all present and seated behind the 2 admirals and their candidates. Like Sengoku, the 2 admirals and most of the vice admirals bore serious expressions, all gazing toward the empty defendant's stand. Along the sides of the hall, dozens of Marine officers gathered, engaged in hushed whispers as the trial had yet to commence. Silence. Suddenly, the judge raised his gavel and struck it down forcefully. The trial begins. After a brief pause, the 3-headed judge turned toward the entrance and spoke in unison. "Bring the defendant forth." Meanwhile, outside the judicial hall, Xia Yu, donned in the uniform of a rear admiral, gazed absently at the tightly shut doors before him. Unbeknownst to him, 6 years had passed since he unexpectedly traversed into the world of pirates. During these 6 years, through relentless effort, he mastered the Marine 6 styles, both armament and observation hockey, and honed his swordsmanship to the level of a grand swordsman. Furthermore, he unexpectedly awakened the Conqueror's hockey a year prior. Yet, these accomplishments held little significance. What truly mattered was that when he first joined the Marines, it was not for some lofty notion of justice, but rather a simple desire to survive longer in this world. Thus, he diligently trained to enhance his strength while striving to cultivate good relations with his colleagues. He firmly believed that no matter the world, even in a pirate realm where power reigned supreme, human relationships were of utmost importance, transcending all dimensions. Through interactions with his fellow officers, he gradually discerned that the lower-ranking soldiers lived in dire straits, constantly facing the threat of battling formidable pirates while worrying about their livelihoods. The salaries of Marine soldiers were nearly negligible, as the higher-ups often cloaked their decisions in the guise of justice. As a traveler in this world, he found himself alone, indifferent to the fluctuations of salary, having a place to sleep and a canteen to fill his stomach sufficed. However, the other soldiers could not afford such luxuries. Upon realizing this, he utilized his salary to assist his fellow officers in need whenever paydays arrived. Gradually, more and more Marine soldiers became his friends, and whenever they embarked on missions to capture pirates, those he had aided would invariably rush to the forefront, forming a protective barrier to shield him from harm. As his strength grew and his reputation spread within the headquarters, he soon captured the attention of the Marine officers. After a year of executing missions, he attended the officer training camp. Upon completing the 6-month training, he was promoted to ensign, gaining subordinates and a significant salary increase. Leveraging his position, he began to accumulate wealth, distributing his illegitimate gains among his subordinates in need. Moreover, he clandestinely colluded with bounty hunters, intentionally letting some pirates escape so that those bounty hunters, already in league with him, could swiftly apprehend them and share the bounty. As time progressed, his strength soared alongside his rank, and within just a few years, he ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral. With his promotion, the number of soldiers he had assisted surpassed tens of thousands. Many of these soldiers, having received his help, dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the cause of justice, standing side by side with him. Some became his subordinates, while others, grateful for his aid, held him in reverence. However, the good times were fleeting. When he misappropriated a significant sum of public funds to assist certain officers in need, he attracted the attention of the Internal Investigation Unit of the Marine headquarters, which ultimately led to his arrest. As Xia Yu gazed at the tightly shut doors of the judicial hall. Lost in thought, the doors suddenly swung open. Two bailiffs promptly approached, standing before him with respect, their demeanor filled with admiration, undeterred by his current status as a defendant. Admiral Xia Yu. Before Xia Yu could respond, the dozens of officers standing behind him stepped forward in unison. Hearing this, Xia Yu turned his head, his gentle gaze sweeping over the fervent faces of the officers, followed by a soft smile. Without further hesitation, he held his head high and strode into the judicial hall. As soon as Xia Yu entered, the officers seated on either side of the hall rose almost simultaneously, turning to face him. Some bore expressions of fervor, others clenched their fists tightly, while many looked on with eager anticipation. A few, however, appeared visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on their brows. The fervent and expectant officers were those who had benefited from Xia Yu's kindness, while the anxious ones had maintained cooperative relationships with him over the years. Should Xia Yu divulge their secrets during the trial, they would find themselves facing the same fate as him. Xia Yu paid no heed to the standing officers and walked directly to the defendant's stand, raising his gaze toward the three-headed judge presiding over the proceedings. Seeing this, all the standing officers turned their attention to the judge. Vice Admiral Xia Yu. Feeling the sudden, invisible pressure directed at him, the judge swallowed hard, then raised his gavel and struck it down, stating solemnly, "There is ample evidence of your embezzlement. According to the findings of the Internal Investigation Unit, you have embezzled a total of 200 billion berries since joining the Marine headquarters. Do you acknowledge this?" "Indeed." Xia Yu nodded. "Very well." The judge exhaled a silent sigh of relief, continuing, "However, after 3 months of investigation, the unit found only 120,000 berries in your residence. Pray tell, where did the 200 billion berries you embezzled go? Is there anyone else complicit in this matter, sharing the spoils?" The courtroom fell into a profound silence. Some were moved upon hearing that Xia Yu had embezzled 200 billion berries while only possessing a mere 120,000 at home. They all knew how much Xia Yu had assisted them over the years, yet they were astounded that he had left himself with almost nothing after misappropriating such a vast sum. While some were touched, others felt a wave of anxiety wash over them at the judge's inquiry about accomplices. There was no one involved in the embezzlement. Xia Yu maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "It was my own expenditure." "You are lying," the presiding judge exclaimed, raising his voice dramatically. "According to the investigation team's findings, you possess no assets under your name, and the apartment you reside in is provided by this department. Furthermore, the furniture in your home has remained unchanged for the past 6 years. How could you possibly afford to spend 200 billion on your own?" Xia Yu remained unfazed, stating, "I enjoy using bail to light my cigarettes." Chapter 2. The coup and the seizure of the marshal's position. You would never have anticipated that Xia Yu would devise such a pretext, leaving the presiding judge nearly choking on his own fury. Beside him, Marshal Zhang Guo shook his head silently, his gaze laden with complexity as he observed Xia Yu standing in the defendant's dock. The officers implicated in Xia Yu's corruption and bribery exhaled in relief, casting grateful glances toward him. Suppressing the rage simmering within, the presiding judge intoned gravely, "The amount in question is sufficient to send you to Justice Island. So ponder your response carefully. Should you cooperate and disclose all officers involved in the corruption, we may contemplate mitigating your punishment." Without hesitation, Xia Yu replied succinctly, "No one else was involved." "Very well," the presiding judge reiterated, his voice laced with disbelief as he picked up another document. "Last year, you authorized your subordinates to receive 3,000 tons of beefsteaks from the quartermaster. Do not dare claim that you consumed it all by yourself." "Indeed." Xia Yu nodded again, "I possess quite an appetite." The audacity of Xia Yu's claim took the presiding judge by surprise, causing him to rise abruptly, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Xia Yu, are you truly prepared to bear all the blame alone? If this is the conclusion you seek, I shall grant you your wish. Guards, take Xia Yu into custody and escort him to Justice Island by dawn." "Your Honor." At the mention of Xia Yu's impending transfer to Justice Island, Marshal Zhonghua, who had been quietly observing, suddenly turned his head, his voice low yet firm. This matter requires further investigation. Do not rush to a final verdict. Marshal Zhonghua. The case is exceedingly clear. The presiding judge waved his hand dismissively. If you were not napping, you would have heard Xia Yu openly confessing to his crimes. The evidence is irrefutable. Further investigation is unnecessary. After a brief pause, the presiding judge forcefully struck his gavel. Admiral Xia Yu is guilty of embezzling 200 billion berry and bribing numerous officers within the headquarters. I, representing the world government's judicial department, hereby sentence Xia Yu to death, to be executed at Justice Island tomorrow. As the judge's words echoed through the courtroom, chaos erupted. Officers seated on either side of the hall sprang to their feet, disbelief etched on their faces, while the jury members, excluding the two admirals in the front row and their candidates, also stood in astonishment. Your Honor, you lack the authority to condemn Admiral Xia Yu to death. I confess. Since following Admiral Xia Yu, I have received 70 million berry from him. Anyone who dares to take away Lord Xia Yu shall have to step over my corpse. He is a good man. Without his annual double salaries, we could never have endured these years. He embezzled for our sake. As one officer after another voiced their support, the courtroom descended into chaos, with two officers even attempting to rush the defendant's stand to rescue Xia Yu. Enough. Observing the uproar, the presiding judge narrowed his eyes, his voice rising above the din. Admiral Xia Yu, do you see this? These are the very pieces of evidence against you. Not only have you engaged in embezzlement and bribery, but you have also formed factions. Even if Admiral Kongda arrives, he cannot save you now. At that moment, Admiral Palusolino, seated at the forefront of the jury, stood up, an invisible yet immense pressure emanating from him, silencing the uproar in an instant. He did not raise his gaze, but, once the hall quieted, nonchalantly glanced at his watch and declared, "Time's up, it's time to leave." Without hesitation, Palusolino turned and exited. Following suit, Admiral Sakazuki rose, his piercing gaze sweeping over all present. This is a court of law. Cease the clamor. The facts of Admiral Xia Yu's embezzlement are undeniable, and the evidence is sufficient. This matter ends here. Anyone who dares to cause a ruckus will face my wrath. With that, Sakazuki swiftly followed Palusolino out of the courtroom. Meanwhile, the candidate Admiral, Xia Yu, cast a glance at Xia Yu, who was being shielded by several officers, before silently departing. With the departure of the two admirals and the candidate admiral, the remaining junior and mid-ranking officers gradually left in an orderly fashion. Soon, only candidate Admiral Xia Yu remained in the jury box. Xia Yu did not leave, instead rising slowly as the attention of the room turned to him. Your Honor, the facts of Admiral Xia Yu's collaboration with bounty hunters and his embezzlement are indisputable, and we have no objections to your lawful handling of this matter. However, baseless accusations cannot be levied lightly. If Admiral Xia Yu is guilty of forming factions, then I too must be considered an accomplice, as it is he who has cared for my family during my missions all these years. At this point, Xia Yu glanced at Xia Yu before shifting his gaze to the officers who had rushed to Xia Yu's side. Please remain calm. Unless the Holy Land directly issues an order, no one can condemn Admiral Xia Yu to death. I stake my entire future on this guarantee. If anyone dares to abuse their authority to label Admiral Xia Yu with the charge of factionalism, not only shall I object, but my sword will as well. The tempest subsided, influenced by the departure of the two admirals and Xia Yu's words. The presiding judge, aware of Xia Yu's rank and Marshal Zhonghua's silence, refrained from further grandstanding. He ordered Xia Yu to be taken to prison for further proceedings, quietly concluding the trial against him. As evening descended, in a solitary cell within the headquarters prison, Xia Yu sat calmly on the floor. He had anticipated the challenges that awaited him since the internal investigation began. Colleagues had urged him to flee Marineford before the investigation bore fruit, but he refrained. Deep down, he understood that escaping would render him a deserter, a fugitive hunted by the world government. Most importantly, after years of building connections within the headquarters, he believed that even if his corruption was uncovered, the worst he would face would be the loss of his rank and a brief imprisonment. However, he never envisioned that this trial would not be overseen by Marshal Zhonghua, but rather that the presiding judge from Justice Island would be dispatched to the headquarters. Upon seeing the judge, whose three heads were revealed to be three individuals masquerading as one, Xia Yu realized someone was out to get him. His benevolence over the years had disturbed many truly corrupt officers within the headquarters. This indicated that he was not merely facing a temporary loss of rank and a brief sentence, there were genuine threats to his life at hand. Suddenly, the prison door creaked open. A group of 7 or 8 officers, including colonels and brigadiers, filed in. Admiral Xia, General Xia. Upon arriving at Xia Yu's cell, the officers stood at attention and saluted. The leading officer, visibly agitated, stepped forward and grasped the iron bars. Admiral, I have just learned that the reason the Holy Land sent the presiding judge from Justice Island is due to a covert agreement between Supreme Commander Spandane and him. Their intent is to ensure your demise. Spandane. Xia Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He had considered the possibility of being targeted by the likes of the treacherous Vice Admiral Ghost Spider and others who had never benefited from him over the years. But he had never expected Supreme Commander Spandane. The mention of Spandane's name jolted him into realization. Although the membership of Organization 9 is limited, it is a direct subordinate of the world government and operates on par with the Navy. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is the long-standing close relationship between Organization 9 and the Navy. On numerous occasions, 9 has relied on the Navy's assistance to accomplish its missions, leading to the gradual formation of a web of mutual interests, particularly in the realm of illicit dealings. Spandane is a man who stops at nothing in his quest for advancement. Over the years, he has garnered immense benefits through his collaboration with the Navy. Yet, as he ascended the ranks and gained the loyalty of many, numerous officers within the Navy headquarters ceased their cooperation with him, opting instead to align themselves under his banner. Faced with such a predicament, it is only natural that Spandane would not remain passive. He would undoubtedly seek every means to eliminate his rivals. Of course, Spandane is not the only one entangled in this web. Many officers within the Navy headquarters are undoubtedly complicit as well. Lord Xia Yu. Just as Xia Yu fell into silence, an officer gripping the iron bars suddenly raised his head, his expression fervent as he exclaimed, "They will surely devise every means to frame you with various charges and send you to Judicial Island for execution. Rather than waiting idly, we should take the initiative." Indeed. With a mere command from Lord Xia Yu, we would brave fire and water without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as he regarded the several officers standing outside the iron bars. Simultaneously, a soft chime echoed in his mind, followed by a series of prompts. Fortune begets fortune, love begets love. Congratulations, host, your years of dedication have finally borne fruit. The choice system has been successfully activated. It has been detected that all Navy soldiers and officers who have benefited from you are sharpening their blades, preparing to rescue you from prison. You now have 2 choices. 1. Wait for your subordinates to launch a prison break. If successful, you will be rewarded with a warship for your escape. 2. Initiate a mutiny to seize the rank of marshal. Should the mutiny succeed, all the abilities you have acquired will be elevated to their utmost pinnacle. Chapter 003. I care not if the whole world becomes my enemy. Xia Yu would certainly not remain passive, even in the absence of the system. Regardless of the collusion between the Chief Justice and the Supreme Leader of 9, he would not allow himself to perish here. Most importantly, as his efforts over the years began to yield results, he was no longer the fledgling soldier merely yearning for survival. He had already begun to lay the groundwork within the Navy headquarters. As a time traveler, how could he remain beneath others for long? With the system's timely emergence, he had no reason to hesitate and decisively made up his mind. After a brief silence, Xia Yu gradually stood up and approached the iron bars, observing the 7 or 8 officers outside who were eagerly awaiting his words. I have a plan that requires your immediate execution. Upon hearing this, the officers present displayed expressions of joy, stepping forward to draw closer to the iron bars. Neither Spandane nor the 3 heads of the Judicial Island, disguised as monstrous judges, are my targets. Casting a sweeping glance over the officers present, a flicker of ambition ignited in Xia Yu's eyes. Since we are to act, let us act boldly. My aim is to usurp the position of the warlord. Upon hearing this, the 7 or 8 officers were taken aback momentarily, then each fervently raised their hands in salute, exclaiming in unison, "Loyalty." Navy Headquarters, Officer Dormitory Building Number 8. This building houses officers ranked from 2nd lieutenant to colonel. Except for those participating in officer training camps who were crammed into shared dormitories, the remaining officers enjoy their own individual rooms. On the 3rd floor, room 301. A young officer clad in a Navy colonel's coat stood solemnly at his desk, his gaze fixated on a hefty stack of berries, precisely totaling 12 million. Though he had risen to the rank of colonel and possessed his own warship, he understood that such rapid advancement was unattainable solely through his efforts. After all, Prior to this, he was merely a lieutenant commander in a Navy branch in the West Sea, and his transfer to the headquarters was solely due to a fellow townsman holding a position there who had recommended him to General Xia Yu. At that time, he learned much about General Xia Yu's deeds through this acquaintance, knowing that General Xia was known for his benevolence within the headquarters, regardless of rank. Whenever there was someone truly in need, General Xia would extend a helping hand. When he reached out to this acquaintance through the communication snail, it was purely out of desperation, as his mother was gravely ill, and his meager salary at the branch was insufficient to cover her medical expenses. During that period, he sought help from everyone, only to be met with indifference. In fact, his own branch's colonel threatened to dismiss him due to his frequent absences to care for his mother. In his moment of despair, he thought of the townsman employed at the headquarters. With little hope, he contacted this acquaintance, who facilitated a response from General Xia Yu. Upon learning of his dire circumstances, General Xia personally left the headquarters to appear at the base of the branch in the West Sea, escorting his mother to the best hospital and covering all expenses. Thanks to General Xia's assistance, his mother began to recover. Just as he pondered how to repay General Xia, a transfer order unexpectedly arrived, instructing him to bring his mother to Navy headquarters. Upon arriving at the headquarters, he not only ascended to the rank of colonel, but also became a subordinate of General Xia, while his mother was arranged to stay in the Marineford family residential area, under the care of medical staff from the headquarters. "Stoke, do you know why I chose to help you?" General Xia asked him at that time. He shook his head, genuinely puzzled as to why such a prominent figure would extend such significant assistance to a mere lieutenant commander from a branch. General Xia's response has lingered in his mind ever since. "Because you did not even consider resorting to unjust means during your most desperate moments." Of course, as a righteous Navy officer, one ought to act thus. However, Stoke, there are times when justice must be contextualized. If my own mother were gravely ill, helplessly seeking assistance, I would unhesitatingly forsake the notion of justice. For in this vast world, nothing is greater than a mother. I would not hesitate to stand against the entire world for her. General Xia's words imparted a crucial lesson. If one cannot protect their dearest loved ones, what value does their pursuit of justice hold? From that moment onward, Stoke harbored a deep gratitude for General Xia, navigating the intricacies of the Navy headquarters, forging connections with many like-minded colleagues, and establishing his footing at the headquarters, all thanks to General Xia's protection. Yet, the good times did not last long. Before he could join General Xia in his grand endeavors, General Xia was imprisoned. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed unexpectedly. Immediately, the door behind him burst open with force. "Colonel Stoke, the time has come for General Xia Yu to require your services." Upon hearing this, Stoke swiftly turned around. As he beheld the two officers who had barged into his quarters, his bewilderment transformed into fervor in an instant. He straightened his posture and saluted, declaring loyalty. As Stoke shouted the rallying cry, the chorus of loyalty resonated from each officer's dormitory in Building Number 8. Gradually coalescing into a torrent beneath the night sky, swiftly spreading towards other officer dormitories and soldier quarters. Simultaneously, within the Navy headquarters senior officer residential area, dozens of young officers, cloaked by the cover of night, swiftly surged towards the independent courtyards. Among them, two young officers arrived at the entrance of the courtyard at the farthest edge of the residential area and unhesitatingly rang the doorbell. As the bell rang, the door of a 3-story building within the courtyard swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a navy cap and a dark red suit. The middle-aged man is none other than Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu, one of the 3 highest-ranking admirals of the Navy headquarters, possessing the formidable powers of the magma fruit. He adheres to an unwavering sense of absolute justice, unhesitatingly designating colleagues and civilians as targets for extermination in pursuit of his missions, which has instilled a sense of trepidation among many soldiers. Most officers and soldiers maintain a respectful distance from him. However, the 2 young officers standing outside the courtyard exhibit no fear in the face of his displeasure as he emerges with a furrowed brow. They step forward and, standing tall, call out in unison, "Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Xia Yu requests your presence." Sakazuki's gaze sharpens, fixating intently on the 2 young officers, an invisible pressure emanating from him that instantly ensnares them. Feeling the overwhelming force released by one of the Navy's highest powers, the young officers are momentarily taken aback, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Yet, despite this, they steadfastly hold their salute, standing upright. Impressive, indeed. are the soldiers trained by Xia Yu. Observing their reaction, a flicker of barely perceptible appreciation crosses Sakazuki's eyes, and he decisively steps forward, leading the way. Chapter 004. Subverting a Kainu, I shall not bear this glory alone. As Sakazuki follows the two young officers away from the courtyard toward the prison of the headquarters, he notices that in this residential area, numerous houses belonging to Rear Admirals and Vice Admirals are guarded by at least two young officers each. Some even blatantly disregard the presence of the Admiral, hurrying past as if an urgent crisis is unfolding. What is Xia Yu planning? Witnessing this scene, Sakazuki's expression darkens. His judgment is still not finalized. And if he were to provoke a significant incident, not even Fleet Admiral Sengoku could save him, and he would certainly not let Xia Yu off lightly. The two young officers remained silent, seemingly oblivious as they quicken their pace. This irks Sakazuki, yet he suppresses his annoyance. After all, Xia Yu is not only a Vice Admiral under his command, but also his junior from the same training cohort, having been trained by his mentor, Admiral Zephyr, known as Black Arm. Initially, when Xia Yu was promoted to Vice Admiral and assigned to his command, Sakazuki was skeptical of this subordinate. Xia Yu's style, particularly his adeptness at navigating the complex social dynamics within the Navy headquarters, perplexed him. As a leader of the righteous Navy, it bewildered him that Xia Yu would engage in such political maneuvering instead of focusing solely on capturing pirates and eradicating evil. However, although he found this behavior difficult to comprehend, even somewhat disgraceful, he soon recognized that during missions, Xia Yu exhibited a ruthlessness in confronting the heinous pirates that mirrored, and at times surpassed, his own methods. Xia Yu's approach to capturing pirates was not merely about arresting them but often involved executing them on the spot. His rationale was that the funds allocated by the world government should not be wasted on imprisoning these criminals, but rather used to enhance the salaries and benefits of the naval soldiers and officers involved in apprehending them. It was this distinct approach that led Sakazuki to overlook certain minor transgressions on Xia Yu's part, even opting to remain uninvolved during investigations. Before long, Sakazuki exited the residential area and arrived at Marineford Square. Upon entering the square, he abruptly halted, incredulous at the multitude of figures gathered in the shadowy night. As he discerned that the majority of those assembled were officers and soldiers who had once served alongside Xia Yu, an ominous premonition surged within him. Even before Xia Yu's arrest by the investigative team, he sensed trouble brewing, as Xia Yu's influence had grown significantly within the headquarters over the years, with many officers viewing him as a beacon of faith in critical situations as long as Xia Yu withheld his approval. Even the orders of the Fleet Admiral could be selectively ignored. The reasons behind such unwavering support for Xia Yu eluded Sakazuki. He only knew that whenever Xia Yu led a fleet on missions, he invariably stood at the forefront against criminals. This is a grave situation. Gazing at the throng in the square, even Sakazuki felt his heart race. Should disorder erupt within the headquarters at this moment, it would deliver a crushing blow to both the Navy and the world government. Xia Yu's influence was far too formidable, if not swiftly curtailed. He believed that the gathering of these individuals under the cover of night in Marineford was not merely an attempt to rescue Xia Yu from imprisonment. With this realization, Sakazuki quickened his pace, overtaking the two young officers, and hastened to the prison. Upon entering, his tension heightened once more. The prison was already filled with dozens of officers from various ranks, including a Vice Admiral. Most alarmingly, the guards, who were supposed to be overseeing the prison, had donned naval uniforms and stood in formation outside the cell. Admiral Sakazuki. Without waiting for Sakazuki to respond, the assembled officers simultaneously turned to face him, saluting with raised hands. What is the meaning of this? His piercing gaze swept over all present as he strode to the cell where Xia Yu was confined, intently commanding, "All of you, leave at once." At his words, the entire prison fell into a profound silence. All the officers remained motionless in their positions. "Are you plotting a rebellion?" Sakazuki's fist clenched tightly as he warned, "I'll give you one last chance. Leave the prison immediately, or I'll consider this an act of treason." No sooner had he spoken than the heavy cell door creaked open. To his astonishment, Xia Yu emerged not shackled, but confidently stepped out of the cell, standing before Sakazuki. "Xia Yu, you." Sakazuki's pupils contracted in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Are you truly instigating a rebellion?" If it were merely Xia Yu. As one of the Navy's highest powers, Sakazuki would not be overly concerned about the potential chaos he could unleash. Yet, the current scenario revealed not only that the prison had been seized by loyal officers, but also that Marineford Square was thronged with tens of thousands of supporters. Such a large-scale uprising would prove exceedingly difficult to quell, even for someone of his caliber. Most critically, he was unaware of how many more would join the fray. Especially considering the intriguing reactions of fellow admirals like Borsalino during the trial and the stance taken by his successor, Guion, who vehemently opposed any attempt to transfer Xia Yu to Judicial Island. Admiral Sakazuki, let us not hastily label this as rebellion, Xia Yu said, lifting his gaze to meet Sakazuki's towering presence, which exuded an indescribable aura of pressure. Failure might be termed rebellion, but success is revolution. Before Sakazuki could respond, Xia Yu continued boldly, tonight, I will usurp Sengoku to become the new fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, unearthing the true malignancies hidden within our ranks, to banish the darkness that plagues the world with the light of justice. Should this mutiny fail, I shall shoulder all the responsibility, and if we succeed, I shall not hoard this glory for myself. Admiral Sakazuki, will you stand beside me? A new journey begins. The commencement of a new book and the pursuit of its reading are of paramount importance. Should my brothers take a liking to this work, might you kindly add it to your bookshelf? Chapter 005. Seizing the position of Marshal is merely a part of the plan. As Xia Yu finished speaking, the officers of the Navy headquarters surrounding him swiftly retrieved red silk scarves from their pockets, binding them around their left arms. They gazed fervently at Sakazuki, presenting an image as if they would rise against him at the slightest hint of anomaly. However, Sakazuki regarded them with indifference. Despite the presence of officers of lieutenant rank and above, including a rear admiral, he knew he could easily annihilate them all in combat. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Intrigued by the audacity Xia Yu displayed in daring to utter such treasonous words about usurping the position of fleet admiral in front of one of the Navy headquarters' highest combat powers, Xia Yu understood that a mere utterance would neither persuade Sakazuki to stand beside him nor prevent the wrath that could follow. Noticing Sakazuki's lack of reaction, he turned and took a seat at a nearby chair. Two wardens, now donned in officer uniforms, promptly brought a chair for Sakazuki, who then sat facing Xia Yu without hesitation. Xia Yu wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. Under normal circumstances, investigations into corruption among senior officers should be spearheaded by the Chief of Staff. Yet this investigation against me is not led by him, but rather executed by Judicial Island. From the moment the presiding judge of Judicial Island appeared in the Navy headquarters courtroom, I knew that no matter the outcome, my fate was sealed. Initially, I believed it was Admiral Ghost Spider orchestrating this in secret, thinking his petty tricks could not stir significant turmoil, so I did not take it to heart. However, the intelligence I now possess indicates that it is not Ghost Spider who seeks my demise, but rather Spandane, the highest authority of the nine. Sakazuki, I presume you know Spandane better than I do. He is a coward, having climbed the ranks through unscrupulous means over the corpses of his colleagues. His sole focus has always been on promotion and power. He would eliminate any obstacle in his path without hesitation. Now that they have set their sights on me, I cannot allow them to succeed. To me, Spandane and his ilk are nothing more than buffoons. And the reason the presiding judge of Judicial Island has come to the Navy headquarters to adjudicate my case is not solely due to Spandane's collusion. Their combined efforts are insufficient to undermine my influence within the headquarters. The true puppet masters behind this affair are the power room. The reason? Xia Yu smiled wryly, shaking his head slightly. The power room does not wish for the Navy headquarters to present a united front. Should this colossal war machine of the Navy unite in purpose, it would pose a far greater threat to the world government than the rampant pirates of the Grand Line or the Revolutionary Army causing turmoil across the globe. Imagine if all three admirals, every vice admiral, and the elite soldiers of the headquarters were loyal to but one person. Without this vast military apparatus, how would the world government contend with the ever-growing tide of pirates since the dawn of the Age of Exploration? How would they address the newly formed equilibrium of the four emperors in the New World? How would they confront the revolutionary forces instigating uprisings worldwide? A thorough reshuffling is imperative for the world government. The celestial dragons, who exist above all privileges yet contribute nothing, must be eradicated. And the increasingly formidable pirates of the Grand Line and the Four Seas must be purged. And this decision is not born out of the life or death dilemma I currently face. Rather, I have been laying the groundwork since my promotion to lieutenant so many years ago. To be candid, the illicit funds I have acquired through corruption exceed 200 billion. Although I have not meticulously counted, I assure you it surpasses that sum. Naturally, such an immense fortune is beyond my personal indulgence. I have no desire for a life of luxury derived from wealth. which is why the investigation team found only a mere 100,000 berries in my residence. I have distributed the majority of these funds to those who truly need them, such as you present here today. At this juncture, Xia Yu turned to a brigadier general standing to his left, Brigadier General Moto, a man of justice, prepared to sacrifice his life for righteousness, who has resisted all temptations. Yet, despite his dedication to protecting those in need and upholding his unwavering sense of justice, he failed to safeguard his own wife and child. During a mission, his hometown was besieged by pirates, resulting in the loss of his family. Upon learning this, he returned home immediately to pursue the pirates responsible for his family's demise. However, he was wrongfully accused of dereliction of duty by his commanding officer and imprisoned. I was the one who aided him. Not only did I enable him to exact vengeance upon his enemies, but I also brought him to the headquarters, where he ultimately became a brigadier general through his own efforts. There are many officers like Brigadier General Moto within the headquarters and beyond. At least half of the colonels in various Navy branches across the 4 seas are loyal to me. At my command, they would rush from all corners to assist me in ascending to the position of marshal. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? No. Xia Yu waved his hand, his tone remaining calm. This is not a threat, but a sincere invitation. I believe you have observed my actions during my missions over the years and have garnered some understanding of my approach. In my view, in times of chaos, strict measures are necessary. The multitude of criminals spawned by the age of exploration must be eradicated, and sacrifices must be made for the greater good. Therefore, despite many officers in the headquarters maintaining their distance from you, I have always held you in respect and aspire to work alongside you to achieve something monumental for the sake of justice. At this, Sakazuki slowly raised his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on Xia Yu as he said in a deep voice, "Your notion of justice is to incite rebellion and seize the position of marshal?" Xia Yu smiled and shook his head. I have stated that I shall not claim this glory alone. Usurping the position of marshal is merely a part of the plan. Chapter 006, A Request Granted. The latest orders from the Holy Land meanwhile, in the marshal's residence at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku regarded the uninvited presiding judge with a grave expression. Unlike in the courtroom, where the 3-headed judge had morphed into 3 individuals, Base, Kabir, and another whose name Sengoku did not know, only that he referred to himself as Your Highness. As the marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was well aware that the judge did not possess 3 heads. He had always known that there were merely 3 individuals masquerading as one. Thus, he was not surprised by their transformation. Marshal Sengoku, I believe you have already surmised our purpose for being here. As they approached the sofa, Base was the first to speak, diving into the matter at hand. Indeed, we have come regarding the case of Rear Admiral Xia Yu. The investigation and trial concerning Rear Admiral Xia Yu are not a forcible imposition from Judicial Island. We have no direct authority to intervene, as we are all under the world government, sharing an equal status. As he spoke, Base produced a document from his pocket and presented it before Sengoku. This is the latest order from the Holy Land. Sengoku's pupils contracted slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the document placed before him. The intervention of the judicial authorities in the investigation and trial of the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters was sanctioned by the powers that be. What remains perplexing is why these authorities would seek to bring about the downfall of Xia Yu. Although the Vice Admiral Xia Yu had limited personal interactions with him, his rise to the rank of Vice Admiral was not merely due to amiable relations with officers of various ranks. Rather, it was largely attributable to his formidable capabilities and his performances that could only be described as dazzling. In his inaugural year as a major, Xia Yu single-handedly apprehended numerous notorious pirate crews. While it is true that he executed many of these pirates in an extreme manner, it was precisely his merciless approach that ensured that in every place he visited, be it towns or villages, piracy had notably diminished over the years. In Xia Yu's own words, in tumultuous times, one must wield strict measures, for mere detention and reformation are largely ineffective against pirates. When the time comes for execution, leniency cannot be afforded. Otherwise, it is the common folk who suffer the most. Crucially, the methods employed by Admiral Sakazuki are far more extreme than those of Xia Yu. His tacit approval of Sakazuki's tactics naturally extended to a blind eye regarding Xia Yu's methods of apprehending criminals. As for the allegations of corruption against Xia Yu, he merely viewed them as youthful indiscretions typical of his age. As the fleet admiral, his role was to provide timely admonitions where necessary. Importantly, Xia Yu did not squander his ill-gotten gains on personal indulgence, but rather utilized them to accomplish what the world government had failed to do, assisting those in genuine need. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku, who is often referred to as the wise general, is well aware that corruption has long plagued the Navy. However, he understands that while some corruption must be eradicated, the kind associated with Xia Yu represents a constructive development for the Navy as a whole. Observing Sengoku merely gazing at the documents without picking them up, Bayes did not waste words. He produced another investigation report from his pocket and, with a grave expression, stated, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this report does not originate from the internal investigation team, but rather from an external source. According to this report, Xia Yu had been amassing wealth through various channels for over 5 years, distributing his illicit gains among his colleagues. In just 1 year, his illegal income exceeded 1 billion berries. In the subsequent year, rather than tempering his actions, he escalated them after being promoted to captain, illegally acquiring over 8 billion berries through various means. It was also during this year that he was promoted to major and honored for apprehending and executing several pirate crews, becoming a hero and idol to the new generation of officers and sailors. The investigation reveals that it was from this year onward that matters began to spiral out of control, as he began to use his illicitly obtained wealth to form alliances, turning countless desperate officers and soldiers into his loyal followers. From this year onward, a phrase began to circulate among the Navy's headquarters and various branches, Major Xia Yu, at your service. At this juncture, Bayes looked up at Sengoku, whose expression had turned exceedingly grave, and inquired, Do you wish for me to continue? Fleet Admiral, some matters I believe you are already acutely aware of. For the Holy Land, the Navy is the largest and most efficient department under the world government. Yet it is also a double-edged sword. The only way to ensure that this sword does not pose a threat to the world government is to maintain a system of checks and balances among the officers at all levels of the naval headquarters. However, Xia Yu's actions are nearing a point of being uncontrollable by the Holy Land. If not addressed promptly, he will undoubtedly become a significant concern for the Holy Land in the future. As you witnessed in the courtroom today, among the officers present at the trial, at least half blatantly disregarded your authority as Fleet Admiral and even ignored our judgment to protect Xia Yu. This indicates that in their eyes, only Vice Admiral Xia Yu matters. I have no doubt that had Xia Yu called upon them, not only would those officers in the hall have revolted, but officers and soldiers outside would have rushed in as well. Even if Xia Yu had no intentions of rebellion, he possesses the capability and strength to do so. Sengoku, taken aback by Boss's relentless discourse, let out a heavy sigh. Boss's implication was straightforward. Xia Yu must die, or else the Holy Land would remain uneasy. Furthermore, Boss's visit was not a consultation but a directive for Sengoku to refrain from intervening in this matter. After a brief silence, Sengoku picked up the documents before him. Shaking his head in resignation, why must the Holy Land choose this moment? Are they unaware of the precarious situation in the Grand Line? Should unrest arise within the Navy, the external situation will undoubtedly worsen. Is Fleet Admiral Sengoku concerned about the state of the New World? BAS chuckled lightly, dismissively responding, currently, the New World revolves around 2 key issues, one being the rise of Shanks, captain of the red-haired pirates, who stands alongside Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido as the new emperors of the sea, the other being the Elbaf incident. Rest assured, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Holy Land seeks to see a balance of power among the 4 emperors in the New World. As for the Elbaf incident, it is merely the work of the Holy Land's Knights of God operating behind the scenes. Sengoku's pupils constricted once more, gazing at Bayes in disbelief. At that moment, the transponder snail beside him began to ring. Moments later, an urgent voice erupted from the device. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there's grave news. Over 10,000 soldiers and hundreds of officers have gathered at Marineford Square, and the prison holding Vice Admiral Xia Yu has been overtaken by dozens of headquarters officers. Chapter 007. The prelude to rebellion unfolds, and the obstructors fall. What? The sudden report left Fleet Admiral Sengoku astounded, his eyes widening as he swiftly stood and seized the transponder snail. BAS, however, remained unfazed, a subtle smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It seems the Holy Land's fears have now become reality. Meanwhile, at Marineford Square, the officers from the headquarters and thousands of soldiers, acting swiftly upon learning of Xia Yu's imprisonment, stood in formation, every soldier and officer adorned with a red scarf. At the forefront stood several rear admirals and over 30 brigadiers, Facing these officers and soldiers were 3 Vice Admirals from the headquarters: Vice Admiral Westmouse, Vice Admiral Stoloberry, and Vice Admiral Bastju. Westmouse? Excellent. I did not expect Lord Westmouse to be one of us. Vice Admiral Stoloberry? The hero who pursued the straw hat pirates. How did he come to be here? Lord Bastju, will you also fight for Lord Xia Yu? This is wonderful. Amidst the chorus of voices emanating from the ranks of soldiers, the 3 Vice Admirals displayed little reaction. After surveying the crowd, Vice Admiral Westmouse slightly raised his gaze to the night sky. He was a long-standing Vice Admiral, having served long before Xia Yu was even a lieutenant, and had participated in numerous significant events, earning high regard within the headquarters. However, due to his stern demeanor, even after his promotion to Vice Admiral, he had few colleagues willing to engage with him, having been sidelined by others for being overly serious and rigid. Nevertheless, he considered their exclusion trivial, as he had joined the Navy not for camaraderie but to ensure justice for more individuals. Consequently, he dedicated himself entirely to his work, participating in all major events, including the Battle of Itver. However, while on a mission, he received news that his elderly father was gravely ill and wished to see him one last time. Yet, when his brother contacted the headquarters, they did not relay this information to him immediately. In desperation, his brother sought out a certain officer known for being responsive to requests. To their astonishment, upon learning of his father's dying wish to see his eldest son one last time, the then Brigadier General Xia Yu immediately set sail on a warship to his hometown, bringing his father before him. When he beheld Xia Yu descending from the vessel, supporting his father, he thought he was imagining things. What surprised him even more was that Xia Yu not only brought his father, but also a medical team to ensure they could share a few words. Although his father eventually passed away, a profound friendship blossomed between him and Xia Yu. In their leisure time, they engaged in discussions about the future of the Navy, exploring the flaws and corruptions within the world government and the Navy itself. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind the trio. Turning to look, they found the inebriated figures of Vice Admirals Ghost Spider and Doberman, clearly having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Even before they approached, the scent of liquor wafted through the air, causing the Weasel to furrow his brow. "Isn't that Vice Admiral Weasel? Ah, Stoloberry and Bastille are here too. Come, let us have a drink." Ghost Spider, draping an arm over Doberman's shoulder, glanced at the neatly arranged soldiers in the square, then staggered towards Weasel, attempting to pull him away. Weasel remained still, casting a sidelong glance towards the direction of the headquarters prison. At that moment, light suddenly illuminated the prison area, and a line of officers draped in red-scarved uniforms marched out in formation. Seeing this, Weasel wasted no time in breaking free from Ghost Spider's grasp. Turning to face the assembled soldiers, and commanded in a deep voice, "All personnel, target the prison gate, march at a run." In unison, over 10,000 soldiers pivoted and sprinted towards the prison gate. What? The unexpected scene caused Ghost Spider and Doberman's expressions to shift, and they exclaimed simultaneously, "Weasel, what are you doing?" "Gentlemen, times have changed." Before Weasel could respond, Bastille, brandishing a large machete, spun around and declared boldly, "The Navy needs a more capable commander, and that person can only be Brigadier General Xia Yu." "What?" Ghost Spider and Doberman echoed in disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly regained their composure. Ghost Spider, stepping back as if faced with a formidable adversary, fixed a piercing gaze on Bastille and warned, "Bastille, how dare you utter such treasonous words?" "Damn it." Doberman suddenly came to his senses, exclaiming, "Ghost Spider, stop them. They're attempting a prison break." Bang, bang, bang. Before Ghost Spider could react, a series of sharp gunshots rang out, and bullets swiftly pierced through the bodies of Ghost Spider and Doberman, who had just pulled out a den mushy. Following this, a surge of soldiers rushed in, closing in on the two without hesitation to clear their magazines. However, as high-ranking Vice Admirals, even with their bodies perforated, they did not perish immediately. "Damn it! Who ordered you to fire?" Weasel shouted, rushing forward as he saw Ghost Spider and Doberman collapsing in pools of blood. "Don't waste time here. Go meet Brigadier General Xia Yu." Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had Weasel's command left his lips than the crisp sound of gunfire erupted once more. 2 officers had appeared before Ghost Spider and Doberman, their guns aimed at the 2 Vice Admirals' heads, and they wasted no time in emptying their clips. "Vice Admiral Weasel, this is war." After executing Ghost Spider and Doberman, one of the officers, adorned with the insignia of a rear admiral, looked up at Weasel with fervor in his eyes and proclaimed, "Anyone who stands in the way of Lord Xia Yu is our enemy." Without further ado, he turned and raced back into the main force, darting towards the prison. Weasel's heart sank as he observed the lifeless forms of the two Vice Admirals, his expression a blend of complexity. While he undoubtedly supported Brigadier General Xia Yu, he dreaded the prospect of this incident leading to the bloodshed of numerous headquarters officers. Most unexpectedly, he had not anticipated that such powerful Vice Admirals would meet their demise in this manner. At that moment, the sound of gunfire continued to resonate, echoing through the various dormitories and residential areas of the naval headquarters. It was evident that loyal officers and soldiers to Xia Yu were purging dissenters in a bid to assist Xia Yu in seizing the position of Admiral. As the gunfire suddenly thundered through the skies above Marineford, the blaring of alarms followed suit. In an instant, the cacophony of gunfire and sirens intertwined, heralding the commencement of a coup that had been 6 years in the making. Chapter 008. Follow the Brigadier General into a new war. Meanwhile, at the Naval Headquarters Armory, as the sound of gunfire reverberated across Marineford, the soldiers tasked with guarding the armory were jolted awake and rushed towards the entrance. However, as they reached the door, a throng of individuals surged in. In an instant, a barrage of bullets erupted, swiftly eliminating the soldiers within the armory. Damn it! Inside the armory, several officers who had been reveling stood up in alarm upon hearing the piercing gunfire and rushed outside. However, they were too late. Just as they burst through the door, the entrance was blasted open. A rear admiral, clad in a coat, charged towards them with astonishing speed. "Gentlemen, the armory is now under my command." Without waiting for a response, the rear admiral tossed a document at them, coldly stating, "You now have 2 choices. Join Lord Xia Yu in a new war, or face death." Amidst the blaring alarms, a wave of over 1,000 soldiers surged into the naval headquarters building. Although it was the early hours of the morning, many personnel remained on duty. The newly arrived troops had yet to disperse when the patrolling soldiers on duty raised their weapons, and the foremost officer, draped in a colonel's coat, barked, "Who are you underlings, daring to intrude upon the headquarters? I command you." Before he could finish, a shadow flitted past like a specter. "Drop your weapons." With the chilling command, the colonel froze, glancing down at the hand that had pierced through his chest. His face contorted in disbelief. Before the colonel could react, a volley of gunfire erupted, instantly killing the soldiers stationed behind him. Damn! The deafening shots jolted the colonel awake. And despite the searing pain from the wound, he gritted his teeth and lifted his head. When he recognized the assailant's face, he could no longer contain his shock. Exclaiming, "Hound Vice Admiral!" The one who had slain the colonel was none other than Vice Admiral Hound, his disheveled hair and pointed glasses marking him as a user of the Inu no Mi model. "Hound. My apologies." Hound spoke with an expressionless face, his tone devoid of malice. "Killing you is not born of personal animosity. Rest in peace, Colonel." Having said that, Hound retracted his hand and swiftly drew his gun, aiming for the Vice Admiral's forehead. Simultaneously, a stream of soldiers carrying buckets and cleaning supplies filed in, and after the colonel and other personnel were dragged away, they hurriedly cleaned the floor and laid down a red carpet. Without pausing, Vice Admiral Hound hastened towards the elevator. Each floor he reached was met with fierce gunfire, as well as shouts and commands. Yet, Hound remained unperturbed, his expression cold as he ascended to the top floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he found soldiers already lined up neatly along the corridor. Upon reaching this point, the Hound General advanced without the slightest hesitation, swiftly traversing the corridor until he stood before an office door. Inside, the imposing figure of General Borsellino, draped in a commanding cloak, stood with his back to the entrance, gazing upward at a plaque on the wall that bore the ambiguous inscription of justice. He appeared oblivious to the gunfire outside, remaining utterly still. "General Borsellino." The Hound General raised his hand in salute upon arriving at the door, then confidently stepped into the office, positioning himself behind Borsellino and standing tall as he declared, "Master Xia Yu has instructed me to convey a message to you." "How frightening," Borsellino remarked, adjusting his spectacles as he turned to face the upright Hound General and the soldiers stationed outside, his tone languid. "I knew Xia Yu would not sit idly by, but I did not anticipate such a grand commotion." After a brief pause, he glanced at the communication device on his wrist and casually stated, "Speak. Let me hear how he intends to persuade me to refrain from intervening in this matter." "Master Xia Yu says that should he fail, he will bear all the consequences. If he succeeds, he will not enjoy this glory alone." The Hound General continued, Moreover, he has always been one to return favors when asked. And if General Borsalino refrains from involvement, it would be a significant assistance to him. Not sufficient, Borsalino countered, shaking his head. To expect a general to remain passive based solely on such verbal assurances is folly. Even if you ultimately fail, as a general, I would still be held accountable. As if anticipating Borsalino's response, the Hound General promptly produced a document from his pocket and presented it to Borsalino. Upon seeing it, Borsalino's expression shifted dramatically as he read its contents. Intriguing, Borsalino stated with rare seriousness. It appears that Xia Yu has not acted impulsively. Rather, he has meticulously orchestrated everything in advance, even uncovering my background to such an extent. After a moment's pause, Borsalino leaned down to scrutinize the Hound General, a hint of malice in his voice. How many are aware of the details contained within this document? The Hound General shook his head. Master Xia Yu said that if General Borsalino discovers this document has been tampered with, he may eliminate both me and all soldiers present. At these words, Borsalino's murderous intent faded, and he replied nonchalantly, as expected of Xia Yu. As he wishes, I shall refrain from intervening in this matter. Just then, two young officers burst into the office, dousing Borsalino with buckets of seawater. We apologize, General Borsalino. The Hound General wasted no time, swiftly producing a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs and fastening them onto Borsalino. This is to ensure you can explain yourself to the Holy Land should we fail. Furthermore, if we do fail, the contents of this document will perish with us. As he spoke, the Hound General seized the document from Borsalino's grasp and set it ablaze before his eyes. Soaked to the bone and weakened by the sea prism stone cuffs, Borsalino slumped to the ground, his expression comically absurd. However, the Hound General refrained from laughter. Their ability to compel Borsalino's compliance did not stem from their strength, but rather from the document Xia Yu had entrusted them with, which had influenced Borsalino's cooperation. Otherwise, not just the soldiers present, but the officers involved in this coup would never have been able to contend with Borsalino. It is worth noting that Borsalino is one of the highest combat powers in the headquarters. A top-tier warrior who has developed the capabilities of the natural type Shining Fruit to their utmost limits. Chapter 009. In my heart, there is no justice, only loyalty to the general. Casting a glance at Borsalino, who was slumped against the desk, the Hound General took a step back, saluted, and then decisively turned to command. Leave 2 men to stay with General Borsalino. If the coup fails, you know what to do. To loyalty. The 2 remaining soldiers exclaimed fervently, raising their hands in unison. After watching the Hound General exit the office, the 2 soldiers immediately turned to face Borsalino, each raising their weapons to their own heads. Borsalino's eyes widened in surprise. Hearing the Hound General's statement about the coup's potential failure, he had anticipated that these soldiers would choose to end their lives alongside him. However, their reactions were quite contrary to his expectations. What are you doing? Borsalino blinked in confusion. Are you preparing to commit suicide if the coup fails? Indeed. One soldier lifted his head, his expression resolute. From the moment we chose to follow Master Xia Yu, we have been ready to lay down our lives for him. If the coup fails, we shall not seek to survive. Borsalino shook his head. What has Xia Yu done for you to inspire such fervent loyalty? In response, the other soldier stepped forward. General Borsalino, I was once your subordinate, accompanying your fleet 2 years ago to the New World to battle pirates. However, you likely do not remember me, or perhaps you were unaware of my presence, as I was merely a petty soldier at that time. Yet, Master Xia Yu not only knew my name but also rescued me from the depths of despair. Oh? Borsalino raised his gaze to regard the soldier, attempting to recall any details about him, but ultimately resigned, as he had no recollection of this soldier. After a brief silence, he inhaled deeply, enduring the encroachment of the sea prism stone cuffs, and rose to sit in the office chair, stating lightly, Tell me how Master Xia Yu saved you from peril. The soldier stepped forward, his expression earnest. I was born in the South Sea and was a soldier in the army of a kingdom there before joining the navy. In that realm, the greatest honor for a soldier is to shield the king when he faces danger. But what if the king is injured while saving a soldier? How should the soldiers perceive that? As he spoke, the soldier's emotions surged, his gaze fixed intently on Borsalino. 2 years ago, I accompanied your fleet to the New World to eradicate pirates, alongside Master Xia Yu's vessel. The battle was fierce, and we charged into the fray while enduring a barrage of cannon fire, engaging the pirates in close combat. I witnessed many of my comrades fall or be cast into the sea by those wretched pirates. In a desperate bid for vengeance, I recklessly charged at the enemy captain. But I was far too weak. The opposition hardly acknowledged my presence. A mere shockwave sent me tumbling into the ocean. It was then that you intervened. You defeated the enemy captain with your powers, causing their ship to disintegrate under the strain of your abilities. I found myself adrift in the sea, helplessly watching the wreckage of the pirate ship descend upon me. I bore no ill will towards you, for war is always accompanied by death. And as a Navy representative of justice, one must be prepared to make sacrifices for righteousness. Just as I was about to surrender to despair, Master Xia Yu's ship arrived and rescued me from the impending doom, personally tending to my wounds. From that moment on, I harbored no notion of justice, only a profound loyalty to Master Xia Yu. When Master Xia Yu captures pirates, I vow to follow him to the death. Should he oppose the world, I shall dedicate my loyalty and life to him. In the headquarters prison, the blaring alarm echoed relentlessly, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Sakazuki's expression darkened considerably as he fixed his penetrating gaze upon Xia Yu. The naval soldiers and various ranks of officers who had previously gathered in the square were now employing thunderous methods to seize control of the headquarters. Xia Yu, must things be escalated to this extent? After a brief silence, Sakazuki slowly rose to his feet and said in a deep voice, "It is not too late to back down. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. Eliminating you will bring this rebellion to an end." As soon as Sakazuki finished speaking, the telephone bug in the arms of the brigadier standing beside Xia Yu suddenly rang. The familiar sound of the telephone bug echoed harshly in the prison. The brigadier, not daring to delay, immediately took out the bug and spoke. "Please go ahead. This is Vice Admiral Hound." The voice from the telephone bug belonged to Vice Admiral Hound, who sounded somewhat excited. "Please urgently inform Lord Xia Yu that Admiral Pagliusolino has been captured." Hearing this information from the bug, Sakazuki's face turned pale, filled with disbelief. Within the entire Navy headquarters, Pagliusolino was his closest brother, and no one understood his strength better than Sakazuki himself. It was no exaggeration to say that unless Sengoku and Garp sided with Xia Yu, Pagliusolino alone could put an end to this rebellion. Yet now, the message from the telephone bug stated that Pagliusolino was captured. After a brief moment of shock, Sakazuki secretly sighed. He could not believe that Pagliusolino had been captured. And at this moment, the only explanation was that the ambiguous justice Pagliusolino adhered to had led his only brother to stand idly by. Just then, the telephone bug rang again after the previous conversation concluded. Before the brigadier beside Xia Yu could speak, the telephone bugs in the hands of other officers present began to ring in succession. "Report, the armory has been secured." "Report, dormitory number 7 has also been secured." "Report, the science division has been secured." "Report, Vice Admiral Guion has stopped Vice Admiral Kaji." "Report, Major Tina has been captured." "Report, all external telephone bugs are under surveillance." The continuous stream of reports caused Sakazuki's expression to darken further. He never anticipated that this rebellion would escalate so swiftly. Nor did he foresee that even the candidate Admiral Guion would choose to side with Xia Yu and actively intervene against his fellow candidate Admiral Kaji. Although he had yet to receive a report from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he knew deep down that if this rebellion was not swiftly curtailed, the headquarters would soon witness an unprecedented bloodbath. Not everyone in the headquarters was loyal to Xia Yu. At least half of the officers and soldiers would gradually emerge to prevent the rebellion from escalating. By that time, the stability of the Navy headquarters would be utterly shattered. Regardless of who ultimately triumphed, the Navy would suffer an unprecedented blow, potentially leading to a debilitating downfall that would disrupt the balance and order of the entire world. Most critically, numerous officers from the bases along the Grand Line and the Four Seas could be hastening towards the headquarters right now. If those ships, involved in the rebellion, arrived to support the soldiers already in insurrection, even if Xia Yu could not successfully seize the position of Fleet Admiral, he would still orchestrate a catastrophic downfall, rendering the Navy headquarters a mere facade. Chapter 010. I am an Admiral. How little do you think of me? Time is running short. Admiral Sakazuki. After attentively listening to the ongoing reports from the telephone bug, Xia Yu slowly raised his gaze towards the tall Sakazuki and said, "You have 30 seconds to consider. Will you stand beside me to share in this glory? Or will you continue to serve the decaying world government in pursuit of your so-called absolute justice? In my view, your notion of absolute justice is a grand joke. For you do not comprehend what true justice entails. True justice demands that even the celestial dragons must be treated equally, yet you are incapable of doing so. Not only can you not achieve this, but you also endure oppression and scorn from those in power. In truth, You harbor a deep-seated disdain for the celestial dragons and a profound discontent towards the 5 elders of the Holy Land. You simply lack the courage to resist. Or perhaps you have yet to find the opportunity to do so. Now, that opportunity lies before you. At this point, Xia Yu glanced at his wristwatch and shifted his tone. You have 10 seconds left. As Xia Yu's words fell, all the surrounding officers stepped forward in unison. Following this, an unexpected scene unfolded before Sakazuki. Each officer was holding a bucket filled with seawater, clearly a premeditated strategy to counter him. Though this seawater alone would not render him entirely powerless, any restraint imposed upon him would provide Xia Yu with an opportunity to eliminate him. It is worth noting that while Xia Yu was the youngest Rear Admiral in the headquarters, his mastery of both armament hockey and observation hockey surpassed that of his peers. More importantly, his swordsmanship was formidable, rivaling that of candidate admirals like Guion. Moreover, several officers produced iron hooks crafted from sea prism stone, clearly prepared to launch an immediate assault should he choose to oppose Xia Yu. Xia Yu spoke again, deliberately and unhurriedly. 2. Suddenly, the heavy iron gate of the prison swung open with a resounding clang. Following this, Vice Admirals Mousetrap, Bastille, and Stalaberry rushed into the prison, followed closely by a dozen officers who formed 2 lines after entering. Vice Admiral Mousetrap? Bastille? Stalaberry? How is this possible? Even you have joined this rebellion? Shock flickered in Sakazuki's eyes as he beheld the 3 Vice Admirals standing in formation behind Xia Yu. He understood that Mousetrap, Bastille, and Stalaberry were stalwarts of the Navy headquarters, seasoned Vice Admirals, and he had only known Xia Yu for a mere 6 years. He knew that the various officers promoted during Xia Yu's 6 years in the headquarters might waver in their sense of justice. Yet he could not fathom what reason could compel these seasoned Vice Admirals to turn against him and wholeheartedly participate in this rebellion. Lord Xia Yu. As soon as he arrived behind Xia Yu, Mousetrap stepped forward and bowed. May I have a word with Admiral Sakazuki? No need. Xia Yu waved his hand, stating coolly. Admiral Sakazuki has already made his choice. As soon as the words left his mouth, the aura surrounding Xia Yu surged dramatically. Xia Yu, do you intend to use force to make me submit? Sensing Xia Yu's aura suddenly peak, a glint of cold light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes as he replied in a deep voice, very well. Let me see if you possess the strength to become the fleet admiral of this headquarters. As he spoke, Sakazuki, a user of the magma fruit, no longer hesitated and decisively unleashed his powers, torrents of magma cascading from his arms and pooling onto the ground. At the same time, he lunged forward, his magma-formed massive fist hurtling towards Xia Yu at an astonishing speed. Underworld Dog. With a thunderous shout, the previously cold prison became unbearably hot due to Sakazuki's fruit abilities, as the massive magma fist expanded in Xia Yu's vision, seemingly limitless. Yet, despite Sakazuki's blinding speed, Xia Yu was already prepared. The moment the fist imbued with searing energy approached, he swiftly released his full strength, quietly activating the 6 forms of the Navy. Paper drawing. A voice as light as a breeze sounded as Xia Yu's body effortlessly evaded the oncoming massive fist, akin to a delicate piece of paper floating through the air. Simultaneously, the various officers surrounding the headquarters unhesitatingly hurled the seawater from their buckets. In an instant, torrents of seawater cascaded towards Xia Yu and Sakazuki, leaving Sakazuki confined within the narrow space, with nowhere to escape. Naive. As the waves crashed violently against him, Sakazuki let out a cold chuckle, unleashing the full extent of his magma fruit powers. The encroaching seawater evaporated instantaneously under the searing heat released by his abilities. Seizing this rare opportunity, Xia Yu, having narrowly evaded Sakazuki's assault, appeared before him in a flash, launching a fierce attack through the Navy 6 styles, transforming his palm into a pointed finger that struck accurately at Sakazuki's chest. Anticipating Xia Yu's counterattack, a cruel smirk flickered across Sakazuki's lips as he coldly remarked, "A mere trick." Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Yu shouted fiercely, "Armament." At that instant, the thrust of his finger hardened with the color of armament and accelerated rapidly, piercing through Sakazuki's body with a resounding impact. Without pausing for a moment after landing the hit, Xia Yu activated the 6-style shave, vanishing from Sakazuki's sight, only to reappear behind him, now wielding a hook forged from sea prism stone. "Now's the moment," Xia Yu declared decisively, brandishing the hook without a hint of hesitation. Before his command could fade, the iron hook shot forth like lightning towards Sakazuki. Simultaneously, several officers surrounding them hurled their own sea prism hooks. Wasmus, Storaberry, and Bashu also drew their weapons. their eyes fixed on the evolving battlefield with trepidation. Unmoved by the onslaught of hooks approaching from all directions, Sakazuki remained steadfast, an immovable force. Just as the hooks were about to ensnare him, he vanished into thin air. "Do not forget, I am an admiral of the headquarters." His voice echoed ominously from behind them, laced with an uncontainable fury and murderous intent. "You think such tricks can bring me down? How underestimated you are." Chapter 011. The Conqueror's Haki Shock Sakainu. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu swiftly turned to look. There stood Sakazuki, resembling a guardian deity at the threshold. His body emanating scorching magma due to his elemental transformation. The overwhelming presence of the Admiral sent waves of suffocation through the ranks of officers in the prison, with some of the weaker ones trembling uncontrollably under his formidable aura. "Did you bring me here to imprison me within this prison?" With a chilling gaze sweeping over the assembled officers, Sakazuki took a decisive step forward and declared, "A commendable thought, but it seems this place may become your grave." Before he had finished speaking, without a moment's hesitation, Sakazuki raised his molten arm, Dogbite Red Lotus. In an instant, his arm transformed into a massive flaming dog head. Launching forth with astonishing speed, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy, appearing before Xia Yu in the blink of an eye. Facing the oncoming behemoth, Xia Yu stood his ground, swiftly grasping the hilt of his sword at his waist, and drew it with the speed of lightning. As the blade was unsheathed, a low-frequency vibration rippled through the air before him. The flames visibly entwined around the sword's blade, releasing an immense pressure that surged from Xia Yu's core, causing another wave of low-frequency tremors. With a thunderous roar, the massive dog head collided with the sword, sending shockwaves that toppled all nearby officers to the ground. Even the formidable Wasmus, Bastiu, and Storaberry were unable to maintain their footing amidst the chaos. Finally, as the two forces clashed violently, the ground could no longer withstand the strain, erupting with a deafening roar. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, rapidly spreading outwards, resembling a colossal net, ensnaring everyone present. Before anyone could react, the prison trembled violently and began to collapse, the intertwined energies bursting through the roof and shooting into the night sky. Sakazuki, astonished at Xia Yu's ability to withstand his attack and the subsequent destruction of the prison, stared in disbelief as Xia Yu, sword in hand, radiated an overwhelming aura. His clothing billowing dramatically in the aftermath, embodying the essence of a conqueror. After several moments of stunned silence, Sakazuki finally regained his composure, exclaiming, "Conqueror's Haki." As he spoke, Sakazuki's gaze fixated on the sword in Xia Yu's grip. Unlike an ordinary sword, it was now enveloped in a swirling aura of terrifying energy. Though familiar with such a phenomenon as an admiral, he struggled to accept it. Xia Yu had not only awakened the Conqueror's Haki, but had also entwined it around his sword, a fact that had eluded Sakazuki, his direct superior. Moreover, while many wielders of Conqueror's Haki existed in the New World, few could master the art of entwining it, typically reserved for the emperors of the sea or legends long past. The most astonishing realization was that Xia Yu had not only achieved this mastery but had done so without their knowledge. Such prowess and strategic depth explained Xia Yu's unwavering confidence in this rebellion. Equally shocked were the officers who had been thrown to the ground, as well as Wasmus, Bastiu, and Storaberry. Since Xia Yu's promotion to Rear Admiral, they had grown closer, having received his assistance on numerous occasions. They had often executed missions together, maintaining communication and sharing drinks or sparring during their free time. They had believed they knew the extent of Xia Yu's abilities, having witnessed him hone his armament and observation haki to extraordinary heights, alongside his unmatched swordsmanship and mastery of the Navy's 6 styles. Yet, they had never suspected he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki. "Do you question my strength to become a fleet admiral?" Xia Yu stepped forward, his gaze intense as he addressed Sakazuki, who stood before the prison's entrance. "Sakazuki, you underestimate me. I have always stated that becoming the fleet admiral is merely a part of my plan." With that, Xia Yu advanced, raising his sword high. "Lord Xia Yu." As the impending clash between Xia Yu and Sakazuki loomed, Wasmus, recovering from the shock of Xia Yu's newfound power, called out quickly, "May I speak with Admiral Sakazuki for a moment?" Xia Yu turned to Wasmus, as if anticipating his next words, and replied sternly, "Wasmus, now is not the time for this." "No, it is precisely the time." Wasmus stubbornly stepped forward, facing Sakazuki head-on, and proclaimed loudly, "Admiral Sakazuki, a portion of the funds Xia Yu has moved over the years belongs to you." "Wasmus, do not speak nonsense here." Sakazuki advanced, his voice low and firm. "Look outside. Thanks to your rebellion, Marineford is in utter chaos. As an admiral, I must prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Ignoring Sakazuki's words, Wasmus raised his voice. Admiral Sakazuki, your mother is still alive. Before Sakazuki could respond, the weasel pulled out a document from his pocket and waved it. 3 years ago, during a mission, the then Brigadier General, Sir Xia Yu, had engaged in combat with a pirate ship. When Sir Xia Yu eliminated nearly all the pirates aboard, he discovered that many civilians had been imprisoned by them, although most of the civilians were returned to their hometowns. One elderly woman had completely lost her memory and was deemed too far gone to be sent back. Thus he brought her to headquarters. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's pupils constricted slightly. However, his expression quickly darkened, and he sternly declared, Weasel, my mother was murdered by pirates when I was young. I buried her with my own hands. That old woman cannot possibly be my mother. The weasel offered no explanation, simply tossing the document in front of Sakazuki, stating it was the result of Sir Xia Yu's orders for investigation. Chapter 012. Marshal, times have changed. Looking at the document at his feet, Sakazuki hesitated, unsure whether to pick it up or leave it be. Memories from his childhood flooded back, some of which had faded over the years, while others remained utterly forgotten. Yet, the image of his mother closing her eyes in his arms remained vividly etched in his memory. At that time, he was merely a 7 or 8-year-old child, with both parents alive and a life that could be deemed bearable. However, it was not long before a pirate ship docked at his hometown's harbor. In an instant, the pirates disembarked, wreaking havoc and destruction. His father was beheaded while trying to protect him and his mother, and she, in turn, was pierced by a pirate's blade while shielding him. Despite this, his mother used her body to cover him, tricking the pirates into believing he too had been slain. In truth, he was paralyzed by fear, hiding beneath her, barely daring to breathe. It wasn't until the pirates finished their rampage and departed that he dared to crawl out from under her. Though decades have passed, he still vividly remembers the moment when his mother, with her last breath, gently caressed his cheek. Since all the townsfolk had fallen victim to the pirates, he could only bury his mother in the backyard and, filled with hatred towards the pirates, embarked on a reckless journey to join the navy, vowing to eradicate all pirates from the world. Time has flown by, and countless pirates have met their demise at his hands, while many more have been imprisoned. Yet, he never forgot the vow he made at his mother's grave to eliminate every last pirate. After a brief silence, although he was certain that Sir Xia Yu must be mistaken, he could not help but bend down to pick up the document. As he opened it, an image struck him like a bolt of lightning. The photograph revealed an elderly woman, hunched over and wrinkled, appearing to be nearing 70. She sat on a sofa in a living room, a gentle smile adorning her face. Beside her stood Sir Xia Yu clad in a brigadier's coat. He had heard about Sir Xia rescuing an elderly woman during a mission, but had never inquired further. Even when Sir Xia was promoted to Rear Admiral and placed under his command, he had never visited Sir Xia's home. Knowing only that Sir Xia had cared for this elderly woman for the past 3 years. Being a workaholic himself, he rarely lingered around the family quarters, always either at work or on his way to it. Thus he had never seen the woman Sir Xia had brought back. The moment he laid eyes on the woman in the photograph, he froze as if struck by lightning. He could hardly contain his urgency as he perused the investigative report. The more he read, the more his hands trembled uncontrollably. Upon finishing the report, he could no longer restrain himself, lifting his gaze towards the weasel and Sir Xia Yu. His voice hoarse and incoherent. You can't be serious. This is impossible. I buried my mother with my own hands. She cannot still be alive. As he spoke, he picked up the photograph again. Although the woman's appearance did not match his memories of his mother after all these years, she felt hauntingly familiar, causing his heart to race, nearly leaping into his throat, robbing him of the composure expected of an admiral and shattering the stern demeanor he had maintained for decades. Emotionally overwhelmed, he blurted out, Sir Xia, where is the elderly woman now? In response, Sir Xia Yu calmly sheathed his sword, then without sparing a glance at Sakazuki, stated simply, we must go. No, you cannot leave. Sakazuki stepped forward decisively, his voice low and firm. Take me to see her. At this, Sir Xia furrowed his brow slightly. The weasel, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward and bowed. Sir Xia, allow me to accompany Admiral Sakazuki. Sir Xia nodded, then bypassed Sakazuki, striding out of the now-ruined prison. As they exited the prison gates, thousands of naval soldiers standing in 2 rows simultaneously brought their legs together, raising their hands in unison, shouting loyalty. The resounding and orderly chorus echoed through the night sky, reverberating over Marineford. Hearing the sudden battle cry, soldiers controlling the various dormitories, armories, scientific divisions, and major fortresses halted and faced the direction of Marineford Square. Clearly, an unprecedented rebellion had concluded the moment Sir Xia Yu stepped out of the prison. Observing the neatly arranged officers and thousands of soldiers, Sir Xia nodded slightly, then marched forward with his chest held high. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who had rushed from home upon receiving the news, entered the headquarters building only to be met with a pungent smell of blood. Before he could react, Vice Admiral Hound led 100 soldiers rushing out. Marshal Sengoku, please wait. Hound hastily approached Sengoku, saluting, then spoke with alarming urgency. Marineford is now largely under our control. If you wish to prevent it from being destroyed, please remain calm and wait for Sir Xia Yu's arrival. Excuse me? Sengoku's expression shifted, and he quickly scanned the surroundings. When he noticed that the familiar figures in the lobby had vanished and saw soldiers aiming their weapons at him, he could no longer contain himself. His admiral's coat billowed as if caught by a sudden wind, and he scolded, Hound, how dare you treat your comrades so brutally? Speak honestly. Have the soldiers on duty in the headquarters been killed by you? Before Hound could respond, Bas and his companions suddenly emerged, pointing at Hound and shouting in fury. This is rebellion. You traitors will pay for your actions. At the sight of Bas and his companions, Hound's eyes gleamed coldly. Silence. Before he could finish, several soldiers behind him rushed forward, pulling their triggers on Bas and his companions. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and Bas and his companions were turned into mere corpses before they could even scream. Damn it, Hound, how could you dare? Sengoku nearly vomited blood at the sight. Bas and his companions were the judges of Judicial Island, holding an equal rank with him. As long as they were alive, he still had a glimmer of hope to salvage the rebellion. But with their deaths, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Marshal, times have changed. Hound gestured for his soldiers to withdraw, then calmly stated, Sir Xia has declared that in times of chaos, strict laws must be enforced, and bloodshed and sacrifice begin with our generation. The Navy must undergo reform, and the corrupt elements and parasites of the world government must be eradicated. Chapter 013. The Warring States. Have the three commanders been captured? Hound, you are far too audacious. Glancing at the three figures sprawled on the ground, Sengoku disregarded the weapons aimed at him from all directions and swiftly approached the Hound, gritting his teeth. The judge responsible for the Judicial Island's massacre, there is no turning back for you now in this rebellion. However, I can assure you that if you cease your actions in a timely manner, I will negotiate this matter with the Holy Land. Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, Hound interrupted, Marshal Sengoku, this is war, not a drill. Lord Xia Yu has stated that failure is what constitutes rebellion. We have not only succeeded, but have also gained control of the situation with minimal sacrifice. By the way, Admiral Borsalino is already in our custody. So if you are hoping to stall for time until the three admirals can intervene, you may find yourself sorely disappointed. What did you say? Upon hearing that Admiral Borsalino had indeed been captured, Sengoku's pupils constricted slightly. He had indeed intended to buy some time to allow the admirals and other officers who had not yet sided with Xia Yu a chance to turn the tide. In his view, the reason the officers involved in this rebellion were progressing so smoothly was solely due to the swift and decisive actions of the loyal officers supporting Xia Yu, particularly given the surprise timing of the uprising in the early hours. Once the main fleet admirals or others realized what was happening, this rebellion would be swiftly quelled. After a brief silence, Sengoku sighed internally and turned to face the ominously lit Marineford Square, where alarms echoed through the night, his expression grave. Borsalino, at this juncture, do you still cling to your ambiguous sense of justice? As the fleet admiral, he certainly could not believe that merely Hound and a few hundred naval soldiers could successfully capture Borsalino. After all, Borsalino was a natural type user of the Pika Pika no Mi. With a modicum of seriousness, he could dispatch Hound and the rebels with a mere glance. Borsalino's choice to remain subdued was evidently a sign of him observing the situation, or perhaps waiting for the outcome of this rebellion. For in Marineford, the conflict was not a battle between good and evil, but rather a power reshuffling within the Navy headquarters. What about Sakazuki? Sengoku suddenly turned back to Hound, his voice low and filled with reluctance. Has he chosen silence as well? Hound shook his head. My duty is to ensure Admiral Kazara's containment and to await your orders. Marshal, however, given the current circumstances, it is likely that Admiral Sakazuki has also been captured. Enough. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, somewhat exasperated. Do you truly believe you can control two admirals simultaneously? Such childish notions need not be repeated. Hound smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. It was undeniable that if both admirals acted together, their rebellion would surely meet a swift end. For neither he nor the other vice admirals, even in concert, could stand against the might of the two admirals. Yet, matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. If sheer strength alone could accomplish everything, Sengoku would not be hailed as a strategist, and the world would require no cunning schemes, for brute force would suffice. After a moment's pause, Sengoku spoke gravely. Xia Yu cannot possibly expect me, his old superior, to stand idly by waiting for him, can he? Hound turned slightly, stating plainly, Marshal, you may proceed to your office. Humph. Sengoku snorted coldly, flicking his sleeve as he walked past Hound. Hound, not daring to lag behind, followed closely into the elevator. As they entered, soldiers stationed in the lobby rushed forward to drag away the bodies of Base and his companions. Following that, soldiers in charge of cleaning swiftly tidied the bloodstains and rolled out a red carpet. Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku. At that moment, an officer dashed into the lobby, calling out to Sengoku, who was already in the elevator. To their surprise, the soldiers participating in the rebellion did not stop him. Instead, they allowed him to reach the elevator doors. Upon seeing the aide at the elevator, Sengoku shook his head with a rueful smile. Is there truly a situation worse than the one we face now? The soldier glanced at Hound, his voice trembling as he reported. All communications within the headquarters have been severed. Marineford is now completely cut off from the outside world. Hearing this, Sengoku was not surprised, responding calmly. It seems that Xia Yu has been preparing for this day for many years. Even without this trial, he would have launched his rebellion at an opportune moment. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the female officers' dormitory, the entire building was surrounded by a multitude of naval soldiers, led by the headquarters Vice Admiral Gion, who bore the renowned blade Kinairo. Standing at the forefront, the tall Gion observed the dormitory entrance with a complex expression. Although she was a participant in the rebellion, she did not wish for excessive bloodshed, especially not in this dormitory filled with female officers. She hoped none of them would venture beyond that threshold. Gion, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, a voice laced with despair reached her ears. Turning to see a middle-aged man, clad in a vice admiral's coat and handcuffed, being pushed forward by two soldiers, Gion recognized him as Vice Admiral Kaji, a fellow candidate for admiralty. Kaji's influence within the headquarters rivaled that of Xia Yu, as nearly everyone knew of his affection for Gion, which he had pursued relentlessly despite her repeated rejections. This evening marked the 9th failed confession for him. Little did he expect that this time, not only would he fail in his declaration of love, but he would also inadvertently confront Gion amid her rebellion. In an effort to prevent Gion from continuing down this misguided path, he had attempted to intervene. However, faced with Gion and the array of officers by her side, no matter how powerful he might have been, he was swiftly subdued and handcuffed by Gion herself. Brought before Gion, Kaji appeared utterly defeated, his eyes devoid of life as he gazed at her, as if the most vital aspect of his existence had been stripped away. Meanwhile, in room 201 on the 3rd floor of the female officer's dormitory, a female officer, clad in a Navy major's coat and holding a cigarette, stood by the window. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Gion as she led hundreds of soldiers to secure the dormitory. Behind her, several panicked female officers stood, clearly startled by the sudden turn of events. Tina, what on earth is happening? One officer in a nightgown edged closer to the major, her voice trembling. Why is Vice Admiral Gion surrounding the dormitory? Could it be that, before she could finish her sentence, the major named Tina shifted, took a drag of her cigarette, and shook her head? I do not understand either. However, given the incessant alarms, it is evident that something grave has transpired. After a brief pause, Tina turned with a serious expression, asking, Have you managed to contact Mr. Karp? Unable to reach him, the female officer replied, shaking her head. All phone bugs are out of service. The headquarters communications must have been severed. Upon hearing this, Tina's expression grew increasingly solemn. What could possibly be the reason for this? She was puzzled. This cannot stand. I must go and inquire with Gion. Wait, Major Tina. The female officer quickly intervened. Did not Vice Admiral Gion just instruct us all to remain in the dormitory? Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Ignoring the warning, Tina resolutely turned and strode toward the exit. While the other female officers hesitated to defy Vice Admiral Gion's orders, she felt no fear. Setting aside military ranks, She maintained a cordial relationship with Shiwan in private. She was confident that Shiwan would never act without reason to eliminate her. As Major Tina approached the main entrance, a group of over 10 female officers, who had been hiding inside, rushed toward her, clamoring with questions. Major Tina, what on earth is happening? Has the headquarters been invaded? It cannot be an invasion. If it were, Major Shiwan would certainly not allow us to remain in the dormitory. A betrayal? Could there be a traitor among us? Wait. Could this be related to the situation with Major Xia Yu? I heard from colleagues in the tribunal that the presiding judge announced in court yesterday that Major Xia was to be sentenced to death and transferred to Justice Island this morning. Major Tina, do you know what is going on? As the throng of female officers surrounded her, Tina frowned slightly and replied coolly, I do not know what is happening. Please step aside. I will inquire with Major Shiwan. With that, Tina stepped forward. Tina, don't go out. As soon as Tina exited the door, Shiwan's voice echoed from afar. What you must do now is refrain from getting involved and remain in the dormitory until the situation is resolved. Shiwan, am I not allowed to leave the dormitory either? Without pausing, Tina disregarded Shiwan's warning, striding closer as she questioned, if the headquarters has been invaded, why are we not permitted to leave the dormitory to fight? Tina was perplexed. The headquarters has not been invaded. Shiwan placed a hand on the hilt of her sword, her expression grave. Tina, return immediately. This is for your own good. Stopping just shy of 5 meters from Shiwan, Tina surveyed the soldiers standing at the ready around her, then fixed her gaze on Shiwan. If the headquarters has not been invaded, why the show of force? Is it because of Major Xia's situation? Are you trying to prevent Justice Island from taking him? Yes. Shiwan did not conceal the truth, her expression a complex mix as she regarded Tina. Tina, please do not make this difficult for me. Return to the dormitory. Once this matter is resolved, you will still be a naval major. Just as Tina opened her mouth to respond, dozens of soldiers standing in formation behind Shiwan suddenly turned in unison, saluting and shouting, loyalty. Tina's eyes narrowed in surprise as she followed the sound. Before her stood General Sakazuki, clad in a naval cap and dark red uniform, seemingly in a hurry, accompanied by General Wusong, walking briskly toward the family housing area without acknowledging the crowd. Tina was taken aback that General Sakazuki would ignore the unfolding situation, hastily departing as if nothing had happened. An expression of confusion crossed her face as she asked, Shiwan, is General Sakazuki involved as well? What is going on? Shiwan did not respond, but instead watched as Sakazuki, with Wusong at his side, headed directly for the family housing area, a heavy weight lifting from her heart. It was evident that Sakazuki had been swayed by Xia Yu or had reached some sort of agreement with him. Thus, their operation would encounter one less significant obstacle. Otherwise, given Sakazuki's temperament and his unwavering commitment to justice, he would undoubtedly take any measures necessary to suppress this rebellion. At that point, she could hardly fathom how many lives would be lost due to this upheaval. After watching Sakazuki and Wusong disappear, Shiwan turned her attention back to the perplexed Tina and softly stated, Tina, after tonight, a new marshal will replace Lord Sangoku at headquarters. A new era for the Navy is on the horizon. What is occurring tonight is not an external invasion, but rather Major Xia's intent to reshape the Navy. At the naval headquarters, within the family housing area, accompanied by General Wusong, Sakazuki arrived at a 2-story courtyard. Surrounding the entrance were 30 heavily armed soldiers, evidently stationed there by Xia Yu to prevent any disruption to the operation. The courtyard was in disarray, with the ground dug up and various plants strewn about, nearly all wilted and decayed. This was Xia Yu's small courtyard, and the digging had been undertaken by the investigation team in hopes of unearthing any substantial illegal gains buried by Xia Yu. However, Sakazuki was not inclined to concern himself with such trivial matters at that moment. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, his gaze fell upon a frail figure. He observed the elderly figure trembling as it picked up the scattered plants, muttering as if cursing the members of the investigation team responsible for the destruction. Although the figure's back was turned, upon catching sight of it, Sakazuki's heart raced. Wusong, standing beside Sakazuki, was equally surprised to find someone in the courtyard. In the dim light, he rushed past the fence to stand before the elderly person. Old man, why are you still awake? As he approached, Wusong anxiously took the wilted flowers from the elderly man's hands and supported him. The old man looked up, bewildered, at the suddenly appearing Wusong and hoarsely asked, Who are you? Wusong, I am Wusong. He carefully assisted the elderly man toward the 2-story building, exclaiming, I am your grandson's colleague. Upon hearing the word grandson, The old man grasped Wusong's arm tightly, his agitation rendering his speech clear and coherent. Where is my grandson? Where has he gone? Bad people have been coming to our house every day to cause destruction. You are from the Navy, right? Hurry and capture those bad people. All right. I will go and apprehend them all and throw them in prison. Wusong nodded fervently. At that moment, Sakazuki entered the courtyard, gazing at the elderly man before him. He hesitated, ultimately choosing not to say a word, but remained fixated on the old man. I am hungry. The elderly man seemed not to notice Sakazuki. Almost forgetting what he had just said, looking up at Wusong like a child. Please, come inside and sit for a while. Wusong assisted the elderly man into the house, adding, I will go and prepare something for you. Before Wusong could finish his sentence, Sakazuki had already turned and walked into the kitchen. Chapter 15. Is this Sakazuki's mother? In the kitchen, Sakazuki took a deep breath, then turned to glance at the figure seated in the living room. The sharp gaze, which had not wavered in emotion for years, gradually softened beneath his military cap. Though he could not yet fully confirm that the elderly woman before him was indeed his mother, who had perished in his arms long ago. The feeling of their blood connection grew stronger. However, he refrained from recklessly revealing his identity, drawing upon his fading memories. He resolved to prepare a dish that his mother had once cherished. More accurately, it was a dish he had come to love. Hailing from the North Sea, where the climate was frigid, he had developed a fondness for white rice accompanied by chili peppers from a young age. Of course, it was not merely a preference, but rather a matter of necessity. This habit had persisted throughout his life, and gradually, his subordinates, as well as colleagues with whom he seldom interacted, learned of his penchant for white rice with chili peppers. Yet, thinking of the elderly woman's hunger, he abandoned any notion of probing her identity and skillfully prepared a bowl of ramen for her. Before long, he presented a steaming bowl of ramen before the elderly woman. Immediately, he hastily returned to the kitchen, carrying a bowl of rice and a few fresh chilies, and sat opposite the elderly man, devouring the food as if he had fasted for 3 days. The sight puzzled the squirrel accompanying the old man, as question marks seemed to hover above his head. Sakazuki's action swiftly captured the elder's attention. After observing Sakazuki for a moment, the old man appeared to forget his own hunger and cautiously inquired, Are you also a colleague of my grandson? Sakazuki nodded. The old man's spirits lifted instantly as he leaned closer and tentatively asked, Could you spare me some rice and chilies? Sakazuki hesitated for a moment before placing the bowl of rice before the elder. As if fearing that Sakazuki might retract his offer, the old man quickly snatched the bowl and the chilies and hid them beneath the table, whispering, My son loves rice and chilies. Just as he spoke, the elder's demeanor shifted, and he suddenly drooped his head in despair, his voice choking with emotion. But I can't find my son. Before the last words faded, the elder turned to the squirrel. Could you help me find my son? Of course. The squirrel nodded repeatedly. We have been searching for years. Oh yes. What is my son's name? The old man pondered for a moment before standing up in a panic, exclaiming, I forgot who my son is. Who is my son? Right, rice and chilies. After a brief moment of confusion, the elder retrieved the hidden rice and chilies from under the table and handed them to the squirrel, pleading, He loves rice and chilies. Please help me find him. The squirrel accepted the bowl and chilies, placing them before Sakazuki, and cautiously suggested, Elder, does he resemble your son? His name is Sakazuki, a general of the Navy headquarters. Who is Sakazuki? The elder glanced at Sakazuki and shook his head. How could he be my son? My son is not this old. He's only 8. The squirrel shrugged helplessly and explained to Sakazuki, I'm sorry, General Sakazuki. The elder's dementia has worsened over the years. He can barely remember even Lord Xia Yu. He only knows Xia Yu is his grandson but cannot recall who Xia Yu is. Before the squirrel could finish, a flicker of disbelief flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at Sakazuki. At that moment, Sakazuki had pulled his hat low, obscuring his eyes from the squirrel's view, yet 2 silent tears streamed down his face. Sakazuki's emotions were a tempest, for he was certain that this elderly man was the mother he held in his arms when she passed away. Yet, he dared not acknowledge her, for it was he who had buried her alive in the yard all those years ago. Had he dug her grave a little deeper, he would have been the true murderer of his mother. The thought of her awakening beneath the earth tormented him, sending a sharp pang through his heart and nearly choking him. Most importantly, after decades, though she had forgotten who he was, she had never forgotten her favorite dishes of rice and chilies. After a brief silence, Sakazuki suddenly stood up, disregarding his usual composure and with tears on his face, rushed behind the elderly man, lifting his clothing swiftly. As the Elder's garment was raised, a deep scar across his back came into view, still vivid after all these years. With his years of experience, Sakazuki immediately recognized it as a wound inflicted by a blade that had pierced through from the front to the back. The sight of that scar brought back memories of his mother being pierced by a pirate blade in his childhood. "Let go of me." The elder was evidently startled by Sakazuki's sudden action, quickly turning to slap him across the face before tremblingly retreating behind the squirrel, gripping his arm anxiously. After receiving the slap, Sakazuki stood still, took a deep breath, and then knelt before the elder, trembling as he called out, "Mother." Before he could finish, he bowed his head heavily, his shoulders shaking as he struggled to control his emotions, fighting back tears. The air in Marine headquarters, Marineford, was thick with smoke. Although the situation was largely under control, some officers still sought to resist. In stark contrast to the chaotic sounds of gunfire and explosions resonating through the fortresses of Marineford, the courtyard where Xia Yu was located remained tranquil. Having regained his composure, Sakazuki, relying on his fading memories and an innate sense of familiarity, no longer doubted the elder's identity and quietly stayed by his side. The elder's memories were severely fragmented. Only moments ago, he had been clinging tightly to his rice and chilies, but now, seeing Sakazuki's tear-streaked face, he returned the food to him. Sakazuki said nothing and continued to eat. Though it was merely simple rice and chilies, it was the first time in decades that he found them so delectable. "You also enjoy rice and chilies?" The elder observed intently, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Just like my son. If you find my son, you mustn't bully him. He has always wanted to be a sailor. By the way, what is your name?" Hearing the elder's incessant chatter, Sakazuki, lost in thought about burying his still-living mother, could no longer restrain his tears. Nonetheless, he managed to respond promptly, "Sakazuki." "Sakazuki?" The elder blinked, pondering. "That's right. My son's name is also Sakazuki. But he is only 8. No, my son must have grown up. Otherwise, how would I have a grandson?" At this point, the elder's expression turned blank once more as he turned to the squirrel, curiously asking, "Who is my grandson?" I seem to have forgotten." Wah. "I've forgotten my grandson," the elder exclaimed, hurriedly standing up and rushing towards the bedroom. Observing this, the squirrel did not intervene, but instead regarded Sakazuki with a serious expression. Seizing the opportunity, Sakazuki set his bowl down and looked up at the squirrel, asking, "Has Lord Xia Yu been taking care of my mother for the past 3 years?" The squirrel nodded, explaining, "When on missions, Lord Xia Yu enlists the help of Vice Admiral Shizuka. Otherwise, he stays with the elder. As often, if Lord Xia Yu turns away, the elder might forget who he is and mistakenly think he is a stranger trying to evict him." Hearing this, Sakazuki glanced at his mother, who was frantically searching for her grandson, his resolve strengthening. He did not believe Xia Yu was acting with ulterior motives. Having read the investigation reports, he knew that before discovering his mother's identity, Xia Yu had no idea of their connection. This meant Xia Yu's care for the elder was devoid of any ulterior motive. With this thought in mind, Sakazuki no longer hesitated and boldly asked, "Can your snail phone be used? Please help me contact Xia Yu." The squirrel produced a snail phone and dialed. Soon, the connection was established. Before the other party could speak, the squirrel cut straight to the point. "Put me through to Lord Xia Yu." After a brief pause, Xia Yu's voice came through the snail phone. "Squirrel, you have 10 minutes. Regardless of the choices Sakazuki makes, you must return immediately to meet Admiral Sengoku." Sakazuki brought the snail phone closer and spoke in a low voice. "This is Sakazuki. I now have but one inquiry. Should your response align with my desires, I shall elevate you to the rank of Marshal." Without waiting for the communication device to react, Sakazuki swiftly shifted the conversation, asking, "Now that you have uncovered the identity of my esteemed mother, why not leverage this information as a bargaining chip in our negotiation? You must be well aware that this is my sole vulnerability. No justification exists." Came the measured tone of Xia Yu from the communication device. "I trust that upon learning of the elder's identity, you will inevitably reach a compromise regarding the events unfolding tonight, perhaps even reluctantly engaging in battle on my behalf. For at no point has my mother ever been a mere option. Yet, I shall not resort to such tactics, for to me, family is not a commodity to be traded." Meanwhile, as Xia Yu traversed the path leading to the naval headquarters, he cast the communication device aside to his companion, Strawberry, and gazed up at the towering headquarters building, his eyes narrowing slightly. Though he had not exchanged many words with Sakazuki, the mere act of Sakazuki initiating contact through the device spoke volumes regarding his stance. Xia Yu did not require Sakazuki to stand alongside him at this juncture. As long as Sakazuki chose to remain a bystander, significant accomplishments could be achieved tonight. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by a bullet tearing through the air, aimed directly at Xia Yu. Before he could react, the silent Bastille, who had been lingering beside him, drew his sword in a swift motion. The massive sharp cutter sliced through the air, severing the bullet mid-flight. Immediately afterward, Bastille stepped forward, unleashing a fearsome aura as he cleaved towards the direction from which the bullet had come. A wave of destructive energy surged forth, effortlessly slicing through the rooftop of a building several hundred meters away. A chilling scream erupted from the rooftop as it collapsed, sending a cascade of dust billowing into the air. Xia Yu did not allow this minor distraction to halt his progress. As Bastille executed his strike, he stepped forward, flanked by Stolberry and a cadre of naval officers and soldiers, making his way directly toward the headquarters building. Xia Yu, you traitor to the Navy. As he entered the hall, a thunderous roar erupted. In an instant, a soldier from the ground floor charged forth, lightning quick, to confront Xia Yu. Javelin. As the assailant approached, Stolberry swiftly moved to intercept, his precise strike of the Navy's sixth technique embedding itself firmly in the intruder's chest. Damn it! The officer, thwarted by Stolberry, narrowed his eyes in fury, glaring at him with palpable rage. Stolberry, what in the world is happening? You were once the hero who pursued the Sun Pirates, the most trusted aide of Admiral Kizaru. Why align yourself with this traitor Xia Yu? Stolberry seized the man's throat, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. Discussing right and wrong at this juncture bears no significance. Anyone who stands against Lord Xia Yu is our enemy. Thus, you shall perish. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Stolberry decisively snapped the officer's neck and quickly rejoined Xia Yu, who was heading toward the elevator. This was Stolberry, ruthless and resolute. In many respects, he resembled Admiral Sakazuki, yet he had chosen to serve under Admiral Borsellino, while Borsellino placed immense trust in him. Stolberry found it difficult to reconcile his ambiguous notions of justice with Borsellino's ideals, which alienated him from the other Vice Admirals under Borsellino's command. He buried these feelings deep within himself, unable to voice them. It was not until a mission in the New World, alongside the newly promoted Vice Admiral Xia Yu, that he found a kindred spirit in Xia Yu's approach to pirates. Following the mission, he boldly sought out Xia Yu, and through their interactions, he was thoroughly captivated by the charisma of the youngest Vice Admiral in the Navy, forming a deep friendship. Most importantly, he recognized that Xia Yu possessed not only formidable strength but also aspirations that far surpassed his own. Upon comprehending Xia Yu's true desires, he silently resolved to become one of his most formidable allies. However, he underestimated Xia Yu's ambition. The young man sought more than merely to become the youngest marshal in naval history. Yet, such considerations were now trivial. What mattered was that regardless of Xia Yu's actions, he would stand steadfastly by his side, for a warrior dies for his confidant. Chapter 017, The Five Elders. Imu. Meanwhile, within the circular conference hall of the naval headquarters, Sengoku remained seated in the marshal's chair, flanked by the hunting dogs and various naval officers loyal to Xia Yu. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and silent, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of a few soldiers whose adrenaline surged. These were naval soldiers and officers who pledged their allegiance to Xia Yu. Had it not been for him, they would not have dared to bring the esteemed Marshal Sengoku into this hall. This conference hall had never been accessible to them, as only officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above were permitted entry. Yet, they had not only entered this sacred space but had also brought the once revered Marshal before them. Amidst their anxiety, they felt an unprecedented swell of pride. Bang! At that moment, the heavy doors of the conference hall were violently thrust open, and stormed Rear Admiral Menard, followed closely by Rear Admiral Fire Mountain. Marshal Sengoku? As he entered, Menard's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the sight of Sengoku seated in the marshal's position, momentarily frozen in shock. Only after several seconds did he snap back to reality, his voice rising in agitation as he turned to the hunting dog. What is the meaning of this? Have you two joined the rebellion? The hunting dog shrugged nonchalantly. Menard, please calm yourself. If you continue to raise a ruckus, I will not show mercy simply because we are colleagues. Many have already perished tonight, and if you wish to join their ranks, I can certainly oblige. Upon hearing this, Menard lunged forward. Menard. Before he could reach the hunting dog, Sengoku's voice rang out, commanding, sit down. At that moment, Fire Mountain approached, placing a hand on Menard's shoulder before taking a seat beside Sengoku. Menard remained standing, glaring at the hunting dog with fury, seemingly aware of Menard's thoughts. The hunting dog stepped forward, his voice low and threatening. "Minard, I now command you to sit down. Otherwise, this shall be your final resting place." As the hunting dog's words echoed, soldiers lining the sides of the conference hall raised their weapons, the cold barrels aimed directly at Minard. "Marshal Sengoku, it has turned. It has turned. Xia Yu has turned." Suddenly, an urgent voice erupted from outside the conference hall. Before anyone could react, several figures rushed inside. Leading the charge was another Rear Admiral of the Navy, named Steelres, followed closely by the long-haired Urban, who bore fangs, and the six-chinned Rear Admiral Red King. As they entered the hall, the three, who had been in a state of frantic urgency just moments before, stood frozen in place. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the conference hall, the three individuals swallowed hard in unison and silently took their seats to the left of the esteemed General Zhangguo. Observing this, Maynade chose not to continue his confrontation with the Hound, decisively sitting beside Huashishin. It was not due to surrender, but rather the increasing number of colleagues standing in solidarity with him. The renowned strategist, General Zhangguo, maintained his silence, opting for a stance of patience and observation. As Shirtai Lei Si and his companions settled down, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed from outside the grand entrance. Moments later, the dashing Ji Yuan, clad in a Vice Admiral's cloak, strode confidently into the hall, taking a seat directly across from Zhangguo, much to the astonishment of the assembly. Shortly after Ji Yuan sat down, 2 majors and a dozen soldiers lined up neatly behind her. "What does this mean, Ji Yuan?" Maynade's expression shifted as he noticed Ji Yuan occupying a position typically reserved for others. In a low voice, he inquired, "Are you partaking in the rebellion as well?" Ji Yuan did not respond to Maynade, but offered an apologetic nod to Zhangguo, stating, "General Zhangguo, I must express my sincerest apologies for the events unfolding tonight. In pursuit of true justice, I find myself compelled to align with Lord Xia Yu." Upon hearing these words, Maynade, Huashishin, and Shirtai Lei Si's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, they had presumed Ji Yuan was merely another recruit of the insurgents, but it became evident that she had long since pledged her allegiance to Xia Yu, even referring to him as Lord. This signified not merely a choice to stand alongside Xia Yu, but an unequivocal vow of loyalty. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in Ji Yuan's status as a promising candidate for the position of one of the next 3 formidable generals. The fact that such a promising individual chose to swear fealty to a rising young Vice Admiral was indeed striking. True justice? A hint of skepticism flickered in Zhangguo's eyes. He was even more curious about Ji Yuan's decision than Maynade and the others. "Indeed, true justice," Ji Yuan affirmed, her demeanor calm as she elaborated. "Lord Xia Yu has revealed certain truths regarding the world government. Initially, I was skeptical, even believing him to be alarmist. Despite seeking verification from Vegapunk as suggested by him, I remained half convinced. It was only during my time in the Holy Land that I recognized that what Lord Xia Yu spoke of was not mere exaggeration." Zhangguo's expression shifted. "Vegapunk? The Holy Land? What exactly did he disclose to you?" Ji Yuan refrained from a direct answer, instead posing a question of her own. "General Zhangguo, have you ever visited the Holy Land Palace? The very palace established 8 centuries ago by the 20 monarchs who formed the world government. Within that grand hall stands the Throne of Void. We all know that the Throne of Void is forbidden to be occupied, as it symbolizes the equality among the 20 nations that founded the world government, representing that none may ascend to the position of a dictator. Yet, from what I have gathered, there have been continuous attempts over the years to claim the Throne of Void. This is impossible." Zhangguo abruptly rose, his gaze fixated on the composed Ji Yuan. He addressed her by her code name, Peach Rabbit. "This is a fabrication concocted by Xia Yu, intended to incite you into aiding his insurrection. You must understand that Xia Yu's swift control over tonight's situation was not due to desperation from imminent transfer to Judicial Island, but rather a meticulous scheme laid out in advance. I am no child, General Zhangguo." Ji Yuan's expression remained unflinching. 3 years ago, when Lord Xia Yu first shared these revelations with me, he advised caution against verification as it could endanger my life. Nevertheless, I have been clandestinely investigating for the past 3 years. 4 months ago, I uncovered a thread of evidence confirming that the so-called highest authorities of the world government, the 5 elders of the power room, are mere puppets of someone else. Behind them lies an ambitious puppet master seeking to become a dictator. At this juncture, Ji Yuan's emotions finally flickered as she rose slowly and boldly declared, "This puppet master resides in a place within the Holy Land known as Between Flowers, referred to as Lordom by the Five Elders. Chapter 018. My Glory is Loyalty. Lordom? The unfamiliar name cast a shadow of confusion across Zhang Guo's countenance. As the fleet admiral of the Navy, he had traversed between the Holy Land of Marineford and Marineford countless times, having been responsible for the security of the Holy Land on numerous occasions, safeguarding the Quadrennial World Conference. Throughout this time, he had meticulously prepared defenses around Marineford to prevent any mishaps. Despite this, he had never heard the name Lordom. If Zhang Guo was unfamiliar with it, the others present exhibited similar bewilderment, exchanging glances, their expressions reflecting doubt towards Ji Yuan's assertions. At that moment, on the top floor of the headquarters, as the elevator doors opened, Xia Yu stepped out without hesitation, confidently striding forward. Following closely behind were Vice Admirals Berry and Bastiu, with several other majors hastily preceding Xia Yu, standing respectfully before the conference hall's entrance. As Xia Yu approached, two majors promptly opened the door. Without pausing, Xia Yu marched into the conference hall, a commanding presence. The officers within, including Ji Yuan and the Hound, rose and stepped forward. Instead of heading to his designated position, Xia Yu swiftly approached General Zhang Guo under the collective gaze of the assembly. At attention, without waiting for a response from Zhang Guo, Xia Yu stood firm, feet together, and raised his right hand in salute to the fleet admiral. As his words echoed, Berry, Bastiu, and the surrounding majors also straightened, with Ji Yuan and the Hound following suit, all standing tall and declaring in unison, loyalty. Zhang Guo remained impassive, his expression calm as he regarded Xia Yu, who saluted him. Meanwhile, the officers who had yet to yield to Xia Yu displayed unease, their eyes narrowing at him with a sense of impending confrontation. Vice Admiral Xia Yu, you seem quite occupied tonight, Zhang Guo remarked after a brief silence, shaking his head with a sigh. Is it your definition of justice to realize your ambitions through the lives and blood of your comrades? In response, Xia Yu produced a document from within his attire and placed it before Zhang Guo, stepping back as he proclaimed, years ago, I encountered a seer on Fishman Island who foretold that my rise would be built upon the corpses of many. Yet, I disagree. Whether one lives or dies is a choice made by oneself. General Zhang Guo, I now have control over Marineford. If you wish to prevent further loss of life due to resistance, I implore you to sign this document. Xia Yu, you traitor. Before Zhang Guo could respond, Maynard leaped to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. As long as we draw breath, you shall not succeed. Seeking death, without waiting for Xia Yu's command, Berry and Bastiu instinctively moved forward. In an instant, Berry's spear was aimed at Maynard's chest while Bastiu's sword was poised against his throat. Simultaneously, Ji Yuan instinctively gripped her sword's hilt, and the Hound displayed a bloodthirsty grin. Should Maynard, Huashishin, or Shirtai Lacey make any sudden moves, they would be swiftly subdued. The atmosphere in the conference hall thickened with tension, a battle on the verge of eruption. Berry, Bastiu, with his eyes of flame and desperation etched on his face, Maynard, under the threat of a gun and a blade, exclaimed, Xia Yu has only been with the headquarters for 6 years. What has he done to you that you would forsake the honor of the Navy to follow him in rebellion? The stoic Belly regarded Maynard with a cold demeanor and replied gravely, My glory lies in my loyalty. Bastiu interjected without further ado, his voice leaving no room for dissent, Sit down, or I shall not take our past into consideration. In a fit of rage, Maynard instinctively took a step forward. At that moment, Sengoku slammed his hand on the conference table, commanding, Enough. Maynard, take your seat. He then turned away from the others and opened the file regarding Xia Yu placed before him. Upon reading the contents, Sengoku's pupils narrowed in disbelief as he looked up at Xia Yu, incredulously asking, You are to act as the acting commander of the headquarters? Xia Yu, do you truly believe this is feasible? The appointment of the headquarters commander is not solely within my purview, and it does not require the approval of the Holy Land. Xia Yu smiled faintly, asserting, As long as the soldiers of the Navy headquarters and the various strongholds of the Four Seas and the Grand Line are made aware of your ill health, I can oversee all naval affairs temporarily. Of course, Commander Sengoku has the option to refrain from signing. However, should that be the case, many lives will be lost tonight. At this, Sengoku fell silent. As the commander of the headquarters, he understood that this was merely a stalling tactic by Xia Yu. As long as he could maintain stability among the soldiers of the Four Seas and the Grand Line, Xia Yu could swiftly eliminate uncontrollable factors with minimal cost. Once Xia Yu fully grasped the reins of the Navy, the Holy Land would face two choices, either compromise with Xia Yu, who held the Navy in a position of strength, thereby acknowledging the legitimacy of his role as commander, or, in a fit of rage, unleash all combat departments of the world government against the Navy under Xia Yu's command. Noticing Sengoku's silence, Xia Yu chose to no longer stand and walked directly to the empty seat opposite Sengoku at the conference table. As he approached, Ji Yuan promptly moved the chair forward. Once Xia Yu was seated, she stepped back, her hand resting on her sword, positioning herself at Xia Yu's left. Following suit, Stolobelli and Bastille quickly moved to Xia Yu's right, casting serious glances at Sengoku across the table. Commander Sengoku, you cannot sign this. Suddenly, Maynard stood up again. His emotions running high. We are not without the strength to fight. If we fight with all our might until Admiral Karp returns from his leave, victory will surely be ours. Moreover, the three admirals have not fully declared their positions. Bang. Before Maynard could finish his sentence, the heavy doors of the conference hall burst open once more. In walked Akainu, now clad in the Navy headquarters admiral's coat and wearing a naval cap, accompanied by the Vice Admiral. Squirrel. Ignoring the incredulous stares of Maynard, Fire Mountain, and Steel Res, he strode directly to Xia Yu's side. Admiral Akainu, Maynard gasped, realizing that Akainu had chosen to stand beside Xia Yu, disregarding Sengoku's presence. What are you doing? Surely you cannot. This is impossible. You, who cannot abide even the slightest grain of sand in your eyes. What of your so-called absolute justice? Sengoku, too, turned his gaze toward Akainu, his voice grave. Akainu, is this your choice? Akainu slowly lifted his head, a fleeting moment of hesitation crossing his features, but it vanished as he resolutely nodded. Yes. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Akainu swiftly moved to stand before Maynard. In the blink of an eye, he had seized Maynard by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Without giving anyone a chance to react, his natural magma fruit powers were unleashed. Maynard's anguished cry filled the air as Akainu's arm turned to molten lava, tightening around his neck. What are you doing, Akainu? Sengoku exclaimed in horror, rising to his feet. Release Maynard. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as Maynard's neck snapped under Akainu's grip. Without a second thought, Akainu discarded him aside, his piercing gaze sweeping over Fire Mountain, Steel Res, and the others, a chilling intent radiating from him. From this moment forth, anyone who shows disrespect to Xia Yu shall meet the same fate. Pausing momentarily, Akainu then fixed his gaze on Sengoku, declaring, This is my stance. Commander Sengoku, if you wish to avoid witnessing Marineford engulfed by molten lava, then sign your name on this document. Akainu, you. Sengoku glanced at Maynard, whose lifeless body lay with half his neck scorched by lava, his eyes filled with rage. What you are doing will plunge the Navy into irreparable ruin. If the Holy Land learns of this, they will never acknowledge Xia Yu's legitimacy. Countless Navy soldiers will bleed and perish because of your actions. Commander Sengoku, speaking of these matters is of no importance now. Akainu fixed his intense gaze on Sengoku, stating, Since the moment I saw my mother again, I no longer care for right or wrong. With that, Akainu returned to Xia Yu's side, his expression unwavering. Previously, he had adhered to absolute justice, shaped by the traumatic loss of his parents at the hands of pirates, with seeds of hatred taking root within him. However, upon learning that his mother had returned to life and had been cared for by Xia Yu for 3 years, his steadfast sense of justice began to waver. It was not due to disappointment in the Navy or the world government, but rather a sense of guilt that plagued him. The thought that his mother had not actually died, but had been buried by him filled him with self-loathing. He could hardly fathom the struggles his mother endured during the years he joined the Navy. Given that she could forget his name due to Alzheimer's yet still remember his favorite dish of rice and chili, he was certain she had been searching for him all along. He was grateful to Xia Yu for reuniting him with his mother, for granting him the opportunity to rectify the grievous mistake of his youth, and for the meticulous care he had provided over the past 3 years. It was worth noting that due to her illness, his mother could forget Xia Yu at any moment. In such circumstances, Xia Yu could have easily sent her to the Navy headquarters nursing home or hired a caretaker. Moreover, according to Squirrel, Xia Yu's original plan was that if this operation succeeded, it would be a positive outcome. However, should he fail and perish, he would have instructed Squirrel to deliver the investigation report to him, fearing that his elderly mother would be left unattended in the event of his demise. This truly marks the end. After observing Akainu standing resolutely beside Xia Yu, Sengoku sighed inwardly. With Borisolino still absent, his stance was already clear. Coupled with Akainu, who had once championed absolute justice but now unwaveringly supported Xia Yu, He realized he could no longer alter the current circumstances, even if he risked everything. While he still held the trump card of Admiral Karp, renowned as a hero of the Navy, and another admiral, Kazan, he knew Karp was likely on vacation in the East Blue. By the time Karp returned, no matter how formidable he was, he could not contend against the Kainu, Xia Yu, and all the defected officers of the headquarters. Regarding Admiral Kazan, he remained devoid of hope. For 3 days prior, he had pedaled his bicycle into the unknown expanses of the sea. From what he understood of Kazan, he would not return for at least 10 days or even longer. Even if Kazan were to return now, under the current circumstances, the faction led by Xia Yu, bolstered by the presence of Sakazuki, would be emboldened. Of course, it was not yet the time to discuss the worst outcomes. Once Xia Yu firmly established control over the Navy, it was highly probable that the Holy Land would make concessions, perhaps even appointing Xia Yu as the new fleet admiral. After all, a new emperor of the seas had emerged in the New World, and the Revolutionary Army had steadily grown stronger over the years, posing a significant threat to the rule of the world government. Engaging in battle with Xia Yu at this juncture would clearly not be a prudent choice for the Holy Land. Furthermore, should the Revolutionary Army ally with the Navy under Xia Yu's command, the Holy Land would find itself besieged on all fronts. All of this was evidently part of Xia Yu's calculations. Naturally, whether he signed the document or not held little weight for Xia Yu. If he chose not to sign, Xia Yu could simply eliminate all officers and soldiers in the headquarters who had not taken sides. After all, more than half of the officers and soldiers had already pledged their loyalty to Xia Yu. After a brief silence, Sengoku slowly raised his gaze to Xia Yu and asked seriously, "Xia Yu, since your arrival at the headquarters, how have I, Karp, and Zephyr treated you?" Xia Yu nodded affirmatively. "Very well, especially Master Zephyr, who had high hopes for me during my time at the officer training camp. As for Karp, although he has always wished to groom me as his successor, I do not fully agree with his philosophy. To be precise, I cannot endorse the concept of justice upheld by the Navy from top to bottom. In my view, as long as the celestial dragons loom over the world government, the Navy can never truly embody justice. Hence, I aspire to liberate the Navy's justice from all constraints and shackles." Sengoku shook his head. "I did not intend to debate with you. I merely wish to understand why, despite our favorable treatment, you have chosen to conceal certain matters from us." Xia Yu chuckled lightly. "Admiral Sengoku, my actions necessitate secrecy as I am orchestrating a military coup. Is it not expected?" No, Sengoku interjected, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Xia Yu. "I refer to the individual mentioned by Guillaume. Since you are aware of information unknown to us, why did you not choose to inform either myself, Karp, or Zephyr, but instead confided in Guillaume?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yu turned to Guillaume, who stood nearby, and asked in astonishment, "You told them?" Guillaume nodded. Xia Yu did not express reproach. Instead, he returned his gaze to Sengoku and countered, "Do you truly believe everything Guillaume has said? About the flower between, about the existence of him? I can assure you that not only do you doubt this, but you likely think I am fabricating tales to persuade Guillaume and the others to join my rebellion. If you do not trust me in this situation, do you think you would have believed me had I informed you prior?" Sengoku's gaze remained fixed on Xia Yu, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. "So, does a place truly exist in the Holy Land called the Flower Between? And is there indeed a lordom who desires to ascend the empty throne?" Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Admiral Sengoku, rather than remain in doubt here, it would be wise to confront the 5 elders directly at the Holy Land, or even visit the Holy Land yourself. While I know that resides in the Flower Between, I do not know whether is male or female. Should you survive to see him's true form, do remember to inform me. However, before that, you must first sign this document and promptly make an announcement to dissuade those officers and soldiers who may be lurking, seeking to turn the tide." As Sengoku gazed at the document laid before him, he hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, he chose to relent, swiftly signing his name. Once he had signed, the Hound stepped forward to take the document and presented it to his aide, decisively instructing, "Immediately distribute this document to all branches and fortresses." "Yes." The aide responded without delay, taking the document and hastening out of the conference hall. The Hound did not withdraw. Instead, he held a transponder snail before Sengoku and bowed. "Admiral Sengoku, you are also required to deliver a broadcast instructing all remaining officers and soldiers who have not surrendered to gather at Marineford Square within 10 minutes, and to announce that Major Xia Yu will temporarily assume the role of Fleet Admiral." Upon hearing this, Sengoku no longer hesitated. taking the transponder snail with determination. After a brief silence, Sengoku took a deep breath and then spoke calmly into the device. I am Sengoku. All officers and soldiers who hear this broadcast, please cease combat immediately and lay down your weapons, proceeding to Marineford Square. This farce must come to an end. As Sengoku's voice echoed through the transponder snail, loudspeakers positioned throughout Marineford sprang to life, transmitting his message to every corner. In the Marineford female officer dormitory, Major Tina and several female officers stood at attention, listening intently to the voice that resonated from the broadcast. It is Admiral Sengoku's voice. How wonderful! The rebellion is over. Have we won? As voices of excitement filled the room, Tina furrowed her brow. Did you not comprehend Admiral Sengoku's words? He instructed us to cease combat and lay down our weapons. Proceeding to the square. What does that mean? A bewildered female officer blinked in confusion. Tina did not offer an explanation. Instead, she turned and exited the dormitory. Upon stepping through the entrance, she found more than 100 female officers gathering outside, many of whom were already making their way towards Marineford Square in an orderly fashion. Not only did figures emerge from the female dormitory, but the adjacent male officer dormitory also saw a surge of personnel. Within moments, the path leading to Marineford Square was teeming with people, some appearing anxious while others engaged in lighthearted banter, as if the events transpiring in Marineford bore no relevance to them. Although several individuals greeted Tina as they passed, she maintained an air of aloofness, refusing to even glance at them as she followed the throng towards the square. Minutes later, Tina arrived at the entrance of the square alongside the main body of officers. The expansive square, capable of accommodating up to 100,000 individuals, was now ablaze with light. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent as they entered, not out of a sense of order, but due to the multitude of armed soldiers stationed around the perimeter, each adorned with a red scarf, easily distinguishing them from the soldiers entering the square. What is happening? A female officer trailing behind Tina, upon witnessing the armed soldiers and the presence of several brigadiers or major generals stationed at intervals, nervously retreated behind Tina, her voice trembling. Tina, could it be that the rebels have triumphed? Will they kill us? Before Tina could respond, the broadcast once again relayed Sengoku's voice. I apologize for the events that have transpired tonight. From now on, Major Xia Yu will temporarily assume the authority of Fleet Admiral. At these words, the once quiet square erupted into chaos. The officers, who had been confined to the dormitory, began to emerge from their hiding places, raising their voices in protest. Admiral Sengoku, how can you capitulate to the rebels? What merit does Xia Yu possess to replace you as Fleet Admiral? Admiral Sengoku must have been coerced by Xia Yu. Observing the sudden turmoil, the soldiers surrounding the square raised their weapons in response. In the ensuing commotion, a major general led a contingent of 100 men rapidly into the square. The leading major general charged into the chaotic crowd, his voice piercing through the tumult. Silence. Everyone be quiet. Traitors, we will never accept Captain Xia Yu commanding the Navy. As he approached, another officer, similarly clad in a major's coat, raised his arm and shouted, who is willing to charge into the headquarters with me? Bang, bang, bang. Before others could respond, a series of jarring gunshots rang out unexpectedly. In an instant, the shouting major was engulfed in a cloud of blood mist. Seeking death, following closely behind, two soldiers, having exhausted their ammunition, rushed to the wounded major and swiftly struck him down with their rifle butts. The abrupt scene cast an eerie silence over the once chaotic square. A major from headquarters, felled by two soldiers? In that moment, everyone stared in disbelief at the major crumpled on the ground. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the headquarters, Sengoku, alerted by the gunfire from the square, immediately rose and approached the window. Despite the distance and the throng of people below, he could not discern the events unfolding, only perceiving the sudden stillness that enveloped the square, akin to the calm before a volcanic eruption, thick with the scent of gunpowder. Xia Yu remained unfazed, observing Sengoku with keen interest. The situation was firmly within his grasp, and he was not concerned about any unforeseen complications. Persuading all the soldiers and officers in the headquarters to abandon their resistance would not be an easy feat. Sensing the mounting tension and the smell of gunpowder wafting from the square, Sengoku, without further contemplation, raised his voice. Do you wish to see Marineford drenched in blood? If that is your desire, then fight with fervor. I believe those lawless pirates at sea would relish the sight of you two sides suffering mutual destruction. If you wish for this farce to end, then obey the orders. I hereby declare that Captain Xia Yu is granted the temporary powers of a marshal. From this moment forth, any act of rebellion will be deemed treason." Upon uttering the word treason, Sengoku felt as if his spirit had been drained, his legs growing weak, nearly causing him to collapse. Though it was Xia Yu's faction that was truly treacherous, he had to utter those words to prevent further bloodshed. As for where the Navy would head next, he could only place his hopes in the Holy Land and Xia Yu's ultimate decisions. At the moment Sengoku announced Xia Yu's temporary authority, an abrupt voice echoed in Xia Yu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The coup has succeeded, and you have become the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Notification: rewards are being dispatched. Notification: detecting the abilities mastered by the host. Abilities detected: armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey, swordsmanship, and the 6 forms of the Navy. Notification: enhancements to the host's mastered abilities are underway. Notification: swordsmanship has been elevated to its highest realm. Notification: the 6 forms of the Navy have been successfully enhanced to their pinnacle. Notification: armament hockey has been raised to its utmost level. Notification: observation hockey has been upgraded to its supreme state. Notification: conqueror's hockey has reached its zenith." As the system notifications cascaded, an unprepared Xia Yu felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar space, inundated with information regarding the abilities enhanced by the system. Like a divine revelation, knowledge of the 3 types of hockey, swordsmanship, and the 6 forms of the Navy converged within him, seamlessly melding into his being. In the span of a mere breath, Xia Yu felt as if he had lived through an entire season. Sensing the vibrant energy coursing through him, coupled with the immense confidence from his abilities reaching their zenith, Xia Yu gradually narrowed his eyes. Although he had not anticipated receiving rewards for the temporary authority of Marshal, receiving them early was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune, especially the exhilarating sensation that came with enhanced power. After relishing the momentary euphoria of his abilities reaching their peak, Xia Yu composed himself and spoke calmly. "Everyone, the situation is largely settled. Gather all departments and head to Marineford. I have something to discuss." At this, Xia Yu turned his gaze toward Akainu and others. As if sensing his thoughts, Akainu and those who recognized the futility of their resistance stood up straight, saluting him and echoing the earlier rallying cry, "Loyalty." Xia Yu nodded. This would be the wisest choice of their lives. With that, he wasted no more time and promptly turned to leave. Chapter 021. Zephyr. He will be an exceptional leader. As Xia Yu departed, the conference room quickly dwindled to just Sengoku and Akainu. "Akainu, tell me your thoughts," Sengoku spoke. His back turned to him, as if anticipating Akainu's presence. "You must consider carefully. Xia Yu desires more than just the position of marshal. Are you truly committed to this path?" Akainu nodded, stating, "Before entering here, I had my doubts, but upon hearing about the hidden figure, Amsama, in the Holy Land, I believe my choice is sound." Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. Im's existence is merely Xia Yu's perspective. It is premature to make such assertions. Without hesitation, Akainu replied solemnly, "I believe." With that, Akainu did not linger, striding purposefully out of the room. As he reached the door, he paused, glancing back. "Even without him, it does not alter my choice, because Xia Yu has given me the chance to honor my family and enjoy my progeny." At this, Sengoku turned sharply, fixing his gaze on Akainu. "The elder Xia Yu has cared for these past 3 years, your mother?" Akainu did not respond, but simply stepped out decisively. Watching Akainu vanish outside, Sengoku shook his head with a wry smile. What a clever strategy, Xia Yu, to exploit Akainu's one vulnerability. Pausing momentarily, Sengoku surveyed the empty conference room before strolling to the window, gazing down upon the brightly lit Marineford Square. The square had quieted, with all soldiers and officers lined up orderly, awaiting the arrival of their new marshal, Xia Yu. Just then, Xia Yu emerged from the headquarters, entering Sengoku's line of sight. Observing the young figure surrounded by his allies, Sengoku felt an inexplicable surge of anticipation. In that instant, he wondered just how far this remarkable young man, skilled in cunning, strategy, and winning hearts, could ascend. If the Holy Land were to compromise and recognize Xia Yu's legitimacy as marshal, perhaps he could leverage that opportunity to secure greater rights for the Navy, liberating it from the shackles of injustice. As the marshal of the Navy, Sengoku was acutely aware that the current world government was not the same as it once had been. The celestial dragons, residing in the Holy Land and claiming to be descendants of gods, had grown increasingly brazen, enjoying their supreme privileges while trampling upon lives and seizing wives without consequence. Such actions were mere entitlements for the world's aristocracy. Even if incidents arose, the Navy's generals were compelled to rush to their defense unconditionally, unable to shield the oppressed commoners. As Xia Yu stated, as long as the celestial dragons loomed over the world government, the Navy under its banner could never truly enact justice. He understood these truths, yet lacked the courage to shatter them. For a single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Should anyone dare to disrupt the status quo, it would undoubtedly incite greater chaos. Most significantly, the world government had maintained its dominion over the Red Soul continent for 8 centuries, a testament to its enduring rationale. His role was to faithfully execute his duties and, to the best of his abilities, spread the Navy's justice across the globe. Watching as Xia Yu and his companions departed from the headquarters, vanishing into the cloak of night, Sengoku retracted his gaze and murmured to himself, "Since ancient times, glory has belonged to the youth. I too was once filled with ambition." Before he could finish, Sengoku's expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly turned to face the entrance. There, 3 figures stood, having appeared unannounced. Leading them was none other than the former Admiral of the Navy headquarters, known as Black Arm Zephyr. Following closely behind were 2 young officers, 1 male and 1 female. The young man, named Binzi, donned an eccentric outfit and was a robust user of the fruit of abundance, enjoying Zephyr's utmost trust. The young woman, Ein, clad in black stiletto heels and a blue cape, bore an expression of melancholy, as if she had just endured a harrowing separation. "Zephyr? I did not expect you to show up at this moment," Sengoku said, hastening toward him with a hint of urgency. "What brings you here?" "Your arm," he paused, glancing at Zephyr's right arm. Zephyr raised his left hand to touch his severed limb, responding nonchalantly, "Do not worry, it has been 3 years. I have grown accustomed to it. However, you must urge the scientific team to expedite the development of the mechanical arm." Sengoku hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. As if reading his thoughts, Zephyr approached the conference table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He then looked up at Sengoku and remarked, "I forgot you have transferred the Marshal's authority to Xia Yu. Nevertheless, even if you are no longer the Marshal, the scientific team will still show you respect." "Really?" Sengoku's pupils constricted, his face reflecting horror as he gazed at Zephyr. "You are not surprised by the happenings at the headquarters? Could it be that you already knew Xia Yu would instigate a coup?" Zephyr smiled and nodded. "He is my student after all." Upon hearing this, Sengoku shook his head in resignation, a hint of powerlessness in his voice. "It seems you have completely lost faith in the Navy." "Indeed." Zephyr glanced at Ein and Binzi, standing at the door, his words laced with bitterness and resentment. "Had it not been for Xia Yu, I might have forged a brand new Navy by now. After all, you all seem to have forgotten the incident 3 years ago, when the training ship was attacked, leading to the demise of dozens of young lives at sea, leaving me without hope for the Navy." Sengoku's complexion altered slightly, and he quickly interjected, "I have not forgotten." "Not forgotten?" Zephyr sprang to his feet, his emotions surging. "Dozens of young officers from the headquarters perished at sea. As the former Marshal, you should have ordered a full pursuit until they were captured and publicly executed. Only then would those pirates who dared to kill Navy officers be made to tremble, allowing the souls of the fallen to rest and enabling the living to continue upholding justice. Yet you did none of this, for 3 years. You have frozen not just my heart." He pointed at Ein and Binzi, along with all the young officers who bore the future of the Navy. Sensing his emotions teetering on the brink, Zephyr paused momentarily before returning to his seat, lowering his voice. "Sengoku, you have aged. We have all aged." Sengoku remained silent, standing in place with a troubled expression, his thoughts complex. He certainly did not forget the tragedy of the training ship attacked under Zephyr's command, which resulted in the loss of numerous young officers. He had been relentlessly pursuing the perpetrators behind the massacre. Yet, he refrained from explaining, for as the former Marshal, he faced more than just a single pirate. He had to consider the bigger picture and could not mobilize the 3 admirals for one pirate alone. Nonetheless, Zephyr's words carried weight. Dozens of young officers had been brutally murdered, and the culprits still roamed free. He bore an inescapable responsibility. "I know what you are thinking." Noting Sengoku's silence, Zephyr spoke again. "Are you wondering if my decision to stand by was because Xia Yu promised to bring the pirates who attacked the training ship to justice? To tell you the truth, Xia Yu never made any promises to me, but I believe he will not let me down." At this point, Zephyr turned his gaze towards his 2 quiet students by the door, Ein and Binzi. "Tonight, the course is set. You shall follow Xia Yu from now on. He will prove to be an exceptional leader." Departing from the conference hall, Akainu did not immediately follow Xia Yu out of the headquarters building. Instead, He made his way to his office, casting a glance at the plaque hanging on the wall, where the words absolute justice stood out prominently. After a moment of silence, he exhaled deeply, as if releasing the last burden he bore, a smile gracing his face that had not appeared in decades. Without further delay, he turned and exited his office. As he passed by Borsellino's office, two soldiers standing at the door stood at attention and saluted in unison, loyalty. Akainu raised his hand in acknowledgement and inquired, "Is Admiral Kizaru inside?" One soldier nodded, "Yes, Admiral Akainu." Without hesitation, Akainu commanded, "Open the door." The soldiers, clearly aware of Akainu's current rank, swiftly opened the office door. Inside, Borsellino sat languidly at his desk, possibly due to the sea-stone handcuffs he wore. Or perhaps it was simply his demeanor, exuding an air of lethargy. "Oh?" Borsellino's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Akainu enter the office, and he straightened his posture, lazily remarking, "How frightening. I never expected Xia Yu would even convince you. Did you not also choose to stand by?" Akainu said, towering over Borsellino as he leaned against the desk. "Tell me your true thoughts. What thoughts could I possibly have?" Borsellino raised his handcuffed hands, a look of helplessness on his face. As a fellow devil fruit user, unable to touch the sea-stone handcuffs, Akainu did not hesitate. He turned to the two soldiers guarding Borsellino and ordered, "Remove the handcuffs. Also, your mission is complete. Assemble in the square immediately." "Yes." The soldiers saluted in unison and quickly proceeded to unlock Borsellino's handcuffs. Once the soldiers exited the office, Akainu turned to Borsellino with a serious expression. "You should know that in the Navy headquarters, you are my only brother. If you accept the choice I am making now, will you continue to stand by my side?" Borsellino did not respond immediately. Instead, he stretched his wrist and slowly rose to stand by the window, looking down at the brightly lit Marineford square. At that moment, at least 50,000 people had gathered, curiously silent, all standing in unison, eagerly awaiting. "I want to know what means Xia Yu used to persuade you to make such a choice." After a brief silence, Borsellino did not turn around, his gaze following the figure that had left the headquarters and was now heading towards the square. "Do not tell me he has discovered something about you. He found my mother." Without waiting for Borsellino to finish his sentence, Akainu interjected, "And he has taken care of her for 3 years. Borsellino turned back. Disbelief etched across his face. "Is it that elderly woman whom Xia Yu rescued 3 years ago? I encountered an elderly individual who appeared to be suffering from severe dementia, as she had forgotten everyone around her and had left her home in search of her grandson. At that moment, I was unaware of her grandson's identity, so I arranged for 2 soldiers to accompany her." As I recounted this, Borsellino seemed to experience a moment of forgetfulness himself, abruptly shifting the topic and asking, "By the way, what was the last thing you said?" Sakazuki's expression revealed confusion, and he tentatively inquired, "May I continue to stand by your side?" Borsellino shook his head, insisting, "No," the last statement. After a moment of contemplation, Sakazuki ventured, "Brother, let us go see our mother." No sooner had he uttered these words than a brilliant flash shot forth from the office, swiftly landing at the entrance of the family residential area where Xia Yu resided. Having departed from the headquarters, Xia Yu and his entourage arrived at the entrance of Marineford Square. As Xia Yu approached, the soldiers standing in formation on either side of the entrance saluted in unison. The tens of thousands of soldiers assembled in the square, along with various officers, turned their attention towards him. Among the crowd, the female soldiers and Tina's detachment cast anxious glances at Xia Yu. Unfazed, Xia Yu proceeded forward, flanked by several Vice Admirals, including Jiyuan, Wusong, Basju, Stalabari, and Hound, making his way towards the elevated platform at the center of the square. As Xia Yu passed the first row, all soldiers and the officers at the front stepped forward, straightened their postures, and shouted in unison, "Loyalty." Xia Yu responded with a raised hand in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the second row, the soldiers again stepped forward, fervently exclaiming the same declaration. Xia Yu maintained his composure, returning the salute with a warm smile. Just as he approached the third row, before the soldiers could voice their slogan, a towering figure suddenly emerged from the fourth row, unleashing a shout that reverberated, causing many present to wince. Xia Yu. The voice, tinged with anger, belonged to a formidable presence that stood opposite Xia Yu, emanating an overwhelming aura akin to a moving mountain. John Jando? Before Xia Yu could react, Stalabari, who steadfastly remained by his side, changed color but showed no hesitation, stepping forward alongside Jiyuan, adopting a combat stance. Though Wusong, Hound, and Basju did not immediately shield Xia Yu, they regarded the imposing figure with utmost vigilance. Their caution was warranted, for standing before them was Vice Admiral John Jando, a powerful warrior of the giant race. Most critically, John Jando possessed not only strength and endurance far exceeding that of an ordinary person, but also the authority to command all subordinates within the naval headquarters. Faced with a peer of equal rank and a formidable warrior of the giant race, they were compelled to be fully prepared. Should John Jando make any aggressive move, they would undoubtedly rush to intervene, leaving him no opportunity. What a reckless act, Xia Yu. Even John Jando, wary of the 5 vice admirals who could strike at any moment, refrained from advancing. Instead, he towered over Xia Yu, leveraging his height to assert dominance. Yet, in the name of absolute justice of the Navy, I must stand against you. Before he could finish, John Jando drew his massive sword with lightning speed. A surge of battle intent erupting forth, causing his oversized vice admiral coat to billow wildly. An invisible pressure akin to a tsunami surged towards Xia Yu. John Jando. Xia Yu raised a hand to halt the advancing Stalabari and others, his expression calm as he remarked, "You ought to have stepped forward sooner to fight for justice. Delaying your action now will only burden you with the label of a traitor." As he spoke, Xia Yu took a step forward. The moment his foot struck the ground, a tremor resonated through the earth. A wave of terrifying energy surged from beneath him, coalescing into a cloud of red and black flames. The overwhelming pressure emanated silently, causing the air to vibrate with a low-frequency hum. In the next instant, John Jando, who had just unsheathed his sword, felt as if his body were immobilized, as though an invisible mountain pressed down upon him, forcing him to his knees before Xia Yu. This is. Struggling to support his weight with his giant sword, John Jando gazed up at Xia Yu, his face a mask of horror. Conqueror's Haki. You have awakened Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 23. To pledge loyalty to the Marshal. Not only was John Jando astonished, but all vice admirals, including Xia Yu, as well as numerous officers in the square, stared in disbelief at the kneeling figure. Their astonishment was not merely at Xia Yu awakening Conqueror's Haki, but at the sheer power with which he had rendered John Jando, a vice admiral, utterly powerless, forcing him to kneel on the spot. Most impressively, Xia Yu's Conqueror's Haki had not affected anyone else present, solely targeting John Jando. After a brief silence, a murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd, accompanied by various inquiries. What just happened? Why did Vice Admiral Jando suddenly kneel? Did you not hear? It's Conqueror's Haki. Lord Xia Yu has unleashed Conqueror's Haki. What is Conqueror's Haki? Conqueror's Haki is a royal quality possessed by 1 in a million, an innate ability. Most importantly, it cannot be cultivated. It can only be enhanced through personal strength. Even if Conqueror's Haki is rare, it shouldn't be able to overpower Vice Admiral Jando so effortlessly. The truth is undeniable. Lord Xia Yu's strength may be nearing that of an admiral, or even surpassing one. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Xia Yu continued to walk steadily towards John Jando. With each step, John Jando felt the weight of the invisible mountain above him intensify, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance as his massive form gradually cowered before Xia Yu's approach. When Xia Yu finally stood before him, he could endure no longer, collapsing to the ground in submission. However, the pressure above him showed no signs of abating. As he prostrated himself on the ground, cracks spread across the earth beneath him, radiating outward in all directions. Witnessing the ground fissure beneath John Jando, the vice admirals following Xia Yu widened their eyes in astonishment, while the soldiers in the square had to hastily evade as the cracks encroached upon their feet. Conqueror's Haki had shattered the ground. Xia Yu, observing the fractures spreading beneath him, glanced up at Xia Yu, who now stood before John Jando. His expression a mixture of disbelief and awe. Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated. It can only grow stronger with one's own power. Stalabari's face was alight with fervor. His voice tinged with excitement as he declared, the fact that Lord Xia Yu can fracture the ground with Conqueror's Haki speaks volumes of his strength, which may very well surpass that of an admiral. Standing before John Jando, Xia Yu remained silent, his gaze steady upon the giant vice admiral. Despite John Jando's prostrate form, his immense stature meant that Xia Yu, who stood just under 6 feet tall, could only meet him at a level. In the name of absolute justice of the Navy? After observing John Jando for a moment, Xia Yu suddenly smiled and said, Vice Admiral Jando, are you not even a little curious as to why? As a member of the giant race, you have spent your entire life in the naval headquarters? John Jando struggled to lift his head, only to find himself seemingly glued to the ground, unable to raise it. With great effort, he managed to utter, Xia Yu, as a vice admiral of this headquarters, you instigated a rebellion to seize the position of marshal. You have no right to speak of justice before me. It appeared that you were indeed not curious. Xia Yu shook his head with a smile and then stepped forward decisively. With the sound of his footfall, a low-frequency vibration resonated through the air, and the Supreme Conqueror's haki, elevated to its pinnacle by the system, surged forth. In the next instant, the ground collapsed with a loud crash, and John Jando found himself plummeting, perfectly level with the earth. Not bad. Observing the figure embedded in the ground, Xia Yu squinted slightly, thoroughly satisfied with the manifestation of his Supreme Conqueror's haki. John Jando's emergence did not necessitate his intervention. He had merely wished to test the might of his newly enhanced Conqueror's haki. Of course, using it to subdue John Jando was merely a minor demonstration for him, as the true power of the Supreme Conqueror's haki extended far beyond this. At that moment, a brilliant flash ascended from the residential area, tracing an arc across the night sky before plunging straight down to Marineford Square. As the light faded, Admiral Sakazuki and Borsalino stood shoulder to shoulder behind Xia Yu. Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Borsalino. As the two admirals made their appearance, chaos erupted once more among the crowd, many of whom placed their last hopes in them, excitedly shouting their names. However, as the crowd anticipated that the two admirals had come to thwart Xia Yu, Sakazuki stepped forward and saluted, addressing Xia Yu, Marshal Xia Yu. Sakazuki returns to duty. Sakazuki's arrival instantly silenced Marineford Square. The soldiers and officers, who had been eagerly awaiting the admirals, were now filled with despair. For even the staunchly justice-driven Admiral Sakazuki had pledged loyalty to Xia Yu. What reason did they have to harbor any hope? Borsalino, standing alongside Sakazuki, also raised a hand in salute. Xia Yu turned to the two with a smile and stepped forward decisively. Seeing this, Sakazuki and Borsalino quickly followed suit. Soon after, Vice Admirals Guion, Squirrel, and others regained their composure and trailed behind. Due to the brief interlude with John Jando, coupled with the timely arrival of Sakazuki and Borsalino, the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the square fell silent, all standing tall, gazing at Xia Yu as he ascended the platform. Upon reaching the high platform, Xia Yu surveyed the crowd before taking a step forward. Attention! As soon as he moved, Sakazuki turned, saluting Xia Yu, and proclaimed loudly, "Salute to the Marshal of Headquarters." With a resounding unity, the multitude stepped forward in unison, raising their voices in a fervent shout. Loyalty. The powerful, harmonious chorus echoed through the skies above Marineford, merging into a relentless tide beneath the night. In the conference hall of the headquarters, Sengoku and Zephyr stood by the window, gazing at the young marshal on the high platform, feeling the palpable air charged with fervor and vitality. They simultaneously sighed. Youth is truly remarkable. Before their words had settled, their expression shifted, and they looked toward the sea beyond the walls of Marineford. There, under the moonlight, a figure leisurely approached on a bicycle, and as he drew nearer, the once rippling surface of the sea astonishingly froze at an incredible speed. Chapter 024. Pirates must be eradicated for the sake of justice. Meanwhile, atop the high platform in Marineford Square, Xia Yu suddenly lifted his gaze toward the distant wall. At that moment, the wall he beheld was instantly encased in ice. Shortly thereafter, a figure ascended the wall, facing away from the moonlight as he looked toward Marineford Square. Standing atop the wall was none other than the last of the three admirals of the Navy headquarters, Akiji, known for his natural ice fruit abilities. Oh, I see there has been quite the upheaval at the Navy headquarters during my absence. Akiji, towering nearly 3 meters, gazed at the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the square, ultimately casting a perplexed glance toward the high platform. As the sudden chill enveloped the square, many within it instinctively turned to look. Upon seeing the figure atop the wall, their faces lit up with joy. However, they quickly regained their composure, redirecting their focus to the newly appointed marshal standing on the platform. At that moment, Borsalino and Sakazuki also noticed the unexpected appearance of Akiji atop the wall. Yet, neither spoke. One remained vigilant while the other exuded a lazy nonchalance, as if all of this were of little concern to him. Akiji. At that moment, Squirrel, standing behind Sakazuki and Borsalino, decisively stepped forward, his expression serious. You returned just in time. Due to Sengoku's ill health, Marshal Xia Yu is currently acting in his stead. So that's how it is, Akiji remarked, looking back at the high platform, a hint of confusion mingling with his casual demeanor. But why is it Vice Admiral Xia Yu? If Sengoku is unwell, shouldn't the position of Marshal be filled by one of the three admirals? Is Sengoku not worried about his compliance? As he spoke, Akiji swiftly descended to Marineford Square and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, ascended the steps to stand before Sakazuki and Borsalino, looking up at Xia Yu on the high platform. I sense a metallic tang in the air. Can I interpret this to mean that Sengoku is not merely unwell, but that you have instigated a coup? Xia Yu smiled and nodded. Your interpretation is quite accurate. As you can see, my position here is not by Sengoku's appointment, but rather the entirety of the Navy headquarters, save for you, has pledged their loyalty to me. After a brief pause, Xia Yu turned his head toward Hound. Hound stepped forward, presenting a document signed by Sengoku for Akiji to see. Akiji glanced at the document before looking up to inquire, "May I see Marshal Sengoku?" Of course, Xia Yu replied, "He is with Zephyr in the conference hall." Upon hearing this, Akiji promptly turned to leave. Just then, two figures swiftly approached. It was Ein and Binz, hurrying from the headquarters building. Upon reaching the base of the high platform, Ein and Binz immediately straightened, saluting and announcing in unison, "Marshal Xia Yu, Ein reporting for duty. Binz reporting for duty." The recently turned Akiji was taken aback by the arrival of Ein and Binz. As fellow students of Zephyr, he was not unfamiliar with them. In fact, he knew them to be survivors from the attack on the training ship 3 years prior. The incident of the training ship attack had always lingered in Akiji's mind, and he had sought the perpetrators during each of his breaks, knowing that the event had deeply impacted Zephyr. If they could not capture the culprits, Zephyr's disillusionment with the Navy would only grow, potentially leading to a severance of ties. However, all of that was of little consequence now. It is significant that Ein and Binz have appeared at this moment, indicating that Xia Yu's coup d'etat to become the new Admiral of the Navy has not only garnered the support of Teacher Zephyr, but may have even involved him. This means that, regardless of his acceptance, the broader situation has already been established. Contemplating this, Kazan silently exhaled a breath of cold air, then discreetly turned to glance at Sakazuki and Borsalino. From their reactions, he discerned no dissatisfaction regarding Xia Yu's rebellion, particularly from Sakazuki, who appeared transformed, his gaze exceptionally resolute, clearly having acknowledged Xia Yu's ascension to the rank of Admiral. As for Borsalino, he seemed indifferent, yet harbored no extraneous thoughts. Observing the reactions of the two admirals, Kazan ceased his delay and hastened towards the headquarters building. Xia Yu, unfazed by Kazan's departure, took a deep breath after Ein and Binz resumed their positions. Swiftly surveying the crowd of thousands present, and spoke at a measured pace, "I am aware that among the multitude gathered here tonight, many remain troubled by the events that have transpired. For during tonight's operation, numerous Vice Admirals, including Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Minard, as well as officers and soldiers of various ranks, have lost their lives. Many of you are subordinates to these officers. If you do not accept my provisional authority as Admiral, feel free to step forward, and I will arrange for ships to escort you away. Of course, you may also choose to remain and pledge your loyalty to me." Pausing momentarily, Xia Yu raised his voice slightly. "Now, I shall grant you 1 minute to make your choice." As Xia Yu's words echoed, Marineford Square once again fell into silence. As Xia Yu had stated, many officers and soldiers present were subordinates of the fallen Vice Admirals, and upon witnessing their superiors' lifeless bodies, their instinctive reaction was to resist. Alas, with Marineford effectively under the rebels' control, they could only suppress their fury and plot their escape to return with vengeance. However, upon witnessing both Sakazuki and Borsalino pledge their allegiance to Xia Yu, their fury was swiftly extinguished. Most importantly, they had not anticipated Xia Yu's offer to send them away by ship. They harbored no doubts about Xia Yu's words, for despite their lack of direct contact with him over the years due to their superiors' opposition, they were well aware through their colleagues that Xia Yu was not only responsive to requests but also steadfast in his commitments. After a brief silence, several officers suddenly stepped forward from the ranks, standing tall and saluting Xia Yu in unison, "Loyalty." As these officers emerged from formation, their soldiers promptly raised their hands in salute, collectively shouting a resounding slogan, "Loyalty. Loyalty." In an instant, the word loyalty reverberated through the ranks, with not a single individual opting to step away. This was, of course, to be expected. If even the admirals chose to pledge loyalty, what could those of lesser rank possibly risk? Observing the figures stepping forward to express their loyalty, Xia Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he activated his heightened observation haki, which silently enveloped the entirety of Marineford. Under its influence, the innermost thoughts of all present became transparent. After gauging the sentiments of the crowd, particularly those pledging loyalty, a smile gradually appeared on Xia Yu's face as he gestured for the loyal officers and soldiers to join the ranks. While a few individuals did not fully commit their loyalty, their concerns were merely about possible retribution, lacking any ulterior motives. Xia Yu paid them no mind and spoke leisurely. You have made the wisest choice of your lives. Rest assured, this glory shall not be mine alone. Pausing again, Xia Yu unleashed his observation haki once more. However, this time, he aimed not to listen to the thoughts of everyone present, but rather to deliver a brainwashing-style address. The extraordinary capabilities of his enhanced observation haki not only enabled glimpses of the future, but also allowed him to convey his consciousness to others, influencing their minds and thoughts, and even altering their values and beliefs. After a brief silence, Xia Yu stepped forward, raising his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of the Navy has arrived. I firmly believe that it is our grand mission in this era to eradicate the malevolent remnants of the old age and to construct a harmonious, free, and equal new world. The era of celestial dragons enjoying all privileges must come to an end, and the vile pirates of the seas must be vanquished. For the sake of justice. Chapter 025. Kazan. Answer me, will you stand by my side? Xia Yu's speech was profoundly persuasive, and coupled with the influence of his observation haki, the atmosphere in the square ignited swiftly, with waves of loyalty resounding. The most fervent were the soldiers and officers who had followed Xia Yu over the years, each appearing invigorated, their voices hoarse from chanting the slogans. Some even audaciously called for an assault on the Holy Land and a severance from the world government, elevating the fervor in the square to unprecedented heights. The reaction of the tens of thousands of soldiers astonished the two admirals standing on the platform and the Vice Admirals led by Guillaume, who were caught off guard. Xia Yu's oratory was indeed impassioned, a skill every commander must possess. For instance, during significant events at headquarters, it had always been Vice Admiral John who delivered speeches to galvanize the officers and soldiers. Prior to Xia Yu, John's speeches were regarded as the most stirring. Yet the scene unfolding before them now surpassed even John's oratory, with nearly every soldier and officer, including several Vice Admirals standing alongside Guillaume, seemingly entranced, continuously raising their arms and shouting the loyalty slogan. Not only were the two admirals and Guillaume astonished, but Sengoku and Zephyr in the conference hall also found themselves speechless at the ever-increasing fervor emanating from the square. However, they quickly discerned the anomaly. Rare observation haki? Realizing the peculiarity, Sengoku withdrew his gaze, shaking his head with a wry smile. He conveys his thoughts and consciousness through his speech, allowing everyone present to resonate with him. No wonder he has garnered such unwavering loyalty from so many in just 6 short years. Zephyr did not respond, but suddenly turned to look at the entrance. Noticing this, Sengoku quickly glanced back. There stood Kazan, who had arrived at an unknown time, holding a document signed by Sengoku, his expression complex. Teacher Zephyr, do you support everything Xia Yu is doing right now? Kazan entered the conference hall and stated directly, I trust you all heard Xia Yu's address. He proclaimed that the era of celestial dragons enjoying privileges must come to an end. If this statement reaches the Holy Land, the Navy will plunge into an abyss of despair. Zephyr's expression shifted slightly as he replied in a low voice. Kazan, do you wish to prevent this? No. Kazan maintained his composure, stating calmly, I merely wish to understand your true thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zephyr shook his head and smiled. Kazan, my thoughts are irrelevant. You are one of my most esteemed disciples, and the one who understands me best. In my heart, the former Navy is already dead. Of course, I also know you well. Since returning from O'Hara, you have been troubled by Sakazuki's actions, even allowing the sole survivor from O'Hara, Nico Robin, to escape, and having altered your once burning justice to a more lax form, which reflects your profound disappointment with the Navy. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air. Speaking leisurely, Teacher Zephyr, Before Kazan could finish his words, Sengoku suddenly stepped forward, incredulous as he gazed at Kazan. It was you who let Nico Robin go back then? Kazan, how could you do such a thing? If the Holy Land learns of this, your future will be over. You must be aware that the Holy Land detests historians who study that century of history the most. As a general of the headquarters, how could you release Nico Robin? What were you thinking? As Sengoku's words hung in the air, Zephyr immediately interjected, Kazan, don't listen to his nonsense. The headquarters is now under the command of Xia Yu. So what if you let Nico Robin go? It is of no great consequence, as long as you continue to assist Xia Yu at the Navy headquarters. With the 3 of you admirals supporting him, along with the unprecedented unity in the Navy due to Xia Yu, even if the Holy Land finds out, it will be inconsequential. Kazan nodded. I understand Teacher Zephyr's choice. Does this mean that no matter what Xia Yu does next, Even if it means going to war with the world government, Teacher Zephyr will fully support Xia Yu? Zephyr replied with unwavering conviction, naturally. After the turmoil within the Navy headquarters, calm gradually returned following Xia Yu's speech. Accompanied by the two admirals and several vice admirals, Xia Yu made his way back to the top floor of the headquarters building. However, instead of heading towards the conference hall, he directly approached the door of the marshal's office. Before Guillaume, who was following closely behind, could push the office door open, the tightly shut door swung open unexpectedly. Shortly thereafter, the nearly 3-meter-tall Kazan emerged from the office. Admiral Kazan. Guillaume was taken aback, stepping forward with a sense of urgency. How did you end up in the marshal's office? Kazan cast a glance at Guillaume, then turned his gaze towards Xia Yu, lazily uttering, Xia Yu, that's not right. I should call you Marshal Xia Yu now. If I were to leave now, I wonder who you would appoint to fill the vacancy left by me among the 3 admirals? Leave now? Xia Yu shook his head with a smile. Admiral Kazan. You cannot leave at this moment. After all, you are a formidable user of the eye-size fruit. Allowing you to depart would pose a potential threat to me. Thus, you have 2 choices. 1, pledge your loyalty to me and continue serving as an admiral, or 2, we eliminate you. Kazan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping over Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Guillaume. Are you worried that I would inform the Holy Land about everything you've done? You won't have the chance to reach the Holy Land. Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively, walking past Kazan to stand before the desk, and calmly stated, the fact that you let Nico Robin go at O'Hara has already been sent to the Holy Land. The moment you step out of this building, the elders will learn of your actions. Pausing briefly, Xia Yu's tone softened. Kazan, times have changed. You chose to stay here after meeting Sengoku and Teacher Zephyr. Instead of leaving, in your heart, you've already made a choice. Now, coming to ask me about an inconsequential matter is merely a way for you to seek a way out. After all, the situation at the Navy headquarters has already been decided, and your options are limited. I will not provide you with an easy way out. I formally extend an invitation to you. If you wish to rekindle the justice you once upheld, stay and assist me. There was an ancient saying in my homeland, do nobles and generals not possess the same blood? 800 years ago, 20 kings united to establish the world government. If we join forces, we too can create a better era 800 years hence. Having said all this in one breath, Xia Yu turned to sit at the marshal's desk, then looked up at Kazan, his voice rising. So, Admiral Kazan, will you stand by my side? Chapter 026, The Reckoning. Establishment of the 3 forces of the Navy headquarters. The darkness before dawn had passed, and the sun rose as usual. In the marshal's office at the Navy headquarters, Kazan ultimately chose to remain, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sakazuki and Borsellino. As Xia Yu had stated, the tides at the Navy headquarters had now been set, leaving him with few choices. Of course, the true reason he decided to stay was not out of fear that Xia Yu would eliminate him, but rather a desire to witness whether Xia Yu would bring about change as the new marshal, especially after years of confusion regarding many matters within the Navy. He was eager to see where Xia Yu, who had garnered the hopes of Teacher Zephyr and the support of numerous officers, would lead the Navy. Behind them, Guillaume, the Weasel, Stallo Berry, Bastille, and several other vice admirals stood in a line, all gazing at Xia Yu, who sat at the desk. Daylight had arrived. Xia Yu lifted his gaze to the 3 admirals and the gathered vice admirals, his expression calm. The Holy Land will soon realize something is amiss due to their inability to contact us. Although the Navy headquarters is now under our control, the true contest has only just begun. Pausing slightly, Xia Yu turned his head to address the line of vice admirals behind the 3 admirals. Guillaume, you will oversee the communications room. You will personally handle all communications from the Holy Land. Additionally, bring Ein and Binz in. Understood. Guillaume saluted and promptly exited. No sooner had Guillaume left than Ein and Binz hurriedly entered the office, standing before Xia Yu and saluting in unison. Marshal. Xia Yu looked up at them, his gaze gradually softening. 3 years prior, while eliminating a pirate crew and rescuing civilians, including Sakazuki's mother, he unexpectedly encountered Ein, Binz, and Teacher Zephyr, who had suffered a grievous injury. It was thanks to his timely arrival that the 3 of them were able to return to the headquarters safely. Though 3 years had passed since that incident, Ein, Binz, and Teacher Zephyr had yet to fully recover from the experience. During these 3 years, Xia Yu would often visit Teacher Zephyr for drinks, inevitably leading to conversations with Ein and Binz. Initially, Ein was taciturn, burdened by hatred, and rarely engaged in discussions. Binz, on the other hand, maintained a more optimistic demeanor, often approaching Xia Yu during his visits to Zephyr and occasionally seeking opportunities to spar. Perhaps it was Xia Yu's radiant charisma or the bond they shared as students of Zephyr, but after witnessing Xia Yu's swordsmanship during his sparring sessions with Benz, I gradually emerged from his shadow and began to join in their duels. Eventually, when Xia Yu was dispatched on missions, Ein and Benz assisted in caring for an elderly individual suffering from dementia, forming a tacit friendship with Xia Yu, characterized by minimal but meaningful communication. Ein. From this moment on, you will replace Maynard as the new Vice Admiral of the headquarters. After observing them for a moment, Xia Yu handed Ein a letter of appointment. Continuing. Your sole task from now on is to select the most elite subordinates from the officer training camp to set sail and seek out the culprits behind the attack on the training ship. Marshal, Ein, taken aback by Xia Yu's direct promotion to Vice Admiral, widened his eyes in surprise, stammering, I haven't achieved any notable accomplishments in the past 3 years. Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively. Hence, I am giving you the opportunity to earn your merits. With that, Xia Yu turned his attention to Benz. I appoint you as Ein's aide. Accompany Ein on this mission. Upon your return, I will promote you to Vice Admiral to replace the position left vacant by the Ghost Spider. Yes. Ben stepped forward and saluted, declaring loyalty. Xia Yu nodded. It is settled then. You may leave. Ein and Benzi, feeling a sense of trepidation, cast a glance at the array of seasoned generals and admirals standing nearby before turning to exit the office. As they watched the two depart, Xia Yu promptly directed his gaze towards the 3 admirals standing in the front row and proceeded to address them with utmost seriousness. The headquarters requires some adjustments. I have resolved to establish 3 new divisions led by the 3 of you. The fleet commanded by Sakazuki shall henceforth be known as the Akainu Army, while the fleet under Borsellino will be renamed the Kizuru Army, and the fleet helmed by Kazan will be referred to as the Akiji Army. Each of these divisions will be assigned 6 of our Vice Admirals, with every Vice Admiral and the officers beneath them organized in groups of 3. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Yu swiftly handed over 3 documents to the admirals, containing the lists of Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals under their command, as well as a roster of officers recommended for promotion. There should be no doubt regarding these promotions. They are all heroes from last night. Meanwhile, in Marineford, within the Chamber of Power, the 5 elders, the supreme authority of the world government, commenced their new day. In the spacious and brightly lit hall, the scientific defense deity, Jaeger Saitin, sat languidly on one side of the sofa, idly gazing at the snail phone resting on the coffee table before him. Behind him stood the financial deity, Izambaronis Shuru, clad in a robe and holding a katana, peering out of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window at the increasing number of figures in Pangu Plaza, stifling a yawn. The agricultural deity, Shepherd Tibet, dressed in a suit, wore a serious expression as he contemplated something of great importance, his eyes fixed intently on a newspaper before him. The environmental deity, Makasmaz, leisurely sipped from a cup of coffee as he settled into an armchair, occasionally glancing towards the engrossed agricultural deity and the daydreaming scientific defense deity. Just then, a voice unexpectedly pierced the tranquility of the chamber. The legal deity, Topman Wachali, entered the room, swiftly making his way to the central sofa and sitting down. He turned to the seemingly bored Saitin and inquired, Is there anything of great importance requiring our attention today? Saitin shook his head in confusion, replying, As of now, the snail phone has yet to ring. Not only have we received no intelligence from various organizations, but the naval headquarters has also been remarkably quiet. Typically, at this hour, we would be inundated with paperwork, and the naval headquarters would provide related reports via the snail phone. In response, Topman deftly shifted the topic, asking, Is there no intelligence from the New World? His assurance regarding the naval headquarters stemmed not from complete confidence, but rather from the fact that the naval headquarters does not report daily. Even if there are reports, they are first submitted to the Commander-in-Chief and only reach the chamber after his review. Saitin shook his head once more, stating, Recently, only 2 significant events have transpired in the New World, the Elbaf incident and Shank's rise as one of the new Marine Emperors. However, neither of these matters falls under our purview. They are being handled by the Knights of God. Topman's eyes brightened at this revelation. Realizing that Shanks had grown to such an extent, having not only subdued Prince Loki of Elbaf but also claimed the title of a new Marine Emperor. If Figureland Garling were to intervene now, would it be possible to enlist Shanks for our purposes? Did he not once reside in Marineford? Saitin looked up at Topman, expressing his resignation. At that time, his twin brother, Shamrock, earnestly urged him to stay in Marineford, but he ultimately chose to leave. With no pressing matters at hand, The five elders, as the supreme authorities of the world, began to engage in casual gossip, much like ordinary citizens. Unbeknownst to them, they spent a rather pleasant morning in the Chamber of Power. Just as they prepared to rise and head to the dining hall for a meal, the snail phone, which had been silent all morning, suddenly rang. A somewhat neutral voice, seemingly attempting to conceal its intent, emanated from the device. Are the five elders present? The unexpected voice from the snail phone caused the five elders to exchange alarmed glances, and they promptly stood to face the device, bowing respectfully as they exclaimed, Lord Emu. Simultaneously, in the World Government Headquarters, within the office of the Commander-in-Chief, a centenarian sat solemnly at his desk. With a mountain of documents before him and a distinctive mountain-shaped hairstyle atop his head, he wore a sleeveless black shirt adorned with a deep green armband. His expression grave as he scrutinized the towering pile of paperwork. His codename was Steelbone. Once an admiral of the naval headquarters, he now served as the commander-in-chief of the world government's military forces, overseeing 8 organizations, including the Navy and the Navy Science Corps, as well as the Navy's classified special units. The documents he was perusing were the internal investigation reports concerning Vice Admiral Xia Yu, presented by the Navy's Internal Investigation Unit. Although the report spanned over 1,000 pages, most of it consisted of trivial matters. The most severe allegations included corruption, bribery, and the training of assassins within the naval headquarters, as well as forming cliques. As the commander-in-chief, he did not involve himself in every detail. And even though Xia Yu was a vice admiral, he would not inquire too deeply, occasionally merely reviewing relevant information when promotions took place. Thus, he had little impression of Xia Yu, only vaguely recalling that Garp and Sengoku had mentioned him during their visit to the Holy Land. After perusing the document, he massaged his forehead in exasperation. The investigation report revealed that this young vice admiral, Xia Yu, had experienced astonishing growth, rising from a rookie to a formidable force within a mere 6 years, mastering the formidable haki and the 6 styles of the Navy, with swordsmanship that surpassed even that of the candidates for admiral. Were it not for the staggering amount of funds involved in his case and his involvement in the very behavior the world government abhorred, forming cliques, he would have undoubtedly chosen to nurture him. He understood that the current Navy was experiencing a generational gap, with few capable individuals among the younger generation. Once Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals retired from the forefront, the Navy would face a dire shortage of leadership. The report also indicated that Xia Yu not only exhibited remarkable growth but possessed exceptional leadership qualities. Given a bit more time, he could be groomed to succeed the current 3 admirals, potentially even directed towards the role of fleet admiral. Alas, it was regrettable that such a promising talent had veered onto this path. Casting aside the report concerning Xia Yu, he sighed deeply and turned his attention to the door, calling out in a commanding tone, "Come in, Commander." A messenger swiftly entered the office, standing before him. Without preamble, he asked, "Have we yet established contact with the naval headquarters?" Before the messenger could respond, the snail phone in front of him suddenly rang, prompting the messenger to maintain silence. He hastily seized the phone, stating solemnly, "This is Steelbone. Commander, this is Vice Admiral Giant." A gentle voice emanated from the phone. "I apologize. There was a communication issue at the naval headquarters last night, and it has only just been resolved. Sengoku instructed me to reach out to you promptly to alleviate your concerns." Steelbone was taken aback, asking, "A communication issue? How is that possible?" "Never mind. As long as it is restored." "Where is Sengoku? Why hasn't he contacted me directly?" Giant's voice remained soothing. "Sengoku is unwell and resting at home. Is there anything you wish to discuss? I can relay your message." Without further ado, Steelbone stated, "I wish to know the status of the trial concerning Vice Admiral Xia Yu. It's already noon, and there has been no word. Have Bot report to me immediately." "Understood. I will seek out Chief Justice Bas right away." As Guillaume's voice faded, the telephone bug fell into silence. Sora, unable to divert his gaze, fixated intently on the now quiet device, sensing something amiss. Ordinarily, Sengoku would never allow Guillaume to report in, even if unwell. However, Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, bore some responsibility for the errors made at headquarters. It was likely that he was feigning illness. Just as Sora's mind conjured images of Sengoku pretending to be ill at home, the telephone bug suddenly erupted with sound once more. Before Sora could react, the voice of the scientific defense deity, Satan, rang through. "Sora, why has no one answered Sengoku's telephone bug?" The call to the fleet admiral's office was redirected to Guillaume's office. "I demand to know what is happening. Furthermore, Base's telephone bug is also unanswered." Sora's pupils constricted, a wave of unease washing over him. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Xia Yu, engrossed in the meticulous redeployment of naval forces, exhaled deeply, allowing weariness to settle against the chair's back. Although he had everything under control, he understood that the Holy Land would soon detect the irregularities and, through persistent communication, would eventually uncover the truth of the circumstances at headquarters. Once that moment arrived, it would herald the commencement of a confrontation between the Navy and the world government. Yet, he felt no urgency. Currently, he commanded the world's largest war machine, and even if the Holy Land became aware of his coup to seize the Fleet Admiral position, they would hesitate to confront him openly. Thus, his next course of action was to adjust personnel across the four seas and the Grand Line, promoting all trusted individuals to lead the various branch bases. Admiral Guion entered hastily, urgency evident in his tone. Just now, Sara and Satan from the Elders called one after another. Though I managed to deflect their inquiries, their reactions suggest they are beginning to suspect something. Xia Yu nodded, inquired. Did the Weasel and Base reach the Sabaody archipelago? Yes. The Weasel and Base have taken control of the Navy base at Sabaody archipelago and secured the entrance to the Holy Land. They will seize anyone descending from the Holy Land via the lift at the first opportunity. Xia Yu rose from his desk, awaiting news from the various branch bases across the four seas and the Grand Line. After a long night, hunger gnawed at him. Accompany me to the mess hall. Admiral, aren't you heading home? Guion blinked, cautiously reminding him, if you delay any longer, the old man may come looking for me, and I again. Xia Yu shook his head with a smile. Sakazuki should be at my home now. I want to intrude on their reunion. Let us go to the mess hall. All right. Guion smiled and followed Xia Yu out of the office. Admiral, just as they exited, a soldier rushed towards them, urgency palpable. Vice Admiral Karp has returned. Chapter 028. Karp, I just took a vacation, and the Navy has changed hands? At the port of Marineford, a hearty laughter echoed from the deck of a warship. A peculiar old man donned in a dog mask and the coat of a Marine Vice Admiral leaped from the ship. Monkey D. Karp, the legendary Vice Admiral of the Navy, had once cornered Pirate King Roger on numerous occasions and became a hero in the eyes of countless Marines after quelling the Rocks pirates during the momentous God Valley incident. Upon landing, Karp promptly removed his dog mask and retrieved a box of senbei, relishing them. Admiral, you have finally returned. A Navy soldier waiting at the port approached, excitement evident in his demeanor. Admiral Sengoku is aware of your return today and instructed me to await you here. Karp blinked, perplexed. How could Sengoku know I was returning today? That's impossible. I cut my vacation short. He couldn't possibly know. He paused. Wait, who are you? Where are my soldiers? Admiral, the soldier blinked, looking hurt. I am your subordinate. Is that so? Karp chuckled awkwardly. I must be getting old. I can't remember all you youngsters. Go about your business. I'll find Sengoku myself. With that, Karp tossed the dog mask to the soldier and strode towards the headquarters building. The soldier, watching Karp head towards the headquarters, did not leave immediately. Once Karp was out of sight, he picked up the telephone bug, his cheerful demeanor vanishing as seriousness took over. Vice Admiral Karp is about to enter the headquarters building. Understood. In the lobby of the headquarters building, a Navy soldier who received the report immediately grabbed another telephone bug. Just as he was about to relay the message, the lift doors across from him swung open, and Xia Yu and Guion emerged sequentially. Upon their appearance, all soldiers in the lobby stood at attention, saluting in unison. Xia Yu, undeterred, swiftly exited the building. As he stepped outside, Karp's figure came into view. "Ah, Xia Yu, old fellow, I'm back," Karp exclaimed, quickening his pace. Excitement radiating from him. Surprised? Unexpected? As Karp approached, Guion was the first to speak, politely addressing him. "Mr. Karp." "Guion, what on earth has been happening in the past 2 years?" Karp inquired, glancing at Guion with a cheeky grin. "As long as you're still pursuing that crazy admirer, it's fine. Leave the chance for the younger female officers in the headquarters, like Tina. By the way, where is Tina? I've been trying to reach her via telephone bug, but to no avail." Guion shook his head with a smile, a hint of helplessness in his expression. "Mr. Karp, haven't you noticed anything different in the headquarters since before your vacation?" "Nothing seems different," Karp replied, blinking, and then quickly scanned his surroundings, as if recalling something. He nodded repeatedly. "I just passed by the plaza and noticed a new large hole." At this remark, Guion inwardly sighed, discreetly glancing at Xia Yu. Xia Yu, uninterested in Karp's roundabout approach, stated plainly, "I initially thought you would return a few days later. I didn't expect you to come back early. Since that's the case, I have no need for concealment. The Navy headquarters is under my command now. To put it simply, I staged a coup to seize the Fleet Admiral position. All officers at headquarters, including the 3 admirals, have made prudent choices. Carp, munching on sabe, was momentarily taken aback, staring at Xia Yu in disbelief. After a moment, he erupted into laughter. A coup? Ha ha ha. You're getting funnier, little brat. But such jokes shouldn't be made lightly. If someone hears this, be wary of those who have been at odds with you reporting you. Xia Yu remained serious, declaring ominously, the spider has died. Along with Doberman and Menard, they were obstacles to my seizing the Fleet Admiral position, and they all must perish. As Xia Yu's words echoed, dozens of officers surged from within the headquarters building, swiftly surrounding Carp under his incredulous gaze. Soon, more Navy soldiers, armed and ready, encircled him, creating a tight perimeter. The sudden turn of events caused Carp's smile to falter, the oppressive atmosphere settling in. He finally believed Xia Yu's claims. After a brief silence, he stowed away the box of senbei and fixed a piercing gaze on Xia Yu. What do you mean by this, Xia Yu? Are you planning to eliminate me as well? If so, these men alone cannot contend with me. Xia Yu waved his hand, signaling the encircling officers and soldiers to withdraw. As his gesture fell, the sudden influx of officers and soldiers promptly retreated along their original path. Witnessing this scene, Carp's expression shifted subtly. It was worth noting that Xia Yu had not issued any formal order. He merely used a gesture to command the soldiers and officers, who complied with remarkable discipline, something Carp had not seen in many years. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Xia Yu was not jesting. He had completely taken control of the naval headquarters. Nonetheless, Carp was plagued with countless doubts. Although he had always held high hopes for Xia Yu since the latter's entry into the officer training camp, and Xia Yu had not disappointed him, Sengoku, or Zifa, rising from a mere recruit to a capable Vice Admiral in just 6 years. He never anticipated that this promising young Vice Admiral would instigate a mutiny during Carp's leave and successfully seize control of the Navy's headquarters. It was a bewildering turn of events. Undeniably, Xia Yu possessed a terrifying talent that surpassed his peers, but it seemed implausible that he could triumph over the 3 admirals. Even though Carp was aware that Xia Yu had garnered the support of numerous officers and soldiers over the years, it was inconceivable that such a faction could successfully orchestrate a mutiny and take command of the headquarters. Yet, the reality was that Xia Yu had not only achieved this, but had also compelled the 3 admirals to make prudent decisions. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Carp posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. What about Sengoku? He is still alive, right? Xia Yu nodded, indicating that Sengoku was likely enjoying afternoon tea with Master Zifa. Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes widened in disbelief. Even at such a critical moment, Sengoku had the leisure to sip tea. Realizing he had lost his composure, Carp quickly cleared his throat and, with a serious expression, stated, "So, what do you intend to do with this old man? Will you place me under house arrest? Or strip me of my rank? Are you planning to throw me in with Sengoku and Zifa for tea?" Xia Yu nodded once more. Carp, the current naval headquarters no longer possesses ships capable of accommodating you. You are all old. It is time to retire. There is no way I can leave just like that. You little rascal. Carp stepped forward, his iron fist clenching tightly as he declared in a deep voice, "The vast war machine of the Navy is not something just anyone can control. Let me see if you can indeed shoulder this heavy responsibility." Sensing the sudden surge of Carp's overwhelming fighting spirit, Shiwan promptly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Mr. Carp, please remain calm. Lord Xia Yu approached you with the intent of avoiding conflict. The situation is already settled. Your struggle would be futile. Shiwan, step back." Carp rolled up his sleeves, retorting, "It's one thing for you, Xia Yu, to act recklessly, but I never expected you, usually so composed, to join in the chaos. Do you not realize that both Sengoku and I, along with Zifa, have placed our hopes in him? If we step down, he would undoubtedly become one of the admirals. If not the fleet admiral, how could he instigate a mutiny? Do not speak to me of settled matters. As long as I am alive, he shall not continue his mischief." No sooner had he spoken than Carp lunged forward, a terrifying wave of energy emanating from beneath his feet. In the next moment, the ominous black and red aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted around him, intertwining and creating a resonance that sent low-frequency vibrations through the air, while an invisible, immense pressure surged forth like a raging tide, enveloping Xia Yu instantly. However, just as this invisible pressure descended upon Xia Yu, an even more formidable force surged forth, colliding with Carp's Conqueror's Haki. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, followed by a shockwave that radiated outward from the center of Xia Yu and Carp, akin to a hurricane sweeping across flat land, causing the earth to crack and buildings to tremble, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Chapter 29. The collision of conquerors' haki shakes him. In the residential area of Marineford, in front of a quaint villa, Sengoku and Zifa sat beneath a sunshade, each with a cup of tea before them, evident from the untouched liquid that neither had yet taken a sip. Zifa, I have long been curious about one matter. After a period of contemplative silence, Sengoku broke the tension, his expression grave. I cannot believe you supported Xia Yu solely because you trusted he would capture the pirates who attacked the training ship. There must be other reasons behind your unwavering support. As expected of you, Sengoku, Zifa replied, nodding. After taking a sip from his teacup, he continued calmly. 3 years ago, during my recovery at home, Xia Yu would visit me every few days for a chat. He sensed my profound disappointment with the Navy at that time and told me he had glimpsed parts of the future, asserting that one day, the perpetrator behind the attack on the training ship would become a member of the new 7 warlords of the sea. This revelation led me to abandon all hope for the Navy, prompting me to leave with Ein and Bins to establish a new Navy. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression shifted, and he tentatively inquired, did you believe him? I certainly did not. Zifa shook his head, then added, he knew I would be skeptical, so he shared another revelation, stating that 3 years later, the captain of the red-haired pirates, Shanks, would ascend to the New World, standing alongside Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido as one of the Sea Emperors, and urged me to wait and see. He also mentioned that Shanks would arrive at Elbaf before becoming one of the 4 emperors, where he would subdue the prince of the giant kingdom, Loki. Upon hearing this, Sengoku sprang to his feet, staring at Zifa in disbelief. He told you this 3 years ago? Zifa nodded, revealing that not only these 2 events, but everything he glimpsed 3 years ago had since come to pass. Shanks had indeed risen to become one of the 4 emperors in the New World, and the prince of the giant kingdom, Loki, was imprisoned in the underworld. At this juncture, Zifa turned to Sengoku, speaking solemnly. If you were in my position, would you continue to doubt Xia Yu? Or would you believe he truly possesses the ability to glimpse parts of the future? I chose the latter, which is why I no longer harbor illusions about the Navy. Just because you have been unable to capture the assailant of the training ship does not mean you have not attempted to do so. I understand that. However, the fact that you allowed a pirate who killed so many young officers to become a new warlord of the sea for the sake of balance is utterly disgraceful. What right does such a Navy have to speak of justice? Sengoku hesitated, ultimately finding himself unable to refute Zifa's argument. Although this event had yet to unfold, Xia Yu's foresight 3 years prior regarding Shanks' rise to one of the 4 emperors and the fate of Prince Loki was sufficient evidence to indicate that Xia Yu was not merely a harbinger of doom. Rather, he foresaw that one day, the pirate responsible for the attack on the training ship could indeed become one of the new 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, discussing these matters now was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that Xia Yu could perceive such distant futures. He could not fathom how Xia Yu accomplished this. He understood that mastering observation haki to its peak could allow glimpses of the future, but there were temporal limitations. And thus far, no one had managed to foresee such far-off events. Yet, Xia Yu not only predicted events 3 years ahead, but also glimpsed even further into the future. Most significantly, the emergence of new warlords of the sea indicated that prior members had either perished or betrayed their cause. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted unexpectedly from the direction of the headquarters building, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the air, making even those far away feel the ground tremble. Before either could react, a swirling mass of red and black clouds, carrying an earth-shattering force, erupted from the main entrance of the headquarters building, breaking through the high clouds to form a massive vortex, giving the impression that the sky itself had been pierced. Startled, Sengoku and Zifa instinctively stood up and, in unison, exclaimed, "The collision of conquerors haki. Damn it, Carp has returned." Meanwhile, in front of the main building, as the conflict between Carp and Xia Yu erupted without warning, Xia Yu decisively unleashed his conqueror's haki, stepping forward with determination. A thunderous sound resonated as a colossal wave of destructive energy surged forth from beneath his feet, overpowering Carp's own conqueror's haki with an unstoppable force. How could this be? Carp, taken aback, gazed at Xia Yu in disbelief, realizing that he had concealed his true power all these years, managing to deceive even an old warrior like himself. As Karp stepped forward, refusing to yield, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki with full force. The ground beneath them cracked, fissures spreading like a gigantic spider's web. As an invisible pressure intensified, causing the earth to shatter and collapse. Even the mighty Xia Yu was forced to retreat uncontrollably from the overwhelming clash of their Haki. Her cloak billowing chaotically as she struggled to maintain her composure. She could not afford to concern herself with appearances if Karp continued to battle Xia Yu. The main building and indeed the entirety of Marineford could be obliterated. Karp, Xia Yu, please cease this fight. Marineford will be destroyed. Meanwhile, at Xia Yu's residence, Sakazuki, burdened by guilt towards his mother and neglecting his own rest, abruptly turned around. His expression turning pale as he beheld the ominous flames rising towards the heavens from the direction of the main building. He called out to the perpetually drowsy Borsalino beside him. Karp has returned. The clash of Haki is truly terrifying. Borsalino lifted his gaze towards the fearsome flames connecting heaven and earth outside, rising deliberately. Stay here with Mother. I shall investigate. Before his words fell silent, he vanished in a flash. Upon reaching the rooftop of the main building, he was joined by Kazan. Borsalino, ignoring Kazan, surveyed the two figures standing defiantly against each other on the ground, exclaiming in disbelief, General Xia Yu has managed to suppress Karp's Conqueror's Haki? Kazan, equally grave, replied. He has deceived us all. In the holy land of Marineford, amidst a serene garden adorned with blooming flowers, a figure suddenly emerged. Raising their gaze to the Navy headquarters of Marineford. Upon witnessing the flames ascending from Marineford, a voice echoed incredulously through the garden. No, it cannot be. A maid hurriedly rushed into the garden, kneeling before the figure with trepidation. Lord M. Go. Inform the Knights of God to hasten to the Navy headquarters at once. I must know who unleashed the Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 030, The Return of the Divine Shield, Shocking Karp. The sudden outbreak of battle swiftly captured the attention of all officers and soldiers in Marineford, yet those below the rank of Rear Admiral dared not approach. Initially, some were awakened by the commotion and rushed over, only to be hurled away by the terrifying shockwave before they could get close. A few even fainted under the oppressive aura of the Conqueror's Haki. Even Rear Admirals did not dare to approach too closely, opting instead to observe from a distance. As the ground cracked and collapsed, the main building, towering over Marineford Square, could no longer withstand the pressure, and a horrifying fissure appeared in its walls. General Xia Yu. Mr. Karp, seeing the main building's walls fracture, Xia Yu, her sword driven into the ground, looked up at the two combatants whose clash had caused such devastation. With all her might, she shouted, if you continue fighting, the headquarters will be destroyed. Before she could finish her warning, a disorienting low-frequency vibration reverberated, drowning out her voice. A new wave of world-shattering energy erupted from the center of Xia Yu and Karp. Ahaha, truly astonishing Xia Yu. Karp, surrounded by flames, clenched his fists and stepped forward with gusto, laughing heartily. Now, let us see if your armament Haki is equally formidable. Before he could finish, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from him once more. In the blink of an eye, he leapt into the air, his mastery of armament Haki enveloping him, his fists darkening with power. With a resounding impact, Karp, now airborne, did not hesitate. His hardened fists, imbued with the might of Conqueror's Haki, descended upon Xia Yu with swift ferocity. At that moment, Xia Yu left an afterimage in his place, appearing like a specter before Karp. Old man, you're too slow. Without hesitation, Xia Yu's own fist, imbued with tremendous power, loomed larger in Karp's vision. With a dull thud, Xia Yu's fist broke through Karp's defenses, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground 100 feet away. Before the stunned officers could process what had occurred, Xia Yu suddenly turned towards Xia Yu. Xia Yu, lend me your sword. In an instant, the legendary blade Jinbira flew from Xia Yu's side into Xia Yu's grasp. As he held the sword, it became enveloped in flames. In the blink of an eye, Xia Yu shot forth, wielding Jinbira and aiming it at Karp, who was just rising to retaliate. In that fleeting moment, a dazzling blade of energy sliced through the air, producing a stunning low-frequency vibration and carrying with it the terrifying might to sever all. This is the divine shield. Faced with the overwhelming slash, Karp's eyes widened in horror, realizing he could not evade in time. He unleashed both his armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki without reservation. Yet it was a moment too late. With a thunderous explosion, the combined flames erupted, filling the space around them. Karp felt an overwhelming aura of death wash over him, and his body was propelled backward at an astonishing speed. With a series of deafening crashes, Karp collided with several buildings. Unable to suppress the blood mist that erupted from his mouth as he fell to the Marineford square, amidst the debris. In that instant, as Karp landed, it was as if all sound had vanished, the surrounding officers staring in disbelief, shocked beyond measure by Karp's defeat at Xia Yu's hand. Even Borsalino and Kazan, positioned atop the main building, could not help but draw a sharp breath at the sight of Xia Yu's overwhelming victory. As they witnessed Xia Yu unleash his conqueror's haki, colliding with Karp's own, it became evident that over the years, Xia Yu had been concealing his true strength. Yet, they had still underestimated his potential. Was it the legendary god's avoidance? After a brief moment of shock, Borsalino adjusted the glasses perched on his nose. His expression unusually grave. I never expected that after so many years, the goddess avoidance created by the pirate king Roger would reappear at naval headquarters. It is not Roger's god's avoidance. Kazan interjected, shaking his head with equal seriousness. On the eve of the Battle of Itver, I accompanied Mr. Karp to the New World. When Roger used god's avoidance, he stood still. Whereas the recently demonstrated technique by Admiral Xia Yu was executed in motion. Most importantly, when Roger was executed, Admiral Xia Yu was merely 6 or 7 years old. He could not have seen Roger, let alone learned swordsmanship from him. Although difficult to fathom, it is evident that this is a technique of Admiral Xia Yu's own invention. The most astonished among them was Guion. Her shock stemmed from the fact that Xia Yu first encountered swordsmanship under her tutelage as a temporary instructor at the officer training camp. Recognizing his exceptional talent, she had attempted to teach him for a time. Despite being impressed by his rapid progress over the years, she had believed herself to be slightly more skilled. However, upon witnessing Xia Yu's extraordinary strike, she comprehended that he had surpassed her to an unfathomable degree. Suddenly, a series of violent coughs shattered the previously serene atmosphere of the square. Following this, Karp sat up abruptly, disregarding the ghastly wound on his chest. His eyes wide as he glared at the sword-wielding Xia Yu. We agreed to compete with Conqueror's haki and armament haki, so why did you suddenly use a sword? Ouch! Before he could finish his sentence, Karp let out a cry of pain, glancing down at the wound inflicted by Xia Yu's blade, and furiously exclaimed, "You little brat. Are you trying to kill me?" Observing Karp's reaction, Xia Yu's lips twitched slightly as he tossed the sword directly into Guion's sheath, calmly stating, "If you can still curse, it seems you won't die just yet." With that, Xia Yu turned and walked to Guion's side. "Let's go. After the fight, I'm even hungrier." Chapter 031. The entire army receives a year's salary? Long live the Admiral. Hey. Karp exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Xia Yu's sudden departure. Anxiously, he shouted, "Don't go, Xia Yu. I was careless just now and didn't dodge. Come on, let's continue. I can still fight." Xia Yu, seemingly ignoring him, quickened his pace towards the mess hall. Along the way, every officer and soldier encountered stood at attention, their voices of loyalty echoing until they reached the dining hall. As soon as Xia Yu left the square, Zifa and Sengoku hurried over. Upon seeing Karp's grievous wound, Sengoku quickly supported him while Zifa shouted back, "Quick! Summon the medical team." "No need," Karp interjected, halting them. "It's just a superficial injury. There's no need for such a fuss." "Ouch! Sengoku, why are you touching my wound? That hurts. Now you feel pain?" Sengoku shot Karp a glare and said, "What were you thinking, acting so impulsively? The situation at headquarters is now settled. Even if you could defeat Xia Yu, what difference would it make? Don't forget, the 3 admirals have already made their choices, and they will not allow you to act recklessly. Give me some senbei." Karp pointed to his pocket, grimacing. "That little brat hits hard." Sengoku remained silent, taking out a box of senbei from Karp's belongings and tossing a couple into his mouth as he handed the box to Karp. Karp, momentarily forgetting his injury, exclaimed in frustration, "Give me back my senbei." Sengoku ignored him, savoring the snack. At that moment, 2 nurses from the medical team rushed over, gazing at Karp's alarming wound. Zifa narrowed his eyes, then looked up at the top of the headquarters building. Although Borsalino and Kazan, who had been observing from above, had disappeared without notice, Zifa did not retract his gaze. Initially, he and Sengoku had merely intended to intervene and stop Karp and Xia Yu from continuing their battle after witnessing the clash of Conqueror's haki. Now, with a clearer mind, he began to understand why Xia Yu had chosen to confront Karp rather than Kazan, who had returned after the coup. The reasoning was simple, although the naval headquarters was now entirely under Xia Yu's control. Both the 3 admirals and other officers who had not participated in the coup would harbor some doubt regarding Xia Yu's strength. After all, Despite his remarkable progress over the years, he was still merely a rear admiral. In this context, to fully consolidate his control over the naval headquarters, Xia Yu needed to decisively overpower a formidable opponent. Kazan was a fine sharpening stone, yet not the most suitable choice. Karp, as a legendary Vice Admiral, a hero who had cornered the previous pirate king Roger multiple times, was undoubtedly the most fitting candidate. Defeating Karp would undoubtedly shock the officers and soldiers who had not participated in the coup, dissuading them from harboring dissent in the days to come. Most importantly, the three admirals, regarded as the highest combat strength of the headquarters, would also regard Xia Yu with newfound respect, even acknowledging the young admiral. Admiral Xia Yu. In the mess hall of the naval headquarters, two officers, who had just been preparing to leave, were taken aback by Xia Yu's sudden appearance. Their previously jovial demeanor turned serious as they saluted him. As their voices echoed, the dining hall fell silent, with all officers and soldiers looking at Xia Yu with fervent admiration. Although the mess hall was a distance from Marineford, they had witnessed the recent battle. And upon seeing Xia Yu strike down the legendary Vice Admiral Karp, the hall erupted in excitement, while a few among them, compelled by the prevailing tide, had no choice but to pledge their allegiance. The overwhelming display of Xia Yu's formidable strength had solidified their resolve to follow him without any hesitation. Xia Yu surveyed the dining hall, showing no signs of fatigue from his earlier battle, and with a warm smile, he said, "It's mealtime. There's no need for such formality." Loyalty. Everyone in the dining hall simultaneously raised their hands in salute. Oh, Xia Yu suddenly recalled something and gestured for silence, stating, "Although we have many hard battles ahead, we cannot let our brothers fight on empty stomachs. Guillaume, later you will go to the finance department and arrange for all officers and soldiers to receive a raise and distribute their salaries for the coming year at once." Before Guillaume could respond, the mess hall erupted once more. "Long live Admiral Xia Yu. Ha ha, wonderful. We can receive a year's salary again. Woe is me, long live Admiral Xia Yu. With this money, I won't have to worry about my brother's wedding. Admiral Xia Yu, you must come to my brother's wedding." Amid the jubilant crowd, some soldiers who had not participated in the coup were equally elated. Yet a few remained skeptical, unable to believe it was true. After all, had they not been trapped in their dormitories, they might have followed orders and fought alongside the soldiers who supported Xia Yu in the coup. Particularly, a young man dressed in a brigadier uniform stood amidst the crowd, glancing around nervously before gathering his courage to step forward. "Admiral, will we who did not participate last night also receive the salary for the coming year?" "Of course." Xia Yu smiled and nodded. Now that the situation at headquarters is settled, it does not matter whether or not one participated in last night's events. Salaries will remain unchanged. The young brigadier general was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistening with tears as he stammered, "Thank you, Marshal. This sum is of paramount importance to me." Clearly at a loss for words due to his excitement, he repeated his gratitude thrice before suddenly standing tall, raising his hand, and proclaiming to Xia Yu with heartfelt fervor, "Loyalty." Once a subordinate of General Ghost Spider, he had faced dire circumstances at home, with his younger sister suffering from a prolonged illness, requiring exorbitant medical expenses each month to sustain her life. Initially, he managed to cope, but soon he found himself unable to bear the burden, borrowing from all his colleagues until they began to avoid him. In desperation, he sought assistance from General Ghost Spider, only to be met with a heartless reprimand. Fortunately, fate intervened. After a coup, the newly appointed Marshal Xia Yu generously distributed a year's salary to every officer and soldier. In that moment, the brigadier comprehended why so many officers and soldiers pledged their allegiance to Xia Yu, not solely due to his formidable strength that allowed him to defeat the legendary General Karp, but because of the evident benevolence he extended to his subordinates. With the arrival of a year's salary, the atmosphere in the mess hall grew more vibrant. However, neither officers nor soldiers dared to disturb Xia Yu. After receiving his meal from Ji Yuan, Xia Yu, seated by the window, began to devour his food ravenously. It was not that he disregarded decorum. Rather, he had been starved during his recent confinement and investigations, and with his enhanced abilities, his appetite had surged. Ji Yuan, observing him, propped her chin on her hand, reflecting on the youngest and first ever brigadier general in naval history who had instigated a coup. Memories of Xia Yu as an inquisitive 18-year-old entering the officer training camp flooded her mind. Despite her certainty that he would one day astonish everyone, she had not anticipated such a remarkable rise to power. Suddenly, Xia Yu set down his chopsticks and turned to Ji Yuan, inquiring, "Can the headquarters still disburse salaries?" Ji Yuan nodded. "It should suffice." However, if we sever ties with the world government, we may not be able to issue salaries next year. Fear not. With the assurance of a year's salary, Xia Yu felt a sense of relief. The Holy Land would not rashly sever ties with us. To them, who occupies the position of marshal, matters little, as long as the Navy remains under the world government's aegis. They may yet choose to compromise. And we shall maximize our benefits. In response, Ji Yuan's expression grew serious. The headquarters is currently under control, which does not concern me. My worry lies with the various branch bases across the seas and the Grand Line, as we have yet to receive any communications from them. Chapter 032. Only obey the orders of the Naval Headquarters Marshal. At Marineford, the world government's headquarters, in the office of the Commander-in-Chief, Kong paced back and forth, his expression grave. On the other side of the desk, several intelligence officers, each clutching a transponder snail, anxiously communicated with various departments under the world government. Report. Suddenly, one officer set down the transponder snail, his face pale as he addressed Kong. Sir, we are unable to contact the Navy's scientific division. Report. The Navy's Special Operations Unit is also unreachable. The Special Scientific Team of the Navy cannot be contacted either. Report. We have received news from Judicial Island. They too cannot reach Chief Justice Base. Report. We have successfully established contact with Impel Down. Upon hearing these successive reports, Kong promptly returned to his seat and stated solemnly, no further attempts to contact the Naval Headquarters or its associated units. Immediately reach out to the various branch bases in the Grand Line and the East Blue. One officer cautiously inquired, Sir, what exactly is happening? Why has the Naval Headquarters suddenly lost contact with the Holy Land? Kong did not respond but shot a glare at the officer. Recognizing the reprimand, the officer ceased his inquiries and began contacting the branch bases beyond the Naval Headquarters. In East Blue, at the Navy Base 153 in Shell's Town, a group of soldiers burst into a dormitory, clutching confidential documents dispatched from the Naval Headquarters. With a loud crash, the door was forcefully thrown open, startling the officers resting inside. The leading soldier wasted no time, raising the document high and declaring, Headquarters appointment. Sergeant Monka, step forward. In response, a tall, robust officer named Monka stepped forward. By order of the newly appointed Marshal Xia Yu of the Naval Headquarters, Sergeant Monka is hereby promoted to Colonel and will immediately take command of Base 153. Hearing this, a fire ignited in Monka's eyes as he stepped forward and raised his right hand, shouting, Loyalty. At last, we are ready to engage in significant endeavors. Long live Marshal Xia Yu. As Monka received the appointment letter, the surrounding officers erupted in excitement. Simultaneously, another soldier hastened forward, presenting a pristine colonel's uniform to Monka. Colonel Monka, from this moment, you shall command Base 153. Please give your orders. Overwhelmed with emotion, Monka accepted the uniform with trembling hands, tears brimming in his eyes. When he first joined Base 153 as a young recruit, he was filled with passion, aspiring to cleanse the seas of all evil. Yet, under the weight of higher-ups, even as he consistently led the charge against pirates, his efforts were ultimately overshadowed, leaving him a mere junior officer in midlife. 2 years prior, a significant figure had arrived at the headquarters. Although he did not know this individual, he was singled out by them. At that time, he feared he had erred and dared not raise his head when meeting this remarkable person. To his astonishment, not only was this individual young, but they were also exceptionally kind. What astonished him most was how well this individual seemed to know him, as if they had been acquainted for years. Had it not been for the difference in rank, he would have eagerly shared his frustrations and grievances. This remarkable individual was none other than Marshal Xia Yu, who was now appointing him as Colonel of Base 153. When Xia Yu departed Base 153, he had asked Monka if he would be willing to pledge his loyalty. He certainly would. Having gained clarity over the years, he understood that to ascend, one must have backing. Over the next 2 years, though he had no further contact with Xia Yu, he occasionally received substantial amounts of berries sent by Xia Yu, with instructions to distribute them to those truly in need. In total, he received over 100 million berries, yet he kept none for himself, choosing instead to share it all with soldiers and colleagues in need. He understood at his core that this was a test from Marshal Xia Yu. The appearance of this appointment letter confirmed that he had not only passed the test but had also earned Xia Yu's recognition. Colonel Monka. Just then, a soldier rushed in with a transponder snail, stammering, the Commander-in-Chief's office is on the line. Huh? Monka turned sharply to the soldier, his voice firm. What do you mean the Commander-in-Chief's office? From now on, Base 153 will only heed the orders of Marshal Xia Yu of the Naval Headquarters. No one else matters. As he spoke, Monka flung on the colonel's overcoat and strode out of the dormitory with purpose, commanding, "Relay my orders. All officers and soldiers of the 153rd Division assemble on the drill ground." Simultaneously, at the East Sea Naval Base of the 16th Division, a young man clad in a pristine colonel's coat, flanked by several soldiers, stormed toward the colonel's office. With a resounding crash, the tightly shut door of the office was forcefully flung open by a soldier rushing ahead. Before the occupants of the office could react, the group of 7 or 8 burst in, weapons drawn, swiftly subduing the 2 aides standing by the desk. "What are you doing?" asked the officer seated at the desk. Also wearing a colonel's coat, his face adorned with scraggly stubble. His desk was cluttered with stacks of currency, many of which had already been rifled through. Colonel Mouse, a naval disgrace who had exploited his rank to collude with pirates and oppress the innocent in his jurisdiction. Colonel Mouse. The young man approached the desk with resolve, looking down upon Colonel Mouse as he delivered his verdict. "For your long-standing complicity with pirates and your oppression of the innocent, I, in my capacity as the newly appointed colonel of the 16th Division, hereby sentence you to death, to be executed immediately." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Colonel Mouse shot up from his seat, his voice rising sharply. "I am the colonel of the 16th Division. Someone seize him. Do not call for help, Mouse." The young man waved dismissively. "The 16th Division is now under my control. You can meet your end." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers beside him acted without hesitation, pulling their triggers in unison. The rapid gunfire erupted, and in an instant, Colonel Mouse, still bewildered by the turn of events, was riddled with bullets. The young man stepped forward and kicked the lifeless body aside, then turned to his subordinates, raising his voice. "By the order of our marshal, Lord Xia Yu, our sole mission is to eradicate all pirates in the jurisdiction of the 16th Division, leaving no one behind." Chapter 33. The internal purge of the Navy begins. At the East Sea Naval Base in Logetown, Colonel Smoker, recently appointed as the highest commander, stared at the mountain of documents before him, his brow furrowed in exasperation. As a colonel of the Navy headquarters and a user of the smoke fruit, his reassignment to the East Sea as a base commander was already a source of discontent. The mess left behind by his predecessor only deepened his frustrations. Colonel Smoker. A confidential document. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 rushed in, clutching a confidential file, and hurried to the desk. "A confidential document?" Smoker paused, taking the file and tearing it open. Upon seeing this, the girl quickly turned her head away. "Dasky, what are you doing?" Smoker looked up at her, his tone stern. "You are my aide. Should I be the one handling all these documents?" Dasky blinked in confusion, her expression adorably naive. "This is a confidential document. I can't look at it." "I didn't say I was talking about that one." Smoker was exasperated, gesturing to the towering stacks of papers. "You have half an hour to find something useful." Without further ado, Smoker began to read the confidential file he had just received. After scanning the initial paragraphs, he abruptly stood, incredulous at the contents. "Marshal Sengoku is unwell, and General Xia Yu is temporarily assuming the powers of the marshal? Report." Before Smoker could process this revelation, a frantic voice called from outside. A messenger burst into the office, stammering, "We just received word that Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division was executed on the spot by the newly appointed colonel for colluding with pirates and oppressing the populace. Additionally, there has been a change in the 153rd Division. The new colonel is an officer named Monka." At this, Smoker turned sharply, fixating on the messenger. "What is the name of the new colonel of the 16th Division?" "I believe it is Stock, sent from headquarters." "Damn it." Upon hearing the name Stock, Smoker couldn't help but curse. "I know this Stock. He is a confidant of Xia Yu. And that Monka from the 153rd Division is also one of Xia Yu's men." Pausing briefly, he placed the document down, his expression grave. "This is a serious matter. This confidential file was not voluntarily sent by Marshal Sengoku. It is highly likely that the headquarters has already fallen into Xia Yu's hands. If I am correct, simultaneous personnel changes are occurring at many bases across the 4 seas and the Grand Line, with all these individuals being Xia Yu's absolute loyalists." "What do you mean?" Dasky, still slow to comprehend, asked in confusion. "Isn't General Xia Yu a Vice Admiral? How could he temporarily assume the powers of the Marshal?" Smoker raised his gaze to Dasky, stating ominously, "A mutiny. Xia Yu must have instigated a mutiny to seize the Marshal's position." Dasky gasped at Smoker's sudden revelation, nearly causing her glasses to slip off. After hastily adjusting them, she looked bewildered. How could this be? General Xia Yu is such a good person. I've heard many stories about him. Numerous officers and soldiers in need have received his assistance. Smoker slammed his fist onto the desk, exclaiming, that is merely his method of winning hearts. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Before Smoker could react, a commanding voice emerged from the receiver. Colonel Smoker. This is the office of the Grand Marshal in the Holy Land. Lord Kong has orders to convey. Hastily, Smoker stood upright and respectfully replied, Lord Kong. Smoker. It's good to hear from you. This is Kong. The urgency in Kong's voice was palpable. To be brief, the headquarters has completely lost contact with the Holy Land and has likely fallen into Xia Yu's control. Not only the headquarters, but many bases in the East Sea are also unresponsive. It is likely that these bases have been seized by Xia Yu's loyalists. Your immediate task is to establish contact with those bases that remain free and stabilize the situation in the East Sea. Before Smoker could respond, the call abruptly ended. Dasky's mind buzzed, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Colonel Smoker, how could this happen? Why would General Xia Yu instigate a mutiny? Smoker remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the now quiet phone. His earlier speculations had been confirmed by Lord Kong's direct communication. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in his inability to fathom how Xia Yu, as a Vice Admiral, could orchestrate such a monumental coup, seizing control of the naval headquarters and severing ties with the Holy Land. It was imperative to note that the naval headquarters was not only under the aegis of Sengoku but also bolstered by the formidable presence of the 3 admirals and several vice admirals. Even if Xia Yu had garnered a significant following over the years, the headquarters should not have succumbed to him so swiftly. Nor should he have been able to eliminate the 3 admirals. Yet, the stark reality was that, in a single night, the naval headquarters had fallen under Xia Yu's dominion, with Marshal Sengoku signing documents to grant him temporary authority. Dasky, the situation at headquarters is dire. After a moment of calm contemplation, Smoker slumped into his chair, his demeanor reflecting a sense of defeat as he lamented. The rapid consolidation of power by Summer Yu indicates that at least 2 of the 3 admirals have defected to support him. Moreover, Vice Admiral Shiryan has been closely allied with Summer Yu over the years, and it's certain that many of the rear admirals under her command have participated in this coup. Dasky listened, bewildered, and inquired, what shall we do? Smoker slightly raised his gaze toward the window, his expression laden with complexity as he replied. Summer Yu has dispatched stock to eliminate Colonel Mouse and appointed Monka as the colonel of the 153rd branch. The base in Rogue Town remains eerily calm. It is evident that our new marshal is providing me with a choice. Dasky, still perplexed, repeated, what shall we do, Lord Smoker? Wait. Smoker seemed to have made a momentous decision, revitalized in an instant, and asserted with resolve. If Summer Yu has instigated this coup out of personal ambition, I shall wager the righteousness of the Navy and fight him to the end. If he continues to uphold the Navy's justice after assuming command, I will remain in Rogue Town to fulfill my duties. I have no interest in the power struggles and do not wish to partake in them. As Smoker surmised, upon receiving the documents, it became evident that more than half of the former base commanders across the Western Sea, Northern Sea, and Southern Sea branches were swiftly replaced, marking the onset of a top-down purge within the Navy. Chapter 034. Sole Authority? The Revolutionary Army stirs restlessly. Outrageous and audacious, Summer Yu has brazenly instigated a coup. In the Holy Land, within the Chamber of Power, the 5 Elder Stars wore expressions of utmost distress. Just moments ago, the latest intelligence from the Supreme Commander's office confirmed that the headquarters had entirely fallen into Summer Yu's grasp. This revelation nearly shattered the composure of 4 of the Elder Stars present. Particularly alarming was the realization that not only was the Navy headquarters compromised, but many branch bases across the 4 seas and the Grand Line also fell silent. Their last shred of hope evaporated instantly. I knew this Summer Yu would cause trouble. The financial warrior Izambarona's Shuro raised his katana, casting a grim look at the 4 Elder Stars, his voice laced with menace. When Spandam approached me, I sensed a threat. Thus, I ordered Judicial Island to investigate him, believing we were swift enough, only to discover he had already revealed his fangs in secret. Spandam, the legal warrior Topman Walchuli, seated at the center of the sofa, looked up at Izambaronas. How did he come to you? He is merely an ant obsessed with power, Izambaronas retorted coldly. How he found me is irrelevant. What matters now is what we shall do. The latest intelligence from Sara indicates that not only have the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters and numerous rear admirals chosen to stand behind Summer Yu, but many bases in the Four Seas and the Grand Line are also experiencing personnel changes. Summer Yu clearly intends to seize complete control of the Navy from top to bottom. His audacity to initiate a coup and monopolize the Navy's power foretells a future where he may wield the Navy against the world government. Therefore, my suggestion is to seize this opportunity while he is still unprepared and have Sora lead all forces, excluding the Navy, to encircle Marineford. I am certain that with the entire army pressing forward, there will be defectors within the Navy headquarters. After all, if they side with Summer Yu against the world government, they will bear the mark of traitors for eternity. Hold your horses, Izambaronas, Topman interjected, raising a hand with a serious countenance. This matter is of great consequence and requires careful deliberation. First, we need to ascertain Summer Yu's intentions. If he merely seeks to become the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, we may indulge this desire and allow him to formally replace Sengoku. Of course, this would merely serve as a delaying tactic, should he become the Marshal and remain compliant to the Holy Land's directives. We can gradually sow discord within the Navy and, when the time is ripe, capture and execute him. For now, he has just assumed command of the Navy, and his momentum is formidable. Even if Sora personally leads the entire army into battle, even a victorious outcome would result in a Pyrrhic victory. Furthermore, should we engage in battle with Summer Yu's Navy, it would undoubtedly plunge the Grand Line into unprecedented chaos, allowing pirates, the 4 emperors of the New World, and the Revolutionary Army to seize the opportunity to strike, placing us in a passive position and potentially leading to defection among the already wavering allied nations. I do not share your perspective. Izambaronas stepped forward, speaking with a low voice. What you describe is a stalemate between Sara and Summer Yu's Navy. It is undeniable that the Navy headquarters currently boasts 3 admirals, numerous rear admirals, and close to 100,000 sailors. It is nearly impossible for Sora to suppress them in such a short span. Pausing momentarily, Izambaronas suddenly raised his head. But what if the Knights of God intervene? With such a significant upheaval at the Navy headquarters, Figaland de Greenka has no reason not to make an appearance. As long as Figaland de Greenka leads the Knights of God to the Navy headquarters and distracts the 3 admirals, the other naval commanders will pose little threat. As for the audacious Summer Yu, he is merely a rear admiral. Additionally, we have our own divisions, particularly the 9th, led by Rob Lucci, who is the most formidable and ruthless killing machine in the history of the 9th Division. They have been lurking in Water 7 for the past year and can serve as a surprise force to penetrate the Navy headquarters. Speed is of the essence. Should we swiftly eliminate Summer Yu, not only will this coup be quelled, but the Revolutionary Army and the so-called 4 emperors of the New World will be caught off guard when they realize the situation has been restored to our control, and they will think twice before causing further disturbances. Upon hearing this, Topman fell silent, while the other 3 Elder Stars simultaneously turned their gazes toward him, clearly in agreement with Izambarona's strategy. Just then, a voice, sharp and unexpected, pierced the air. The door to the Chamber of Power swung open, and a tall figure stepped into view. Clad in a floor-length cloak, the individual was shrouded in its folds, revealing only a pair of dark red, swirling eyes that emitted an oppressive aura, causing the 5 Elder Stars, holders of the world's highest power, to hastily rise and kneel in unison. Lord him. This Summer Yu is not as simple as you presume. The figure hidden beneath the cloak, slowly walked past the Elder Stars to stand before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, turning away from the 5 as they controlled their voices and spoke calmly. Not long ago, a battle erupted at the Navy headquarters, to be precise. It was a clash of conquerors hockey. Among the 2 forces involved, I sensed a familiar aura, reminiscent of the conquerors hockey possessed by Joy Boy in the past. At these words, the Elder Stars turned in shock to face him. It seems your understanding of this Summer Yu is rather limited, continued, slowly turning back. A glimmer of frost flashing in those dark red, swirling eyes. Have you been seated in your positions for too long, causing your vision to dim? The unexpected remark sent chills down the spines of the Elder Stars, and I swiftly shifted the conversation. You need not interfere further. I shall dispatch the Knights of God to investigate, as long as this Summer Yu, who instigated the coup, is not of the same bloodline, or has no connection to Joy Boy. This so-called coup is merely a change of leadership at the Navy headquarters. Simultaneously, due to the sudden personnel changes across the various Navy bases in the Four Seas and the Grand Line, spies from various factions hidden within these bases promptly transmitted intelligence. Even the Navy headquarters received a report that was relayed through encrypted transponder snails to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. In the icy expanse, a Revolutionary Army officer sprinted toward a nearby tent, clutching the recently received top-secret information. Leader. As the Revolutionary officer burst into the tent, he gasped. Confidential intelligence from the Navy headquarters reveals that Rear Admiral Xia Yu instigated a mutiny last night and has seized control of the Navy headquarters as of this morning. A vast and unprecedented internal purge is currently underway across many of the Navy's bases in the Four Seas and the Grand Line, with all commanding officers replaced by Xia Yu's trusted confidants. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the tent. Seated at the head of the conference table was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Deemed the world's most notorious criminal by the world government during the global conference 2 years prior, whose sole aim was to overthrow the government. After a brief silence, Dragon, cloaked in green and bearing a menacing scar across his face, incredulously remarked, Rear Admiral Xia Yu, the youngest admiral who has risen so rapidly in the past 3 years? How could this happen? How could an admiral dare to stage a mutiny and succeed? When did the Navy headquarters become so vulnerable? The reporting officer replied, This intelligence comes directly from that esteemed individual. It cannot be mistaken. Understood. Upon realizing the source of the intelligence, Dragon rose decisively and commanded, Relay orders to the 5 armies to closely monitor the movements of the world government. The moment they engage in battle with Xia Yu's navy, all 5 armies shall strike simultaneously, seizing the opportunity to liberate as many nations as possible. Chapter 035, Kaido. This utterly tedious world would be better off destroyed. In the Navy's 5th Division headquarters, within the office of the base commander, sat a tall, middle-aged man with short hair and lightning-shaped sideburns, Virgo, codenamed Ghost Bamboo. He was a rear admiral and the commander of the 5th Division base. However, this was merely his fade. His true identity was that of a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, the First Corazon, who had infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent and gradually ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral, ultimately becoming the base commander. At this moment, he set aside his usual amiable demeanor and regarded the incessantly ringing snail phone on his desk with a grave expression. After the phone rang 3 times, he picked it up and spoke in a low voice. Who is it? Virgo, it's me, came a cold female voice from the snail phone. Doll, the base commander of the Navy's 14th Division. Oh, it's Rear Admiral Doll. Virgo's expression softened instantly, and he politely inquired, What brings you to contact me? Have you received the documents signed by Admiral Sengoku regarding Rear Admiral Xia Yu's provisional authority as Fleet Admiral? What are your thoughts on this matter? In the office of the 14th Division base, a tall woman in her 30s stood with her back against the desk. Under her dark bangs, her large eyes reflected a deep-seated anxiety about the future. I have just received word that many bases in the Four Seas have undergone extensive personnel changes. Several newly appointed colonels are Xia Yu's trusted subordinates. If all goes as expected, I will soon be receiving a new Rear Admiral here, as I do not have a deep connection with him. Rear Admiral Dahl, you speak in riddles. Virgo replied calmly, based on your words. May I deduce that you believe Xia Yu has instigated a mutiny and is now purging dissenters within the headquarters? Isn't it obvious? Dahl raised her voice slightly, her agitation evident. The speed at which Xia Yu has taken control of the headquarters and initiated massive personnel shifts across all bases in the Four Seas and the Grand Line indicates that over half of the officers, including the 3 admirals, have sided with him. It may even be more severe than I imagined. Under such circumstances, whichever side we choose may lead to our own reckoning. Why choose? Virgo shook his head. What is transpiring now can only be described as an internal power struggle, unless the Holy Land takes a stance. We do not need to make an immediate decision. We must simply focus on our current tasks. After a brief pause, Virgo continued, Rear Admiral Dahl, this conversation must come to an end. Farewell. With that, he decisively ended the call and retrieved a small encrypted snail phone from a hidden compartment in his drawer, dialing it without hesitation. Virgo. As soon as the call connected, a familiar voice boomed from the snail phone. Contacting me now is not a wise decision. Virgo's expression turned serious as he spoke. Doflamingo, do you recall what I previously mentioned? I may be purged by the Navy, but that is merely my speculation. I wish to observe the situation unfold. What do you mean? What have you told me? The voice from the snail phone rang out with a hint of frenzy. Virgo, has your memory failed you again? Let me explain. Without hesitation, Virgo succinctly recounted the events occurring at the Navy headquarters. As he finished, A profound silence fell in the office, and the snail phone seemed to quiet as well. After several seconds of silence, a distinct burst of laughter erupted from the phone. Ha! I know this Rear Admiral Xia Yu. I met him during the last 7 warlords meeting at Navy headquarters. He was unremarkable then. Who would have thought that in just 2 years, he would create such upheaval? A mutiny to seize the position of Fleet Admiral? Ha ha ha, I truly underestimated this Admiral. Following this, the old men in Marineford would surely be in a frenzy. He chuckled heartily. In the new world, within the kingdom of Dressrosa, beneath the sunshade at the edge of an outdoor courtyard outside the royal palace, a flamboyant man wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, and cropped trousers raised a drink and laughed heartily into the snail phone. Don Quixote da Flamingo, the leader of the Don Quixote family, king of Dressrosa, a member of the warlords of the sea, and a user of the string fruit. After a bout of laughter, da Flamingo grasped the snail phone and said solemnly, Virgo, given your strength, you should have no trouble escaping. Therefore, your task now is to observe the situation. If they truly intend to replace you, this will present an opportunity to present your justice to the Holy Land. You may just find an unexpected reward. If the Navy headquarters does not plan to purge you, it indicates their continued trust in you, and you should maintain your cover. I need to know whether Xia Yu merely seeks the position of Fleet Admiral or harbors greater ambitions. With that, Da Flamingo ended the conversation abruptly and swiftly dialed another snail phone. As soon as the connection was made, a rugged laugh erupted from the snail phone. Long time no see. Simultaneously, on an unknown island in the New World, a chilling laugh echoed from a massive pit. Shortly thereafter, an imposing figure emerged from the pit. What did you say? The fearsome voice resonated through the air. A mutiny at the Navy headquarters? This young Rear Admiral Xia Yu has done well. Before his words could fully escape, the towering figure leaped from the pit, standing over 7 meters tall, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength that rippled through the surrounding air. Kaido, the governor of the beast pirates, one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World, a user of the mythical Zoan-type fish fruit, azure dragon form. A terrifying entity regarded as the strongest living creature among all beings on land, sea, and air, with a bounty of 461 billion berries, he declared. This utterly tedious world would be better off destroyed. Quickly, prepare for the most supreme war. As the Revolutionary Army, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the Yonko Kaido received news of the coup at the Navy headquarters, other factions in the Grand Line quickly followed suit. Soon, major news agencies across the Grand Line were informed of this world-shattering story, and they promptly disseminated it worldwide. The most bustling of all was the Sabaody archipelago, serving as the gateway to the Holy Land at the pinnacle of the Red Line and an essential passage into the latter half of the New World. The Sabaody archipelago attracted a myriad of talents from all corners of the globe. Traffickers, pirate crews, adventurers, world nobles, and journalists from prominent news organizations gathered here, alongside formidable warriors who once roamed the seas. In District 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, within a bar adorned with a sign for shakis, a tall woman with short hair, her true age indiscernible, stood at the bar. One hand held a lady's cigarette, while the other clutched a freshly acquired piece of intelligence. After perusing its contents, she immediately glanced towards the solitary patron seated in the corner, speaking nonchalantly. Do you not wish to know the contents of this intelligence, Rayleigh? Chapter 36. The Divine Knights invade the headquarters. The world situation surged forward, yet the Navy headquarters appeared untouched, enveloped in an aura of peace and tranquility. Over the years, officers and soldiers who had followed Summeryu and whose fates had transformed due to his emergence carried on with their duties, allowing the Navy headquarters, this colossal war machine, to operate seamlessly. Although those who did not partake in the coup had their perspectives shifted by Summeryu's speeches, deep within, they harbored fears of exclusion for their lack of accomplishments and apprehensions regarding potential retribution for not pledging allegiance from the outset. However, upon receiving their salaries for the upcoming year, their worries dissipated like mist, and they returned to their posts with renewed vigor, many secretly resolving to offer their loyalty to Admiral Summeryu amidst the impending changes. At one of the fortresses within the Navy headquarters, several soldiers stood by the artillery, their expressions tense as they surveyed the boundless sea beyond the high walls. Nearby, 2 officers draped in colonels' coats leisurely smoked cigarettes, once subordinates of Rear Admiral Doberman. They had naturally become potential threats after his elimination at the onset of the coup. As officers and soldiers involved in the coup surrounded their quarters, they did not immediately assault the building but instead issued strict orders prohibiting anyone from leaving. Many were initially oblivious to the unfolding events, rushing out to intimidate their adversaries with their rank, only to be met with a hail of gunfire that claimed their lives the moment they crossed the threshold. It was then that they realized a coup had taken place within the headquarters. Faced with the encirclement of the unexpected forces, no one within the quarters dared to venture outside again. Even the formidable brigadier generals who sought to carve a path through the chaos were ultimately slain one by the officers surrounding the building. In that moment, despair settled within them, fearing the inevitable reckoning following the coup. What they did not anticipate was that Xia Yu, who had instigated the coup and ascended to the rank of Admiral, not only spared their lives but also granted them equal salaries as those who participated in the uprising, entrusting them with the defense of the fortress. Colonel Oak, how do you intend to spend this salary? Once the dust settles, shall we travel together? One colonel produced a pack of cigarettes he usually refrained from purchasing, offering one to Colonel Oak while shaking his head with a smile. To be honest, I envy those who pledged allegiance to Admiral Xia Yu from the beginning. Do you know Stork? He secretly led a warship to the East Blue during the coup. I saw him walk out of the quarters wearing a colonel's coat. If all goes as expected, he is surely off to take command at some branch. Many other officers involved in the coup have also been promoted 2 ranks due to this incident. A major who once served under me is now a brigadier general. Do not envy, Colonel Snike, Colonel Oak replied, taking the cigarette and inhaling deeply. Admiral Xia Yu not only spared us, but also granted us a year's salary. What more could we desire? Pausing briefly, Oak lit his cigarette, exhaling smoke as he continued, as for travel, I've already sent all my earnings back home. You know my family's situation. My parents are unwell, and I have 3 younger siblings. If I spend this money on travel, they would go hungry. By the way, Snike suddenly recalled something, uncertainty in his voice. I think I overheard Admiral Xia Yu mentioning something about a children's school while at the cafeteria with General Guion. The gist was that once this incident concludes, he plans to establish schools near the headquarters in various branches. Children of officers at the headquarters or branches would be able to attend for free, with all expenses covered by the headquarters and branches. After completing their studies, they could choose to join the Navy for military training or return home to contribute to their communities. Really? Ok's eyes brightened with excitement. Admiral Xia Yu, before he could finish, Oak abruptly halted, quickly raising his binoculars to the sea. Several massive warships were approaching Marineford at an astonishing speed, the leading vessel proudly displaying the word Justice upon its flag. Warships from Justice Island? Upon observing the letters through the binoculars, a flicker of confusion crossed Ok's eyes. Could it be that the Holy Land is unable to contact the headquarters, prompting Justice Island to investigate the situation? Regardless of the reason, Snike stepped forward, his voice firm. I refuse to return to those miserable days. I recognize only Admiral Xia Yu as the leader of the Navy headquarters. Before he finished speaking, he swiftly turned to the soldiers stationed by the artillery, decisively commanding, all personnel, prepare for battle. Snike, do not be impulsive. Oak quickly intervened. Let us first report. If they are representatives sent by the Holy Land for negotiations, you could jeopardize Admiral Xia Yu's plans. Once again, Ok's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the roof of the headquarters building. Before he could process the scene, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the rooftop. The once clear sky darkened, and flames began to rise from the headquarters as a massive pentagram teleportation array materialized, accompanied by ominous fluctuations in the surrounding air. In the next moment, a figure stepped forth from the pentagram. As this figure emerged, the previously serene Navy headquarters erupted into chaos, with alarm bells ringing and piercing sirens startling the officers and soldiers within. In the direction of the cafeteria, Xia Yu, who had just exited after a meal, appeared unfazed by the sudden alarms. He merely raised his gaze toward the rooftop of the headquarters, speaking calmly. A teleportation array? The Divine Knights? Chapter 37, Young Master. What I desire you cannot provide. In the midst of chaos, the 3 esteemed veterans of the Navy headquarters, caught off guard by the sudden blaring of alarms, hastily abandoned their seats, barely touching their tea, and rushed to the courtyard. Gazing up at the rooftop of the headquarters, Karp's pupils constricted upon noticing several strangely adorned figures. The God Knights. Sangoku, bewildered and somewhat agitated, exclaimed, how could the teleportation array of the God Knights appear atop the headquarters? Is there a traitor summoning them? Or had they marked the building since its construction? Zifa remained relatively composed, silently observing the figures on the rooftop before inquiring, Karp, do you recognize these individuals? Some of them are members of the God Knights who participated in the God Valley hunting game 32 years ago. Karp nodded, adding, to be precise. Except for one young woman, The other 5 were indeed present during the incident in God Valley, on the rooftop of the Navy headquarters. The first to emerge from the teleportation array was an exceptionally youthful woman, distinguished by her dual-colored eyes and long legs, adorned with a newsboy cap and sporting a cloak. She wore a double-breasted jacket with notably long sleeves, paired with ultra-short shorts reminiscent of a bikini, revealing her long legs, accentuated by cylindrical boots that exuded both elegance and a hint of audacity. This was Junzi, a member of the God Knights and a wielder of the arrow fruit. As Junzi stepped out from the teleportation array, flames erupted behind her, creating an invisible pressure that rippled through the air, distorting the very fabric of reality in a rather eerie manner. Following her, several other figures emerged from the array. The next to step out was a masked man bearing the number 46, brandishing a western sword, his visage obscured by the mask. Then came a poised woman dressed in a crop top, exuding a captivating charm, alongside a demure-looking, short-haired woman. As the 3 exited the array, the fiery clouds dissipated, leaving 2 oddly dressed men standing vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Among them stood a peculiar figure, a man with a skeletal mask wielding a long-handled scythe. Although he remained motionless, he emanated a suffocating aura of death, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Beside him was a hooded boy, carrying a long spear, who appeared to be an unassuming neighbor. With the arrival of Junzi and her cohort of 6 atop the headquarters, soldiers from the Navy headquarters swiftly surrounded the area, drawn by the alarm. Suddenly, a flash erupted, revealing Admiral Borisolino of the Navy headquarters standing before Junzi and her companions. Before they could react, Sakazuki and Kazan emerged from the rooftop exit. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. Observing the trio, Junzi wasted no time and addressed them directly. It seems you have not been affected by the mutiny. May I deduce that you all participated in this unprecedented coup in Navy history last night? In response, Borisolino, the first to reach the rooftop, surveyed the unwelcome guests and lazily remarked, "The God Knights? Quite formidable indeed, to arrive directly at the Navy headquarters via a teleportation array." Borisolino, do not misunderstand, interrupted the long-haired woman standing beside Junzi, stepping forward. We have come not to hold you accountable, but rather to negotiate on behalf of the Holy Land with Vice Admiral Xia Yu. Upon hearing this, Borisolino and Sakazuki exchanged knowing glances. While they anticipated such a development, they were taken aback to find members of the God Knights initiating negotiations. As admirals, they were well aware of the God Knights and their primary duty to protect the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land and maintain order among them. Even if the God Knights were occasionally dispatched for special missions, it typically involved significant matters concerning the celestial dragons. The occurrence of a mutiny within the Navy headquarters would only prompt the God Knights to act if the 5 elders felt particularly troubled. Yet the elders had yet to make any statement. The arrival of 6 members of the God Knights through the teleportation array left them perplexed about the situation in the Holy Land and uncertain of their stance. Bring Xia Yu to us. Junzi stepped forward alongside the long-haired woman, her expression icy. If he wishes to secure his position as the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, he had best not keep us waiting too long. What audacity! As soon as Junzi's words fell, a chilling voice echoed. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the rooftop exit, Xia Yu and Guillaume. Xia Yu strode directly to the 3 admirals, fixing his gaze on Junzi and stating firmly, "Miss Junzi, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. For what I seek, you cannot provide. You know my name?" Taken aback, Junzi's pupils constricted, her eyes fixed on Xia Yu. The God Knights rarely revealed themselves to the public, and even within the Holy Land, few were privy to their numbers. Notably, many members were powerful individuals from the seas who had been recruited into the God Knights and concealed their identities upon joining. Furthermore, Junzi had only recently joined the God Knights. Aside from a select few within the organization, even the 5 elders were unaware of her membership. In contrast, Xia Yu, who had orchestrated the coup and seized control of the Navy in merely 6 years, appeared remarkably youthful. Given this context, it seemed almost impossible for Xia Yu to know her name. Xia Yu did not respond to Junzi, but instead cast a sharp glance at the other 5 members of the God Knights, stating blandly, "If I am not mistaken, the 5 of you should be members of the God Knights who participated in the God Valley hunting game 32 years ago. It appears that your circumstances have not improved much. Having been members for over 3 decades, you are still mere followers. After so many years without recognition within the God Knights, perhaps it is time to pledge yourselves to the Navy. I can offer you a promising future." Chapter 038, The Overwhelming Might of Conqueror's Haki, sending the God Knights flying. Xia Yu's words, delivered with an air of nonchalance, resonated like thunder in the ears of the 5 members of the God Knights behind Junzi. The events of the God Valley incident had long been erased from history. Not only had the incident itself faded, but the island where God Valley was located had also vanished from maps. Consequently, even within the Navy headquarters, very few were aware of this event, and only Karp, who had participated, was privy to the details. The most crucial point was that they were certain this was their first encounter with Xia Yu. Even if Karp had relayed information about that event, it was highly improbable that Xia Yu would recognize them upon first meeting. Not only did the 5 members of the God Knights display expressions of disbelief, but the 3 admirals standing behind Xia Yu also looked up at him with astonishment. Although they hold the esteemed position of admirals within the headquarters, at the time of the God Valley incident, they were merely in their teens, with the youngest, Kazan, being a mere 11 years old. Thus, they remained largely oblivious to the events that transpired at God Valley. Even as they matured into their roles as admirals, their understanding was limited to the classified documents they encountered, which contained references to the infamous pirate, Rox, who once dominated the seas. However, this knowledge is of little consequence. What truly matters is that despite their high ranks, the 3 admirals were unaware of the God Valley incident. In stark contrast, the Vice Admiral, Xia Yu, possessed profound insight into the event, even going so far as to name the 5 individuals present during the God Valley hunting game. This revelation instilled in them an inexplicable sense of youthfulness before Xia Yu. You actually know about the God Valley incident. After a brief moment of shock, the long-haired woman standing beside Junzi stepped forward, while the skeletal man instinctively gripped his scythe, and the hooded figure quickly retreated, raising his spear defensively. In response to their sudden aggression, Xia Yu calmly advanced a step and remarked, "I have stated before that you wretched creatures are unworthy of negotiating with me. Return to the Holy Land immediately and summon the 5 elders for a direct discussion." Pausing momentarily, Xia Yu then shifted the conversation, declaring, "No. It is not the 5 elders who summoned you here, but rather Im." Upon hearing the name Im, the 6 members of the God Knights, including Junzi, changed their expressions dramatically. "Damn it, you know of Lord Im's existence. You are aware of too much." As the words left their lips, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in their eyes. Junzi, taking the lead, quietly activated his devil fruit ability, conjuring a massive arrow wrapped in bandages that shot towards Xia Yu with incredible speed. The unexpected turn of events caught the 3 admirals standing behind Xia Yu, as well as Shurjin, who maintained a step's distance, off guard. They were unfamiliar with the name Im, and were astonished that merely uttering it could provoke such a frantic reaction, prompting an immediate attack. Though Shurjin had learned of Im's existence, she too was unprepared for the taboo nature of the name. Realizing in that instant why Xia Yu had previously urged her not to hasten her investigation into the truths surrounding the flowers and Im. Does the firefly truly believe it can rival the moon? Before the 3 admirals and Shurjin could react, Xia Yu's voice suddenly brimmed with lethal intent. In the next moment, he swiftly grasped the hilt of Shurgin's long blade. As he drew the sword, a visible aura of black and red, infused with Conqueror's haki, surged forth. However, this formidable haki did not emanate from Xia Yu himself, but rather erupted from the sheath of the sword. The moment the blade was partially unsheathed, the terrifying Conqueror's haki enveloped the rooftop, with a series of explosive sounds. The massive arrow that had just been launched at Xia Yu disintegrated into ashes under the overwhelming pressure of his haki. Junzi's pupils constricted as he stared in horror, exclaiming, "Conqueror's haki! No, this is impossible." The long-haired woman beside Junzi also widened her eyes in disbelief, saying, "It surpasses even the haki of rocks from years past." "Who are you? Damn it, I can hardly bear this." The other 2 members of the God Knights felt their bodies and souls fragment under the weight of the Conqueror's haki, paralyzed and overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear. Under the astonished gazes of the God Knights, Xia Yu wasted no time, decisively drawing Shurgin's blade from its sheath. As the blade emerged, an even more potent wave of Conqueror's haki radiated from Xia Yu, swirling like a tempest and crashing toward the members of the God Knights. Accompanied by a low-frequency vibration in the air, neither Junzi nor the other 5 could withstand the onslaught, uncontrollably retreating. "Return. Inform him that from this moment onward, you should fear not only Nika but also me, Xia Yu." With those words, Xia Yu swung the sword, now imbued with the highest level of Conqueror's haki, in a horizontal arc. In an instant, a fierce wind swept across the rooftop, and the heavens above seemed to tremble with impending thunder. A visible shockwave reverberated through the air, mixed with the black and red hues of hockey, enveloping Junzi and the 5 members of the God Knights. A series of uncontainable screams erupted as the 6 members, who had just arrived through the teleportation array, were swept away like cannonballs, hurtling skyward toward the Holy Land atop the Red Earth continent. The 3 admirals standing behind Xia Yu widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Although they were unaware of the God Knight's true strength, the terrifying nature of Xia Yu's conqueror's hockey far exceeded their expectations. It is worth noting that among the known masters of conqueror's hockey, even the pirate king Roger, executed 16 years ago in Logetown, could not achieve such a feat of launching individuals so high and far with merely hockey. In that moment, whether it was Akainu, Kizuru, or Kazan, they were all thoroughly awed by Xia Yu's might, grasping the foundation of his bold rebellion. After sending 6 members of the God Knights flying, Xia Yu returned the long blade to Shurgen's sheath and turned to gaze down from his elevated position at the approaching warships near the high walls of Mariawa. Kizuru, sink those ships. They are an eyesore, he commanded. Understood. Kizuru, shaking off his shock, promptly unleashed the powers of his Pika Pika no Mi, soaring into the sky. Chapter 39. The Foolish Spandam. At the Holy Land Mariawa, the headquarters of the world government, in the office of the Supreme Commander of the Nine, a middle-aged man sat upright at his desk, his gaze fixed on the transponder snail before him, his expression grave. Spandam, a man of modest strength, had cunningly ascended to the position of Supreme Commander through ruthless political maneuvers and the elimination of rivals. However, attaining this role was not his ultimate goal. He aspired to become a member of the inner circle of power. To achieve this ambition, he needed to cultivate beneficial relationships with various departments under the world government, especially the Navy headquarters, which he had long coveted as a colossal war machine. This desire prompted him to frequently collaborate with the Navy, notably 14 years prior when he accompanied Admirals Akainu and Kuzan to the archaeological island of O'Hara in the West Sea. It was there that he obtained a golden transponder snail from the then Admiral Sengoku, subsequently executing the buster call to erase O'Hara from existence. At that time, he believed this would elevate him further, yet upon his return to the Holy Land, he found himself entrenched in the position of Supreme Commander of the Nine, which sparked thoughts of eliminating the organization. For the Nine was a shadowy faction, and as long as it existed, he would remain ensnared in this role, forever unable to rise above. However, before he could devise a foolproof plan, his painstakingly placed undercover agents and the various military officers he had cultivated one by one severed their ties with him. Initially, he dismissed it, but as an increasing number of officers who had previously been in contact with him began to distance themselves, he was compelled to take it seriously and secretly commenced an investigation into the Vice Admiral named Xia Yu. When the investigation report was presented to him, even he, who was adept at scheming and unscrupulous in his pursuit of advancement, was drenched in cold sweat. The report revealed that over half of the officers in the naval headquarters had strong connections with Xia Yu. Particularly alarming were those officers who had previously interacted with him and even forged collaborations. They began to cut ties with him only after engaging with Xia Yu. Some even threatened that if he did not recognize the situation, they would confess and expose his deeds. The carefully constructed web of relationships was abruptly severed, and he could hardly endure it. He immediately convened a secret meeting with the financial war god, Izambarona's Shuru, one of the 5 elders. Upon reviewing the investigation report, Izambarona's Shuru promptly ordered Judicial Island to intervene and collect evidence, ultimately leading to Xia Yu's arrest. However, he never anticipated that just as Xia Yu was about to be transferred to Judicial Island for execution, the Vice Admiral, imprisoned within the naval headquarters, audaciously instigated a mutiny, seizing the position of marshal in a single night. This turn of events not only caught him off guard, but also surprised the 5 elders in the power chamber. For it was not Xia Yu's act of mutiny that was frightening, but rather the fact that he had completed the transfer of power overnight, consolidating control over the naval headquarters. This implied that not only had the 3 admirals defected, but many of the senior officers within the naval headquarters stood behind Xia Yu as well. Father. Suddenly, the tightly shut office door was forcefully flung open, and a man with half of his face covered in leather rushed to the desk, urgency evident in his demeanor. It's bad. That damned Vice Admiral Xia Yu has instigated a mutiny and seized the position of marshal at the naval headquarters. If he discovers that our father-son duo orchestrated his investigation and trial, he will undoubtedly not spare us. Spandam, the foolish son of Spandane. though not yet the highest commander of the Nine, had been the one to represent Spandane publicly in executing the authority of the highest commander of the Nine. Spandane furrowed his brow slightly and said solemnly, "Spandam, how many times must I tell you to remain calm in the face of adversity? There is no issue that cannot be resolved. Panicking at the first sign of trouble will not prepare you for future leadership of the Nine. Father, have you not realized yet?" Spandam pounded the desk with both hands, exclaiming, "The Holy Land has yet to take action. Clearly because Xia Yu has gained control of the Navy, causing them to hesitate. What we are facing now is not merely an individual's betrayal, but the entire Navy." At this, Spandane fell silent. He understood that the matter was extraordinary. It was no longer just an ordinary defection, but a potential complete severance of the Navy from the world government, posing the greatest threat to it. In such a scenario, the Holy Land had but one choice: to make concessions and reach some form of agreement with Xia Yu, acknowledging his legitimate status as the marshal of the naval headquarters, thus allowing this formidable war machine to continue serving the world government. To achieve this agreement, someone from the Holy Land would have to step forward to bear the consequences of this incident, as on the surface. The catalyst for Xia Yu's mutiny was the sudden trial. Should the Holy Land truly make concessions, it would be the father and son who would have to shoulder the repercussions of this event. As Spandane contemplated countermeasures in silence, Spandam, standing before the desk, suddenly looked up at the sky outside the window, his eyes widening in shock as he stammered, "Father, what is that?" Instinctively, Spandane turned to look. Upon doing so, his pupils constricted involuntarily. Outside the window, several figures were hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed, tracing arcs across the sky like meteors before plummeting rapidly towards the Pangas Square in the Holy Land. Boom! Before the father and son could react, a deafening explosion erupted. Almost immediately, plumes of thick smoke rose from the direction of Pangas Square. This unexpected scene triggered the alarm in the Holy Land, and amidst the blaring sirens, a multitude of figures rushed in from all directions, swiftly surrounding Pangas Square. That madman wouldn't dare to attack the Holy Land, would he? Watching the smoke billow from the square, Spandam swallowed hard and turned to rush out. Spandam! To his surprise, Spandam recklessly charged out at this critical moment. Spandane was jolted awake, watching his foolish son run out, and could not help but curse. "Damn it, fool." Cursing aside, Spandane rose immediately to pursue him. When the father and son arrived at Pangas Square, the rising smoke had already dispersed with the wind. In the square, surrounded by layers of people, 5 conspicuous human-shaped craters stood out. Though everyone encircling the area appeared on high alert, none dared to recklessly rush forward. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by a series of violent coughs, a figure emerged from one of the craters, standing up in a disheveled manner. It was the soldier who had been knocked back by Xia Yu's conqueror's haki. "Step back, all of you step back." Just as the atmosphere in the square became tense, the crowd on the right side suddenly parted, and an elderly man clad in a cloak, sporting a crescent hairstyle and wielding a western sword, strode confidently into the square. Approaching one of the craters, Lord Gringer. As the elder reached the crater, the soldier who had crawled out hurriedly knelt on one knee in greeting, disregarding the bandages that had fallen from his mouth. Upon hearing the soldier's address, the surrounding crowd erupted in chatter. "Lord Gringo? Is he the leader of the Knights of the Gods? My heavens, having been stationed in the Holy Land for so long, this is the first time I've seen this esteemed individual. The Knights of the Gods have been alerted? What on earth is happening? How could that woman in her underwear have fallen from the sky? Lord Gringer himself has come forth. Could it be that the Holy Land is under attack?" The elder was none other than Gringer, the leader of the Knights of the Gods, once a formidable figure in the Valley of the Gods. "How disheveled you are, soldier." Gringer looked down from his elevated position at the soldier, then turned to the encircling crowd, stating in a deep voice, "Everyone, return to your positions. This area is now under the jurisdiction of the Knights of the Gods. No one is to approach without my permission." As Gringer's words settled, the previously chaotic crowd fell silent and began to retreat in an orderly manner. "Lord Gringer, I have crucial intelligence." As the crowd was retreating, Spandam, rushing from the world government headquarters, unexpectedly pushed against the tide, hastening towards Gringer. "Stop!" Before Spandam could reach Gringer, a member of the Knights of the Gods, standing not far behind Gringer, swiftly drew his sword, pointing its blade at Spandam's throat. Faced with this, Spandam was so frightened that his legs went weak. He fell to his knees, trembling as he exclaimed, "Lord Gringer, I have important intelligence." Gringo did not even glance at the kneeling Spandam, lightly waving his hand. Take him away. At that moment, Spandane arrived. Without waiting for the Knights of the Gods to act, he hurriedly ran in front of Spandam and urgently said, Lord Gringer, please spare him. I will take him away. Saying this, Spandane, without a moment's delay, dragged his foolish son away. Though he held the esteemed position of the highest commander of the Nine, he was but an insignificant ant in the presence of Glink, the leader of the Divine Knights. Glink not only safeguarded the safety of the celestial dragons and upheld their dominion, but also possessed the authority to judge and execute them. Faced with such a formidable figure, even with towering ambitions, he could only bow in deference until those ambitions were realized. As Spandane and his son departed from the square, Glink got straight to the point. What transpired? His gaze shifted skyward, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Junzi, unwilling to conceal the truth, knelt and replied. In response to your question, we were repelled by the Conqueror's haki. Glink's pupils constricted as he glanced at the 5 members of the Divine Knights behind Junzi. Was it the mutinous Vice Admiral Xia Yu? Is it true that all 6 of you could not withstand him? With a face full of shame, Junzi lowered his head. We had no opportunity to retaliate. Before he could finish, a sudden realization struck him, and he hastily looked up at Glink, whispering, Lord Glink. Xia Yu has learned of Lord M's existence. The unexpected declaration left Glink momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Meanwhile, atop the Marine headquarters building in Marineford, Vice Admiral Xia Yu stood with hands clasped behind him, gazing at the warships slowly sinking beneath the waves. His eyes narrowed. Although these vessels bore the flag of justice, he was aware that their crews were not solely composed of Justice Island forces. Many were members of the Nine. Long before the ships had set sail for Marineford, he had detected their approach using his observation haki, even eavesdropping on some of the crew's thoughts. He learned that these ships had been dispatched by Spandane, the highest commander of the Nine. As Xia Yu's eyes narrowed further, a cruel smile crept across his lips. Spandane's audacity to send representatives to coincide with the Divine Knights' activities suggested he had acquired intelligence on their movements. This indicated that Spandane had extended his reach into the Marine headquarters, infiltrating numerous departments within the Holy Land, disregarding personal morals. Xia Yu had to commend Spandane for achieving this much with his meager abilities. Yet, given that Spandane dared to encroach upon his domain, conspiring with Justice Island and a certain high-ranking individual in the Holy Land to eliminate him, he must have been prepared to face dire consequences. Lord Xia Yu, what shall we do about the teleportation array? Ji Yuan, who had been silently standing beside Xia Yu, did not question him about the need to eliminate the warships. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon the now-vanished teleportation array, her expression grave as she remarked, leaving the teleportation array here is a persistent threat. Is there a way to eliminate it? Before Xia Yu could respond, Borisolino stepped forward. I shall guard it. Unnecessary. Xia Yu waved his hand. Allow me to attempt it. He turned and walked towards the spot where Junzi and the others had previously stood. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him, and he declared, Ji Yuan, fetch 2 seals. Ji Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking she must have misheard. Internally flustered, she exclaimed, but this is the teleportation array of the Divine Knights, Marshal. Likewise, the 3 admirals present were taken aback and exchanged glances. Sakazuki's facial muscles twitched, despite being an admiral. He didn't comprehend the array's mechanics, but was certain the seals would not contain it. Borisolino, after turning his head, hesitated to speak, ultimately falling silent. Kazan's reaction was comparatively calm, merely furrowing his brow. The sudden tension in the air led Xia Yu to believe he had not articulated himself clearly. Puzzled, he asked, what? Do I need to repeat myself? No, it's fine. Ji Yuan, regaining her composure and realizing Xia Yu was not jesting, immediately turned and dashed out. Soon, she returned with 2 seals in hand. Xia Yu took the seals, pressing them into his palm, as he subtly unleashed his Conqueror's haki. As the surrounding air resonated with a low-frequency tremor, the released haki did not scatter chaotically as it had when it had repelled the Divine Knights, but was instead mysteriously absorbed into the seals held in his palm. Witnessing this surreal scene, the 3 admirals and Ji Yuan gaped in astonishment. Borisolino's expression morphed into one of incredulity, his mouth agape and eyes wide, as he stared in disbelief at this seemingly miraculous event. Although Sakazuki and Kazan were less exaggerated in their reactions, they too were taken aback by Xia Yu's actions. Both internally pondering the same question, is this truly how one can wield Conqueror's haki? Observing their reactions brought an unexpected smile to Xia Yu's face. However, having undergone professional training, He restrained his amusement. After all, he was now the marshal of the Marine headquarters and could no longer afford to be the jester he once was. Under the watchful eyes of the three admirals and Xia Yu, Xia Yu solemnly chanted as he infused the seals with his conqueror's haki. As his words quickened, the intense infusion caused the surrounding air to vibrate with an increasingly powerful resonance, the humming sound echoing incessantly. A myriad of questions arose above the heads of the three admirals and Xia Yu, who utilizes conqueror's haki in such a manner. Despite their confusion, none dared to inquire further, nor did they wish to disrupt the moment. Just as they were collectively perplexed by the escalating intensity of Xia Yu's haki and instinctively began to retreat, he suddenly raised his voice. Great celestial dragon, Prajna Buddhas, earthy venerable Ksitigarbha, Prajna Bami, boom. Having uttered the final word, Xia Yu brought the infused seal crashing down upon the ground. With a wave of kinetic energy rippling outward, the seal remarkably embedded itself into the earth, as if merging seamlessly with the ground. Done. Glancing at the seal now embedded in the earth, Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction. With the seal in place, should they dare to use this teleportation point again, they would be sent right back to where they came from. Chapter 041. I wish to speak with him. In the dimly lit palace hall of Marineford, sat upon the void throne, casting a cold, penetrating gaze upon the five elders and the somewhat disheveled Junzi. His hands clenched tightly beneath his cloak, exuding an oppressive aura. After relaying the events that transpired at the Marine headquarters, Junzi bowed low, too intimidated to stand upright. The mission to negotiate with Xia Yu had not only failed but had resulted in her being sent flying back by his overwhelming power. Thankfully, she had been accompanied by the formidable Glink. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, she would not have dared to enter this grand hall. Of course, without Glink, she would not have ventured into the palace at all. After a brief silence, upon hearing Junzi's report, abruptly rose, his gaze fixed intently on those present. His voice low and commanding. How could he know of my existence? Who is this Xia Yu? Lord this individual cannot be spared. The financial martial god, Izambaronis, cautiously lifted his head, a murderous intent emanating from him as he declared, he has instigated a mutiny and seized control of the navy. We may compromise on many matters, but this one is intolerable. Knowing of your existence, Xia Yu must die. At these words, Glink, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly. Though he is the leader of the Knights of God, commanding a formidable cadre of warriors, his prowess rivals that of the esteemed elders present, he remains unconvinced by the counsel of Izambaronis Shuru. The audacity of Xia Yu to initiate a coup and seize control of the Navy headquarters with minimal cost indicates that he possesses a trump card to challenge the world government. This assertion has already garnered some validation. With merely the use of Conqueror's haki, he has sent the Marine commander and 5 members of the Knights of God sprawling back to Marineford, thus rendering Xia Yu's strength beyond mere Vice Admiral or even the so-called Emperors of the Sea. Historically, even the mighty Rocks, who once raided God Valley, and Roger, who ascended as the new pirate king, despite their unparalleled Conqueror's haki, could not wield it with such devastating effect. Should the world government recklessly engage in battle with Xia Yu, who wields such terrifying power and controls the navy, even if they were to emerge victorious, they would emerge severely weakened, allowing the Revolutionary Army and the lawless pirates of the Grand Line to exploit the ensuing chaos, exacerbating the situation. Contemplating this, Grinke raised his gaze toward the figure before the throne of void and bowed slightly, stating, Lord Xia Yu has directly invoked your name in the presence of 3 admirals and a candidate admiral, indicating that the knowledge of your existence is no longer confined to these 4. It is likely that Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr are also aware. To maintain this secret, we must engage in conflict with Xia Yu and his navy, ensuring that we eliminate them all in one decisive blow. Clearly, the current circumstances do not permit such an approach. According to the latest intelligence I possess, news of Xia Yu's coup at the Navy headquarters has already been disseminated by various news agencies throughout the Grand Line. Before these news outlets caught wind of the situation, I am certain that the Revolutionary Army or other nefarious factions had already acquired this intelligence. Before Grinke could finish his thoughts, his transponder snail suddenly rang. Upon hearing the signal, his expression changed dramatically, and he hastily attempted to terminate the call. However, he was a moment too late. The transponder snail emitted 2 beeps, followed by a deep voice. Father, I am Shamlock. I have just received the latest intelligence. The Revolutionary Army's Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern divisions, alongside the forces of the Grand Line, are mobilizing almost simultaneously. Additionally, our informant in Wano has reported that Kaido of the Beast Pirates, through Doflamingo, has learned of Xia Yu's coup at the Navy headquarters and is preparing to launch a major war. Understood. Due to him's presence, Grinke dared not speak further, swiftly concluding the call and then directing his gaze back to the figure before the throne. As silence enveloped the great hall, the elders maintained their composure outwardly. Yet internally, they were fraught with unease. Particularly Izambalona's Shuru, who felt partially responsible for the situation's escalation, as it stemmed from his decision to heed Spandam's advice to investigate Xia Yu. Initially, he had only considered the potential internal turmoil that could arise from pursuing Xia Yu, which prompted him to order Judicial Island to intervene, intending for it to absorb the wrath of the Navy's officers. Beyond that, he had not expressed much concern, believing that Xia Yu, while a potential threat in the future, was inconsequential at present. Yet the reality was that this seemingly insignificant Vice Admiral had not only audaciously initiated a coup, but had also incited various factions to stir the pot. This entire scenario appeared fortuitous, yet it was all part of Xia Yu's intricate calculations. He was certain that the Revolutionary Army in Kaido, who controls Wano, had not learned of the Navy's coup through an exceptionally formidable intelligence network, but rather that Xia Yu had intentionally orchestrated it to create a chaotic environment rife with multiple constraints. Of course, these details were secondary. What truly astonished him was that Xia Yu had knowledge of Lord Im's existence. It is worth noting that Lord Im's identity remains the highest secret. Apart from the five of them, only Figureland Grinke and a select few from the Knights of God were aware. As Izambalona's Shuru pondered his strategy for confronting the current predicament, Im slowly turned to face the assembly. A chilling crimson glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a deep tone, informed Xia Yu that I wished to speak with him. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the operations conference room, the unexpected arrival of the Knights of God prompted the esteemed elders, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, to gather. All but a few Vice Admirals dispatched on missions were present in the headquarters. Lord Xia Yu, there is something I find perplexing, said Jiyuan, seated beside Xia Yu, seizing the opportunity before the meeting commenced. Why did you inform those members of the Knights of God that they should fear not only Nika? Were you attempting to provoke them, or was there another purpose? It was neither provocation nor ulterior motive, Xia Yu replied with a smile. I simply felt that not saying something would diminish my presence. Chapter 042. The Grand Struggle Amidst a Tumultuous Landscape. Jiyuan was taken aback by Xia Yu's unexpected response, her eyes widening in surprise, followed by a resigned smile. Indeed, the Xia Yu she had come to know had not changed despite seizing control of the Navy through a coup. From the moment Xia Yu entered the headquarters until the coup commenced, he exuded the aura of a humorous and witty youth, even making light-hearted remarks when questioned by the presiding judge. Are we all here? Xia Yu ceased the discussion on that topic, surveying the attendees with a leisurely demeanor. Before we begin, I must inform you all of something. If all goes as expected, the Revolutionary Army and one of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo, should have already learned of the coup and taken corresponding actions. Of course, their timely acquisition of this information is not due to any exceptional prowess of their infiltrators within the Navy, but rather a deliberate act on my part. Pausing briefly, Xia Yu glanced at Polyasolino before continuing. The Revolutionary Army may receive this news even sooner than Doflamingo, as their infiltrators within the Navy hold significant ranks. As for Doflamingo's agents, since they are not stationed at the headquarters, I disclosed the events occurring at the headquarters to him through another branch Vice Admiral. Or rather, I compelled him to make a choice. The mention of infiltrators caught Sengoku, who was quietly listening, by surprise, prompting him to look up at Xia Yu. As a former fleet admiral, he was well aware that there were numerous factions with infiltrators embedded within the Navy. While he had silently managed to root out some of them, he was certain there were still many he remained unaware of. Xia Yu's current assertion indicated that he had a comprehensive understanding of these infiltrators. In contrast to Sengoku's silence, many of the Vice Admirals present began to murmur. Doflamingo has infiltrators in the headquarters? Who could it possibly be? Not stationed at the headquarters? Could it be a base commander from one of the branch bases? Admiral, why not root these infiltrators out? Xia Yu raised a hand, signaling for silence, and with a warm smile, replied, infiltrators do not necessarily need to be eliminated. Often, allowing them to remain can be far more advantageous. Their utility has already begun to manifest. Just now, we received news from the Sabati archipelago that the 5 armies of the Revolutionary Army are mobilizing in response to the Navy's coup. I am certain that should the Holy Land be thrown into chaos due to my insurrection, they will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to expand their territory and influence. Upon acquiring this intelligence through his undercover operations, Don Quixote Doflamingo will promptly inform Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, who reigns over the New World. You heard that correctly. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo has another identity. He is not merely an intermediary in the underworld, but also maintains a close connection with Kaido. Once Kaido learns from Doflamingo about our severed ties with the world government, what actions might he take, given his long-held desire for the world to descend into ruin? Although news will inevitably spread worldwide, revealing all that we have done, there will be a temporal gap. At that time, the Holy Land will surely exploit this window of opportunity, aiming to swiftly conclude the war with the intent to suppress us in one decisive blow. My willingness to instigate a coup indicates my readiness for conflict with the world government. The crux of the matter lies in how other factions will respond once we engage in battle with the Holy Land. It is highly likely that the Revolutionary Army will refrain from attacking us at this juncture. They have devoted themselves to overthrowing the world government and are unlikely to launch a surprise assault against us. Instead, they may send envoys to negotiate, as this moment presents an optimal opportunity for them to persuade the Navy to their cause. For the Revolutionary Army, the world government is their ultimate target, while for other factions, particularly the lawless pirates of the seas, the Navy represents their greatest threat. Thus, I intentionally disrupt the situation to instill a sense of caution in the Holy Land, prompting them to sit down and negotiate with us in a calm demeanor. Having concluded my thoughts, Xia Yu suddenly turned to Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa, who were listening intently, and remarked with a smile. You must be eager to meet the enigmatic figure behind the world government, M. Undoubtedly, many here share a curiosity about this individual. Should the Holy Land be willing to negotiate, you will soon have the opportunity to meet him. 4. With the members of the God Knights flung back to the Holy Land, M's existence is no longer a secret to us. Provided that M does not desire to allow the Revolutionary Army and others to take advantage of a conflict with us, you shall see him soon. Just as Xia Yu finished speaking, the telephone bug, quietly resting before him, suddenly buzzed to life. Following that, a familiar voice emanated from the device. This is Junzi. At this proclamation, all eyes turned towards her, especially Sengoku and Carp, who, in their focus, unconsciously reached for a box of senbei and began munching on them. Miss Junzi, it seems you have emerged unscathed from the impact of Conqueror's Haki. Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling reassured. After all, we have yet to reach the point of irreparable conflict. Perhaps we may soon find ourselves as allies in battle. On the other end of the line, Junzi, standing within the grand hall of the Holy Land Palace, cast a furtive glance at the imposing figure before the throne. Her heart racing as she cut straight to the point. Lord M wishes to see you. Very well, Xia Yu replied without hesitation. When? Tomorrow. Xia Yu nodded. I hope to see Spandam and his son when I arrive at the Holy Land. With that, he ended the call and looked towards the gathering crowd, shrugging slightly. It appears that the Revolutionary Army and Kaido's forces are in for a futile endeavor. In the Holy Land, within the world government's headquarters. In the office of the Supreme Commander, Spandam sat before his desk, his face ashen, his gaze vacant as he stared at the telephone bug. Just moments ago, he received devastating news. The naval vessels dispatched from Judicial Island to the Navy headquarters had all been sunk, with no survivors. While the loss of life was tragic, the critical issue lay in the Navy's reckless act of sinking ships bearing the judicial flag, indicating that either Xia Yu or he would pay a life as price for this incident. Judging by the Holy Land's reaction, the astute Spandam surmised that they would not engage in war with the Navy under Xia Yu's control, at least not at this moment. The absence of conflict implies a need for compromise and concession. Such compromises often come at a price, such as offering Spandam himself to appease Xia Yu's wrath over the insurrection. Suddenly, a panicked voice broke through from outside the office. Father? Father? Without waiting for Spandam to gather his thoughts, Spandam burst through the door and rushed to the desk in a state of urgency. The God Knights are on their way here. At this revelation, Spandam slumped helplessly into his chair, despair and terror flickering in his eyes. As the sun set in the west, the celestial orb descended towards the ocean's edge, appearing as if it were melting into the vast sea, casting a magnificent crimson hue across the waters. After the meeting, Xia Yu ascended to the rooftop of the headquarters, squinting as he gazed out over the endless ocean, his mind swirling with thoughts. 6 years ago, upon awakening in this pirate world, he was filled with fervor and determination to seize the day. Yet, he also harbored a fear of this unfamiliar realm. unsure if he would be granted the formidable abilities often bestowed upon protagonists in the countless novels he had read prior to his transmigration. As time passed, the coveted abilities he yearned for failed to manifest. Nevertheless, he refused to succumb to disappointment, choosing instead to relinquish his fantasies and confront reality. Dedicating himself to rigorous training while fostering relationships with the soldiers and officers around him. Gradually, he realized that even without a system, he could carve out a place for himself in this world. Thus, the initially modest ambition of merely surviving transformed into a grander scheme for dominance. As his strength grew and allies gathered, so did his aspirations. However, according to his plans, he was not inclined to engage in a desperate struggle at this juncture. Given his current prowess and connections, he would merely survive this judgment. Seizing the position of Fleet Admiral and commanding the Navy was nearly impossible. To his astonishment, a system did indeed emerge, rewarding him even before he had fully established himself as Fleet Admiral, elevating all his abilities to their highest potential. When his abilities were enhanced, Xia Yu distinctly felt himself ascend to an unprecedented level of power. Despite possessing knowledge of various techniques regarding the 3 types of hockey, swordsmanship, and the Navy's 6 styles, knowledge granted by the system, he could not truly grasp the extent of his newfound supremacy. It was only through his battles with Karp and his overwhelming defeat of 6 members of the God Knights that he gained a clearer understanding of his current strength, which had reached its zenith. Particularly with Conqueror's Haki, his previous comprehension paled in comparison to the profound insight he acquired post-enhancement. It became evident that Conqueror's Haki surpassed all else in terms of its intrinsic value. Yet, these were reflections on past events. Before Xia Yu now lay the imminent meeting with him and the necessity of future planning. Although him had shown signs of concession, Xia Yu was not naive enough to believe that him would genuinely yield. After wielding control over the world government for so many years, how could he be swayed by a single act of rebellion? The intent to negotiate was merely a strategy to temporarily stabilize the situation. Certainly, it would require time to recuperate. Engaging in outright war with the world government, a colossal entity that has stood atop the red line for 8 centuries, was not a judicious choice. A moment of impulsive fervor could well lead to his downfall, jeopardizing the initiative he currently held. Certainly, if his ambition is merely to become a maritime emperor in this world, he need not instigate a coup. He could simply depart with his loyal officers and soldiers to establish his own domain without such elaborate machinations. As a great transmigrator, possessing the dragon-slaying technique and a system, it would be utterly absurd for him to resort to banditry and piracy. Lord Xia Yu? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Following the sound, Xia Yu beheld the striking figure of Guillaume, adorned in a Vice Admiral's coat, swiftly approaching him with an air of elegance. Xia Yu turned to her and inquired, "Is everything arranged?" "Indeed," Guillaume replied, handing him a document and continuing, "Aside from Admiral Sengoku, Mr. Karp, and Master Zephyr, the 3 admirals also wish to visit the Holy Land. Moreover, I have noticed that Admirals Kazan and Sakazuki are somewhat despondent. I am concerned, as you are aware. They have had numerous disagreements over the years due to differing ideals, and on several occasions, they nearly came to blows." "Do not worry," Xia Yu gestured dismissively, smiling. "It is understandable for them to feel disheartened at this juncture, especially in light of M's existence, which has shaken their respective convictions of justice, particularly for Sakazuki, who has long harbored dissatisfaction towards the celestial dragons and the ruling elders. Despite his identity and adherence to a particular form of justice, he has chosen to endure. Now, with the emergence of a hidden manipulator behind the world government, any true champion of justice would inevitably feel demoralized. Kazan, too, has struggled with doubts regarding the Navy's justice since the O'Hara incident, and the revelation of M's existence has magnified his confusion. However, I believe that once we visit the Holy Land, both Sakazuki and Kazan will no longer be perplexed." Guillaume's eyes brightened as she tentatively remarked, "So, when you mentioned M's existence while striking the Knights of God, it was not solely to confront M and the world government, but rather to compel Kazan and Sakazuki to make a definitive choice?" Xia Yu nodded, affirming, "It is not just for them, but also for Sengoku and Karp. For these seasoned veterans and powerful individuals, mere displays of force and conventional methods are insufficient to persuade them to stand alongside us. Only by allowing them to perceive the situation and grasp the truth, coupled with our current endeavors as groundwork, will they discard their illusions and confront reality." At his words, Guillaume tilted her head slightly, observing Xia Yu. He remained the same, yet there was an unfamiliarity about him. It is noteworthy that Xia Yu, at his current age, is comparable to Tina, yet his intellect and depth far surpass that of ordinary individuals. His ability to gauge the hearts of others is unparalleled, rivaling even Sengoku, the strategist. The sea breeze sweeping across the deck rustled the coats of Xia Yu and Gion, producing a subtle sound. Xia Yu glanced over the contents of the document before passing it back to Gion, then raised his gaze towards the horizon, narrowing his eyes softly as he murmured. The wind is rising. A new day dawned, and the sun ascended as usual, as newspapers published by major news agencies were delivered worldwide by newsbirds. The contents within stunned the great powers across the Grand Line and the Four Seas. In the New World, the territory of the red-haired pirates, members of the red-haired pirates, adorned in various attires, lay sprawled across the ground, snoring thunderously, startling the birds in the surrounding woods into silence. Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, had recently become one of the 4 emperors of the New World. After a grand feast with his crew, he had indulged excessively and had fallen asleep, clutching a bottle of wine. Upon awakening, Shanks found himself facing a figure seated across from him, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. Beckman did not shift his gaze upon Shanks' awakening. Instead, he held a newspaper delivered by a newsbird, his expression unusually grave. "Good morning, Beckman," Shanks said, rubbing his swollen eyes as he dragged himself toward Beckman, grinning. "Up so early? Did you not enjoy yourself last night?" Beckman remained silent, merely extending the newspaper towards Shanks. Shanks' eyes scanned the headline, and his pupils constricted in shock. He snatched the newspaper, incredulously reading aloud, "A coup at Navy headquarters? Vice Admiral Xia Yu seizes the position of Fleet Admiral." After a brief moment of astonishment, Shanks abruptly looked up at Beckman, exclaiming, "When did this happen?" "Last night, during our banquet." Beckman lit a cigarette, his demeanor serious. "Before you awoke, I contacted our informants stationed in Sabaody Archipelago. Not only did Navy headquarters undergo a thorough cleansing, but most naval bases across the Grand Line and the Four Seas experienced a simultaneous and dramatic upheaval. All officers now commanding these bases are loyal confidants of this Vice Admiral." Pausing briefly, Beckman fixed his gaze on Shanks, asserting, "To have fully taken over the Navy in just one day is an astonishing feat. I have a premonition that the balance between the Holy Land and the allied nations of the world government, as well as the equilibrium maintained between the Navy and the 4 emperors of the New World, will be irrevocably shattered due to this Vice Admiral." Chapter 044, Hawkeye, Crocodile. Meanwhile, in the New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, a towering giant, exceeding 6 meters in height, sat at the bow of the Moby Dick, adorned with various foredrips, intently reading a recent newspaper. Despite his stillness, he emanated an overwhelming aura of sovereign majesty, an invisible pressure that rendered others hesitant to meet his gaze. Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard pirates, wielder of the Trimmer fruit, and known as the world's strongest man, was affectionately referred to as Dad by his crew. On the deck, the captains and combatants of the Whitebeard pirates maintained a hushed reverence, as if fearful of disturbing their father, walking softly and silently. Closest to Edward Newgate was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, whose golden punk hairstyle earned him the moniker of the Phoenix. He was one of the few who dared to glance up at their father. Yet, he remained silent, waiting quietly. They had already perused the contents of the newspaper before their father, knowing that the situation of the world government and its navy had transformed into a tense standoff overnight. Although they were pirates, and indeed captains under the strongest man in the New World, they would not be easily unsettled by sudden upheavals. Nonetheless, they recognized the gravity of the news delivered that day. The reason was simple. If the world government and its military machine, the Navy, were to become embroiled in a standoff, it would undoubtedly impact global dynamics, and the precariously stabilized balance in the New World would inevitably be disrupted. Gururara. After reading the newspaper, Edward Newgate suddenly erupted in hearty laughter, exuding an air of grandiosity. It seems Sengoku and Carp have grown old, falling prey to a young pup's schemes. However, the true concern now lies not with Sengoku and Carp, but with the elders of the Holy Land. Pausing for a moment, Edward Newgate's expression shifted as he lifted the newspaper once more, his face solemn. What does this young Vice Admiral Xia Yu truly desire? Merely to instigate a coup and serve the world government as Fleet Admiral, or to lead the Navy, this colossal war machine, away from the world government and establish dominion of his own? If it is the former, the current situation may not be significantly impacted. If it is the latter, Then the already tumultuous Grand Line will surely be stirred into a frenzy. Upon hearing this, Marco stepped forward and proclaimed, "Father, I have already arranged for personnel at Sabaody Archipelago. Regardless of what transpires next, we shall grasp the situation at the first moment." As he spoke, Marco suddenly shifted the topic, adding, "Moreover, Kaido attempted to take his own life at Sky Island yesterday. Unlike before, he did not succeed this time and has not returned to Wano. Instead, the three calamities of the Beast Pirates have successively departed Wano. They must have learned of this news in advance and are likely seizing this opportunity to ignite a new war. Pay no mind to it." Edward Newgate waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed intently on a photograph featured prominently on the front page of a newspaper. He articulated slowly, "Xia Yu? What an extraordinary young man he is." In a certain region of the Grand Line, on a small coffin-shaped vessel braving the waves, a young man with eagle-like sharp eyes sat cross-legged on the deck, which could barely accommodate him, wielding a massive sword with a cross-shaped hilt. Despite the splashing waves, an invisible force kept the water at bay, dispersing it harmlessly. Draco Mihawk, known as Hawkeyes, sat atop the pinnacle of swordsmanship, once a hunter of the Navy, now a member of the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government. Just then, a bird call echoed from the sky. As Mihawk looked up, a news bird descended, hovering just above his head. Without hesitation, he tossed a handful of berries to the bird and retrieved a newspaper. Upon glancing at the headline, the previously relaxed Mihawk abruptly stood, a flicker of shock crossing his keen eyes. A mutiny at the naval headquarters? Vice Admiral Xia Yu has taken full control. And tensions with the world government are escalating? After quickly perusing the article, Mihawk regained his composure and turned his gaze forward. He was not unfamiliar with the name Xia Yu. During a summons from the Navy, he had attended a meeting at the naval headquarters as one of the 7 warlords. Hearing about Xia Yu from various officers, though he had not met him personally, what piqued his interest was the mention of a young powerhouse who had mastered all 6 forms of the Navy in just 6 years. Moreover, this young talent possessed remarkable prowess in swordsmanship, surpassing many skilled swordsmen within the Navy. Vice Admiral Xia Yu, after a brief silence, a spark of battle intent ignited in Mihawk's eyes. To have taken full control of the naval headquarters in merely 1 day. It seems you have grown to an astonishing degree. Thus, it is time for us to meet. As his words faded, the aura of the world's greatest swordsman surged forth. In the next moment, the coffin-shaped vessel beneath him accelerated sharply towards the naval headquarters. Mere seconds later, just as the boat surged through a massive wave, it suddenly malfunctioned and came to a halt. Mihawk, who had been brimming with vigor just moments ago, was now filled with confusion as he surveyed the drifting vessel. With a resigned sigh, he exhaled deeply, quickly scanning the surrounding waters and confirming the absence of any other ships. He decisively removed his supreme greatsword and used it as an oar, skillfully paddling through the waves. In the first half of the Grand Line, within the borders of the Alabasta Kingdom, in a dimly lit room of the largest casino, reigned dinner. A commanding figure stood with his back to the sole beam of light, emitting a disquieting chuckle. "Ha ha ha, how unexpected. The naval headquarters has been completely taken over by a Vice Admiral." As he spoke, the man turned to reveal a face marked by a cross-shaped scar and slick-back hair, exuding an aura of ambition. Crocodile, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea and the founder of the criminal organization Baroque Works, known by the codename Mr. Zero. Of course, at present, no one in Alabasta was aware of his true identity, for he was currently establishing a reputation as a righteous hero, seeking opportunities to implement a long-conceived plan. As he turned, a cigar dangling from his mouth, Crocodile glanced toward the shadowy corner and slowly spoke, "Our plan must be expedited." With his words, a tall young woman wearing a white cowboy had emerged from the shadows. Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works, a user of the flower fruit, and the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident, was branded a demon by the world government, with a bounty of 79 million berries. Crocodile, his expression serious, addressed Robin. "The world government or the naval headquarters may soon issue a summons to the 7 warlords. Should the naval headquarters and the world government reach an impasse due to this mutiny, the 7 warlords caught between them will be the first to suffer repercussions. To ensure our plan remains unaffected, I must temporarily leave Alabasta. I entrust the matters of Baroque Works to you." As he spoke, Crocodile's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze piercing as he regarded the woman before him. "I hope you do not disappoint me, Nico Robin." Chapter 045, Quietly Become a Legend, Rayleigh. As the various factions stirred due to the mutiny at the naval headquarters, a large warship slowly departed from the port of Marineford, heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. On the deck of the warship, Xia Yu donned the coat of the fleet admiral, standing at the forefront, flanked by the three admirals, each lost in their own thoughts. Guillaume maintained a respectful distance from Xia Yu, one hand resting on her sword's hilt, allowing the sea breeze to billow around her coat. Beneath her calm exterior lay a heart brimming with tension. This was, of course, understandable. Although the Holy Land had made concessions, the mysterious Im had chosen to meet with Xia Yu. It did not guarantee their sincerity. Should the Holy Land renege on their agreement, it would undoubtedly lead to an unprecedented fierce battle. Do not be anxious. Xia Yu seemed to read Guillaume's thoughts, breaking the silence on deck. Even if the Holy Land were to go back on their word, they could not hope to contain us. The current situation does not permit them to act capriciously. Not only us, but every move made by the Holy Land is under the scrutiny of the lurking informants. Upon hearing this, Guillaume couldn't help but smile faintly as she shook her head. Since the day she met Xia Yu, he had always appeared to her as a neighborly boy. Despite knowing of his rapid advancements over the years and his certain future greatness, she had never envisioned a day where she would require comfort from him like a little girl. She was indeed somewhat tense, but not afraid. Yet, although she was considerably older than Xia Yu, his sudden words of reassurance warmed her heart. Unbeknownst to her, the boy who once trained alongside her in swordsmanship had grown into a towering figure, providing her with an unexpected sense of comfort. As the distance to the Sabaody archipelago was not far, it soon came into view. The warship did not head to the Navy base on the Sabaody archipelago, but instead sailed directly toward the port leading to the Holy Land. As the warship approached the harbor, the calm facade of the Shambaudi Islands was suddenly stirred by undercurrents, with intelligence agents of various factions lurking in the shadows, keenly observing this massive naval vessel that had set sail from the naval headquarters. In Area 13 of the Shambaudi Islands, outside the bar owned by Shaki, the proprietor held a cigarette in one hand and a telescope in the other, peering through the trees at the approaching warship, her gaze tracking its movement. Upon spotting the young figure standing before the three admirals and Ji Yuan on the ship's deck, even Shaki, who had once served as the emperor of the daughter kingdom, could not suppress her astonishment at such remarkable audacity at a young age. This era was destined to be his. At this moment, Shaki abruptly turned her head to glance at an old man standing nearby, full of vigor and unstoppable. The old man, with narrowed eyes, observed the figures on the warship through his keen vision, generously complimenting, "He surpasses the one who once invited me to set sail and turn the world upside down." Silvers Rayleigh, the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates, codenamed King of the Underworld, was a top-tier powerhouse of a bygone era. After the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh had taken on a mysterious mission, remaining in the Shambaudi Islands as a coding craftsman. To better conceal his identity, he often frequented the various casinos of the Shambaudi Islands, sometimes even wagering himself to human trafficking groups, only to be sold at slave auctions. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in Rayleigh's eyes as he shifted his gaze from the young figure at the ship's bow to the three elderly men sitting on the deck, Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr. Shaki raised an eyebrow and chuckled. With the three highest combat powers of the naval headquarters, along with Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr, appearing simultaneously, such a formidable lineup would give even the Holy Land pause for thought. Hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes lit up, and he boldly declared, "I shall join the fray." Before his words faded, he vanished in a flash, disappearing into the nearby woods surrounding the bar. When he reappeared, he was already beside the port leading to the Holy Land. At this moment, the port was bustling with naval soldiers stationed in the Shambaudi Islands. Under the leadership of Vice Admirals Staloberry and Bastiu, hundreds of naval soldiers stood in two neat rows, their demeanor disciplined and their gazes fervent. With the arrival of the naval headquarters warship, merchant vessels that provided various provisions to the Holy Land hastily avoided the harbor, retreating to the waters beyond, where merchants aboard the ships gathered on their decks, eagerly watching the approaching warship. As the warship docked, Staloberry and Bastiu, who had been waiting at the port, immediately straightened their postures. Ji Yuan and the three admirals promptly leaped off the deck, with Ji Yuan standing to the left and the three admirals facing her, awaiting Xia Yu's descent from the ship. However, the figure of Xia Yu, who had previously been on the deck, was now nowhere to be seen. From a discreet corner, Rayleigh did not pay attention to the three admirals and Ji Yuan disembarking the warship. Instead, he quietly unleashed his observation haki, extending it to cover 100 meters around him. Through this heightened sense, he captured the presence of lurking intelligence agents nearby, eavesdropping on their whispered conversations without missing a word. with the three admirals and the former fleet Admiral Sengoku alongside the naval hero Carp. It seemed that Xia Yu was poised to confront the Holy Land. While Xia Yu was indeed preparing for confrontation, the Holy Land appeared to be making concessions. Otherwise, Xia Yu and his entourage would not have arrived in such a manner, but would have led the Navy in an assault on the Holy Land. Where was Xia Yu? He had been on the deck, yet in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Now was not the time to ponder his whereabouts, but rather to consider what would transpire when he, accompanied by the three admirals and the esteemed Sengoku and Carp, approached the Holy Land. What could possibly happen? The Holy Land might capitulate, allowing Xia Yu to secure greater rights for the Navy. Alternatively, there was another possibility. The Holy Land could lower its stance to lure Xia Yu and his group into a trap before swiftly eliminating them. Are you serious? Rayleigh thought. The entire Navy is under Xia Yu's control, and the Revolutionary Army, having received the intelligence ahead of us, is simultaneously mobilizing. If the Holy Land dares to go back on its word now, they shall face an unprecedented revolutionary storm. As he pondered these inconsequential whispers captured by his observation hockey, Rayleigh shook his head, retracting his powers to gaze back at the warship's deck. Meanwhile, within the ship's cabin, Xia Yu exited the restroom. Taking a handkerchief offered by a soldier standing by to dry his hands, and decisively proclaimed, "Let us depart." With that, he strode purposefully out of the cabin. Upon stepping onto the deck, Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the spot where Rayleigh was concealed. At that very moment, Rayleigh had also just withdrawn his observation hockey to look at the warship, when he noticed Xia Yu, who had just stepped onto the deck, suddenly turn his head in his direction. A jolt of realization struck him. From Xia Yu's reaction and expression, it was evident that he had been discovered. Had Rayleigh merely been an ordinary coding craftsman, his exposure would have been inconsequential. However, the critical issue was that he had completely concealed his presence upon arriving. And with the foliage obscuring him, not even the two intelligence agents lurking a mere 10 meters away had detected him. Yet, Xia Yu had noticed him as soon as he stepped out of the cabin, indicating that he had long since been aware of his presence. Indeed, just as Rayleigh's heart raced, a voice resonated within him. Now that you are retired, refrain from stirring trouble, quietly become a legend, Rayleigh the king of the underworld. The sudden voice shattered Rayleigh's composure, his eyes widening in shock. Clearly, Xia Yu not only recognized him, but also knew his true identity. Chapter 46. The Vice Admiral wields his sword, the Admiral bows his head. Xia Yu had not been aware of Rayleigh's presence all along. When he stepped onto the deck, he merely intended to utilize his observation hockey to assess the situation, only to unexpectedly identify Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of the Pirate King, amidst the vast sea of thoughts. Of course, he could have easily ignored Rayleigh's existence, as the current Rayleigh posed no threat to him. However, he chose to communicate with Rayleigh through his observation hockey, feeling it necessary to engage with the legendary figure and observe his reaction. Everything unfolded as he anticipated. Yet he was surprised to see Rayleigh, who was not only discovered but also revealed to be aware of his true identity, displaying a fascinating array of emotions, shock and disbelief. Before Rayleigh could collect himself, Xia Yu's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Once this matter is settled, I shall make time to visit Shaki's bar, where the former Empress of the Daughter Kingdom may be of assistance to me." Once again, Rayleigh was astounded by Xia Yu's knowledge of Shaki's identity and background, stirring immense waves within him. Following a brief moment of astonishment, Rayleigh suddenly chuckled. What a formidable young man. Is this a warning for the old man? Rayleigh did not retreat. Having already been discovered by Xia Yu, he stepped out of the shadows into the sunlight, gazing at the figure standing on the ship's deck, and communicated through his observation hockey, "I wish you a smooth journey, the new Marshal of the Navy, Xia Yu." On the deck, a smile graced Xia Yu's lips as he ceased interaction with Rayleigh and decisively made his way forward. As Xia Yu descended from the warship, the naval soldiers waiting on the shore, along with Vice Admirals Staloberry and Bastju, immediately saluted, chorusing loyalty. Meanwhile, Shiwan unsheathed the famed sword, Jinbaira, cradling it in both hands as he stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Marshal," he addressed. Xia Yu blinked in confusion, asking Shiwan, "What are you doing?" Maintaining his bow, Shiwan replied earnestly, "The marshal would exude less authority without a sword at his side." With that, he hoisted Jinbaira overhead and presented it to Xia Yu. Observing this, the three admirals standing opposite Shiwan lowered their heads, evidently desiring Xia Yu to bear the sword. Xia Yu graciously accepted the Jinbaira, fastening it at his waist. With one hand gripping the hilt, he strode confidently between Shiwan and the three admirals. As Xia Yu stepped forward, Xiwan promptly followed, with the three admirals trailing closely behind. Watching this scene from the deck, Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa exchanged smiles. Particularly Zifa, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of mist as he beheld Xia Yu advancing towards the lift leading to the Holy Land, surrounded by the three admirals and Xiwan. He had never anticipated that the ambitions he had harbored for years would find fruition through his student's decisive actions. He believed that the Navy would undergo a profound transformation under Xia Yu's command, evolving into a truly righteous force. From a distance, Rayleigh was once again captivated by the sight of Xia Yu, who had confidently taken the sword from Xiwan's hands and was now striding out. The lieutenant commander held his sword aloft, while the three admirals bowed their heads in respect. Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa stood behind him. A singular supernova, unique to the Navy, was rising steadily. At that moment, Rayleigh sensed the dawn of a new era unfolding before his eyes. In the Holy Land, Marineford. Upon learning through the lift operators that Xia Yu's group had arrived at the port, the soldiers did not dare to delay and promptly rushed toward the entrance, accompanied by several members of the Knights of God. Upon their arrival, a familiar figure awaited them. "Shamrock?" one soldier exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here?" The man at the entrance was none other than Shamrock, the eldest son of the leader of the Knights of God, Fegaland. Unlike the other members, Shamrock wore a black cloak with a hood. Should a formidable figure from the Grand Line catch sight of his face, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For Shamrock bore an uncanny resemblance to Shanks, one of the four emperors. Shamrock's gaze remained fixed on the lift as he coolly stated, "I am also a member of the Knights of God. You should not be appearing at this moment." The soldier, whose brow furrowed, replied sternly, "Accompanying Xia Yu to the Holy Land are not only Xiwan, but also the three admirals, Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa. If they see your face, how many secrets do you think we will have left?" Before the soldier could finish, Shamrock abruptly interjected, "The existence of Im-sama is no longer a secret. Does my identity truly hold any significance for them?" Hearing this, the soldier fell silent, turning to stand alongside Shamrock, both gazing toward the lift. As they watched the lift slowly ascend, the soldier suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his breath quickening. Noticing the soldier's unease, Shamrock raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you feeling nervous?" The soldier nodded awkwardly, his expression serious. "You should know what I fear most. They are almost here." Standing beside the soldier, a long-haired woman suddenly looked up, her demeanor tense as she focused intently ahead. Soon, the lift rose into view, coming to a steady halt at the entrance. Then, Xiwan and the three admirals emerged from the lift before Xia Yu, taking positions on either side. As Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa prepared to follow, they froze upon catching a glimpse of Shamrock standing alongside the soldier. "Is that Shanks?" After a brief moment of stunned silence, Carp was the first to recover, his fist clenched in anger as he charged out of the lift, roaring at Shamrock, "You bastard. Don't think I want to recognize you just because you're wearing a hood. You've already led my grandson astray. And now you dare come to the Holy Land." Carp. Knowing Carp's intent, Sengoku interjected, "Stay calm. He is not Shanks." Carp turned to Sengoku, who offered no further explanation. Although Sengoku had never met Shamrock before, reason told him that the man before them was not the captain of the red-haired pirates. Of course, whether Shamrock was Shanks or not was inconsequential. Sengoku was more eager to witness the enigmatic M, who had been pulling the strings behind the world government for years. The three admirals and Xiwan also noticed Shamrock, their expressions revealing surprise upon seeing his face, though their astonishment was limited. After all, cloning someone using the technology possessed by the world government was hardly a remarkable feat at that moment. Xia Yu stepped out of the lift, wearing a warm smile as he explained to Carp, "Sengoku is correct. This person is not Shanks but rather Shanks' twin brother, Stinks." Stinks? Simultaneously, the soldier, Shamrock, and the long-haired woman beside him widened their eyes in disbelief. Clearly, as Shamrock had suspected, Xia Yu was aware of M's existence and thus knew his identity. However, the question remained, what on earth was a Stinks? Chapter 047. Emptying a magazine in an instant is not my limit. Caught off guard by Xia Yu's proclamation of Stinks, Shamrock gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist, torn between anger and restraint. It was not that he feared Xia Yu's formidable power, capable of overwhelming 6 members of the Knights of God with his conqueror's haki, but rather that he was concerned that losing his composure might jeopardize their mission. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and bowed slightly, saying, "Fegaland Shamrock, at the behest of Im-sama, I await Marshal Xia Yu." Xia Yu glanced around, his brow furrowing as he disregarded Shamrock's presence and turned to the soldier. Miss Junzi, it seems my words did not reach you. Since wishes to meet me, then show your sincerity. Seemingly anticipating Xia Yu's inquiry, Junzi turned aside and waved her sleeve, decisively ordering, bring him up. With Junzi's command, several fully armed palace guards, wearing helmets, quickly turned and rushed out. Moments later, they returned, escorting Spandam. Kneel. One soldier barked, delivering a swift kick to Spandam, forcing him to the ground. You cannot treat me this way. I am Spandam, who has rendered great service to the world government. Struggling to rise, Spandam was restrained by two guards, his head bowed. Yet, even so, he fought against their hold, defiantly shouting, "Let me go. Damn you, worthless fools." After a fierce struggle, although Spandam remained on the ground, he managed to lift his head once more. However, instead of directing his gaze at Xia Yu, he turned to Shamrock and Junzi, who stood nearby, observing coldly. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that the world government, which has stood firm for 8 centuries on the Red Earth, would stoop to compromise with a traitor. The Knights of God? The Gorsei? Bah. One day, you will pay a steep price for your current capitulation. Xia Yu dares to instigate a rebellion today, and tomorrow he will surely trample the world government underfoot. Enough. Junzi's brows furrowed, and with a wave of her sleeve, she unleashed her unique fruit abilities. In the next moment, a bandage-wrapped arrow silently shot forth, swiftly ensnaring Spandam's neck and hoisting him high into the air. Shamrock timely intervened, restraining Junzi from eliminating Spandam, suppressing the fury of being disregarded moments earlier. He spoke slowly. How to deal with this is up to you. But is it only Spandam? Xia Yu glanced at the man suspended by his neck, a cruel edge to his calm demeanor. This is insufficient, Shamrock. To eradicate a weed, one must pull it out by the roots. If I recall correctly, Spandam has a son. What was his name? Spandam? Yes, that's it. Xia Yu's callousness shocked Spandam, who struggled and cried out, Xia Yu, you can't do this. Spandam is not involved. Such words cannot be uttered. Xia Yu gestured for Junzi to lower Spandam and stepped forward, looking down at the gasping man on the ground. If I were to eliminate you here, it would indeed involve your foolish son. He would harbor resentment towards me, and the 5 elders could exploit that, using him as a pretext to vex me. Even in my wrath, they could claim it was merely Spandam avenging his father. Spandam, one cannot deny your cunning. You managed to connect with the 5 elders, persuading them to command Judicial Island to judge me. Had it not been for the connections I have cultivated over the years, you might have succeeded in your schemes. Yet, alas, even with your intricate machinations, you could not foresee my coup d'etat, nor could you anticipate that I would seize control of the Navy in just one day. The victor writes history, accept your fate. Of course, I must extend my gratitude to you. If not for your intervention at this moment, I may not have hastened my resolve. To express my appreciation, I shall ensure a reunion for you and your son. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of despair flashed in Spandam's eyes as he frantically roared, Xia Yu. Before he could finish, a palace guard stepped forward, swiftly raised his gun, and decisively pulled the trigger at Spandam's head. The sudden turn of events left everyone present wide-eyed in shock, while Shamrock instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, ready to draw. Marshal Xia Yu. Before Shamrock could unsheath his sword, the guard straightened his posture and saluted Xia Yu. I beg your forgiveness for executing this man before you. Emptying my magazine in 1 second is not my limit, but a testament to my loyalty. What does this mean? Xia Yu blinked in confusion. Over the years, he had desired to cultivate trusted aides within the Holy Land. But since the Navy station there had been drawn from the headquarters and special forces before his ascension, and commanded directly by Fleet Admiral Kong, he, as merely a rear admiral prior to the coup, could not easily infiltrate the Holy Land. If he could not sway the station Navy, how could he possibly influence the palace guards? As if sensing Xia Yu's thoughts, the guard promptly removed his heavy helmet, revealing a youthful face. Marshal Xia Yu, this is our first meeting. However, I have long heard of your deeds. They say you grant any request. My parents were brutally murdered by pirates years ago. Though my sister was rescued, she was severely injured and became disabled. I have yearned for vengeance all these years, but, here. The palace guard kicked aside his helmet, his expression resolute. I wish to seize this opportunity to ask you to take me away from the Holy Land. I understand. Xia Yu nodded. You wish to leave the Holy Land to avenge your parents and sister, correct? Yes. The palace guard nodded vigorously. Very well. Xia Yu stepped aside, allowing the guard passage. The path lies before you. Stride forward with confidence. The guard, Initially taken aback by Xia Yu's straightforward acceptance, soon regained composure and saluted, exclaiming, "Loyalty." "Go ahead," Xia Yu waved dismissively. "Yes." The guard responded once more, then, disregarding Shamrock and the others, strode confidently towards the elevator. As he reached the entrance, the guard suddenly turned, knelt before Xia Yu, and choked out, "Lord Xia Yu, if I succeed in my vengeance and return alive, can I become your subordinate?" Xia Yu nodded. "You already are, soldier." Chapter 048. No one should enjoy fortune alone. Responsibility lies with one. Watching the palace guard discard his helmet and enter the elevator, Shamrock and his companions wore expressions of utmost displeasure. They had not anticipated Xia Yu's influence extending into the Holy Land, compelling a palace guard, meeting him for the first time, to switch allegiance. In the past, they would have executed him without hesitation, for such an act was worse than betrayal. However, Shamrock and the others dared not voice their anger, for Xia Yu was currently at the height of his power. They could not afford to even murmur dissent without inciting his wrath, which could transform this negotiation into a new war. Their concerns were not unfounded. Xia Yu was indeed capable of such actions, according to their intelligence, even when he was merely a colonel. Xia Yu had once engaged in a fierce altercation for a newly recruited soldier, ultimately bearing the brunt of Admiral Sengoku's wrath for an entire week. With a promise to fulfill every request, repay every favor, and shoulder every responsibility alone, Xia Yu was known for his unwavering protection of his own. Like Shamrock, those standing behind Xia Yu, Ji Yuan, the three admirals, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp, were also taken aback by the palace guard's unexpected action. All had once been Xia Yu's superiors and had some understanding of his deeds within the headquarters over the years. Yet they were still astonished by the depth of Xia Yu's influence, which could inspire such a momentous decision from a palace guard who had merely heard of his exploits. It is vital to note that the palace guards of the Holy Land hold a status that far exceeds that of any palace guard in the member nations of the world government. For this is the Holy Land, the center of the world. To many, serving as a palace guard is an unattainable honor. Not just ordinary people, but even many Navy soldiers stationed in the Holy Land dream of being chosen as palace guards. For one who has achieved the esteemed position of palace guard to relinquish such hard-won glory is tantamount to forfeiting their life. Yet, the guard not only shifted allegiance, but also expressed a desire to become Xia Yu's subordinate, illustrating the profound impact Xia Yu had made over the years, resonating deeply within the Navy and beyond, where many on the vast Red Earth plateau regarded him as a figure of faith. "What is the matter, everyone?" Noticing the sudden silence, Xia Yu, after watching the palace guard depart, surveyed the others in surprise, then turned his gaze toward Shamrock, smiling warmly. "Shamrock, what expression is that? Are you dissatisfied with my letting that soldier leave?" "There is no need for concern. He simply seeks vengeance for his parents and sister. He has committed no wrongdoing. Even if he had, it is not your place to worry. He is now my soldier." At these words, Shamrock's facial muscles twitched violently as he struggled to contain his simmering rage, correcting Xia Yu. "I am not Shamrock. I am Fegalanda Shamrock. Apologies. My memory is not very good." Xia Yu nodded, then swiftly shifted the subject, inquiring, "How long will it take for you to bring Spandam here?" Shamrock's brow furrowed instantly. "Are you truly intent on leaving no survivors? Spandam has already paid the price for his actions." Before Shamrock could finish his words, Xia Yu's demeanor shifted instantly, his previously warm smile replaced by a fierce intensity. He spoke in a low voice. "Shamrock, do not mistake our brief conversation for a display of your worth. You have 10 minutes. Bring me his head in that time, or face the consequences." With that, Xia Yu turned on his heel without further discussion. Observing this, Junzi quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Shamrock before hastening to catch up with Xia Yu, accompanied by several other members of the Divine Knights. At that moment, a contingent of palace guards rushed forward, their heavy silver armor and numerous ranks creating an overwhelming sense of impending force. However, the palace guards did not approach Xia Yu. The lead guards signaled for the others to part, forming an orderly line along the sides of the automatic walkway. In no time, hundreds of guards were positioned in this manner. Following this display, a group emerged from the walkway led by the Supreme Commander of the World Government, Kong. Trailing behind him were several soldiers stationed at the Holy Land, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had arrived for an emergency meeting but was delayed due to Xia Yu's insurrection. As Tsuru stepped forward, her appearance transformed from the once beautiful young woman who fought alongside Garp and Sengoku to a more elderly figure, her voice calm, yet tinged with complexity. "Xia Yu. You, Before she could finish, a pink figure leaped from behind the robust Kong. It was a young girl with strawberry blonde hair, adorned in a pink hat and dress, exuding an air of charm. This was Peacock, Tsuru's granddaughter, now 20 years old and a user of the whip fruit, able to command anything that had been struck by her whip, including structures. However, what truly mattered was that before becoming a fruit user, Peacock had been a delightful pink-haired girl. Yet, as she matured and harnessed her powers, she evolved into a nightmare for Xia Yu. During his time at the officer training camp, he often visited Tsuru's home for meals, which led to a growing familiarity with Peacock. After leaving the camp, she would frequently visit his office, causing chaos with her whip, leading to numerous misunderstandings among their colleagues. Furthermore, Tsuru's favoritism towards Xia Yu sparked rumors throughout the naval headquarters, suggesting that he was destined to marry her granddaughter, eventually escalating to absurd tales of secret marriage and even a child. In exasperation, Xia Yu had to resort to sending her to a special covert unit, preferring to keep her out of sight. To Xia Yu, marriage was out of the question. Women would only become burdens on his path to greatness. Until his ambitions were realized, family was a distant thought. Chapter 049. Shed your arrogance and let Emu come. Peacock's sudden appearance and her enthusiastic exclamation startled both Tsuru and Kong, the two elderly figures nearly 2 centuries combined, turning their heads in exasperation. Peacock, if you don't wish to be left out, be quiet. After admonishing his granddaughter, Tsuru redirected his gaze to Xia Yu, who had once been a beacon of hope but had now committed treason. He opened his mouth to speak but ultimately swallowed his words. At this juncture, any statement would be futile. Xia Yu broke the silence, stepping forward to address Kong. Commander, I trust you are well. Have you come at my behest, or merely to inquire why I have taken such drastic measures? I am the Supreme Commander, Kong replied, suppressing his simmering rage. You caused quite the uproar. How could I not intervene? At that moment, a sudden wail pierced the air. Spandam, his face half covered by a mask, was forcibly brought forward by 2 members of the Divine Knights. Xia Yu, Spandam cried, fear of death enveloping him. Despite this being their first meeting, he immediately recognized Xia Yu and clung desperately to his leg, trembling as he pleaded, Please, Xia Yu, it's not my fault. I promise I won't seek revenge. What is the meaning of this? Xia Yu's brow furrowed. I sought his head, not to hear his lamentations. Upon hearing this, the 2 Divine Knights looked to Shamrock for guidance. He nodded subtly, and without hesitation, one of the knights dragged Spandam away and swiftly drew his sword. How unfortunate, Xia Yu muttered, stepping into the automatic walkway. Wait for me, Xia Yu. As he entered, Peacock dashed towards him, but was intercepted by Junzi, who had arrived first. You cannot accompany him. Peacock's expression darkened. Why can't I? I am a colonel of the Blade Force. Xia Yu, now distancing himself on the walkway, turned back with exasperation. Peacock, this is not the time for folly. Return. Under Xia Yu's stern gaze, Peacock swallowed her retort and reluctantly returned to Tsuru's side. Meanwhile, Shiyuan, who had remained silent, chose not to greet Tsuru, recognizing that, as Xia Yu had stated, now was not the time for pleasantries. After a brief glance at Tsuru, she moved past her along with the 3 admirals. Kong, stay. Just as Sengoku, Zifa, and Garp passed by, Kong interjected, Xia Yu wishes to see someone you cannot meet. Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. Why can't I? Kong replied sternly, because you are. At this, Sengoku halted abruptly, looking at Kong with surprise. Kong, did you already know there is a mysterious power behind the 5 elders? Kong sighed and shook his head, his tone softening as he gazed at the young figure walking away on the automatic walkway. Perhaps you knew before I did. Understanding dawned on Sengoku, who nodded and turned back to enter the walkway with Zifa. Garp, however, remained, casting a displeased glare at Kong, wanting to protest, but ultimately refraining. Although he was in his 70s, in Kong's presence, he felt like a mere youth, for Kong was nearing a century of life. Yet age was not the issue. The crux lay in the fact that Kong was not only his superior but also his mentor. Kong ignored Garp's discontented look, arms crossed as he observed the figure disappearing down the walkway, a flicker of unprecedented uncertainty crossing his gaze, until he learned of the mysterious existence of him. He had been pondering how to regain control of the situation. As the supreme commander of the entire army, he bore the weight of responsibility for the mutiny within the Navy headquarters, even if it meant waging war against Xia Yu, who was in command of the Navy. However, upon discovering that there was a shadowy figure above the 5 elders, his initial shock gradually morphed into confusion, leaving him uncertain about the most prudent course of action. Unlike Karp, he yearned to meet this enigmatic figure who overshadowed the five elders. Yet, the five elders had explicitly prohibited him and Admiral Tsuru from participating, unless he followed in Xia Yu's footsteps and instigated a mutiny. Otherwise, he was bound to obey their orders. Accompanied by Junzi and Shamrock, Xia Yu entered the holy land of Panga City via a self-guided pathway. He cast his gaze upon the grand and imposing world government headquarters, quickly surveying his surroundings, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a vast and beautiful land, yet it is inhabited solely by a group of celestial dragons. It truly is a waste." No sooner had Xia Yu's words fallen than a group of figures emerged from the grand entrance of the headquarters. At the forefront stood the ostensible highest authorities, the five elders. The first to step out was the Justice War God, Topman Vulchely, followed closely by the Agriculture War God, Shepherd Tibby, the Science and Defense War God, J. Galusa Satan, and the Environmental War God, Marcus Mass. Bringing up the rear was the Finance War God, Isan Bologna Shuru, who bore a solemn expression and clutched a katana. The five elders, aligned with Topman Vulchely at the center, emanated an overwhelming sense of authority, causing the air around them to ripple visibly. As they halted, the commander of the Knights of God, Fegelind Green, led several members of the order to position themselves beside the five elders, looking down at Xia Yu from their elevated stance. A grand spectacle indeed. Sensing the air around him suddenly grow tense, Xia Yu narrowed his eyes, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which instantly shattered the oppressive pressure that had momentarily stilled the atmosphere. He then raised his gaze to meet the dignified stance of the five elders and the Knights of God, allowing his own aura to surge upwards, overpowering theirs. A gentleman does not stand under a perilous wall. My presence here signifies that not only can you not detain me, but you may also find yourselves entirely vanquished. As his words echoed, the indomitable conqueror's haki engulfed the five elders in green. Subsequently, Xia Yu stepped forward, hand resting on his sword hilt, asserting, "Cease your lofty demeanor. You lack the standing to negotiate with me from a position of power." With a sudden lift of his head, Xia Yu pronounced deliberately, "Bring forth on." Chapter 050. Sakazuki only bows to Marshal Xia Yu. The dark crimson conqueror's haki, unrestrained, continued to envelop the five elders and the Knights of God led by Green, rapidly expanding in all directions from Xia Yu's center. In an instant, the entire Panga City was shrouded in this overwhelming force. The young marshal of the Navy stood at the core of this pure energy vortex, his marshal's coat billowing in the shockwaves, exuding an unmasked aura of dominance. Powerful, overbearing, unrivaled. This was the visual impact that Xia Yu imparted upon everyone present. Standing behind Xia Yu, the seasoned veterans Sakazuki, Pallusolino, and Kuzan, despite their years, found themselves transported back to their youthful, fervent days upon witnessing their young leader's presence. A long-forgotten passion ignited within them, especially within Sakazuki, who was taken aback by Xia Yu's audacity to confront the five elders and Green head-on, declaring that they were unqualified to negotiate with him from a position of strength and status. Since becoming an admiral, he had endured countless reprimands and criticisms from the five elders. While he could tolerate reprimands for genuine shortcomings, it was disheartening to face such treatment when he had done nothing wrong. Though he harbored deep-seated resentment, he had to suppress his anger. To the world, he was one of the Navy's 3 greatest admirals, yet to the five elders and the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land, he was no different from anyone else. Many times, he wished to confront the five elders as Xia Yu did now. Of course, the five elders were the supreme authorities of the world government, entitled to reprimand and punish him due to their status. Yet, they should still afford him the basic respect befitting an admiral. The reality was that throughout the years, he had received no respect within the Holy Land, even from a celestial dragon who behaved like a spoiled child, belittling him with impunity. However, those days were now behind him. He was now an admiral under Marshal Xia Yu. The dignity he had lost, he intended to reclaim in full. With this thought, a fierce flame ignited in Sakazuki's eyes, and he stepped forward to stand alongside Xia Yu on his right, accompanied by a surge of intense energy. His magma fruit powers erupted forth. Pallusolino also stepped forward to stand beside Sakazuki, dazzling brilliance radiating from him. Are we preparing to brawl before negotiations? Seeing Sakazuki and Pallusolino align with Xia Yu, Kazan, invigorated by Xia Yu's sudden display of strength and dominance, refused to be left behind. He adjusted his glasses and confidently stepped forward to stand alongside Shiwan on Xia Yu's left. In the next moment, his ice fruit powers were released. Accompanied by a crisp sound as the ground beneath him froze, rapidly spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, everything within 100 zhang radius, the buildings, plazas, and trees, was encased in ice. Simultaneously, ominous clouds gathered above, and sparks rained down from the darkened sky, igniting like wildfire across the entirety of Panga City. The icy grip of the Ice Age descended upon the ground, while the heavens prepared to unleash a volcanic storm. The Navy's ice and fire had arrived unannounced in the Holy Land. The three admirals, without hesitation, unleashed their respective powers to stand resolutely beside Xia Yu. Those responsible for welcoming Xia Yu, Shamrock and Junzi, were visibly alarmed, attempting to react, but found themselves struggling to even draw their swords or assume a fighting stance under the oppressive weight of Xia Yu's conqueror's haki. In contrast to the newcomers, the 5 members of the Knights of God who had previously participated in the God Valley incident managed to maintain their composure, albeit still hesitant to make a move. Despite their ability to move, they felt as though unseen eyes were upon them, instilling a chilling fear that any slight movement would result in their immediate demise. Faced with the formidable Xia Yu and the unprecedented unity of the 3 admirals, the 5 elders and Green refused to yield. Green, enduring the pressure of Xia Yu's haki, stepped forward, unsheathing his sword with a fierce resolve, pointing it directly at Xia Yu as he intoned gravely, "Xia Yu, what do you intend to do? We came to welcome your arrival, yet you assume a combative stance. Do you truly believe we would fear you? Welcome?" Xia Yu coldly chuckled, saying, "The grand display you have put forth is merely an attempt to gauge my strength, thereby augmenting your leverage for the forthcoming negotiations. I am merely acquiescing to your probing." After a brief pause, Xia Yu surveyed the surroundings and solemnly inquired, "So, how do you find our attitude? Are you all satisfied?" Before Green could respond, Izambaron suddenly stepped forward, towering over the 3 generals with his katana in hand, and admonished Sakazuki, Borisolino, Kazan, "Do you truly intend to walk this path alongside Xia Yu until the end?" Silence. To their astonishment, even at this juncture, the 5 elders maintained their lofty demeanor. Sakazuki abruptly raised his head, the pent-up resentment accumulated over the years erupting in that moment. "I know what you are thinking. In your antiquated minds, you believe we could never steadfastly follow Admiral Xia Yu. To be candid, I have harbored considerable discontent towards your various commands and policies over the years. But due to your esteemed positions, I have endured it, for you are the supreme authorities of the world government and my superiors. Obeying orders is the soldier's duty. However, those days are now behind us. You no longer possess the standing to dictate terms to me based on your titles. From this moment forth," Sakazuki bows only to Admiral Xia Yu. "Brothers, let us stand proud. Nearly 400 gifts have been bestowed, although we have not yet reached 1,000. The enthusiasm of those who have offered encouragement through flowers and likes has been commendable." Chapter 051. The throne of the void now belongs to me. Above the heavens, dark clouds swiftly gathered, creating a meteor volcano that enveloped all in Marineford with an unprecedented sense of oppression. The tense atmosphere spread with astonishing speed to every corner, causing the world nobles residing in the Holy Land to retreat hastily to their respective estates, shielded by their bodyguards. "Damn it, the meteor volcano. It's Sakazuki. How dare he? So is the Navy headquarters now completely under the control of Xia Yu, who has instigated a rebellion? Even Sakazuki, who embodies absolute justice, has defected. Stop rambling. Quickly, protect the celestial dragons and ensure their safe departure. Be wary of the consequences of Sakazuki's absolute justice falling upon you." In Panga City, the celestial dragons, leisurely strolling in the square, gardens, and by the lake, were suddenly struck by the suffocating pressure of terror, their expressions shifting dramatically as they scrambled away in panic. Thankfully, each celestial dragon was accompanied by bodyguards, along with the so-called strongest shield of the celestial dragons, Agent Zero, who reacted promptly to prevent a stampede. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the automatic walkway, Kong, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Garp stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing solemnly at the World Government Headquarters, their expressions grave. Standing beside them, the Peacock glanced skyward at the flickering meteor volcano amidst the brooding clouds, instinctively positioning herself behind Vice Admiral Tsuru. Is Sakazuki's meteor volcano signaling the onset of battle? After a slight pause, she turned to Garp, tentatively asking, "Mr. Garp, if a fight ensues, whose side will you take?" "Fear not, a battle will not occur." Garp, usually jovial, wore a serious expression as he focused on the World Government Headquarters, sensing the intense energy and bone-chilling aura in the air, speaking steadily. The five elders likely wished to apply pressure on Xia Yu to gain the upper hand in the upcoming negotiations. After all, this young man has managed to keep his true strength hidden from everyone, even from me. The five elders naturally need to probe first. However, it was evident that Xia Yu had not responded favorably, and at that moment, Sakazuki had firmly allied himself with Xia Yu, using the meteor volcano to convey to the five elders that this was the Holy Land, should war erupt. He would first ensure that the useless celestial dragons within Panga City were consumed by magma. Upon hearing Garb's candid denouncement of the celestial dragons, Kong and Tsuru glanced at him simultaneously. Yet, they did not intervene, for Garp had always harbored disdain for the celestial dragons, reveling in their privileges. He would not hesitate to voice his contempt, even if a celestial dragon stood before him. It was precisely this disdain that had caused Garp to refuse promotion to Admiral multiple times. In his view, attaining the rank of Admiral would strip him of much freedom, requiring him to respond unconditionally to save the celestial dragons in peril, whom he disdained. Of course, their glances toward Garp were not solely due to his insult. They were also surprised by his profound analysis of the situation in the Holy Land. Before the World Government Headquarters, as Sakazuki's words hung in the air, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Izambaron glanced up at the meteor volcano looming over Panga City and observed the frozen ground. Though his heart brimmed with murderous intent, he dared not make a move at this moment. Their previous display was merely to test Xia Yu's strength and gauge the reaction of the three generals. However, while the outcome was evident, it was not as they had anticipated. They had expected the three generals to unite against Xia Yu. Yet they were taken aback as Sakazuki and Kazan unleashed their formidable powers. In this scenario, should they continue their probing, conflict would be inevitable. Once battle commenced, the meteor volcano suspended in the sky would undoubtedly rain down destruction indiscriminately upon all residing in Panga City, and the freezing powers would swiftly envelop the area, transforming it into an ice fortress. They, of course, were unafraid, but the celestial dragons dwelling in Panga City would surely suffer heavy casualties. Withdraw. Suddenly, a voice, sharp yet slightly husky, emerged from behind the five elders in green, followed by the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoing through the air. As they turned to face the sound, they beheld him, cloaked in a trailing robe that concealed his form save for his crimson, swirling eyes, stepping forth from the entrance. Upon witnessing this, the five elders in green promptly parted to either side, bowing respectfully as they chorused, "Lord M." M, with his mesmerizing crimson eyes, walked past the five elders in green, casting a lofty gaze upon Xia Yu and his companions standing at the foot of the steps. Almost simultaneously, the three generals, along with Sengoku and Zifa, raised their heads. Incredulity etched upon their faces as they beheld the towering figure that commanded the respect of the five elders in green, despite their acceptance of him's existence. Witnessing him in person left their minds reeling in disbelief. "Follow me." Im disregarded the presence of the three generals, focusing on Xia Yu for a moment before his sharp yet subdued voice rang out once more. Before anyone could react, a massive teleportation array appeared beneath their feet. In the next instant, the surroundings darkened, and they found themselves in a dimly lit royal palace hall. This is, to their astonishment, in the blink of an eye, they had transitioned from the entrance of the World Government Headquarters to the palace hall. Sengoku was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "The royal palace of the Holy Land." Before he could finish, his pupils dilated, and his expression turned ashen as he gazed at the tall figure draped in a cloak, standing before them. Under his watchful gaze, the figure turned its back to the assembly, ascending the steps to stand before the void throne at the summit of the hall. As him approached the void throne, he slowly turned his head, his dark crimson gaze sweeping over the astonished faces of Sengoku, Zephyr, the three admirals, and Gion. "I trust that Xia Yu has already divulged secrets that were never meant for you to know. As you can see, the void throne now belongs to me." Before the six could recover from their shock, Im stepped past the array of weapons positioned before the throne and seated himself upon it. Witnessing this, the six gradually shifted from astonishment to acceptance, ultimately redirecting their gaze towards the young marshal standing just a step away from them. Chapter 052. The five elders transform back into their true forms. As the core of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku and his companions were well acquainted with all facets of the world government. They were particularly aware that the Void Throne, situated in the Grand Palace Hall, had been forged by 20 kings 8 centuries ago. They also knew that after stabilizing the world situation, These original 20 kings unanimously decreed that no one would ever sit upon the throne again, vowing to prevent any form of dictatorship. Yet now, the throne, vacant for 800 years, had acquired a master, and they did not even know what this individual looked like. Seemed to sense their thoughts and spoke again. Since you have chosen to follow Xia Yu, it matters not whether I sit upon the void throne. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze towards Xia Yu. I find you quite intriguing. When I first detected the conqueror's haki you unleashed, I believed that man had returned. Clearly, you are not that man, nor a Unica. At this point, abruptly shifted his tone, raising his voice by 2 decibels. So, who exactly are you? Where do you come from, and where do you intend to go? In response, Xia Yu furrowed his brow slightly and then looked up at the figure seated on the throne. Before you inquire about others' identities, shouldn't you reveal your own mysterious visage, so we may behold your true form? After all, we are engaged in a fair dialogue. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 nearly tangible black-red beams of light erupted from Xia Yu's pupils, enveloping him in an instant. The next moment, Xia Yu had appeared before him, moving with lightning speed to seize the veil obscuring Im's face. Impudent. Although Xia Yu's attack took him by surprise and his speed was extraordinary, Im reacted with remarkable swiftness, issuing an angry reprimand just as Xia Yu reached for the veil. In response, a projectile imbued with a terrifying surge of energy shot forth, aimed directly at Xia Yu's forehead. Faced with the arrow that rapidly enlarged in his gaze, Xia Yu was compelled to relinquish his grasp on Im's veil and instead caught the arrow before it could pierce him. Upon seizing the arrow, a resonant clash echoed through the air, and a visible shockwave radiated outward, centered around Xia Yu and Im, sweeping across the entire Grand Palace Hall. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a massive shadow suddenly appeared, looming on the wall behind the throne, gazing down at Xia Yu, who held the arrow, its other end ominously connected to this colossal, monstrous silhouette. Unforeseen by them, Xia Yu's sudden assault on him prompted the 5 elders, who stood opposite Sengoku, Zephyr, and the 3 admirals, to react first. An overwhelming wave of terrifying aura erupted from within them. In an instant, the 5 elders transformed simultaneously. What in the world is this? Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out as he witnessed the 5 elders morph into fearsome monsters. Gion and Zephyr instinctively took on combat stances, bracing for confrontation. The 3 admirals, equally taken aback, could hardly fathom the rapid turn of events, their eyes widening at the sight of the elders' grotesque transformations. The first to complete the transformation was the financial warlord, Izambalin, whose lower half became that of a skeletal horse, while his upper body remained largely unchanged, presenting a formidable centaur form. Standing beside him, the agricultural warlord, Shepherd Timbit, transformed into a colossal sandworm, wreathed in black flames, resembling a creature that had emerged from the depths of hell. The legal warlord, Topman Vultuli, morphed into a gigantic warthog, also enveloped in flames, with razor-sharp tusks glinting ominously in the dim hall. Meanwhile, the environmental warlord, Marcus Maz, underwent a more extravagant transformation, becoming a serpentine bird-like entity. Swirling above the other 4 elders, eyes locked on Xia Yu, who had brazenly launched an attack on him. The most disconcerting sight for the 3 admirals and Gion was the scientific defense warlord, Jagor Lucia Satan, whose lower half transformed into a massive black spider, while his upper body sported enormous bull horns. An invisible pressure permeated the Grand Palace Hall as the 5 elders completed their transformations, instilling a sense of dread in Sengoku, Zephyr, the admirals, and Gion, evoking the disorienting sensation of descending into the abyss. At that moment, Xia Yu abruptly turned, unleashing an overwhelming surge of conqueror's haki that enveloped the newly transformed 5 elders. A deafening low-frequency vibration resonated in everyone's ears, as the might of his haki surged forth like tumultuous waves crashing against the elders' monstrous forms. The enormous spider, now enveloped in black flames, could not suppress a pained scream in the face of the sudden onslaught of haki. Instantly, his form reverted to normal, collapsing to the ground as if utterly exhausted. Thud. 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 The other 4 elders, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of Xia Yu's haki, also reverted to their original forms. Observing this visually striking scene, the 3 admirals, Sengoku, and Zephyr widened their eyes in disbelief, with Sengoku unable to suppress a gulp. He too possessed Conqueror's haki, having journeyed from a rookie to an admiral and finally to the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters. Yet he had never witnessed anyone wielding haki to such an extraordinary extent, truly a sight to behold. The Admirals, although having previously witnessed Xia Yu's astonishing display atop the Navy headquarters building, were once again taken aback, as he was not facing mere members of the Divine Knights, but the supreme authorities of the world government, the Five Elders. To revert the Five Elders to their original forms with merely Conqueror's Haki was staggering. The implications of an all-out confrontation were too daunting to contemplate. At that moment, they fully comprehended the weight of Xia Yu's earlier assertion to Green Gook about not standing beneath a collapsing wall. Just then, a terrifying sword aura erupted forth. As the Five Elders returned to their original forms, Green Gook, who stood alongside them, made his move. However, just as he drew his sword and unleashed a wave of dreadful sword energy, Akaina surged forward, his molten fist clenched tightly, radiating a menacing intent. Green Gook, if you dare draw your sword, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. With Akainu's declaration, Kizaru, Kazan, and Gion swiftly positioned themselves beside him. This time, Sengoku no longer remained a bystander. Im's actions from the throne had shattered any remaining illusions he held about the world government, and he resolutely stood alongside Zephyr. Simultaneously, all members of the Divine Knights, including Shamrock and Junzi, assumed combat stances. Enough. In the midst of the tense standoff, the figure seated upon the throne, unexpectedly spoke, commanding, Grinko, withdraw. Before Grinko could respond, Im turned his gaze towards Xia Yu, who had managed to force the Five Elders back to their original forms with his Conqueror's Haki, stating, let our mutual probing cease here. Undoubtedly, you possess the right to converse with me on equal terms. After a brief pause, Im's tone shifted as he solemnly declared, Junzi, grant a seat to Admiral Xia Yu. Slow down, Xia Yu interjected, casting aside the arrowhead he was gripping, and descended the steps to stand alongside Sakazuki and the others, facing the throne. He then turned to the figure on the throne. Speaking with gravity, is the so-called fair dialogue merely for us to sit here and continue gazing up at your lofty position? Chapter 053. For the first time in history. Sitting at the same table as the Five Elders, the ominous clouds and suffocating meteor-like eruptions that had enveloped the holy land of Panga gradually dissipated as I'm transported Xia Yu and the others through the teleportation array. The surrounding frozen expanse also quietly melted away, leaving behind a chill that lingered in the air. Standing on the automated pathway, Kong, Admiral Tsuru, and Karp collectively sighed in relief as sunlight once again bathed the sky. They all understood that the disappearance of the meteor-like eruptions did not signify Sakazuki's surrender, but rather indicated a failure in the Holy Land's probing. Kong, why must I remain behind? Karp inquired, glancing at the Chief of Staff, Kong, with confusion. Now that Xia Yu has essentially revealed his hand against the world government, my presence would hardly change anything. How could it not matter? Kong shot back, his expression stern. That individual is most averse to one particular clan. Had you been present, this negotiation could have swiftly devolved into war. As you witnessed, both Sakazuki and Kazan have made their stances clear, and any uncertain factors could trigger conflict at any moment. That individual? Karp's brow furrowed deeply as he asked, Kong, do you acknowledge Im's role as the puppet master behind the world government? A flicker of confusion crossed Kong's eyes. Compared to Karp and Sengoku, the emergence of Im had the greatest impact on him. Until the previous night, he had been unaware of Im's existence, only to be summoned directly by Im through the Five Elders. He had anticipated Im's appearance in the Chamber of Power, only to find himself summoned to the Holy Land Palace. Upon entering the Grand Hall and witnessing the Five Elders kneeling before the Void Throne, alongside the enigmatic figure seated upon it, his mind momentarily faltered. The long vacant Void Throne had been occupied by a ruler unbeknownst to him, the Chief of Staff of the world government. Reflecting on the summons from him the previous night and the words exchanged, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to Karp. After a brief silence, Kong turned to Karp, his expression grave as he considered the truth behind the 100-year void in history, the secrets of the particular clan, and the legend of Nika. I am currently in disarray and unable to provide you with a precise answer. However, Karp, Xia Yu may possess knowledge that eludes us. He should be able to provide the answers you seek. As for me, Kong paused briefly before glancing towards the world government headquarters. A sense of relief washing over him as he remarked, once this matter concludes, it may be time for me to retire. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Holy Land Palace, Im, having chosen to compromise, sat across from Xia Yu at a rectangular conference table. Sengoku, Zifa, Gion, and the three admirals faced off against the Five Elders and Grinko. Although the Five Elders had been momentarily shaken back to their true forms by Xia Yu's Conqueror's Haki, They remained largely unscathed, maintaining a composed demeanor while glaring at Sengoku and the others across the table. Sengoku chose not to meet the gaze of the five elders. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a box of senbei from his bag and offered a piece to Zifa. When Zifa did not reach for it, Sengoku, undeterred, tossed it into his own mouth in front of the five elders and him. It was quite delightful to indulge in senbei so brazenly before the five elders. Recalling the days of his youth filled with vigor, Sengoku realized that since becoming an admiral and then the chief of staff, he had gradually forgotten his former self, dedicating himself to the navy and the world government while striving to maintain humility and caution in the presence of the five elders. Now, with the unexpected rise of Xia Yu and the first-hand encounter with him, he felt liberated from those constraints. More importantly, he harbored an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, as if a child he had watched grow up was achieving great things and restoring his own dignity. After tossing another piece of senbei into his mouth, he closed his eyes in enjoyment, glancing over at Xia Yu with an expression that seemed to say, "I always knew you would rise to the occasion." The three admirals, too, were markedly different from their usual demeanor during meetings at Navy headquarters, particularly Kazuru and Kazan, who were typically either dozing off or counting down the minutes until the end of the workday. Now, they were all alert and engaged, for this was their first opportunity in history to sit at the same table as the five elders. Naturally, the one feeling the most vindicated was Sakazuki. His unwavering pursuit of absolute justice had often led to reprimands from the five elders, both face-to-face and via transponder snail. Despite his internal fury, he had to endure. Now, he no longer had to endure the humiliation of the past. Sitting confidently beside Xia Yu while keeping a steady gaze on the very person who had scolded him the most, the atmosphere was undeniably peculiar. Xia Yu and regarded each other, one curious to unveil the face hidden beneath the other's veil, while the other racked his brain to discern the other's identity and origins, and was genuinely intrigued by Xia Yu. Based on the intelligence at his disposal in previous tests, he could largely eliminate the possibility of Xia Yu being from the particular clan, while their conqueror's haki bore similarities to that of a certain man from the past. His understanding of that man led him to believe there was little chance of any connection. With the absence of such ties, Xia Yu could not be Nika, as he was not a user of a devil fruit. Indeed, it was precisely because of the elimination of these possibilities that him was willing to engage in dialogue with Xia Yu. For him, the greatest threats in this world were the particular clan and Nika. Anyone else, even the most formidable figures upon the seas, could either be invited to join the Knights of God or be dealt with if they could not be recruited. If they could neither be recruited nor removed, then a conversation was the only recourse. Enough, Sengoku. Suddenly, Izambaron could no longer tolerate the incessant crunching sounds emanating from Sengoku munching on senbei. He glared at Sengoku, speaking in a low voice. "This is not the time for snacks." Sengoku, still chewing, replied somewhat indistinctly, "You have no authority to issue commands to me." At those words, the three admirals seated beside him turned their heads in unison. The five elders and Grinko across the table also widened their eyes in shock, observing their reactions. Sengoku felt a surge of satisfaction and could not help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, "At last, I have said what I have longed to express all these years." Ahaha. After a brief pause, Sengoku suddenly turned to the three admirals, asking, "What are you looking at?" "This is a meeting." Chapter 054. Sakazuki is very upset. "Let us begin," Xia Yu declared, no longer preoccupied with the mystery of whether the face concealed beneath Im's veil belonged to a man or a woman. Since this is a negotiation, it is only fitting that everyone present demonstrates their sincerity. As the representatives of the Navy, should we not offer our initial gestures? Let us start with the issue of Navy funding, which has always been dispersed by the Holy Land's Finance Department. From this year onwards, the annual budget allocated to the Navy by the Holy Land will be increased tenfold. As soon as Xia Yu's words fell, Izambalong abruptly stood up, exclaiming in exasperation, "What? Increased tenfold? Do you have any idea how much the Navy's budget is annually?" Before Izambalong could receive a response, Sakazuki was the first to rise, shedding all restraint as he sternly declared, "You'd best remain silent until Marshal Xia Yu has finished speaking. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." "Sakazuki, how dare you?" Satan raised his head to glare at Sakazuki, his voice deep and commanding. "Sit down. Who do you think you are?" Sakazuki tore off his military cap and leaned menacingly towards Satan, his murderous intent palpable. "Among the five old geezers, you are the most detestable. If you continue to point fingers at me, I will take you down too." Sensing Sakazuki's murderous aura, Borisolino and Kazan, who were seated beside him, exchanged a glance filled with bewilderment. What has gotten into Sakazuki? His temper is explosive. Xia Yu was also taken aback by Sakazuki's willingness to eliminate anyone who crossed him. First Greenbow, then Izambalong, and now Satan. It seemed he would lash out at anyone within reach. Satan, visibly furious, felt the muscles in his chubby face twitching, clearly struggling to suppress his rage. Izambalong, equally incensed, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, while Topman, Vachali, and the other two elders were similarly riled up by Sakazuki's rabid demeanor, all rising to their feet. What? No longer interested in discussing? Just as all 5 elders stood, a glint of cold light flashed in Xia Yu's eyes. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Then let us have a fight, shall we? 7 against 7, quite fair." Unexpectedly, Xia Yu also stood up at that moment. The facial muscles of him, seated across from him and concealed beneath a cloth, twitched slightly, yet he did not rise. Instead, he gently raised his hand and tapped the table. The crisp sound resonated, causing the 5 elders to stiffen in unison before promptly returning to their seats, suppressing their anger. Once the elders were seated, Im turned his gaze towards Xia Yu, speaking slowly. "Please continue. Henceforth, no one will dare to interrupt." Seeing this, Xia Yu nodded and, after signaling Sakazuki to sit down, leaned over the table, casting a commanding gaze at him. Regarding the issue of the Navy's funding, there exists another approach. That is, in the future, there will be no need for allocations from the Holy Land. The Navy will collect the heavenly gold from the allied nations in collaboration with the celestial dragons, with half of the proceeds belonging to the Navy. Upon hearing this, Izambalong could not contain himself and raised his head again. Handing over half of the heavenly gold to the Navy? Why don't you just go rob it? As Izambalong lifted his head, Im shot him an intimidating glance, prompting him to retract his neck in fear and silence. No problem. After intimidating Izambalong into submission, Im nodded decisively. From now on, half of the heavenly gold will belong to the Navy, but in exchange for this half, the Navy must continue to fulfill its duty of protecting the allied nations. This is only natural, Xia Yu replied, nodding. He then continued. Next is the issue of the Navy's affiliation. There are 2 proposals. First, the Navy will still belong to the world government and obey the directives of the Power Room, but the positions of the 5 elders must be rotated every 6 months, ensuring that at least 2 of the 5 seats are occupied by officers from the Navy headquarters. Second, the Navy will operate independently from the world government, establishing a relationship of equal cooperation rather than a hierarchy. This second point will not affect the first regarding funding, regardless of the final outcome of these 2 proposals. I must emphasize one point. The privileges of the celestial dragons are null before the Navy. Should the celestial dragons face threats or harm, the admirals of the Navy headquarters must respond unconditionally and immediately. The Navy exists solely to uphold order and justice upon the seas. If any celestial dragon, emboldened by their status, abuses their power outside the Holy Land, they will face the righteous consequences. Of course, I can make concessions on the punishments or executions of celestial dragons. Such matters will be transferred to the Knights of God, but a Navy officer must be present. Upon hearing these words, Im's eyes narrowed. It was evident that Xia Yu aimed to divide the power of the world government. The rotation of elder seats means that while the Navy will still be answerable to the Power Room, the 2 officers from the Navy headquarters occupying the elder positions will possess greater authority, allowing them to issue commands to other departments beyond the Navy. As for the second proposal, it was unnecessary to even mention, as the Navy, under Xia Yu's control, had already gained a stronghold, rendering the question of independence moot. However, Im had his own strategies. Despite Xia Yu's intentions being transparent, considering the current situation and future uncontrollable factors, Im straightforwardly replied, "The proposal for rotation is excellent. Perhaps this will serve as a breakthrough towards a promising future for the world government and the Navy." As for the Navy having the authority to enforce laws against the celestial dragons for their transgressions outside the Holy Land, the management of such matters by the Knights of God is acceptable. Before Im's words had fully settled, the 5 elders raised their heads almost in unison, exclaiming, "Absolutely not." Lord Im. In stark contrast to the elders' reactions, the 3 admirals, Gion, Sengoku, and Zephyr, were taken aback by Im's unexpected acquiescence. It was clear that the resolute proposals put forth by Xia Yu were entirely beneficial to the Navy and as seasoned veterans in their careers. They easily discerned that Xia Yu intended to leverage this negotiation to elevate the officers of the headquarters to share in the power of the world government. When Xia Yu initially proposed the first option, they all felt a wave of anxiety, believing that he would never agree. Yet, once again, the outcome defied their expectations. Not only did he consent to the rotation of the elder positions, but he also granted the Navy enforcement rights over the world aristocracy. The rotation of the elders was of little significance. What truly mattered was that from this moment on, the Navy would no longer endure the indignities imposed by the world aristocrats. For a fleeting moment, the three admirals and Guion nearly succumbed to the urge to shout out their loyalty. After 800 years of unwavering service to the world government, the Navy had finally received the respect it deserved, ushering in a long-awaited moment of glory. Chapter 055, The Marineford Treaty. The elders rotate. The negotiation conference continued until noon. Many of the conditions proposed by Xia Yu were met with acceptance by him. Of course, some were rejected, but Xia Yu paid no mind, as those rejected conditions were intentionally offered to sow discord. Outside the royal palace of the Holy Land, Shamrock and Junzi stood side by side, gazing at the tightly shut palace doors. Behind them stood 5 members of the Knights of God, who had been sent flying after accompanying Junzi through the teleportation array to the Navy headquarters, as well as several other members of the Knights who had previously stood behind Greenbell. Unlike the 5 Knights standing behind Shamrock and Junzi, these members bore names adorned with the character Holy. It is well known that among the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land, the names of men are often prefixed with Holy. This implies that these knights were not selected from outside the Holy Land, but were formidable individuals chosen from among the celestial dragons dwelling within. The 2 foremost individuals were Kylingham and Somas. Both were key combatants within the Knights of God and possessed the abilities of devil fruit users. Kylingham was a mythical beast-type user of the dragon fruit, taking on a human dragon form, with a long neck surrounded by white clouds, adorned in a splendid military uniform and the cloak commonly worn by members of the Knights of God. Although standing, Chillingham appeared to be in a slumber, eyes closed, murmuring incomprehensible dreams. Somas, a formidable user of the superhuman thorn fruit ability, despite his advanced years, possessed remarkably developed muscles and an imposing stature, exuding an unmasked aura of strength. However, despite his age, Somas exhibited a certain irreverence, squinting at Junzi with a mischievous gaze. Noticing the unseemly nature of Somas' scrutiny, Shamrock stood beside Junzi, his brow slightly furrowed as he admonished, "Mind your gaze." Caught red-handed. Somas chuckled, diverting his attention from Junzi's attire to the tightly shut palace gates, audaciously commenting, "Junzi, you truly need not don that cloak." At this remark, Junzi blinked in delayed reaction, her beautiful eyes widening, and her face, unhindered by the bandages, flushed a deep crimson as she swiftly turned to adjust her cloak. Shamrock, unable to tolerate the levity, interjected sternly, "Somas, please adopt a more serious demeanor at this moment." "I wish to be serious as well," Somas replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence, "but Junzi's attire is simply too captivating." Before he could finish, Somas abruptly shifted the topic, his expression turning grave as he asked, "Shamrock, do you have any thoughts regarding this incident? I believe Lord M has no need to negotiate with Xia Yu. Undeniably, his strength is formidable, particularly his Conqueror's Haki, which is the most powerful I have witnessed in all my years. Yet, they are merely 7 individuals. While the Holy Land boasts not only the Knights of God, but also the 5 Elders and Lord M. We possess an overwhelming advantage over these 7. Why not seize this opportunity to eradicate them once and for all? Eliminating Xia Yu and subduing the 3 admirals would render the Navy insignificant. With Chillingham and I, we could easily bring them all to heel." In response, Shamrock shook his head, asserting that the matter was far more complex. Xia Yu dared to ascend to the Holy Land with only 6 companions, not solely due to his own strength, but because he was backed by a loyal cadre of naval officers and soldiers. You must understand, the Navy may exist without the world government, but the world government cannot afford to relinquish the Navy. Very well, Somas waved his hand, attempting to glance at Junzi, but was met with a piercing look from Shamrock, leading him to shrug helplessly. "Such a significant event has surpassed our jurisdiction. With Lord M personally overseeing the matter, I trust it will be resolved promptly." In the meeting room of the Holy Land Palace, Lord M, who had acquiesced to a series of conditions proposed by Xia Yu, cast a glance at Xia Yu, who had suddenly risen and approached him directly, bypassing the 5 elders. The dark red waves in his eyes narrowed as he spoke in a low voice. Xia Yu, know when to stop. Rest assured, I have no intention of removing your mask. Xia Yu replied, placing a document on the conference table with a congenial smile. While you have agreed to all my conditions, mere words are insufficient. I require your signature on this document. What is this? Lord M inquired, glancing at the document's title. His lips twitching beneath the mask as he read the words Mary Geos Treaty. Xia Yu nodded with a smile. By signing the Mary Geos Treaty, our negotiations shall conclude. Of course, in addition to your signature, the 5 elders must also affix their names, as this treaty needs to be replicated and sent to all member states. Lord, I'm promptly rejected. My presence is known only to the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land. Oh, Xia Yu blinked, then nodded in understanding. I apologize for my oversight. The apparent highest authority in the world government is still the 5 elders. As he spoke, Xia Yu placed the document before the foremost elder, Topman Watchley, saying, Let each of you sign this treaty. Upon hearing this, Topman Watchley quickly glanced at Lord M, and upon receiving a nod of approval, he took the document to review its contents. The treaty included all the terms previously agreed upon by Lord M, with none of the rejected conditions included. Clearly, the terms Xia Yu proposed that were turned down by Lord M were merely a diversion. What Xia Yu truly sought was already encapsulated within this treaty. After reviewing the treaty, Topman Watchley looked up, casting a meaningful glance at Xia Yu. Previously, when Xia Yu unleashed his overwhelming conqueror's haki before the world government headquarters, Topman Watchley had almost misjudged him as a reckless youth relying solely on brute strength. Now, it was evident that Xia Yu's every move was meticulously calculated. His cunning and strategies utterly chilling. In no time, the Mary Geos Treaty was signed. Ladies and gentlemen, let us depart. Once the final elder inscribed his name, Xia Yu swiftly collected the document, as if fearing Lord M and the 5 elders might reconsider, and turned decisively to leave. Wait. As Sengoku, Zifath, and the 3 admirals stood, Lord M suddenly spoke. Xia Yu, shall we converse privately? Xia Yu turned back to meet Lord M's gaze, his expression earnest. Are you willing to remove your mask and speak candidly with me? Before Lord M could respond, Xia Yu eagerly waved to Sengoku and the others. You all wait outside. Lord M also commanded the 5 elders and Jiringu, you too, leave. The 5 elders and Jiringu, not daring to linger, promptly exited the conference room. Seeing this, Sengoku and his companions followed suit without hesitation. Soon, only Xia Yu and Lord M remained in the meeting room. As the door closed behind them, Lord M immediately fixed his piercing gaze on Xia Yu, abruptly stating, You do not belong to this era. Xia Yu met Lord M's gaze, momentarily bewildered. Before he could process the statement, Lord M began to rationalize. If you were born in this era, your conqueror's haki could not possibly be so potent. I previously speculated whether your haki was inherited from that man, but after my recent observations, it is evidently not. This leaves but one conclusion. You and I, both, do not belong to this time? So tell me, do you hail from 800 years ago, or even further back? The man you speak of must be Joy Boy. Sensing the flicker of confusion in Lord M's wave-patterned eyes, Xia Yu could not help but chuckle. Fear not. I am neither Joy Boy nor Nika. I am simply myself. However, if you agree to one more condition, I shall reveal my origins. Lord M's eyes brightened, his pupils dilating slightly. What condition? Before he could finish, Lord M abruptly regained his composure, resolutely refusing. You want me to remove my mask? Absolutely not. Xia Yu shrugged slightly, feigning resignation. Very well. You possess a mysterious appearance and gender that intrigues me, while I hold an enigma you cannot decipher. It seems quite fair. Chapter 056. The Great Rout, in Turmoil. Invincible. Outside the royal palace, the 5 elders and Jiringu were the first to emerge, standing before the members of the Knights of God. While Sengoku and his 6 companions approached them directly, the 5 elders were engulfed in complex emotions. Regarding the conditions proposed by Xia Yu, none of them held significant weight to the 5 elders, except for the stipulation concerning the rotation of their seats, which they could not accept. Xia Yu's intentions were unmistakable. With full control over the Navy, he need not even visit the Holy Land, as he could simply lead the Navy away from the world government. The reason Xia Yu refrained from doing so was plain. Leading such a colossal war machine away would result in tremendous sacrifices for both sides, potentially leading to mutual destruction, thereby benefiting the Revolutionary Army and the lawless pirate factions of the Grand Line, along with all member states. Certainly, this is a challenge that their lord must confront. It is precisely because both Lord M and Xia Yu wish to avoid such a confrontation that they have chosen to engage in dialogue. One party seeks to retain the formidable naval war machine, while the other aims to gain greater benefits and power from the recent military coup. They are acutely aware of the stakes involved, but why must it be the rotation of the 5 elders' seats? Such rotation implies that any one of the 5 could be replaced. Having wielded supreme power in the chamber for so many years, they have become accustomed to and relish their authority. Thus, the prospect of rotation is difficult for them to accept. However, it has come to this, and they must face reality. Observing the 5 elders' reactions, Junzi first cast a puzzled glance at the 6 members of the Navy headquarters before turning to their commander, Greenku, who also wore a displeased expression. She blinked in confusion and then fixed her gaze on Shamlock. While Shamlock did not exhibit much reaction from the expressions of his father and the 5 elders, he surmised that this negotiation would likely conclude with Xia Yu's complete victory. Nevertheless, he too was curious about the outcome of the meeting and stepped forward to Greenku's side, asking, "Father, is it over?" Greenku nodded. Unlike the reactions of the 5 elders, the rotation of their seats was not necessarily a bad thing for him as the commander of the Knights of God. After all, there was a chance that he could eventually be among those who rotated into power. The reasoning was straightforward. Lord M's acceptance of Xia Yu's proposition stemmed from the necessity of preserving the vast naval war machine and dissatisfaction with the 5 elders in action over the years. Even without Xia Yu's emergence, the 5 elders might have undergone a re-evaluation in the near future. Half an hour later, the heavy palace doors swung open once more. Xia Yu emerged, his demeanor radiating confidence and joy. He glanced at the crowd waiting at the entrance, disregarding the 5 elders and the members of the Knights of God, and approached Guillaume directly, handing over the documents in his possession. Then, he sauntered to the edge of the steps, turned his back on the assembly, and inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air of the Holy Land. His sudden actions left the 6 members of the Navy headquarters, along with the 5 elders and the Knights of God, bewildered. However, Xia Yu soon stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings with a self-satisfied expression, and remarked, "It is an utter waste that such a vast expanse of red earth lies unutilized." As his words hung in the air, he abruptly turned to the Navy's 6 members, saying, "Teacher Zifa, when it is your turn to rotate among the 5 elders, please arrange for some individuals to cultivate a piece of land for planting something. In my hometown, nearly everyone enjoys farming, and I am no exception." Zifa selectively ignored Xia Yu's fondness for agriculture, his eyes widening in disbelief at the suggestion. "Me? Rotate as a 5 elder?" Xia Yu nodded. "You and Mr. Sengoku." Before Zifa and Sengoku could respond, Xia Yu shifted his gaze to the 5 elders. Noticing their grim expressions, he could not suppress a chuckle. "What is wrong with you? Is it such a burden to relinquish 2 seats? Must you wear such glum faces? Hey, Izambalin, do you need a mirror to see your expression, particularly your eyes, which are as wide as saucers? Be careful not to let them pop out." Then, addressing Satan, Xia Yu's demeanor shifted. He suddenly adopted a serious tone. "I understand you harbor discontent. But have you considered why Lord M would agree to the rotation of the 5 elders' seats? The answer lies in your inadequacies. Over the past few decades, particularly with the Rocks Pirates raid on God Valley and the onset of the Great Pirate Era, what have you done in the face of the increasingly brazen pirates? Besides issuing bounty notices, what else could you accomplish? Since you lack superior strategies, it is time to make way for those who can." Without allowing the 5 elders the opportunity to retort, Xia Yu decisively waved his hand and declared, "Let us depart." Upon hearing this, Guillaume quickly stowed the documents and hurried to keep pace. The 3 admirals followed suit without hesitation. Zifa and Sengoku did not leave immediately. Instead, they exchanged glances, lingering in stunned silence for several seconds before awakening to the realization, "Are we now 5 elders?" As Xia Yu walked away, he glanced back at the bewildered Sengoku and Zifa, exclaiming, "Sakazuki." Reacting instinctively, Sakazuki straightened his posture. Observing this, Xia Yu could not help but chuckle. "This is not work time. There is no need to be so serious." Sakazuki remained silent, standing rigidly. "All right, if that pleases you," Xia Yu shrugged lightly. "Next time, when it is your turn to rotate as a 5 elder, make sure to give Topman and Izambalin a piece of your mind." "Me?" Both Sakazuki and Zifa were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Not just you," Xia Yu said earnestly. "In the future, the seats of the 5 elders will rotate among the 3 of you and Guillaume." At this proclamation, Guillaume, Borisolino, and Kuzan were caught off guard. Looking up as if to respond, But realizing that any words would seem inadequate, they ultimately stood tall like Sakazuki, saluting Xia Yu in unison, proclaiming loyalty. Ha ha ha, splendid, Xia Yu exclaimed, turning to walk away. His grand words resonated in their ears. The tumult of the Grand Line gathers, while the seas churn with fury. We shall eradicate all harmful pests. Invincible. Chapter 057. Im's calculations, supporting a naval king? After Xia Yu and his entourage departed, Im summoned the 5 elders in Greenku without delay. In the dimly lit palace hall, Im resembled a statue, sitting motionless upon the ethereal throne. His dark red eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, casting a downward gaze upon the 5 elders in Greenku. The 5 elders did not stand. Instead, they knelt before the throne, prostrating themselves on the ground, with Greenku, as the commander of the Knights of God, performing a single knee bow. I know what you are thinking. After a brief silence, Im's voice echoed in their ears. You must be pondering why Xia Yu, who should have faced execution for his treasonous schemes, has been granted a series of concessions by me, including the relinquishment of 2 seats among the 5 elders and the same privileges as you? Upon hearing this, the 5 elders straightened their postures, for they indeed harbored such thoughts, yet dared not voice them. The reason was simple. If someone like Monkey D. Garb could become a naval hero, and you, who should have long perished, could become a 5 elder with dominion over the world's highest power. Why can I not support another naval king? As more people become aware of my existence, the world will inevitably stir again and may even hasten the re-emergence of Nika. 800 years ago, 20 original kings conspired against Nika. The world government, 8 centuries later, is already in a precarious state. Can you manage it alone? Xia Yu possesses ambition, and it is considerable, but this is not entirely negative. Ambition signifies desire, as long as he does not belong to the same tribe as Nika. I can fulfill his needs. Do not think that 2 seats among the 5 elders are too much. If he can serve my purposes, it would not be out of the question for him to replace you. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders were instantly alarmed. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they stood rigid, not daring to breathe. It is evident that Lord Im is not particularly satisfied with their performance over the years. He seeks to seize this opportunity to sound a clarion call to them, while also testing the waters for potential successors. Should they continue to show no initiative in the days to come, their fate will not be one of graceful retirement from the halls of power. Rather, they will face the inescapable conclusion of death. For as long as Im desires their existence, they will thrive indefinitely. Yet, should he deem them superfluous, even if they were to retreat to distant lands, Im could effortlessly reduce them to ashes. Observing the reactions of the 5 elders, Im chose to speak only briefly. He then stepped forward, turning to gaze at the empty throne, his eyes narrowing as he mused aloud. Is it your ambition to become the master of this throne? Then let me witness the extent of your capabilities, Xia Yu. Meanwhile, at the port leading directly to the Holy Land in the Sabaody archipelago, all personnel stood at attention, saluting promptly. As Xia and his entourage emerged from the lift and onto the steps, Stollerberry and Bastju, who had been waiting on either side of the stairs, stepped forward to salute. With their voices ringing out, the naval soldiers flanking the steps straightened their backs, their resounding chants echoing through the harbor. Xia returned their salute and quickly approached Stollerberry and Bastju, pulling them close to him and enveloping them in a hearty embrace. Admiral, Stollerberry and Bastju exclaimed in surprise, their eyes widening in unison, taken aback by Xia's unexpected gesture. What do you mean by no? Xia released them, his expression serious. When we are at work, I am the Admiral, but in private, we remain brothers. Come, let us return to headquarters. With that, he grasped each of their hands and descended the steps. Initially, Bastju and Stollerberry were taken aback by Xia's grip, but soon they regained their composure and exchanged knowing glances, straightening their postures. During Xia's time in the Holy Land, they had worried he might encounter unforeseen dangers, and they had also entertained thoughts of how their admiral's ascent might create distance between them. However, their concerns proved unfounded. When Xia declared, "We are brothers," it felt as though sand had entered their eyes, their lids reddening with emotion. This glory is not one I shall hoard alone. The admiral they vowed to follow had not broken his promise. Damn it, the world government has compromised. It was almost unbelievable that Xia had departed the Holy Land so swiftly. His expression clearly indicated he had achieved his desires. Quickly, report the situation. Intelligence operatives who had been discreetly monitoring this monumental event since Xia's departure for the Holy Land, barely having time for lunch, scrambled to their positions upon his sudden return. In no time, news outlets worldwide, along with the Revolutionary Army, The four emperors of the New World and the intricate web of underground factions received the news. At the bar in Sabeti Archipelago's District 13, Sayaki withdrew a cigarette from her pack and lit it, exhaling a gentle smoke ring. She turned her head to glance at the figure standing outside the bar, speaking leisurely. Rayleigh, in the truth you witnessed alongside Roger at Laughtail. Was there any sign of this young admiral? Rayleigh, standing at the door, gazed through the dense foliage at the massive warships returning to the Navy headquarters and shook his head. There are no records related to him. Then it seems your plans from back then may need revision, Sayaki remarked, leaning against the bar door. You chose to remain in the Sabeti Archipelago while Jabba stayed in Elbaf, waiting for the person Roger anticipated. That individual has yet to appear. Yet now we have a young admiral who has compelled the Holy Land to yield, seizing control of the Navy with a thunderous might. It is clear he will soon set his sights on eradicating pirates, if he truly intends to cleanse the Grand Line and the seas of pirates. The person Roger awaited may never come to fruition. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh turned to Sayaki and smiled. Though I was once a pirate, if he can indeed eradicate pirates and restore peace to the world, I would welcome such a day. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Sayaki's eyes. Unable to believe such words came from the former right-hand man of the Pirate King. Rayleigh, you have changed during your years in hiding on the Sabeti Archipelago. Changed? Rayleigh paused, and then chuckled. Perhaps the years have been too peaceful, haha. At that moment, the transponder snail on the bar began to ring. Without hesitation, Sayaki approached the bar and spoke first. It's me. An anxious voice responded from the transponder snail. Xia Yu has signed the Marineford Treaty with the Five Elders, and it is currently being printed in bulk to be dispatched to the member nations of the world government today. As for the contents of the treaty, I dared not read it in full, but I skimmed over it. I recall one clause stating that the seats of the Five Elders will rotate, with 2 seats allocated to the Navy headquarters. Additionally, Xia Yu enjoys the same privileges as the Five Elders. Furthermore, the recruitment power for the warlords of the sea now solely belongs to the Navy headquarters, and Xia Yu has full authority over the replacement of warlord personnel and the abolition of the warlord system. Chapter 058, All Officers, welcome back the Admiral. At the Navy headquarters, nearly all officers and soldiers were present, standing in formation at the port, their expressions fervent as they awaited the return of their admiral. As the colossal warship slowly entered the harbor, the officers lined up at the port stepped forward in unison, gazing up at the spirited figure of their young commander on the ship's bow. Immediately, they all raised their hands in salute, shouting in unison, all officers and soldiers of the Navy headquarters, welcome back the Admiral. As the voices of the officers echoed, the neatly organized soldiers standing behind them, stretching from the port to the Marineford Plaza, also raised their hands in salute. Loyalty. The synchronized and resounding chant reverberated through the skies of Marineford, akin to thunder breaking the silence, as Marineford finally welcomed a long-awaited moment of glory. Standing at the bow of the ship, Xia Yu looked down at the assembled officers and the throngs of soldiers who had raised their voices, a smile unconsciously forming on his face as he declared with great enthusiasm, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of glory for the Navy has finally arrived." At this moment, Xia Yu suddenly turned to Stollerberry, Bastiu, and the 3 admirals beside him. Seemingly aware of his intentions, Stollerberry and Bastiu quickly stepped forward to stand alongside Xia Yu. Before they could react, Xia Yu clasped Stollerberry's hand. Ji Yuan understood instantly, moving confidently to Xia Yu's side to grasp his hand as well, turning to the 3 admirals. Although the admirals were aware of Xia Yu's intentions, their age caused them to hesitate momentarily. However, it was not long before Sakazuki decisively took hold of Borsalino with one hand while clasping Ji Yuan's hand with the other. Though Borsalino's face turned slightly red, he still reached for Kazan's hand. In that moment, as they joined hands, Xia Yu took a bold step forward, his voice resonating through the skies of Marineford, proclaiming that this glory belonged to every officer and soldier present, to all comrades who sacrificed for justice, to the entire Navy. Long live the heroic Navy. Xia Yu's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly above Marineford, invigorating everyone present, be they generals or soldiers, who seemed to be infused with a fervor akin to a shot of adrenaline, collectively shouting slogans with zeal. The resounding slogans rose in waves, echoing through the skies of Marineford, ultimately converging into a torrent that surged in all directions. Upon learning of the Mary Geos Treaty, the highest commanders of the naval branches across the seas and the Grand Line, despite their distance from the naval headquarters, continued to chant their loyal slogans, shaking the world with their fervor. Thus, Xia Yu boldly instigated a mutiny, taking full control of the Navy and signing the Marineford Treaty with the Holy Land, marking the conclusion of an epoch and the dawn of a new era. Historians of future generations would designate this mutiny as the Spring of Marineford, labeling this period as the glorious age of the Navy. The following day, portions of the Marineford Treaty were disseminated globally through newspapers published by major news agencies, delivered by a flurry of newsbirds. Concurrently, the Public Relations Department of the Naval Headquarters released the latest edition of their publication. Notably, the front page of this official newspaper omitted any reference to the contents of the Marineford Treaty, instead showcasing a series of breathtaking photographs. Dominating much of the page was a grand group photo of the naval headquarters, featuring everyone from the fleet admiral to ordinary soldiers. In this photograph, the young admiral sat regally, flanked on his right by the three most formidable generals of the headquarters, lounging casually. To his left sat the former fleet admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and former Admiral Xia. Behind the young admiral stood all the vice admirals, rear admirals, brigadiers, and various ranks of officers, led by Guillaume. The photo's prominence was accentuated by the densely packed soldiers arrayed behind the naval officers, some wielding swords, others raising guns skyward, while others folded their arms defiantly across their chests. Despite the diverse appearances of all present, each face radiated the distinct smile of a victor. Below this striking image was a dense list of names, prominently featuring Xia Yu, the youngest admiral in the history of the naval headquarters, followed by Sengoku and the three formidable generals. The names of the vice admirals from the headquarters and various naval branches followed, all meticulously listed. Those who first laid eyes upon this newspaper, be they the lawless pirates roaming the seas or the four emperors ruling the New World, were left utterly astounded by this image. Notably, figures like Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, who had thrived throughout the old era, were witnessing, for the first time, an admiral with such formidable cohesion and strength. Prior to this young admiral, whether it was Sengoku, known for his wisdom, or the former fleet admiral Kong, they managed a navy that appeared formidable yet lacked true substance. Particularly under Sengoku's leadership, the three admirals, while seemingly harmonious, were in fact internally divided, especially the contrasting ideologies of Kazan and Sakazuki. The ambiguity surrounding Admiral Paulusolino, known by the codename Kizaru, only added to the uncertainty regarding his intentions. This discord among the admirals, each pursuing their own brand of justice, coupled with the world government's deliberate maintenance of balance at sea through the warlords of the sea system, ultimately rendered the colossal war machine of the Navy incapable of functioning effectively. Had there been unity within the naval headquarters, even a mere collaboration between two admirals could have prevented the emergence of the so-called four emperors in the New World. However, all of this had now become a relic of the past, with the emergence of the grand group photo of the naval headquarters. The former Navy seemed to have vanished into the annals of history, and under the command of the young Admiral Xia Yu, a new navy was destined to become the nightmare of all pirates. In the 13th district of Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh, who had just finished coating a ship, sat with several workers at the dock, holding the newspaper published by the naval headquarters, his gaze contemplative as he regarded the young admiral seated with authority. Following the disbandment of the Roger pirates, Captain Roger had surrendered and ascended to the guillotine, while his right-hand man, Jabba, and the ship's doctor, Crocus, had retreated to Sabaody Archipelago, Elbaf, and Twin Cape, respectively. Although they chose to hide, their true intent was to await the emergence of a descendant possessing extraordinary strength, will, and unparalleled cohesion, as envisioned by Roger. Undoubtedly, the young admiral in the photograph had already demonstrated formidable power and unmatched unity. The only uncertainty lay in whether he was indeed the descendant Roger had anticipated, as there was no mention of Xia Yu's lineage. Nonetheless, such details had become inconsequential. The seas ahead would undoubtedly tremble before this powerful and united navy, with Xia Yu emerging as the most radiant figure of this era. Chapter 059. Mihawk arrives for an appointment? What appointment? At the naval headquarters, in the officer's family residential area, in the yard of Xia Yu's home, Sakazuki sat cross-legged, meticulously pruning a potted plant. Nearby, Paulusolino leisurely watered the flowers and plants with a watering can. A massive sunshade loomed over the grass where Sengoku and Garp were embroiled in a heated argument over a box of senbei, their faces flushed with indignation. Garp, having snatched 2 pieces of senbei, was infuriated that Sengoku had devoured the rest, and he swung his fist in a show of defiance. Xia, seated across from them, maintained a stoic expression, though he nearly succumbed to laughter at the sight of the two squabbling over a piece of senbei like children. For a fleeting moment, he was transported back to their youthful days, when Sengoku was the most mischievous of their trio, often provoking Garp to the brink of explosion. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air. Shortly after, Kazan approached swiftly, placing 4 or 5 boxes of senbei on the table. Before Kazan could set down the last of the senbei he carried, Garp and Sengoku had already swept the boxes clean. Observing this, Kazan exhaled heavily, extending the final box of senbei to Zifa, who eagerly accepted it and tore it open. "Hey!" A voice of surprise came from behind Kazan. Before any of the three could react, a head emerged from behind Kazan. It was Sakazuki's mother. The elderly woman peered curiously at the senbei in Zifa's hands, then turned her attention to Garp and Sengoku, who were munching on the snack. Grabbing Kazan's shirt, she exclaimed with excitement, "My eldest son, what is this?" Kazan glanced sideways at the elderly woman clutching his shirt, his facial muscles twitching slightly. He then pointed towards Sakazuki, who was pruning the potted plant. "Madam, I am Kazan. Your son is the one over there." No, he is not my son." The elderly woman shook her head vigorously, refusing to let go of Kazan's shirt. "He is my eldest grandson. You are my son." Huh. Simultaneously, Sengoku, Zifa, and Garp widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Kazan. Not only them, but Sakazuki also nearly cracked up at his mother's mix-up. No, madam, you have mistaken," Kazan stammered, flustered by the unexpected confusion. Although he previously disagreed with Sakazuki's principles of justice and steadfast beliefs, he dared not take advantage of them. Setting aside these factors, purely in terms of age, Sakazuki was 5 or 6 years older than him. According to the traditional hierarchy of elder respect, he, being 5 or 6 years younger, had somehow become Sakazuki's father. Yet, curiously, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Though he thought this to himself, Kazan did not dare to show it, for at that moment, Sakazuki was glaring at him with a gaze that could kill. "I haven't mistaken you," the elder insisted stubbornly and earnestly, tugging at Kazan's sleeve. "Son, you are biased. You buy for them but not for me, and your mother is upset." Kazan took a deep breath, casting a historic glance of appeal towards Sakazuki. Concerned that his mother might create further embarrassment, Sakazuki hurried over, slightly awkward, and said, "Mother, you have mistaken me. I am your son. I am Sakazuki." "What are you talking about? You are my grandson." "What is your grandson's name?" After a slight pause, the elder dismissed her thoughts and, pointing at the rice crackers in Zephyr's hand, clutched Kazan tightly. "Son, I want to eat that." "Oh dear, this could be troublesome." Kazan glanced at the sleeve held tightly by the elder, hesitant to forcefully pull away for fear of a collective backlash. Resolutely, he tried to appear calm and spoke as a dutiful son. "All right, mother, please wait a moment. I will go and buy it for you." "No, I want to go with you." The elder still held onto his sleeve, refusing to let go. Defeated, Kazan abandoned his struggle, nodding repeatedly like a dutiful son. Okay, I will take you with me." Saying this, Kazan took the elder's hand, attempting to slow his pace as they strolled leisurely out of the courtyard. Suddenly, upon exiting, the elder stopped and looked curiously at a bicycle parked under a tree at the entrance. "Son, is that your bicycle? Can I ride it?" Kazan nodded again, promptly running over to push the bicycle closer. He then lifted the elder onto it, holding her securely while grasping the handlebars, softly saying, "Mother, hold on tight." Good. My son is wonderful," the elder exclaimed, her excitement reminiscent of a child, clinging to Kazan while chattering incessantly. In the courtyard, Sakazuki, initially seething with anger, softened his gaze upon witnessing Kazan carrying his mother on the bicycle, ultimately revealing a smile that perhaps even he was unaware of. How delightful. In the living room, Xia Yu observed the scene unfolding in the courtyard. After watching Kazan depart with the elder, he turned to Gion beside him, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Gion, did you see Sakazuki's expression? It was hilarious when his mother mistook Kazan for his son. He nearly erupted." Gion nodded with a smile, having witnessed it all as well. However, a hint of anxiety flickered within her as she considered the day's festivities. The Navy headquarters was enjoying a collective holiday, and she did not wish to see Sakazuki and Kazan embroiled in conflict at such a moment. Fortunately, not only did Sakazuki refrain from losing his temper, but after watching Kazan and his mother leave, he smiled. Understanding the significance of Sakazuki's smile, Gion felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seems that the elder's presence has greatly eased the relationship between the two admirals. Xia Yu shrugged slightly. That is only natural. Having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure. Admiral. Suddenly, a loud shout from outside the courtyard drew the attention of the 2 admirals and 3 elders. Before any of the 5 could react, a colonel rushed into the courtyard, heading straight for the living room. After saluting Xia Yu, he urgently reported, Dracula Mihawk has arrived at the headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Marineford port, a coffin-shaped small boat quietly rested on the shore, as the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, wielding his supreme great sword, strolled forward with elegant strides, surrounded by a host of anxious Navy soldiers. I am Dracula Mihawk. I have come to meet with your admiral. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback. Without a summons, he actually dares to come to the headquarters? The colonel explained. He said he came to honor an appointment. At this, Xia Yu chuckled, recalling. I remember 6 years ago when I was stranded on an isolated island. He happened to pass by that very island. I owe him a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for his chance encounter, I might never have joined the Navy. With this in mind, Xia Yu waved his hand to the colonel. Go and invite him here. Yes. The colonel saluted before turning and rushing out. Bang! Just as the colonel dashed out, the kitchen door was flung open with great force, and a strong wave of greasy smoke surged forth. Moments later, Strawberry, Weasel, and Hound emerged from the kitchen, coughing vigorously. Sir Xia Yu, are you certain this is the hot pot base you wanted? Hound, covered in grease, was the first to reach Xia Yu, exclaiming excitedly, this is way too spicy. Strawberry and Weasel paid no heed to Xia Yu, rushing outside to gulp in fresh air. What is wrong? Not spicy enough. Xia Yu raised his gaze at Hound, who was now in tears from the spice, and couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you. This is how we eat hot pot in my hometown, where there is spice. There must be numbness. All right, Hound replied, somewhat defeated. The base is ready. What do we do next? Noticing Hound's reaction, Guion, sitting nearby, shook her head with a smile. Leave the next steps to me. You all should go outside for some fresh air. Fresh air. Xia Yu stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, I'll take the hot pot base outside. Just throw in whatever you want to eat. With that, Xia Yu dashed into the kitchen, bringing out the pre-prepared vegetables and meats, heading toward the courtyard. Seeing this, Hound hurried to help with the tables and chairs. Soon, an array of vegetables, meats, and fruits were laid out in the courtyard. As the hot pot base began to boil, Carp and Sengoku found the rice crackers in their hands suddenly unappetizing. They quickly sat down at the table, grabbing their favorite ingredients to toss into the pot. As Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr settled in, Weasel, Strawberry, and Hound also gathered around the dining table. Just as Xia Yu took a seat beside Zephyr with his bowl and chopsticks, Palusolino and Guion joined them. Upon sitting next to Xia Yu, Guion glanced around and noticed Sakazuki was missing. She quickly turned her gaze toward the opposite side of the courtyard. Seeing Sakazuki pacing anxiously by the entrance, Xia Yu called out, Sakazuki, stop pacing. If you're worried, just go and check. No, it's fine, Sakazuki replied stiffly, having his thoughts seen through by Xia Yu. I'll wait here. You all eat first. With that, Sakazuki resumed his pacing, occasionally glancing at the entrance. At that moment, the familiar sound of a bicycle bell rang out. Just then, Kazan appeared around the corner, pedaling swiftly towards the courtyard gate. Seeing Kazan return alone on his bicycle, Sakazuki wasted no time, striding out of the gate with a grave tone. Where's my mother? Kazan remained silent, slowly turning around. On his back, an elderly woman, her frail form resembling that of a child due to her age, hung joyfully, one hand clutching Kazan's neck and the other grasping several bags of snacks. Beaming like a child. Mother. To Sakazuki's astonishment, his mother was unexpectedly on Kazan's back. He nearly split apart from shock, exclaiming as he hastily approached to lift her down from Kazan's back. As soon as he held her, Sakazuki glared at Kazan. How could you let her hang on your back? What if she falls? Kazan, with a helpless expression, explained, I couldn't help it. She wanted to be carried. Hearing this, Sakazuki's tone softened instantly, and he awkwardly said, Thank you for your hard work. Kazan glanced at Sakazuki in surprise. After working together for so many years, it was the first time he heard such words from him. Yet, that was of little consequence. The crucial point was that since reuniting with his mother, Sakazuki seemed to have completely transformed. In the Holy Land, he had been like a rabid dog, ready to take down anyone in sight. However, back at headquarters, especially in front of his mother, Kazan could see a gentleness in Sakazuki's eyes that he had never witnessed before. Let us go. It's been a long time since we dined together. After a brief silence, Kazan took the initiative to invite, shall we have a drink? Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Mihawk, accompanied by a colonel, felt a peculiar sensation that he had arrived in the wrong place upon entering Marineford Square. He recalled that his last visit, prompted by a summons, had left him with a somewhat oppressive feeling. Particularly, the station naval soldiers stood lethargically at their posts, presenting a demeanor of readiness despite the pleasant weather. Most notably, Marineford Square was usually deserted, exuding a stark desolation. Yet, at that moment, the square was filled with neatly arranged dining tables, densely populated with naval soldiers and officers gathered around tables laden with food and drink. The air buzzed with lively chatter, laughter, and playful banter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Having learned that Mihawk was acquainted with Admiral Xia Yu, who had not yet become part of the Navy 6 years prior, the welcoming colonel, now devoid of reservations, proudly exclaimed, "Today marks a collective holiday at the Navy headquarters. Admiral Xia has instructed all officers and soldiers to set aside their duties and join the banquet in the square. Everyone, including officers, soldiers, and their family and friends, is welcome." After a brief pause, the colonel suddenly halted, glancing back at Mihawk, and instinctively remarked, "Eagle Eye, did you come here specifically to mooch off the food and drink?" Mihawk, puzzled, looked at the colonel. Was it really necessary for the world's greatest swordsman to visit the Navy headquarters for a free meal? However, just as he prepared to retort, his stomach audibly protested with a growl. "Ah, I knew it." The colonel laughed heartily, turning away. "Don't worry. Admiral Xia and his crew are having hot pot at home. Since you are an old acquaintance, you can rest assured that there will be plenty of red wine and beef." Due to his unruly stomach, Mihawk refrained from providing an explanation. Following the colonel through Marineford Square, he soon encountered an astonishing phenomenon. Years ago, when he first entered Marineford, many soldiers and officers had displayed fear at the mention of his title as the world's greatest swordsman. Some even trembled in his presence, while others dared not meet his gaze. Yet, as he walked through, both soldiers and officers seemed entirely oblivious to him, merely glancing his way before resuming their feasting and revelry. A few even audaciously remarked, "What are you looking at?" or "Isn't that Eagle Eye Mihawk?" with a dismissive air. The colonel, as if sensing Mihawk's thoughts, spoke again to clarify, "Don't get me wrong, Mihawk, they are not targeting you. To be honest, even the 5 elders don't intimidate them anymore. Let me put it this way, everyone here is eager to achieve military merit to repay Admiral Xia. Especially those new recruits who just gave you a hard stare. They dare to follow Admiral Xia in rebellion even while still in training." Upon hearing that the entire headquarters was eager to earn military accomplishments, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched slightly. He never imagined that the boy he had helped 6 years ago, by mere chance, had risen so rapidly in the Navy, becoming an idol and a symbol of faith for countless soldiers in just a short span of 6 years. Reflecting back to 6 years prior, when he first met Xia Yu, the young man had merely been a 15 or 16-year-old boy, isolated on a desolate island, evoking sympathy. By chance, Mihawk had taken pity on him and, on his way, helped him leave the island for a town. After that, he had lost all contact with him, even forgetting the incident entirely. It was not that he was forgetful, such matters were trivial in his eyes. Even though Xia Yu had expressed gratitude for his rescue, Mihawk had dismissed it, considering it insignificant in light of his stature as the world's greatest swordsman. However, during his recent visit to the Navy headquarters, hearing many officers mention the name Xia Yu, he had merely noted the name without connecting it to the boy from 6 years ago, thinking instead that the Navy had produced a remarkably talented young figure, one whose swordsmanship might surpass even that of the Admiral candidates. It was only upon seeing a newspaper published by the Navy headquarters, featuring a group photo with the young Admiral seated prominently, that he realized the two Xia Yus were indeed one and the same. This revelation was why he had uttered those words of invitation upon arriving at Marineford Esport. Of course, he had made no formal agreement with Xia Yu. When he had taken him to the town 6 years ago, he had waved goodbye without leaving a trace. As Mihawk followed the colonel through Marineford Square, the scene before him abruptly transformed. Before him lay a narrow path lined with dining tables, mirroring the vibrant atmosphere of the square, where officers and soldiers mingled in lively conversation. Yet, as they entered this path, the previously boisterous officers and soldiers fell silent, turning their heads in unison to gaze at him. "Eagle Eye? Mihawk." After a brief moment of silence, several middle-aged officers, some draped in brigadier coats, others adorned with rear admiral insignia, and a few bare-chested, proudly displaying their muscular abdomens, stood up from the nearest table. As these officers rose, the narrow path erupted with a cacophony of noise as nearly all the officers and soldiers stood up, glaring at the suddenly appearing Mihawk. In the blink of an eye, a fierce aura of murderous intent surged forth, transforming the naval officers and soldiers, who were originally clad in uniforms of justice, into figures reminiscent of the underbelly of organized crime. None among them seemed daunted by the renowned reputation of Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Instead, they revealed their fierce gazes. For a fleeting moment, Mihawk felt as though he had stepped not into the Navy headquarters, but into the stronghold of a criminal organization. Hey, what are you planning to do? Noticing the unsettling atmosphere, a colonel stepped forward, incredulous at their lack of awareness. Do you not see who stands before you? He is Dracul Mihawk, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, the greatest swordsman in the world. We are fully aware that he is one of the 7 warlords, a rear admiral asserted, stepping forward. Not only do I know he is a warlord, but I also remember he was once a Navy hunter. Pausing momentarily, the rear admiral unsheathed his sword, raising his voice. Hawkeye, do you recall the colonel you defeated long ago? He was the man I respected the most, second only to Lord Xia Yu. For years, I have awaited my chance for revenge, only to discover you have become a warlord. But it matters not, after Lord Xia Yu signed the treaty at Marineford. The system of the 7 warlords will soon cease to exist. With that, the rear admiral advanced, raising his voice once more. In the name of Navy justice, I, Rear Admiral Noah, challenge you. Dracul Mihawk, grant me your guidance. And I as well. Hawkeye, I nearly met my demise beneath your blade. Haha, how could I miss out on this? Despite the admonishments from several voices in the crowd urging caution, their bodies betrayed them as they rose, aligning behind Rear Admiral Noah. Some officers even standing shoulder to shoulder with him, their expressions brimming with the intent to confront Mihawk. Oh, I did not expect these naval officers to not only fear me, but to also rise and challenge. Mihawk's eyes glinted coldly, and his formidable blade seemed to resonate with his master's thoughts, exuding an oppressive aura of death toward the encroaching naval officers. So, this is the Navy under Xia Yu's command? Scanning the assembly, Mihawk took a decisive step forward, grasping the hilt of his sword with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Though your courage is commendable, even 100 years from now, you shall not be my match. However, I do not reject any swordsman's challenge. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Before his words had fully settled, the terrifying might inherent to the world's greatest swordsman erupted forth, instantly forcing the officers and soldiers before him to retreat. In the next heartbeat, the world's strongest black blade ignited with a purplish flame as it was drawn, its edge aimed directly at the retreating naval officers and soldiers. Mihawk. The colonel responsible for welcoming Mihawk felt the overwhelming pressure and, despite the mounting tension, stepped forward, his expression shifting. Do you intend to unleash a massacre at the Navy headquarters? Before Mihawk could respond, the colonel raised his gaze to the officers and soldiers who, despite being enveloped in this terrifying aura, stood their ground. Stand down. Mihawk is not merely a warlord, he is a guest invited by Lord Xia Yu. Should you draw your swords or fire your guns, you will invoke the wrath of Lord Xia Yu. Upon hearing that Mihawk was invited by their commander, the officers exchanged glances. Their doubts evident, yet they knew the colonel would not mislead them. One by one, they parted to create a path for Mihawk. Please, Mihawk, do proceed. Seeing this, the colonel exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. He understood that while every officer in the Navy headquarters craved military honor, this particular individual was the world's greatest swordsman and a member of the 7 warlords. Should his colleagues, emboldened by Lord Xia Yu's protection, act recklessly, the casualties would be secondary. Lord Xia Yu would find himself in a difficult position, for it was well known that Lord Xia Yu had once received Mihawk's aid. Acknowledged for his willingness to repay favors, any hostile actions from the officers and soldiers against Mihawk would undoubtedly tarnish their commander's reputation. Attention! Stand at ease. Salute. Suddenly, from the far end of the narrow pathway, a loud command rang out, causing all the officers and soldiers who had just parted from Mihawk to instinctively straighten their postures and step aside, saluting in unison. As the officers and soldiers took their positions, several figures emerged at the end of the path, led by none other than Xia Yu himself. Mihawk. It has been a long time. Xia Yu approached with a warm smile, having anticipated meeting the warlord after the celebratory banquet for the entire army, only to be pleasantly surprised by his early arrival. Casting a glance at the naval officers and soldiers who stood straight and saluted at Xia Yu's presence, Mihawk subtly sheathed his blade, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Indeed, it is true that absence makes the heart grow fonder, Xia Yu. Previously, these officers and soldiers would lower their heads in fear upon seeing me. Now they dare to draw their blades because of your influence. Quite remarkable. Xia Yu shrugged lightly. What can one do? A den of bears. Mihawk scrutinized Xia Yu, noting the maturity and vigor that had replaced the youthful exuberance he had first encountered 6 years prior. The aura of a king was unmistakable in his every gesture. Had Xia Yu not greeted him, Mihawk might have hesitated to recognize the young commander standing before him as the boy he once aided. Yet, none of this held significance. Mihawk's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "Are you planning to abolish the warlords?" "Indeed, that is my intention." Xia Yu nodded, then shifted the topic. "However, this is not the time for work. Let us partake in some spirits." Chapter 62, The Most Terrifying Power on the Seas. Observing the three venerable figures of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, gorging on hot pot with grease on their lips, along with the silent yet ever-raising glasses of Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kazan, even Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, could not help but feel a tingle of apprehension. To be precise, the atmosphere permeating the Navy headquarters made his heart race inexplicably. While the officers were united in purpose, the three admirals were gathered at the same table, enjoying camaraderie with the former commander and the naval hero Garp, as well as the former Admiral Zephyr. Should this scene be captured and published by the Navy headquarters press, it would undoubtedly have a profound impact, akin to the previous grand photograph of the Navy headquarters. For a brief moment, Mihawk regretted arriving at the Navy headquarters at this time. In that instant, he finally understood why the officers and soldiers on the narrow path had dared to draw their swords against him, not out of blind arrogance believing they could defeat the world's greatest swordsman, but because they possessed an unprecedented confidence. He could assure himself that had he dared to strike down the officers and soldiers blocking his path with his supreme blade, the three admirals seated at this table would have immediately mobilized, while he might have had a chance to defeat one of them in a full-blown battle. Facing all three simultaneously was a challenge he would not survive. In that moment, being stripped of his title as a warlord would be the least of his concerns. The uncertainty of leaving alive would be paramount. Haha, Mihawk. Long time no see. As Mihawk surveyed the former and current admirals and vice admirals in the courtyard, a wave of unease washed over him. Suddenly, the boisterous Garp, with grease smeared across his mouth, tilted his head and called out, "Don't just stand there. Come have a drink with me." At that moment, Sengoku also turned his gaze to Mihawk, exclaiming, "Oh, Mihawk, I didn't expect you to show up at this time. Since you're here, take a seat. After all, you are still a warlord of the sea." Sakazuki and Kazan, evidently inebriated, completely ignored Mihawk's presence, raising their glasses in unison, mimicking the catchphrase that had been a staple of Xia Yu's drinking habits over the years, and shouted, "Cheers." Meanwhile, Borsellino seemed oblivious to Mihawk as well, his own catchphrase flying out of his mouth. "You've already downed 5 bottles. Isn't that enough, Sakazuki? Are you two planning to drink until you drop?" Seeing the three admirals disregard Mihawk, Garp immediately took offense, saying, "Hey, do you three have any manners? Can't you see Mihawk has arrived?" The three admirals exchanged knowing glances and responded in unison, "Sit." Mihawk, rendered speechless, reluctantly found an empty seat. As he settled in, he sensed something was amiss. He was the world's greatest swordsman, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety, as if he were a sheep among wolves, casually surveying the room. He let out a quiet sigh. While he was indeed the world's foremost swordsman, the majority present, aside from a few vice admirals, were not individuals he could easily provoke. It would not be an exaggeration to say this was the most daunting gathering he had faced since claiming the title of the world's greatest swordsman. His inherent arrogance, typically associated with being the best, was something he dared not display. At that moment, Guillaume approached with a set of utensils and placed them before Mihawk, while the hound, with a box of liquor in hand, tossed it beside him and returned to his seat with a haughty demeanor. "A mere vice admiral dares to show me a sour face?" Mihawk glanced at the hound across from him and suppressed the urge to draw his sword. Things had changed. The Navy he once knew had transformed entirely. Under Sengoku's command, even the most arrogant soldiers would show respect to him, and vice admirals would treat him with courtesy. Yet now, the weasel was preoccupied with enjoying hot pot, and although the hound brought him a box of wine, it was clear he did so begrudgingly. Just then, Xia Yu, having brought another box of wine from the living room, plopped down beside Mihawk, grinning at everyone. "1 box of wine for each of you. No one leaves until it's finished." He casually handed Mihawk a bottle of red wine, then opened another bottle with a flourish, declaring, "Forget the glasses. Grab your bottles and let us toast to Mihawk's arrival." At his words, the previously absorbed guests raised their bottles, shifting their attention to Mihawk. He looked at the bottle Xia Yu offered, then at the box beside him, his lips twitching as he contemplated saying something. Ultimately, he held back and lifted the bottle for a hearty drink. Haha, splendid. What a delightful occasion. To drink to our heart's content. Xia Yu laughed heartily as he finished a bottle and wiped his mouth, then pulled out another to offer Maihawk. Maihawk, confused, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't it supposed to be 1 box per person? Why was Xia Yu incessantly handing him bottles from his own stash? Admiral, you can't cheat. Guion, observing Maihawk's reaction, chuckled softly and remarked, the hound just brought a box to you. You're currently holding your own wine. Ah, I suppose that's true. Xia Yu scratched his head, retracting the bottle. Don't just sit there, Maihawk. If you hadn't happened to pass by that deserted island 6 years ago, I would have been stranded in survival mode. Such great kindness deserves a toast. Here's to you. After downing 2 bottles with Xia Yu, Maihawk gradually relaxed. Shedding the cold facade he had worn upon entering, and initiated a conversation with Xia Yu. Xia Yu, ever forthcoming, answered all his questions. Even when Maihawk inquired about the coup, only omitting the existence of the system and his identity as a time traveler. Upon hearing about Xia Yu's journey over the past 6 years within the Navy, and how he had garnered unwavering loyalty from so many officers and soldiers, Maihawk, already somewhat tipsy, found himself becoming increasingly sober. As the world's greatest swordsman, he would not naively believe that financial incentives alone could inspire such devotion. True loyalty and sacrifice could only be inspired by a person's dazzling charisma, capable of swiftly rallying those around him to form the most formidable force upon the seas. Chapter 063, Member of the Rocks Pirates, Bakin Gom's Tussie. Due to Sakazuki's mother clamoring to ride a bicycle, the reluctant Kazan had no choice but to escort her away. This time, Sakazuki did not linger, rising alongside Borsellino to serve as her escort, panting behind her bicycle as they exited the courtyard. As the 3 admirals were led away by Sakazuki's mother, several Vice Admirals rushed into the courtyard, pledging their loyalty to Xia Yu before dragging away the Weasel, Hound, and Bastille. The departure of the 6 did not disrupt Sengoku and Carp, who were fully engrossed in their feast. These 2 old men had evidently let loose. Free from the burdens of rank, they were like 2 mischievous children, competing for snacks and snatching beef from the hot pot, prompting Zifa, who had only 1 arm, to shake his head in disbelief. Suddenly, Maihawk, who had been conversing amiably just moments prior, stood up abruptly, towering over Xia Yu. When I first arrived at the Navy headquarters, I heard many legends about you. Many officers claimed you were the most gifted young talent in the history of the Navy, mastering the 6 forms of the Navy and achieving notable accomplishments in the swordsmanship realm. Let us seize this opportunity for a spirited battle. I wish to see to what extent your swordsmanship has developed. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Carp, who had been engrossed in their food, simultaneously fell silent. And Zifa looked up in surprise at the flushed Maihawk. Although Maihawk still bore the supreme sword, his demeanor hardly matched that of the world's greatest swordsman. He resembled a drunken man, swaying unsteadily before Xia Yu. Before Xia Yu could respond, Guion, typically gentle, furrowed her brows and decisively stood. Maihawk, while I am grateful for your past assistance to Admiral Xia Yu, that does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly before him. Do not forget, you are now a warlord of the sea. However, if it is a true battle you seek, I can stand in for the Admiral. Maihawk ignored Guion, his sharp gaze fixated on Xia Yu, exuding a determination that suggested he would not leave without a response. Guion, sit down. Xia Yu turned to her before redirecting his gaze to Maihawk, suppressing a chuckle. Hawkeye, are you sure your current state can showcase the prowess of the world's greatest swordsman? Let us not be foolish. If you wish for an exhilarating battle, we shall wait until you are sober. Maihawk, how little you think of me. Maihawk grasped the hilt of the supreme great knife slung across his back, brimming with fighting spirit as he declared, I am the world's foremost swordsman. How could a mere crate of red wine possibly intoxicate me? Come, let me witness the extent of your growth over the past 6 years. Ding dong. Just as Xia Yu was about to refuse, the familiar sound of the system notification abruptly echoed in his mind. It detected that someone had issued a challenge to the host. You now have 2 choices. Refuse the challenge. Reward, a bottle of red wine. Accept the challenge and defeat your opponent. Reward, a supreme great knife, 12 craftsmanship. Surprised by the system prompt appearing at this moment, Xia Yu blinked in astonishment. Although 2 choices were presented, it seemed he could only select one. Refusing would merely grant him a bottle of wine. Did he truly need that? As the marshal of the naval headquarters, enjoying the same privileges as the elders, was he in want of wine? However, he did yearn for a worthy blade. Having borrowed Gion's sword, Jinbira, after elevating his swordsmanship to its zenith through the system, he found himself unable to find a sword worthy of his skill. He had planned to send someone to search for one once the military upheaval settled, yet the system had appeared at such a fortuitous time. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xia Yu decisively swallowed his words of refusal and said, "I accept your challenge. However, not at this moment." As Gion stated, "You are now a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and as the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, I am your direct superior. Especially since the world government has just relayed the summons to the Navy." Pausing slightly, Xia Yu then picked up a bottle of wine and said leisurely, "How about in a week? Tomorrow, the Naval Headquarters will issue a summons to the 7 Warlords for a meeting. After the meeting, the former 7 Warlords will no longer exist. At that point, we shall no longer be superior and subordinate, but friends. As friends, we can drink when we wish and spar when we desire. How delightful that would be." Upon hearing this, Maihawk ceased his insistence, sheathing the supreme great knife and nodding. "Then I shall wait for you for 7 days." At this juncture, Maihawk glanced towards the living room, stating, "Since we are to hold a meeting of the 7 Warlords, I shall reside here until then." Before Xia Yu could respond, the telephone bug in the living room suddenly emitted a series of buzzing sounds. Almost immediately, a familiar voice resonated from the device. "Marshal, it's Ein. Are you there?" Taken aback by the voice from the living room, Xia Yu paused momentarily before springing to his feet, reaching out for the telephone bug situated in the living room. In the next moment, he grasped the device and inquired, "Ein, have you located the pirates who attacked the training ship years ago?" "Yes, Marshal." The voice from the telephone bug caused Zifa, who had been distant from the conviviality at the table, to suddenly brighten with intensity. However, as he stood, Xia Yu pressed him back down, commanding, "Tell me your current location. Also, you and Bins are no match for him. Until reinforcements arrive, your sole task is to follow him." With that, Xia Yu handed the telephone bug to Gion, instructing her to note Ein's current maritime location while decisively activating his observation hockey to transmit, "Borsellino, come quickly." As soon as Xia Yu's transmission concluded, Borsellino, who had been cycling away from the family compound, abruptly halted. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his devil fruit powers. In a flash of light, Borsellino appeared before Xia Yu. Without preamble, Xia Yu delved straight into the matter. "We have located the pirates who attacked the training ship years ago. You must immediately head to the maritime area noted by Gion to assist Ein and Bins. I have but one request. Capture him and sever one of his arms before bringing him back. Remember, do not show mercy." Wait, just as Borsellino was about to turn, Xia Yu suddenly recalled something and faced Zifa, saying, "Teacher Zifa, if my memory serves me correctly, the attackers of the training ship were not a single individual, but a mother and son duo?" Indeed. Zifa's eyes blazed with hatred as he gritted his teeth. "Bakine, a former member of the Rocks Pirates. Her true name is Bakine Goms Tussi. It was she who incited her son, Edward Weirbu, to attack the training ship." Borsellino, rarely serious, nodded slightly to Zifa, assuring him, "Rest assured, Teacher Zifa, I will bring them both back." Chapter 064. Mr. Sengoku, please address him as Marshal. The following morning, after completing his morning routine and donning his uniform along with the Marshal's coat, Xia Yu stepped out of his bedroom, invigorated. "Did you sleep in this late?" Just as he opened the door and exited his room, a familiar voice unexpectedly chimed in. Turning towards the sound, he saw Maihawk, dressed casually and reclining at the dining table, perusing the newspaper published by the Naval Headquarters. "Breakfast is ready, because you dawdled for half an hour. The old man and I did not wait for you." To Xia Yu's astonishment, not only had Maihawk shamelessly decided to stay at his house, but he had also taken it upon himself to cook. Xia Yu's lips twitched slightly. However, he was soon distracted by the array of breakfast items laid out on the table. Most unexpectedly, the elderly gentleman completely ignored Xia Yu's presence, indulging in a rice ball alongside the breakfast with great relish. After swallowing his mouthful, the elder finally noticed Xia Yu, and surprisingly, he did not show signs of forgetfulness. Upon seeing him, he waved and called, "My dear grandson, come here. Grandma has hidden many delicious treats for you, but you mustn't let Sakazuki know. That rascal is quite the troublemaker." Xia Yu dared not delay, hastening to sit beside the elder and feigning ignorance, asked, "Grandma, where did all this food come from?" The elder pointed at Maihawk, saying, "Mihiro made it. It's delicious." "Mihiro?" Xia Yu blinked, barely suppressing a laugh. Maihawk, meanwhile, remained silent, his gaze fixated on the newspaper, his facial muscles twitching. He too was in utter despair. That morning, before he had even risen, he had been startled by the elder bursting into his room. Fortunately, having met the elder the day prior, he was aware of her identity and had surmised that she might be suffering from dementia. Thus, he had not dared to neglect her, promptly arising to engage in conversation. However, after an exhausting discussion, he felt on the verge of an explosion. For she was so forgetful that after he had introduced himself, she would turn and ask who he was, just as he was about to lose his composure. The elder suddenly declared her hunger. Being someone who enjoyed cooking, he could not continue the conversation and rushed into the kitchen to begin preparing. Strangely enough, while he was making breakfast, the elder did not interfere and instead praised his culinary skills whenever he flipped a pan. This was indeed a splendid beginning. However, the elder could not recall his full name, Kazuki Mihawk, only remembering the syllable me, accepting that she remembered me. He was dismayed that she insisted on adding Aro and Taro. He was the world's greatest swordsman from Kraikana Island, not some Taro. Had such a name been uttered by any pirate, or even a naval officer, he would have unsheathed his sword without hesitation. Noticing Mihawk's silence, Xia Yu decided to cease the conversation, chatting briefly with the elder before taking his leave. At the naval headquarters, in the conference room, all the Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals were present, sitting upright in their chairs, attentively awaiting the Marshal seated in the Commander's chair. Admirals Sakazuki and Kazan, along with Sengoku, Zifa, and Garp, occupied seats on either side of Xia Yu. Outside, the naval soldiers stood in formation, 10 paces apart, holding steel rifles, their bodies straight. Their expressions serious yet filled with pride. The reason is quite simple. The former lieutenant general they pledged their loyalty to has now ascended to the rank of marshal and enjoys privileges akin to those of the 5 elders. Most importantly, they shall no longer endure the disdain from the Holy Land, especially from the lofty celestial dragons. Ji Yuan, let us commence, said Xia Yu. Seated majestically upon the marshal's throne, surveying the conference room before speaking calmly, let us first address the issue of salaries for all officers and soldiers in the naval headquarters. Indeed, Ji Yuan responded, rising and diving straight into the matter, due to the advance payment of a year's salary to all our officers and soldiers. The funds currently available for the headquarters are severely limited. We are temporarily unable to pay the bounties submitted by various branch bases. We must resolve this issue swiftly, for failing to compensate bounty hunters will tarnish the Navy's reputation. This is merely a fraction of our financial concerns. The expenses required by the headquarters far exceed this. After a brief pause, Ji Yuan suddenly raised his voice. I propose that officers of the rank of colonel and above generously contribute to navigate through this difficult period. Once the treasury is replenished, we shall double the remuneration for all officers. Unacceptable. Without waiting for the attendees to react, Xia Yu swiftly waved his hand. You may not be aware of the circumstances many of our officers face, but I have witnessed them over the years. Many officers have elderly dependents and young children. Upon receiving their salaries, they nearly all send it back home. Asking them to contribute at this time would undoubtedly exacerbate their plight. I have a solution. After a moment of silence, Xia Yu narrowed his eyes, a cunning smile flitting across his lips. In recent years, several figures have emerged in the New World, claiming dominion over the underground realm. Some have become kings of transport by monopolizing the trade routes of the Grand Line, while others have risen as loan sharks. Though they lack the renown of the 4 emperors, in terms of wealth, they are indeed exceedingly affluent. Therefore, I intend to personally pen an invitation for them to visit the naval headquarters. If they fear entering our domain, let them choose a venue for our meeting. Should they dare to refuse, the Navy shall take one decisive action, to fully seize their businesses and their riches. No so-called kings of the underground world in the New World shall be spared, nor shall the world aristocrats of the Holy Land. They casually spend hundreds of millions of berries on a single slave. It is time for them to contribute to the cause of justice. Ji Yuan, you shall personally go to the Sabaody archipelago to secure a hotel. I plan to create an entertainment event reminiscent of a transformation scheme, and then invite some of the world's aristocrats to participate. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan bowed his head, covering his face. Indeed, Xia Yu remained unchanged. Even after ascending to the rank of marshal and enjoying privileges akin to those of the 5 elders, he was still adept at amassing wealth. Unlike Ji Yuan's reaction, the other attendees, except for Admirals Sengoku, Sakazuki, and Kazan, displayed expressions of fervor. Clearly, their lord Xia Yu had not changed a whit since becoming marshal. He remained the same familiar force. In matters of finance, none could rival their lord Xia Yu. Xia Yu, this is unwise. At that moment, Sengoku stood up. The 6 underground kings of the New World wield immense influence. If we forcibly seize their businesses and wealth, it could very well incite global turmoil, especially the king of transport. He is responsible for the shipping business between various pirate factions and nations, as well as the supplies to the Holy Land, all managed by his company. Sengoku. Before Xia Yu could respond, a rear admiral suddenly leaped to his feet, glaring at Sengoku with wide eyes. During meetings, please refer to the marshal with respect. The sudden outburst drained Sengoku's expression of all color. Turning in the direction of the voice, he gaped incredulously. Noah, when did you become a rear admiral? Did Xia Yu promote you? The rear admiral standing was none other than Noah, who had drawn his sword against Mihawk the previous day. Standing tall, Noah declared, yes. All officers below the rank of Vice Admiral who followed Lord Xia Yu in rebellion have been promoted 1 rank. Sengoku. I shall reiterate. Please address Lord Xia Yu as Marshal. At this, Sengoku's lips twitched as he retrieved a piece of candied fruit, tossing it into his mouth. His previously serious demeanor as a marshal shifted as he haughtily tilted his head. What a coincidence. I've been promoted 3 ranks and will soon be rotating in the Holy Land's power chamber with the 5 elders. Noah's eyes widened. His confidence instantly deflated as he cast a pleading glance at Xia Yu. Xia Yu stifled a laugh and waved his hand. Everyone, please take your seats. This matter concerning finances is settled, and there is no need for further discussion. We shall now proceed to the second agenda, regarding the Shichibukai system. I do not endorse it. Since its inception, the Shichibukai have not only failed to contribute, but have also exploited their status for greater profit. However, before we abolish it, I intend to convene a Shichibukai meeting via a summons to put them in their place. With that, Xia Yu turned his gaze towards several Vice Admirals. Wusong, Staloberry, Bastille, Hound, Fire Mountain, and Steel Ray. As soon as Xia Yu's words fell, the 6 Vice Admirals promptly stood up. Take the summons and set off immediately. Instruct the 6 Shichibukai members, excluding Mihawk, to ensure their presence at the naval headquarters for the Shichibukai meeting in 3 days. Inform them that should they fail to appear, it will not merely result in the revocation of their Shichibukai status. They must also prepare to face the wrath of the naval headquarters. Chapter 065, The Pirate Empress. Boa Hancock. At the naval headquarters port, Wusong glanced at Staloberry and Bastille, hesitating several times before summoning his courage to speak. Bastille, should we swap roles? I can relay the summons to Doflamingo, and you can go to Amazon Lily? No. Hearing the suggestion to switch, Bastille quickly waved his hands. Doflamingo should currently be in Dressrosa. The journey is long, and I worry that you might not withstand it. I should go instead. After all, I am much stronger than you, and most importantly, Doflamingo is not easy to deal with. He is still a celestial dragon. At this, Wusong's lips twitched slightly. Bastille's words sounded commendable, but the truth was he was simply afraid of going to Amazon Lily. The reason was straightforward. The Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, was one of the Shichibukai he was about to summon. Not only does she possess the power of the Mero no Mi, but she also holds the title of the world's most beautiful woman. Any normal man who gazes upon Hancock would inevitably be smitten, and once smitten, he could trigger her devil fruit ability and be petrified into a lifeless statue. Most importantly, Hancock is exceedingly proud and presents herself as a tyrant, with a moment's inattention. The soldiers accompanying him could also face petrification. After a brief silence, Wusong then turned to the other side and tentatively asked, Staloberry? Goodbye. Before Wusong could finish his sentence, Staloberry suddenly accelerated, leaping onto a naval vessel with those 2 words. Just then, Fire Mountain and Steel Ray approached. Fire Mountain, a veteran Vice Admiral of the headquarters, is not only powerful, but also possesses a very gentle demeanor, making him a role model for many naval soldiers. Though he had sensed the impending coup on the night Xia Yu initiated it, he had not anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Of course, none of that mattered now. What weighed heavily on him was the unexpected demise of Doberman and Ghost Spider, who were ruthlessly taken down by a group of soldiers and officers. It was well known that Doberman and Ghost Spider were both veteran Vice Admirals like himself. Despite some ideological differences, it was difficult for him to accept that they met such an untimely and nameless end. Upon receiving the news, he had already mentally prepared himself for the forthcoming purges. In his perspective, even if he had not participated in the coup, Xia Yu would not retain them at the naval headquarters. However, contrary to his expectations, Xia Yu not only spared those who had not taken part in the insurrection, but also allowed them to remain in their original positions, receiving a year's salary in full. Now, he was being called to partake directly in such a significant operation, which transformed his initial disbelief upon learning of the demise of Gui Zhizhu and Dao Bowman into a state of trepidation. Westmouse. Our relationship seems to have grown distant during this time. Approaching Westmouse, Huashishin glanced around and lowered his voice to inquire, has the Marshal mentioned any topics recently? For instance, regarding those of us who did not join the coup, like me and Shirtayalizi. Why would he mention you? Westmouse blinked in confusion. You haven't done anything to offend the Marshal. At this point, Westmouse felt a sense of relief and chuckled. Huashishin. The fact that the Marshal entrusted you with his first task as a new officer signifies his lack of suspicion towards you. Which of the 7 warlords are you responsible for? Without much contemplation, Huashishin replied, Huajia. Huajia? Westmouse's eyes widened. Considering your good rapport with Kaido, this implies that the task will be exceptionally perilous. For the sake of our long-standing camaraderie, allow me to take your place. That wouldn't be appropriate. Huashishin cast a backward glance at the headquarters, lowering his voice. We cannot let the Marshal know. You really do not understand the Marshal, Westmouse asserted with a wise demeanor. When I invited you years ago, you should have stood alongside us. Let me put it this way. Under the Marshal's command, our rules are absolute. The previous constraints will no longer exist. Very well. Before he could finish his sentence, Huashishin abruptly changed his query. Which of the 7 warlords are you responsible for? The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Before Huashishin could process this information, Westmouse hurriedly added, Hancock is the closest among all the 7 warlords. Hey, Huashishin. Why are you leaving? Come back. I haven't finished speaking, you rascal. Before he could conclude, Huashishin had already boarded the warship and departed. Observing this, Westmouse exhaled a long sigh, glancing hopefully towards Shirtayalizi. I take my leave. Shirtayalizi had intended to linger at Westmouse's side to gather intelligence regarding Xia Yu for their future interactions. But upon hearing that Westmouse was assigned to the Pirate Empress, he bolted away as if he had seen a cat. Meanwhile, in the Calm Belt, on Nine Snake Island, outside the Amazon Lily Kingdom, an elderly and emaciated man sat alone on the balcony of a wooden house built halfway up a mountain, engrossed in a hard-earned newspaper. Fireflower, the former emperor of Amazon Lily, once a member of the Rocks Pirates, returned to Amazon Lily 32 years ago following the defeat of the Rocks Pirates at Goddess Valley. To atone for the mistakes of his youth and out of respect for the current empress, he chose to live alone outside Nine Snake City. Over the years, the once strikingly beautiful former emperor had transformed into an elderly woman, and few remembered her name. The younger generation referred to her as Granny Xia. Due to Nine Snake Island's isolation in the Calm Belt, news was scarce, so Granny Xia cherished each hard-won newspaper. Another month-old news. After finishing the article, she sighed, trembling as she stood from her chair. Suddenly, a bird call pierced the air, and a news bird flapped its wings, landing on the balcony. Finally, you've arrived. Watching the news bird alight, Granny Xia hurried forward. Skillfully paying the fee and retrieving the newspaper, she returned to her seat, eagerly unfolding it. HM? The moment she opened the newspaper, an eye-catching headline abruptly struck her retina. Vice Admiral Xia Yu initiates a coup at Naval Headquarters. Upon merely reading the headline, Granny Xia's pupils constricted, and she exclaimed, when did this happen? Glancing at the publication date, she hastily skimmed through the article. The more she read, the more alarmed she became. By the time she finished, she felt as if she had survived a calamity, sinking back into her chair, her expression one of utter shock. Within just one day, he had taken full control of the Navy. What extraordinary means? Xia Yu? Why had she never heard of this name before? With a sense of curiosity, she picked up another newspaper. This one contained no articles but featured a large group photo of naval officers and soldiers, filling more than half the page, along with an extensive list of naval personnel. Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, Xia Yu? Gazing at the young marshal seated prominently in the group photo, Granny Xia's eyes widened in astonishment at his youth. Despite her curiosity, she did not continue her perusal. Instead, she picked up yet another newspaper. After absorbing the contents, she could no longer remain seated and jumped up, her face pale with alarm. The Mariehua Treaty? The rotation system for the 5 elders in the Holy Land? The Navy holds 2 seats. Has the world government yielded to Xia Yu? Wait, what is this? The right to summon the 7 warlords belongs to the Naval Headquarters. In a flurry of incoherence, Granny Xia suddenly raised her head. This is bad. Hancock is in danger. With the wisdom and foresight befitting a former emperor of Amazon Lily, she keenly sensed that this young naval marshal might soon target the 7 warlords, among whom the current empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, was one. Chapter 066. Hancock. I shall change my attire at once. In Nine Snake City, within the royal palace of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the Empress's chamber, the current empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, with her long, lustrous black hair styled in a traditional manner, lay quietly in her bathtub. With deep blue eyes and elegantly elongated corners, she reclined against the tub, allowing her hair to cascade down the side. Her almond-shaped eyes, reflecting a hint of aloofness, wore an expression of cold indifference, as if she were untouchable. Boa Hancock, a user of the superhuman sweet fruit, possessing conqueror's haki, observation haki, and armament haki, she ascended to the throne of Amazon Lily at the age of 18 and was summoned by the world government as one of the 7 warlords due to her formidable prowess when leading the 9 snake pirates on their first expedition, a true pinnacle from her debut. At this moment, the chamber was under strict lockdown. Not a soul could enter, and even a bird flying above would be swiftly dealt with. The reason was simple. The Empress of Amazon Lily was bathing, and aside from her 2 younger sisters, no one else was permitted near the chamber. Of course, Hancock was not concerned about anyone seeing her bathe, as the Amazon Lily Kingdom was a realm solely inhabited by women. The reason for the lockdown during her baths was due to a secret that the 3 sisters could not allow outsiders to know. Suddenly, Granny Xia, you cannot enter. The elder sister is bathing. Outside the chamber door, Granny Xia, clutching a stack of newspapers and hurrying, was halted by 2 guards, none other than Hancock's younger sisters, Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold. In stark contrast to Hancock, renowned as the world's most beautiful woman, Sandasonia and Marigold's appearances are rather difficult to articulate. Sandasonia possesses a head disproportionately larger than her body, while Marigold is characterized by a small head atop a plump physique. Make way. Something serious has occurred. Without acknowledging the 2 sisters, Granny Xia slipped through the gap between them, leveraging her wiry frame. Upon entering the chamber, she raised her voice in a state of urgency. Hancock, come out at once. Before Hancock, who was in the bath, could respond, Granny Xia hastily drew aside the curtain and rushed to the bathtub, her tone frantic. How can you still be bathing at a time like this? The situation outside has changed drastically. Sandasonia, who followed closely behind, approached with a newfound seriousness, inquiring, Granny Xia, what has happened outside? You can see for yourselves. With that, Granny Xia flung a newspaper at Sandasonia. Confused, Sandasonia glanced at the paper and awkwardly remarked, there are some words I cannot fully comprehend. Perhaps it would be best for my elder sister to take a look. Seizing the moment while Granny Xia conversed with Sandasonia, Hancock rose from the bathtub, donning a bathrobe. Silently, she accepted the newspaper, and upon catching sight of the headline, her expression shifted dramatically. Elder sister, Sandasonia and Marigold tentatively called out, noticing Hancock's reaction. Hancock remained silent, rapidly reading through the first newspaper before eagerly snatching the entire stack from Granny Xia's hands. After perusing all the papers, Hancock struggled to contain her shock. Gazing incredulously at Granny Xia, in just one day, the Navy has completely taken control and even signed the Marineford Treaty with the Holy Land? How have I never heard of this man before? She spread open another newspaper, her eyes fixating on a grand photograph of the Navy headquarters, where a spirited young admiral sat prominently. Her breath quickened with excitement as she exclaimed, Granny Xia, does the Marineford Treaty grant the Navy the authority to apprehend the celestial dragons who commit injustices? Granny Xia nodded. The newspaper states exactly that. Hancock's breathing became even more rapid as she uncertainly asked, does the treaty also mention the summons for the 7 warlords to return to the Navy headquarters? Before she could finish her sentence, Hancock suddenly turned, her spirit seemingly lost, and declared, I must meet this new Admiral of the Navy at once. Elder sister. Surprised by Hancock's fervent reaction, Sandasonia and Marigold quickly interjected, you haven't even changed yet. At that moment, Granny Xia called out, Hancock, there is no need to rush. This young admiral, with his formidable prowess, will certainly issue summons to the 7 warlords. What you should be concerned about now is not meeting him, but rather whether you can retain your status as a warlord. Do not forget why you joined the 7 warlords in the first place. At these words, Hancock's body stiffened. The reason she accepted the world government's invitation to join the warlords was purely to protect Amazon Lily from invasion. Personally, She harbored no fondness for the world government, especially for the so-called noble celestial dragons they supported. In fact, she despised them deeply, for as children, she and her sisters had been abducted and sold as slaves to the celestial dragons, who branded them with the humiliating mark of the dragon. Nevertheless, as the Empress of Amazon Lily, she had to suppress her hatred to protect her people by becoming a warlord. Most importantly, even with her profound hatred, she dared not seek revenge against the celestial dragons in the face of the overwhelming power of the world government. Now, with the summons for the 7 warlords shifting from the world government to the Navy headquarters due to that man's coup, it was imperative for her to meet this new superior. Of course, there was a minuscule reason amongst this urgency. The true impetus behind her eagerness was that, despite the multitude of powerful figures in this world, neither the Sea Emperor ruling the New World nor the Revolutionary Army, spreading like wildfire across the globe, dared to act against the celestial dragons. However, this new admiral of the Navy, Xia Yu, not only diverged from the Navy's traditional conduct, but also compelled the Holy Land to make concessions, granting the Navy the authority to arrest celestial dragons who violate justice. Such a notion had been unfathomable in any previous era, yet it had now become a reality. Though her past experiences of being sold to the celestial dragons had instilled a deep aversion to men, at this moment, she yearned to meet the man who dared to instigate a coup and force the world government to concede. As for what she would say upon meeting him, she had not contemplated that deeply. She simply wished to see him immediately. "Your Majesty." Suddenly, a somewhat anxious voice called from outside the chamber. A Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters, along with the summons for the 7 warlords, had crossed the comm belt and conveyed the requirement for the Empress to attend the upcoming meeting with the new Admiral in 3 days. Without allowing the messenger to finish, Hancock promptly declared, "I shall go change at once." Chapter 067, A Life of Despair. The military youth is once again thrown back in the holy land of Marineford. Amidst the blossoms, remained unperturbed by the upheaval instigated by Xia Yu, who had compelled the Navy to negotiate with the Holy Land. Draped in a long robe, strolled leisurely through the garden, observing a butterfly perched delicately on their finger, a flicker of barely perceptible emotion wavering in their crimson eyes. Sama. At that moment, a maid hurriedly entered the garden, kneeling before him. Without diverting their gaze from the butterfly, M's voice, calm yet measured, emerged from beneath the veil. "What has Xia Yu been up to these past 2 days?" The maid, not daring to withhold information, replied, in response to Sama's inquiry. "Xia Yu granted the entire military a day's leave yesterday, hosting a banquet at headquarters to which all officers and their families were invited. However, this morning, he convened a meeting and dispatched 6 Vice Admirals to summon the 7 warlords, planning to hold a meeting in 3 days. Due to financial issues at the Navy headquarters, Xia Yu has set his sights on the transportation magnate, Amidst, known as the King of Transport in the New World, and the loan shark, Duffield, who rose to prominence through usury. Upon hearing that Xia Yu had targeted Amidst and others, M's gaze flickered, and they released the butterfly, turning to regard the kneeling maid. His intent is not solely to plunder their wealth, but to sever the ties with the forces connected to them, especially with Amidst. If the New World loses this transportation line, it will be nearly impossible for Kaido, Edward Newgate, or Charlotte Linlin to stabilize their territories. And those merchants dealing in arms and various contraband? Their prosperous days are about to end. At this point, lifted their gaze slightly, revealing their crimson eyes, and mused. "A threefold gain, is it? A clever maneuver indeed. Xia Yu's targets extend beyond just these individuals in the New World." The maid hesitated before continuing. He also proposed a transformation plan during the meeting, intending to contract a hotel on Sabati Archipelago and invite the celestial dragons from the Holy Land to attend. "A transformation plan?" Furrowed their brow. "What sort of transformation plan?" The maid quickly shook her head. "It remains unknown." Imu pondered for a brief moment before decisively commanding, "Send Junzi to the Navy headquarters. I must ascertain the nature of this plan." "Yes." The maid, not daring to delay, promptly rose and hastily departed from the floral hall. Upon exiting, she encountered Junzi, Shamrock, and 2 other members of the Divine Knight Order approaching. With a flicker of joy on her face, she hurried forward to intercept Junzi. "You want me to go to the Navy headquarters again?" Upon hearing Lord Imu's order, Junzi's eyes widened instinctively, recalling a previous harrowing experience. However, realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly bowed and said, "I shall go at once." Without further ado, Junzi activated the teleportation array, disregarding the onlookers. To her astonishment, As she prepared to utilize the array, the long-haired woman beside Shamrock, still haunted by past fears, cautioned, Junzi. Are you certain you wish to use the teleportation array to reach the Navy headquarters? What's the matter? Junzi blinked. Isn't everything resolved now? Summer has obtained all he desired and should not pose a threat to me any longer. True, the long-haired woman nodded, yet still apprehensively advised, when you meet Summer, please show him some respect. After all, he is not only the Admiral but also enjoys privileges equivalent to those of the five elders. I know how to conduct myself. Junzi, eager to delay no longer, uttered this before activating the teleportation array. With a flash of fiery clouds and intangible energy, Junzi and the array vanished in an instant. Just as the array disappeared, a faint yet piercing scream echoed in the ears of the long-haired woman and Shamrock, prompting them to glance around. Seeing no one nearby, they assumed it was merely an illusion and shook their heads, departing the scene. Not far from their exit, a sudden disturbance in the atmosphere above caught their attention. Almost simultaneously, a figure rapidly enlarged within their line of sight as it descended from the sky. Was Junzi sent flying back again? What on earth is happening? Before Shamrock could finish his sentence, Junzi, recalling her previous experience, attempted to unleash her devil fruit powers just before impact. However, due to the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's Haki, she found herself unable to utilize her powers, helplessly watching the ground approach with increasing clarity. With a thunderous crash, a human-shaped crater abruptly appeared. Within it, Junzi stared vacantly at the sky, her expression devoid of life. Junzi, what in the world is going on? The long-haired woman was the first to react, swiftly leaping into the pit to lift Junzi, stuttering, what a coincidence. Did you encounter Summer right after arriving there? Isn't he the Admiral? Why is he so idle? He was waiting there, Junzi replied, still blank-eyed and in a daze. He placed 2 seals at the marked teleportation points, which contain his stored Conqueror's Haki. Hearing this, the long-haired woman gasped in horror. As a member of the Divine Knight Order who had witnessed the events of 32 years ago in God Valley, she had encountered formidable warriors. It is worth noting that the participants in the God Valley incident were among the most elite of that time, some of whom remain active on the Grand Line, instilling fear in countless pirates. While she could somewhat understand the concept of storing Haki in a vessel, the notion of using paper strips for such storage was beyond her comprehension. It was entirely out of bounds. After catching her breath, Junzi rose from the long-haired woman's embrace and said, please take me to Sabaody Archipelago. I feel somewhat weak-kneed. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, a sudden surge of Haki emanated from the main building, accompanied by a scream, drawing the attention of officers and soldiers at their posts. When they looked up, they beheld a figure enveloped in fiery clouds shoot skyward from the rooftop, disappearing in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Summer, just returned home, instinctively looked up as the seals infused with Conqueror's Haki were triggered. Mihawk, lounging in the courtyard, curiously raised his head and questioned, did someone just intrude upon the headquarters? Summer nodded. It seems some unfortunate soul triggered one of my hidden traps and was blown away. Chapter 068, The Variables Between Nika and Emu. In the comm belt. On the deck of a warship, the Weasel stared in bewilderment at the pirate Empress Hancock, adorned in a chi-pao and a floral cloak, exuding an aura of undeniable allure. He was utterly perplexed, his mind swirling with questions. As they approached Nine Snake Island, he had secretly prepared a dagger to defend against Hancock's potential use of her devil fruit powers to petrify him. His caution stemmed from a previous encounter where he had nearly fallen victim to her abilities. During the last forced summoning of the warlords by the world government, he had been responsible for Hancock. At the time, he had underestimated the gravity of the situation and had nearly been petrified by her powers. Fortunately, he had managed to stab himself, allowing the pain to diminish the effects of her abilities. However, while he had survived, his subordinates had not fared so well, either being petrified or turning into stone statues. This calamity was not solely due to Hancock's breathtaking beauty, but rather her paramecia-type sweet fruit abilities, which could petrify those infatuated with her. More terrifyingly, once someone was petrified by Hancock's powers, the state would not be reversed even if she were to perish. Aware of this, the Weasel remained vigilant, opting not to bring an additional subordinate while subtly gripping a dagger. However, unlike their previous encounter where Hancock had displayed her arrogance to the extreme, now she seemed more composed, breaking with tradition by stepping onto the deck of the warship before him. Commodore Weasel, let us set sail. Hancock, facing away, eagerly proclaimed. I am heading to the warlord meeting now. Weasel, caught off guard, tentatively remarked, Hancock, perhaps your subjects did not clarify. The warlord meeting is scheduled for 3 days from now. You still have a day to prepare. No need. Hancock turned, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Weasel, her head thrown back in an exaggerated manner, succinctly declaring, I do not require it. Very well. Weasel, still shadowed by previous fears, chose silence and promptly made his way to the cockpit. As Weasel arrived at the port of Marineford with Hancock, night had already fallen. As their warship docked, a grand vessel flying the world government flag followed closely behind. Before Weasel and Hancock could react, Junzi, draped in a cloak and tall in stature, leaped down, disembarking before them, glancing at the luxurious ship and the figures of Shamrock and the long-haired woman on deck. Weasel's eyes flickered with confusion. What business did they have here? What's going on? Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, causing the Weasel's pupils to constrict slightly. Instinctively, it turned its head to glance at Hancock. It was expected that Hancock would be incensed by someone else stepping ashore before her, unleashing her wrath. However, to its surprise, Hancock remained eerily quiet, her beautiful eyes fixated on the long-haired woman standing beside Shamrock, an unmistakable glimmer of hatred flickering in her gaze. Noticing Hancock's unusual demeanor, the Weasel quickly interjected, We've arrived. However, due to your early arrival at the headquarters, I must inform the Marshal. They are the Knights of God. It seemed as though Hancock had not heard the Weasel's words, her attention solely on the long-haired woman beside Shamrock. Clenching her silver teeth, she managed to utter, I have seen her. Not only had she seen her, but during the chaos caused by Fisher Tiger in the Holy Land, she had narrowly escaped with her 2 sisters, almost falling into the hands of the long-haired woman. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the old lady and others, she might still be trapped in the Holy Land. Sensing the animosity in Hancock's words, the Weasel hurriedly cautioned, Hancock, do not act recklessly. This is the Navy headquarters. And what of it? Hancock stepped forward, her gaze searing as she locked eyes with the long-haired woman aboard the grand ship. No matter what I have done, the whole world will forgive me. At this moment, Hancock unexpectedly turned back, a smile gracing her lips. Because I am simply too beautiful. Before the Weasel could react, Hancock's aura surged dramatically, creating ripples in the air as her unique superhuman ability, the sweet fruit, was unleashed. Damn it, this woman. The Weasel, nearly taken aback by Hancock's sudden smile, discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and swiftly exclaimed, Hancock, I cannot say if the world will forgive you. But if you cause a scene here, the Marshal will surely strip you of your warlord status and eliminate you on the spot. Refrain from using your powers. This is your final warning. Before the Weasel's words could fully resonate, Hancock abruptly regained her composure, decisively retracting her powers, albeit with a reluctant glance toward the long-haired woman. It is said that enemies see red when they meet. The experiences she had endured in the Holy Land had stripped her of reason the moment she recognized the long-haired woman. Fortunately, the Weasel's timely intervention prevented her from making a grave mistake. It is crucial to understand that the newly appointed Marshal, who commands the vast machinery of the Navy, has the capacity to compel the world government to compromise. Had she lost her composure and acted impulsively, the Marshal would have reacted with fury, and while losing her warlord status would be minor, the repercussions for the people of Amazon Lily would be dire. Meanwhile, on the grand ship across the way, the long-haired woman, who had already noticed Hancock, blinked in surprise. I feel as though I have seen this woman before. The warlord, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Shamrock stepped forward, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword and casually remarked, It seems she has some grievances with you. Would you like to teach her a lesson? The long-haired woman shrugged slightly. As long as you do not fear inciting the wrath of Xia Yu, I have no objection to eliminating her. Upon hearing this, Shamrock turned to regard the long-haired woman. Do you also believe I am no match for her? The long-haired woman smiled gracefully before elegantly turning away. I do not deny your strength, but Shamrock, do you still not comprehend? The Holy Land's compromise with Xia Yu is not due to his invincibility, but rather, his emergence may represent a variable between Nika and Lord M. Chapter 069. The Cunning Marshal, Military Officer Hancock Mihawk's Collective Ruin. The Weasel felt overwhelmed. Although he had successfully prevented Hancock from attacking a member of the Knights of God, he could not restrain the frenzy of the Navy's officers and soldiers. Considering that the Warlord Conference was set to convene in 3 days, and Hancock had arrived 2 days early, it meant she would be staying at the headquarters for an entire day. The Weasel's head ached even more. Had he known Hancock would be so compliant, he would not have rushed to Nine Snake Island to fetch her. Given the circumstances, all he could do was leave this mess for their marshal to handle. After all, There was already one warlord residing in the marshal's home. Another would hardly matter. With this thought, the weasel felt a sense of relief and decisively stated, "Hancock, I will take you to meet the marshal now." Now, hearing that the weasel intended to take her to meet Xia Yu immediately, the previously headstrong and willful Hancock unexpectedly displayed a hint of shyness, covering her face and exclaiming, "I am not quite prepared yet." "What are you thinking?" The weasel, taken aback by Hancock's sudden shyness, quickly distanced himself, his eyes wide, one hand gripping his thigh and the other clutching a dagger in frustration. "I am taking you to meet the marshal, not setting you up for a date. Did I say something wrong?" Hancock, her cheeks flushed from whatever scenario her imagination conjured, gazed innocently at the weasel. "No more nonsense. Follow me." The weasel, not daring to meet Hancock's eyes, turned decisively and walked away. Meanwhile, at the family quarters of the marshal's residence, Hancock and the weasel arrived before Xia Yu. The military officer wasted no time, directly stating her purpose. Upon learning that she was sent by him and wished to participate in the yet-to-be-launched transformation plan, Xia Yu, who was in the yard clearing the vegetable garden with a hoe, blinked in surprise. He then handed the hoe to Sakazuki beside him and replied, "You used the teleportation array for such a trivial matter?" "Indeed." The military officer, undeterred by being knocked back by the conqueror's hockey stored within the seal, replied earnestly, "Lordum wishes to ascertain the specifics of the transformation plan." Xia Yu nodded. "No problem. Since you're here, you might as well experience it firsthand." Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu tossed a sickle towards her. "Help me cut the grass in the yard. This is part of the plan. Familiarize yourself with it." The military officer glanced down at the sickle that had fallen at her feet, her mouth, concealed by bandages, twitching slightly. Having traveled all the way from the Holy Land, she expected at least a place to stay, yet here she was, being asked to cut grass? "But I am a member of the Knights of God." Though she thought this, the military officer dared not voice her concerns. 1. She feared being knocked back again. 2. As the Marine Admiral Sakazuki was vigorously wielding a hoe, and Xia Yu had returned to tending the fence without further engagement, it seemed there was no room for objection. After a brief silence, the military officer took a deep breath and decisively unleashed her powers. With a flourish of her sleeve, a bandage flew out and wrapped around the handle of the sickle. Instantly, the sickle appeared to possess a will of its own, swiftly cutting down the weeds in the yard. Xia Yu glanced over but did not intervene. After securing the fence, he stood up and called out to Maihawk, who was leisurely seated under an umbrella reading a newspaper. "Maihawk, come help me with the fence." The sudden mention of Maihawk nearly broke his composure. He reacted instinctively, grasping the hilt of the supreme great knife beside him, turning his sharp-eyed gaze toward Xia Yu, as if ready to draw his sword should Xia Yu utter another word. Observing Maihawk's reaction, Xia Yu shrugged slightly. "If you don't want me to call you that nickname, you can drop the newspaper and come help. Otherwise, I will not only call you that every day, but also issue a bounty with the name Maihawk replaced by Mitaru, and below it, I'll add formerly known as Dracul Maihawk." Upon hearing this, Maihawk's facial muscles twitched. In those years, he must have been blinded by foolishness, inexplicably feeling compelled to assist the fallen Xia Yu. Well, if assistance was to be rendered, so be it. Yet, he unwittingly chose to aid such a cunning youth. Where was the promise of reciprocation? After all, he was the world's foremost swordsman, relegated to the task of mending fences. If a reporter from the Navy headquarters chanced upon this scene and captured it on camera, would he still be able to navigate the Grand Line? Deep down, despite a multitude of reservations, Maihawk inhaled deeply, set aside his newspaper, and approached. As Maihawk commenced his labor, Squirrel arrived at the courtyard entrance with Hancock. Upon reaching the gate, Squirrel's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Admiral Sakazuki energetically wielded a hoe, diligently tilling the soil, while members of the Knights of God expertly wielded sickles, swiftly trimming grass and pruning trees. The world's greatest swordsman squatted before a fence, reinforcing it alongside the commander-in-chief? What on earth was happening? Squirrel stood there, momentarily stunned, unsure whether to interrupt. After a brief mental lapse, Squirrel shook himself awake, decisively shedding his Vice Admiral coat, rolling up his sleeves, and rushing to Xia Yu's side, exclaiming, "Commander, how can you do this? Allow me. I excel at building fences." "Squirrel?" Xia Yu blinked in surprise, his expression puzzled. "Haven't you left yet? The mission is complete." Squirrel pointed towards the tall figure standing outside the gate. Upon seeing this, Xia Yu quickly turned to look. Outside the courtyard, Hancock appeared somewhat flustered. At that moment, aside from the woman with a half-covered face bound in bandages, she recognized everyone else, yet could not fathom what they were doing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly the world's most beautiful woman. As he stole a glance back at Hancock, Xia Yu's eyes sparkled, and he unreservedly showered her with 36 praises. He then stood up, brushed the dirt from his hands, and beckoned Hancock. Why are you dawdling? Come in and help. Before Hancock could respond, Xia Yu turned and returned to the eaves, lifting 2 wooden buckets and casually resting the shoulder pole on Hancock's shoulder. You can fetch water, right? There's a well in the backyard. Be quick about it. I'm counting on you. Hancock's mind, previously filled with vivid fantasies, shattered instantaneously. The pole resting on her shoulder prompted her to instinctively stabilize it, and she blinked in confusion, muttering, I cannot fetch water. Xia Yu, with a warm smile, shook his head. At your height, it would be a pity to waste such potential. Before he finished speaking, he turned to a member of the Knights of God who had just finished cutting grass. You, teach Hancock how to fetch water. There are 2 buckets by the well. Upon hearing this, the member, having just set down his sickle to rest, nearly fell apart. How could I possibly do that? I'm a member of the Knights of God. Xia Yu blinked innocently. Shall I send you away then? You, the member, was nearly infuriated beyond measure. Give me the pole. The air filled with a sense of impending illness, as his throat felt as if it were swallowing blades, and he cried out. Chapter 070, The Onset of Romantic Thoughts. Hancock's peculiar thought process. That wretched man, how infuriating. The member, forced to fetch water after just cutting grass, stood by the well in the backyard, utilizing her fruit powers to lift filled buckets from the well with bandages, all while muttering curses. As a proud member of the Knights of God, she had been nurtured since her youth and had always been held in high esteem by Commander Green. Fetching water was beneath her dignity. Even in the Holy Land, she had servants attending to her every need. However, everything changed with the arrival of that detestable Xia Yu. After being knocked back to the Holy Land twice by his conqueror Haki, she was now compelled to fetch water. Even if she were not a member of the Knights of God, she was still a woman. As a commander, how could he assign such menial tasks to a lady? Where was his sense of propriety? In contrast to the member's grumbling, Hancock, who typically exuded an air of arrogance and defiance, was unusually quiet. The reason was simple. The member hailed from the Knights of God. Having been sold to the Holy Land as a child, she was no stranger to this powerful and enigmatic organization. Not only was she familiar, but she also knew that the Knights of God were tasked with protecting the celestial dragons and maintaining their dominion, with their commander holding the authority to judge and execute them. Yet, a group with such a unique status was now reduced to fetching water at Xia Yu's behest. What did this signify? It indicated that the era where the admirals were compelled to rush to the defense of the celestial dragons at the slightest threat had come to an end. It meant that as long as she could secure this man as protection, she would no longer have to fear the celestial dragons that haunted her nightmares. It meant she would no longer be coerced into performing distasteful acts by the world government using Amazon Lily as leverage. So, the question arose, how could she earn this man as protection? As Hancock stood beside the 2 buckets, her heart raced with possibilities, her cheeks flushing crimson with each thought. The disgruntled member, unaware of Hancock's changing demeanor, though it was her first attempt at fetching water, was no delicate flower. She opted to forego the pole altogether, hoisting 2 buckets and begrudgingly striding toward the front courtyard. Meanwhile, with Hancock and the member contributing their efforts, coupled with Squirrel having taken over his tasks, Xia Yu felt no trepidation about provoking discontent. He leisurely made his way to the sunshade, propping his legs up comfortably. Just as he settled in, the telephone bug on the nearby table rang abruptly. Commander, are you there? This is Ein. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu quickly grabbed the phone bug. Diving straight into the matter, have you captured Weevil? Yes, along with Pekin. Ein's voice carried a hint of excitement. Commander, we may not return until tomorrow. As the ship sustained some damage during the battle between Admiral Borsalino and Weevil, Xia Yu nodded. Leave the repairs of the ship to the accompanying repair crew. Ensure Admiral Borsalino personally guards the mother and son. They must not escape. After concluding the call with Ein, Xia Yu placed the phone bug back on the table, leaning back in his chair as his eyes gradually narrowed. The capture of Weevil and his mother was undoubtedly a boon for the Navy. However, his ambitions extended far beyond this. Capturing Weevil would alleviate the concerns of his mentor, Zifa, and exacting vengeance for the interns from 3 years prior was imperative. Yet, he wished to prevent such tragedies from recurring. This opportunity must be seized to admonish those lawless pirates roaming the seas, to deliver a resounding reprimand to those unruly pirates. The most effective method was to publicly execute Weevil and his mother via live broadcast. After a brief contemplation, Xia Yu decisively rose and approached the garden, standing beside Sakazuki. Sakazuki, we've apprehended the pirates who attacked the internship ship. Borsalino and his crew will bring them back to headquarters tomorrow. During this time, I need you to handle a matter. What matter? Sakazuki set down his hoe and turned to Xia Yu. I've decided to publicly execute them via live broadcast, ensuring that the entire world witnesses this event. As for the timing of the execution, it would be scheduled for the day of the Seven Warlords meeting. Upon hearing Xia Yu's intention to publicly execute the pirates who attacked the internship ship, especially timed for the meeting of the Seven Warlords, Sakazuki immediately perked up. Standing straight and saluting, I'll prepare right away. After watching Sakazuki exit the courtyard, Mihawk, who had just reinforced a row of fences, shifted his gaze to Xia Yu. Why choose the day of the Seven Warlords meeting? Xia Yu casually picked up the hoe left by Sakazuki and replied with a smile, of course. It's to give a little warning to some of the scoundrels among you. Mihawk chose to disregard this response and, with a serious expression, said, I have heard about the incident where the training ship led by Zephyr was attacked. It is said that the pirate who assaulted the training ship claimed to be Whitebeard too, named Edward Weevil. Xia Yu swung the hoe down forcefully and asked, what are you trying to imply? Mihawk stood up, his gaze piercing as he looked at Xia Yu. There are rumors that this Edward Weevil is the son of Whitebeard. If the rumors are true, Whitebeard may take action and could even lead his entire crew to Marineford. After all, Whitebeard's most cherished are his family. He would not sit idly by, whether it be his biological son or the crew members who call him old man. Here I come. At that moment, a delicate voice unexpectedly chimed in. Following the sound, Hancock was seen striding with 2 buckets of water. Her long legs leading her ahead of the soldier carrying a water bucket as she proudly declared, fetching water isn't difficult. I learned it right away. What else do I need to do? Do you see that basket of potatoes under the eaves? Bring it over. All right. Before the words were fully out, Hancock vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, she was holding a basket of potatoes. Seeing this, Xia Yu, who was in a good mood after Borsalino had captured Weevil and his mother, resumed digging, preparing to plant the potatoes. Hancock, who had brought over the basket, hurriedly approached out of curiosity and asked, Xia Yu, what are you digging? Digging a grave. Huh? Hancock blinked, then, with a blush on her cheeks, exclaimed, Are you meeting the parents so soon? Xia Yu? Mihawk. Soldier. Chapter 071. Even if he is a son of God, I will not hesitate to kill. The following afternoon, at the Marineford port, all officers of the Navy headquarters, led by Xia Yu, were present. Zephyr, Sengoku, and the bandaged Carp stood side by side to Xia Yu's right, while Admiral Sakazuki and Kazan stood to his left. The Vice Admirals, led by Guion, did not stand behind Xia Yu, but were instead lined up facing him, all looking up at the warship slowly entering the port. The familiar formation exuded an unspoken oppressive atmosphere. On one side of the port, Mihawk, with his great sword on his back, looked down from a high wall. His eyes slightly narrowed as he observed the powerful Navy formation, which had undergone a tremendous transformation under Xia Yu's leadership. Not far from him, Hancock, draped in a floral-patterned cloak, and the soldier, clad in the Knight of God's cloak and a newsboy cap, stood elegantly on either side. Under everyone's gaze, the warship slowly docked. On the deck was a man bound tightly, nearly 7 meters tall, with a pair of crescent-shaped white mustaches, a grotesque and overweight figure, Edward Weevil. 3 years ago, he had attacked the training ship, having been raised by his mother to believe he was the son of Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, and thus had always referred to himself as Whitebeard too. Although Edward Newgate had neither confirmed nor denied this, Weevil possessed the monstrous strength of a young Newgate. And despite his questionable intellect, his formidable power was undeniable. It was precisely this strength that had allowed him to triumph over Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, during the attack on the training ship 3 years ago. However, his glory ended there. Now, bound and kneeling, he hung his head weakly. His right arm had been cleanly severed, and even after a day, blood continued to flow from the wound. Beside Weevil, a small, ugly old woman in a leopard print coat, similarly bound, had her sunglasses hanging around her neck, her clothes stained with dried blood. Bakken. Her real name was Bakken Gansatoshi, a former member of the Rocks Pirates and self-proclaimed lover of Edward Newgate. Upon seeing Weevil, Zephyr, standing to Xia Yu's right alongside Sengoku and Carp, could no longer contain the emotions he had suppressed for 3 years. His fists clenched silently as his body trembled slightly. The incident where the training ship was attacked, leaving only Ein and Bin's as survivors, had weighed heavily on his heart, compelling him to endure guilt and hatred for 3 years. Were it not for the presence of Xia Yu, who had given him hope for the Navy, he would have long since departed to seek revenge on the perpetrators of the attack. Of course, Xia Yu was worthy of his years of hope and trust. The first act of his new office was to capture the pirates responsible for the attack on the training ship, bringing them before him. When he saw Ain and Binz appear on the deck behind Palyasolino, he could no longer hold back. It was as if a great burden had been lifted, and tears streamed down his face. Sengoku observed Zephyr's reaction and quietly sighed, contemplating for a moment before placing a hand on Zephyr's shoulder. At that moment, Ain and Binz jumped off the warship ahead of Palyasolino, swiftly approaching Xia Yu to salute. "Marshal." Xia Yu nodded and said softly, "You've worked hard." Those simple words caused Ain and Binz to lose control of their emotions, their eyes welling up with tears. As the only 2 surviving interns from the training ship, they too had endured torment over the past 3 years, waking from nightmares that replayed the attack with increasingly vivid clarity. During this time, they had approached Zephyr to seek permission from the former Admiral Sengoku to allow them to lead a warship to seek vengeance, but Sengoku had always refused, fearing for their safety, promising he would catch the culprits. Yet, 3 years had passed, and not only was there no news of the culprits, but the increasing number of pirates had kept the Navy officers too occupied to pursue them. Had it not been for Xia Yu's coup that placed him in the position of marshal, they were certain the Navy would soon forget this matter, potentially allowing the very pirates who attacked the training ship to become one of the warlords of the sea, as Xia Yu had foreseen. Thank goodness for Xia Yu. Looking at the gentle young marshal before them, Ain shook his head vehemently, his eyes reddening. "It's not hard." Xia Yu stepped forward, his voice gentle as ever. "Go back, rest, and regain your strength. Tomorrow, when we publicly execute them, you and Binz will be in charge." Upon hearing this, Ain quickly straightened his posture, saluting with Binz as they both exclaimed, "Loyalty." After Ain and Binz stepped back, the gentleness on Xia Yu's face vanished, replaced by the decisive aura of a leader who had forced the Holy Land to compromise through rebellion. In an instant, Xia Yu, exuding a murderous intent, stood before Weevil and Bakken. Feeling the overwhelming aura of bloodshed, Bakken, whose head hung low, suddenly raised it in fear and asked hastily, "Who are you?" Xia Yu looked down at Bakken from a position of authority, his voice low and commanding. "Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Xia Yu." Bakken was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze to the naval officers standing at the port. Upon seeing Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa, a sinister smile spread across her face as she disregarded Xia Yu's presence and struggled to rise. "Sengoku, does your Navy have no one else? You allow a mere child to be your successor. I advise you to be wise and release my son and me at once. Otherwise, Edward Newgate will surely lead his crew to Marineford. Do you recognize this person beside me? He is the son of Edward Newgate. If Newgate learns that you have taken his beloved son, you should know what will ensue. To provoke a war over a ship of trainee officers, causing more lives to be lost, is not your style, Sengoku." Bang! Before Bakken could finish her words, a dull thud resounded. She was sent flying, crashing heavily against the ship's railing and then rebounding to the ground. Meanwhile, Xia Yu swiftly appeared before Bakken, decisively placing his foot on her. "Old hag Bakken, do you truly think I am invisible?" Xia Yu bent slightly, his murderous intent unmasked. "Regardless of who he is, attacking a trainee vessel and killing Navy personnel is a capital offense. Even if he is the son of a god, I will show no mercy." Chapter 072, Navy Press Conference. Public execution of Whitebeard II. In the Navy headquarters prison, Bakken and Edward Weeble had just been placed in solitary confinement, drawing the attention of the criminals housed within. Many were astonished upon seeing Edward Weeble, mistaking him for the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, their expressions filled with disbelief. What is happening? Has Whitebeard been captured? No wonder he dared to instigate a coup and rise to the rank of Admiral. He is starting off by targeting Whitebeard. Don't be ridiculous. This person merely resembles Whitebeard. Yes, Whitebeard is now in his 70s or 80s. He couldn't possibly be this young. He looks too much like him. Could he be Whitebeard's son? That would be incredible. To capture Whitebeard's son as a warning to others. It seems we're in for quite a show. This is remarkable. I have a feeling that this new Admiral will become the nightmare of all pirates. Whether he becomes a nightmare for the pirates outside, I cannot say, but I overheard 2 guards yesterday mention that any inmates among us who have committed arson, murder, or robbery will soon find themselves on the guillotine. Brothers, our days are numbered. Hearing the conspiratorial whispers from the adjacent cell, Bakken's brow furrowed slightly. With Xia Yu's footprint still visible on her face, she turned her gaze toward the criminals next door and demanded, "Do you know what kind of person this new admiral of the Navy headquarters is? Who are you?" One of the criminals leaned closer to the iron bars, curious. "Who is this kid beside you that looks like Whitebeard?" "As you have surmised, he is Edward Weeble, Whitebeard too." Bakine, shackled and constrained, rose to her feet, her gaze piercing into the criminals opposite her. "Answer my question. What is the background of this young admiral of the Navy headquarters? Whereunto you just captured?" The leading criminal blinked in confusion. "His name is Xia Yu. He is a ruthless individual who sees the admiral title through a coup. Do not underestimate him because of his youth. Even the guards outside are unwaveringly loyal to him. At the slightest gesture or glance from Xia Yu, they would immediately spring into action, emptying their magazines without a moment's hesitation." "What?" Bakine's expression changed dramatically, disbelief etched across her features. "A coup? It seems you truly do not grasp the situation." Observing Bakine's reaction, the criminal recounted everything he had learned through conversations with the guards. After hearing the criminal's account, even Bakine, a former member of the Rock's pirates, could not help but draw a sharp breath, her earlier disregard for Xia Yu now replaced by a chilling realization. To instigate a coup for the admiral title was one thing. To compel the world government to concede and grant him the authority over the Navy while enjoying privileges akin to the Gorsi was another. If Xia Yu could force such concessions from the Holy Land, would killing her and her son be as simple as squishing two ants? With this thought, the flicker of hope in Bakine's heart vanished, replaced by a profound dread of death. Clang! Suddenly, the recently closed prison door was pushed open by two guards. Following closely behind were Ein and Binz, draped in the overcoats of Navy headquarters, accompanied by several naval officers as they swiftly approached the cell where Bakine and her son were confined, without allowing Bakine or the other criminals to react. Ein opened the folder in his hand, his expression icy as he spoke. "Bakine, real name Bakine Gomes Tussi, former member of the Rock's Pirates. 3 years ago, you incited your son Edward Weeble to attack a Navy training vessel, resulting in the tragic deaths of dozens of trainee officers aboard. After thorough investigation, the evidence is irrefutable. You will be publicly executed tomorrow at noon in Marineford Square." Damn it! Upon hearing the announcement of her impending public execution, Bakine lunged forward, collapsing at Ein's feet, her voice hoarse with desperation. "You cannot do this. We are not the only ones who have killed Navy personnel. Many others imprisoned and impelled down have attacked the Navy. Why are they merely held captive without execution?" Ein ignored Bakine's frantic pleas, flipping to the next page of his document before addressing Edward Weeble, who had lost an arm. His tone remained as cold as ever. "Edward Weeble, under the instigation of your mother, attacked the Navy training vessel 3 years ago, ruthlessly murdering dozens of trainee officers. Our investigation confirms that your crimes warrant execution, and you will also be publicly executed tomorrow at noon in Marineford Square." After reading aloud, Ein let out a sigh of relief, slowly closing the folder and handing it to Binz. He then stepped forward, looking down at Bakine, who clutched the iron bars with both hands, and spoke. "Do you know how long I, along with Binz and Master Zifa, have awaited this day? 3 long years, during which I have yearned to see you both executed. Alas, my power was insufficient, allowing you to continue your freedom. We are fortunate to have Lord Xia Yu. Bakine, you and your son have one last night to repent." With those words, a smile of relief, unseen for 3 years, appeared on Ein's face, and he turned to leave. "Oh, by the way, just a few steps away," Ein suddenly looked back at Bakine, his smile brighter than ever. "Tomorrow, it is I who will be responsible for your execution." While Bakine and her son were imprisoned in the headquarters, the Navy's press office promptly released breaking news, revealing Bakine's true identity and the arrest of her son, dropping the bombshell that public executions would take place at noon the following day. As the Navy headquarters' latest news spread through major newspapers and transponder snail broadcasts, the Grand Line was stirred by this unexpected revelation in less than half a day. In the New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, on the vast deck of the Moby Dick, all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates had gathered, attentively seated before the imposing figure of Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man. Edward Newgate remained silent, his expression gradually turning grave as he held the newly acquired intelligence. "Father, what exactly is the news released by the Navy about?" At last, Captain Margau, standing in the front row, summoned his courage to step forward and cautiously inquired, "What is your connection to this Edward Weevil, referred to as Whitebeard II in the Navy's announcement? Why does he claim to be Whitebeard II? Who he is matters not. Edward Newgate dismissed the newspaper with a flick of his wrist, his formidable aura erupting forth unapologetically, causing a tremor in the surrounding air and enveloping the vicinity in an invisible yet overwhelming pressure. In the next moment, Whitebeard, who had been seated calmly, abruptly stood up, exuding an oppressive presence akin to a volcanic eruption. How dare he use my name to attack the Navy's training ship, the Bajingu Muzatushi? He truly deserves to die. Chapter 073. Pirate Crew, the 3 stars. Bagan is actually Bajingu Muzatushi? This revelation was indeed unexpected news. In the New World, within the territory of the pirate crew known as the Land of Nations on Cake Island, a plump, nearly 9-meter-tall elderly woman gazed with great interest at her children standing across from her in the dimly lit castle hall, dressed in a strikingly vibrant pink gown. She was Charlotte Lin, the captain of the pirate crew and one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World. Formerly a member of the Rocks Pirates and now the Queen of Nations. A user of the Soul Fruit, she had a bounty of 388 billion berries. Standing on either side were several of Charlotte Lin's children, who were also ministers of nations. The 3 foremost figures were the pirate crew's 3 stars, Minister of Flour Katakuri, Minister of Juice Smoothie, and Minister of Biscuit Cracker. Upon hearing Charlotte Lin's laughter, the 3 stars, initially concerned about the potential repercussions of the Navy's announcement on nations, were suddenly filled with a series of questions. They had heard of the name Bagan but were unfamiliar with Bajingu Muzatushi, judging by their mother's reaction. It was clear she was quite familiar with him. After a brief silence, Katakuri stepped forward and asked with curiosity, "Who is this Bajingu Muzatushi?" Charlotte Lin did not hide the truth, her eyes narrowing slightly. He was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, having a tumultuous connection with Edward Newgate, who was also a member back then. However, after the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, Bajingu Muzatushi vanished without a trace. As she spoke, Charlotte Lin suddenly picked up a newspaper beside her, her gaze filled with curiosity. Whitebeard too. He looks almost identical to a young Newgate. I wonder how Newgate will react to this news. Mother, the pressing issue is not how Newgate will respond. Juice Minister Smoothie, who had been silently standing beside Katakuri, slightly raised his head, his expression serious. From his appearance and name, we can deduce that Whitebeard too likely has a blood relation to Whitebeard, which is precisely what the Navy intends. After the new Admiral, who ascended through a coup, forced the world government to compromise and sign the Marineford Treaty, he would undoubtedly shift his focus to the Grand Line. By capturing Whitebeard too, who is linked to Whitebeard, and publicly executing him, the Navy aims not only to convey their stance and intimidate pirates, but also to gauge the reactions of the 4 emperors in the New World. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Lin waved her hand dismissively. Are you worried about a potential blood relation between Whitebeard too and Whitebeard, fearing a conflict with the Navy affecting nations? Rest assured, I know Whitebeard too well. He will not rescue Whitebeard too, nor will he care about the fate of Bajingu Muzatushi. To him, his true family lies within the Whitebeard pirates. Whether it be Edward Weevil or Bajingu Muzatushi, they are not considered real family in his eyes. However, after a brief pause, Charlotte Lin displayed an unusual seriousness. This young admiral of the Navy is worth noting. At such a young age, he possesses a terrifying resolve. Not only did he initiate a coup to ascend to the position of admiral, but he also compelled the Holy Land to sign an unequal treaty. His power and ambition cannot be underestimated. Before she could finish her sentence, Charlotte Lin suddenly convulsed. In an instant, her previously gentle demeanor morphed into a frenzy as she violently tore the newspaper in her hands to shreds. Unprepared for such a sudden outburst, Katakuri was the first to react. With narrowed eyes, he regarded the massive figure across from him, now emanating a horrifying aura, and solemnly commanded, "Smoothie, Cracker, run." Bang, bang, bang. Charlotte Lin's frenzy escalated as she began to hurl everything within reach into the hall, causing Smoothie and Cracker to dodge frantically. Go. Katakuri remained steadfast, urgently declaring, "Mother's hunger pangs have struck. You must flee. I will hold her off." Damn it, why now of all times? Cracker cried in frustration as he turned to escape. Fully aware that their mother would not spare even her children when her hunger pangs hit, Smoothie also turned to flee, but called out to Katakuri, "We need to leave together." The 3 stars dashed out of the hall in quick succession, only stopping after a considerable distance. Throughout their escape, the sounds of destruction and heavy objects crashing echoed behind them, and even after they had run far, they still felt an intangible pressure trailing closely behind, leaving them with lingering trepidation. Looking back at the distant castle they had escaped from, Smoothie exhaled a sigh of relief and turned his serious gaze towards Katakuri. The Navy's public execution of Whitebeard II may seem unrelated to us, but it is indeed sending a signal. This new admiral does not wish to maintain the so-called balance in the new world that has existed for years. He dared to force the Holy Land to compromise. And he will not show mercy to us in the new world. Unlike the previous Admiral Sengoku, who adopted a conservative approach towards the new world situation, the newly appointed Xia Yu is bound to be extremely aggressive, for he possesses the capital and strength to be so. Katakuri remained silent. Already well informed about the recent major events through various news outlets and intelligence personnel embedded within nations. However, he had not paid them much mind at the time, as the majority of power in the New World lay in the hands of the four emperors, rendering the influence of the world government and navy nearly negligible. With only one branch posing a threat, what he did not anticipate was that only a few days after Xia Yu took office as admiral, he would capture the infamous Bagan and Whitebeard II and publicly announce their execution. After a moment of silence, Katakuri glanced towards the castle, feeling a headache coming on. Let us discuss this once Mother has calmed down. You all should return to your respective territories. Meanwhile, in the New World, at the Palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, exuding flamboyance, drained his glass of juice, stood up, hunched over with his hands in his pockets, and let out a chilling laughter as he looked down from the palace upon the Grand Street. To execute Whitebeard II during the Seven Warlords meeting. Are you trying to send a message to us, Xia Yu? Since that is the case, I must attend this Seven Warlords meeting. Before he could finish speaking, Doflamingo suddenly leaped into the air, releasing his unique Paramecia-type string fruit powers. As a thread shot from his fingertips and bizarrely ensnared a cloud above, he swiftly darted away, soaring through the sky beneath one cloud after another, racing toward the Navy headquarters. Chapter 074, The Cleansing Action Before the Public Execution. The era of the iron-blooded Navy has arrived. With the release of the Naval Headquarters announcement, journalists from various factions, stationed on the unique Shambadi archipelago, became busier than ever. Enormous screens swiftly unfurled in the squares and bustling areas of the archipelago, drawing attention from all around. Information brokers remained vigilant, closely monitoring the surroundings of Shambadi, maintaining intense communication with their contacts embedded within various factions. Pirates, undeterred by the risks, began to land one after another, blending into the crowd to witness the globally anticipated live execution. The bar owned by Shaki transformed into a hub of excitement due to this sudden event. Within just an hour, the small establishment was packed with a throng of pirates who had recently arrived, eager to use Shambadi as a stepping stone to the underwater kingdom of Ryugu, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Two of the pirate crews had vessels coated by Rayleigh, and although their preparations were complete, they postponed their journey to Ryugu following the unexpected announcement from the naval headquarters. The other group, consisting of only 7 or 8 individuals, were newly arrived pirates. Captain, do you know the connection between Whitebeard II mentioned in the naval headquarters announcement and the legendary Whitebeard, often referred to as the strongest man in the world? A tall, flushed pirate from Table 1, slightly slurring his words, stood up and excitedly addressed a middle-aged man in a coat across from him. Although the naval headquarters did not specify their relationship, the grand spectacle of this public execution suggests they are aware of the ties between Whitebeard II and Whitebeard, intending to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates through this live broadcast. Haha, your analysis is astutely insightful. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. If Whitebeard II's identity were simple, why would the naval headquarters go to such lengths? After a slight pause, he continued, however, rather than focusing on the connection between Whitebeard II and Whitebeard, I am more intrigued by the details regarding the newly appointed admiral of the naval headquarters. As pirates, once we venture into the new world to claim the title of the new Sea Emperor, we will inevitably cross paths with him. Ahaha. Yes, this is indeed a matter we must contemplate. The crew chimed in. Captain, why don't we seize this opportunity to challenge Whitebeard? If Whitebeard II is truly Whitebeard's son, he will undoubtedly come to the naval headquarters to rescue him. At that moment, we can ambush them. As long as we defeat the Whitebeard pirates, Captain, you shall become the new Emperor of the Sea. Amidst the raucous cheers of his crew, the middle-aged man grew increasingly intoxicated with bravado, squinting his eyes and feigning depth as he declared, Indeed, Whitebeard is aged. It is time for him to relinquish the throne of the strongest man. Upon hearing this, the surrounding pirates erupted in loud chants of Captain, you are valiant. Shaki, standing at the bar, did not cast a scornful gaze upon these naive and reckless declarations. In the Grand Line, Throughout any era, there is no shortage of blind and ignorant warriors. They, having drifted at sea for so long, live within their own limited perceptions and echo chambers, and after experiencing a few strokes of luck, they gradually swell with hubris, naively believing themselves to be the strongest. Thus, even with the likes of Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido reigning over the New World for years, each with their own formidable reputation, there will always be the ignorant and fearless who challenge them. Yet, to date, only one individual, Shanks, a former apprentice of the Roger Pirates, has emerged from the ranks, while others, like Gecko Moria, who now bears the title of Warlord of the Sea, met tragic ends after challenging Kaido, resulting in the demise of all his subordinates. The pirates boasting in the tavern could not even withstand the might of Whitebeard's commanders, let alone confront Whitebeard himself. At that moment, Rayleigh, donning a straw hat, pushed open the bar door and entered. Under Shaki's watchful gaze, he strode directly to the bar, lifted a glass, and drank deeply. He then looked up with a wry smile, saying, "The young admiral of the naval headquarters certainly plays by his own rules. What has transpired?" Shaki questioned, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Rayleigh did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the pirates within the bar, his gaze tinged with sympathy. "There are currently over a dozen naval ships surrounding the waters, led by Sakazuki," he revealed. Additionally, the naval base at Shambadi, under the command of Vice Admirals Stoloberry and Bastille, is fully mobilized. Those pirate crews arriving at Shambadi recently are in for a rude awakening. Shaki blinked slowly, her response slightly delayed. "What do you mean?" Before she could finish, her pupils dilated as realization dawned upon her. "Are you suggesting that Sakazuki intends to eliminate any potential threats in the vicinity of the naval headquarters and Shambadi before the live execution?" Before Rayleigh could nod, the 7 or 8 pirates who had been quietly seated at table 3 suddenly sprang to their feet, glancing toward the bar. "Did you hear that?" Rayleigh tilted his head toward them, cheerfully stating, "Since you've heard, you'd best settle your tabs and flee." Just as he finished speaking, the bar door, which had recently closed, was forcefully swung open. Stoloberry, his expression impassive, stepped in, his unusually elongated cranium looming over the crowd as he cast a sharp gaze around the room. "Flee. The entire Shambadi archipelago is under cannon fire. Where do you worthless scum think you can escape to?" Simultaneously, aboard a large warship dispatched from the naval headquarters to purge the surrounding waters, Sakazuki surveyed the approaching naval base harbor before picking up a transponder snail. With an emotionless tone, he issued commands. "Relay my orders. Every ship is to lock onto their designated target areas. Upon sighting any pirate vessels, they are to engage in immediate attack. Not a single pirate ship is to escape. Furthermore, I command all personnel stationed in the various districts of Shambadi to commence operations immediately. Eliminate every pirate lurking in Shambadi without exception." With Sakazuki's command, the massacre targeting the pirates concealed within Shambadi was set into motion. Gunfire, the clash of blades, and anguished cries echoed throughout the archipelago, continuing from dusk until nightfall. Finally, when darkness enveloped Shambadi completely, the targeted slaughter of pirates came to an end. In District 13 of Shambadi, not a single pirate within Shaki's bar escaped. They were all subdued by Stoloberry and his naval soldiers. Lined up in the open space across from the bar, kneeling on the ground, Stoloberry, holding a thick stack of bounties, leisurely perused the documents illuminated by the bar's lights. Soon, he extracted one bounty and affixed it to the forehead of the middle-aged man who had previously boasted that Whitebeard should relinquish his throne. Eric, captain of the charging pirates, hailing from the North Sea, notorious for pillaging and burning 3 villages during his journey through the Grand Line, and in collusion with other pirate crews, invaded a town with a population of 1 million, resulting in the deaths of over 100 innocent civilians. His bounty stands at 67 million, none of whom possess devil fruit abilities. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in Stoloberry's eyes. Truly unforgivable crimes. Before the middle-aged man could react, a soldier standing behind Stoloberry swiftly stepped forward, expertly raising his gun to fire 2 shots into the man's heart and 1 into his head. Stoloberry did not cast another glance toward the middle-aged man, but continued to sift through the bounties in hand. Soon, another pirate-esque bounty caught his eye. After reciting the names and crimes of the pirates listed on the bounty, a soldier swiftly stepped forward and discharged 3 shots. This grim repetition continued, and soon, more than a dozen kneeling pirates were executed on the spot, not only in District 13, but throughout the other areas of the Sabaody archipelago. The chilling spectacle of executions unfolded under the cover of night. Every 3 gunshots signified the permanent departure of a heinous pirate from this world. In the Red Bamboo Bar, even the legendary figures of the old era, Shaki and Rayleigh, felt an unshakable chill at the sight of the executions outside. The Grand Line was on the brink of a transformation. Observing the grim scene, Rayleigh sighed, foreseeing that the young admiral would undoubtedly employ unprecedented iron-fisted tactics to suppress all pirates. With Akainu at the helm, there would be no restraint. His unwavering justice would be pursued to the fullest extent. Pausing momentarily, Rayleigh turned slightly to glance at Shaki, who wore a similarly grave expression at the bar. He shook his head with a wry smile, hoping that Whitebeard would not err further due to the mistakes of Buggy. Summer had commanded Akainu to cleanse the surrounding waters, evidently to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from preparing for something. Shaki lit a lady's cigarette and remarked, "I find it curious why Buggengam's Tussie would incite Whitebeard to attack a Navy training ship. Over the years, she has fervently proclaimed her connection to Whitebeard and the identity of Whitebeard too. What could her motives be?" Rayleigh chuckled, shaking his head. Buggengam's Tussie was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Her abilities were average, yet her ambitions were anything but modest. After the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard rapidly rose to prominence alongside Roger and Shiki, leading her to seek an alliance with Whitebeard to recreate the former glory of the Rocks Pirates. However, Whitebeard harbored no ambition to conquer the world or become the Pirate King. He merely wished to establish a family. Their divergent goals led to their eventual estrangement. Shaki blinked, arriving at a conclusion. So, is it possible that Whitebeard too is indeed Whitebeard's biological son? Who can say? Rayleigh replied uncertainly. Back then, Buggengam's also held another identity as a member of the Peace Research Institute. This organization gathered many distinguished scientists, some of whom focused on weaponry, others on research promoting world peace, and some delved into cloning technology. It is not impossible for Buggengam's, as a member, to have cloned a Whitebeard too based on the original. I see. Shaki nodded. If Whitebeard had indeed had a relationship with Buggengam's and father to son, he would undoubtedly come to rescue him. If he does not, it indicates that there was no such relationship. Suddenly, Rayleigh seemed to recall something and said anxiously, "Rather than pondering the mystery of Whitebeard II's lineage, shouldn't you be more concerned about Hancock? Summer has set the execution and the Shichibukai meeting to coincide, clearly intending to compel the Shichibukai to make a choice. Given his current display of iron-fisted authority, he will certainly not allow the Shichibukai system to persist. The so-called Shichibukai meeting is a matter of life and death for all its members." Shaki exhaled a plume of smoke, feeling somewhat powerless. "The Navy headquarters has reported that Hancock is now constantly by Summer's side. I have a bad feeling about this." Indeed, things do not bode well. Rayleigh's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He had initially thought that Hancock's extreme aversion to men would prevent her from falling into infatuation as you did in the past. It now appeared she was no exception. At this, a rare hint of blush crept onto Shaki's face. To date, 3 of the Amazon Lily's past empresses had succumbed to lovesickness, including herself, her predecessor, and her successor. The empress before her had to leave Amazon Lily to survive, and in her early 20s, she nearly perished from lovesickness, ultimately following her predecessor's path to seek a remedy. However, her successor was not so fortunate. The object of her affection vanished, leading her to depart this world. Originally, it was thought that this curse would dissipate with the death of the successor, but unexpectedly, a naval admiral emerged, compelling the world government to sign the Mariewa Treaty. Hancock, who already harbored resentment towards the world government and the descendants of the 20 kings who founded it, could hardly resist his allure. Her downfall was but a matter of time. Shaki discreetly turned her head away to mask her expression from Rayleigh. If she were to fall due to Summer, it would not be entirely unfortunate. After all, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, Summer would not suddenly vanish or behave erratically as some individuals had in the past, almost leading to her capture by Garp. Rayleigh chuckled awkwardly, conceding, "After all, lovesickness is but a one-sided affliction, regardless of Summer's feelings towards her. As long as she could see him when she wished, that would suffice." At that moment, Storaberry entered with 2 officers. After surveying the area to ensure nothing was overlooked, he promptly commanded the officers to remove their belongings, incinerate the clutter, and seize all treasures. The officers' eyes lit up as they hurried to the booth to scavenge the treasures left behind by the pirates. Soon, they returned, their arms laden, excitedly exclaiming simultaneously, "Sir, this group of pirates is quite prosperous. We've struck it rich." Strawberry's lips twitched slightly as he reprimanded them sternly. Do not apply past practices to the present. All these treasures must be surrendered. After a brief pause, he shifted his tone to allow them to keep some for distribution among other brothers involved in tonight's operation. Meanwhile, under the cover of night in the Sabaody archipelago, Akainu, stationed aboard a large warship, received the latest situation report. Upon learning that the pirates lurking on the island had been largely eliminated, he no longer needed to patrol the sea to prevent any escape and decisively ordered the warship to return to headquarters. Although, as an admiral, he need not personally engage in such tasks, the forthcoming public execution was of great significance, and since Summer had entrusted him with this matter, he intended to handle it meticulously. As Akainu's warship returned to Marineford, Strawberry remained on Sabaody archipelago to oversee the aftermath, concluding the pre-execution cleansing operation. At the Red Bamboo Bar, Strawberry did not leave immediately. After dismissing his subordinates, he sat directly at the bar and ordered a cocktail. You seem somewhat familiar, he remarked. Breaking the silence after taking a sip, he looked at Rayleigh and continued, if I recall correctly, during my last surprise inspection at the human auction house. You were the one locked in a cage, brought forth for auction. Ah, indeed. Rayleigh laughed heartily. After losing everything at the gambling house, I had to pawn myself. I had hoped someone would come to rescue me, but those unscrupulous individuals sold me to human traffickers instead. I must thank you. If it weren't for your surprise inspection at the auction house, I might have ended up as a slave in some wealthy household. The usually stoic Strawberry struggled to maintain his composure, his hands slightly trembling around the glass. He had seen many lives shattered by gambling. But the instance of someone pawning themselves was unparalleled. Unbelievable. Chapter 76. Doflamingo, if you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Meanwhile, under the shroud of night over the Sabaody archipelago, a figure resembling a great bird descended from the heavens, silently landing before a human auction house in District 1. It was none other than Doflamingo, one of the warlords of the sea. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the auction house, Doflamingo, with his hands stuffed into his pockets and his body hunched, furrowed his brow. He swiftly scanned his surroundings and sniffed the air. A pungent scent of blood filled his nostrils. Had a battle just occurred here? Before he could finish his thought, Doflamingo suddenly turned around, his demeanor shifting to one of wariness as he gazed at the entrance of the auction house. There, standing boldly with a large machete, was Vice Admiral Bastille, who stepped out from the shadows and spoke in a measured tone. Lord Xia Yu has issued a decree. Before the public execution of Whitebeard II tomorrow, the Navy and the waters surrounding Sabaody archipelago must be cleansed. No pirate is allowed to appear in the light. Therefore, if you are here to attend the Shichibukai meeting, please follow me at once. If not, your status as a Shichibukai will be revoked immediately, and I will proceed to apprehend you. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo abruptly looked up and let out a sinister laugh. So, even under the leadership of the new Admiral of the Navy, you all have become so domineering? However, Bastille, it would be prudent for you to speak more courteously, otherwise, I might be tempted to eliminate you. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Bastille's eyes as he raised his machete. So, you are not here to attend the Shichibukai meeting? At the port of Area 7. As two pirate ships slowly docked, Navy soldiers, already stationed at the docks, rushed forth, guns raised, aiming at the newly arrived vessels. On the deck of one ship, adorned with the red sun emblem, stood Jinbei, a massive merman resembling a whale shark, his prominent eyebrows and tusks making him stand out. Jinbei, the second captain of the Sun Pirates, a member of the Shichibukai, known for his righteousness and chivalrous nature. To his surprise, the Navy appeared almost immediately upon docking. Jinbei couldn't help but exclaim, it's astonishing how much the Navy's demeanor has changed in just a few days. Remarkable. Emerging swiftly from the Navy ranks was a young man clad in a Vice Admiral's coat, Noah, who had previously unsheathed his sword against Mihawk at headquarters. After catching sight of Jinbei across the water, he raised his gaze, his eyes aflame with intensity. I am Vice Admiral Noah of the Navy headquarters, awaiting your arrival under the orders of Lord Xia Yu. Due to the lockdown of the Sabaody archipelago and the surrounding waters of Marineford, you now have two choices: comply with my orders and come with me, or refuse, in which case your Shichibukai status will be revoked, and I will eliminate you on the spot. Pausing briefly, Noah then turned his attention to the other pirate ship, scanning the deck for a figure, Shichibukai flower card. Do I make myself clear? Ha ha ha. How audacious. A mere Vice Admiral dares to speak to me in such a tone? It seems the new Admiral of the Navy has instilled a formidable confidence in you. As he spoke, a figure stepped forward from the deck. revealing a head adorned with a bat mask and wielding a massive scythe, exuding an eerie aura reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Flower Card, a member of the Shichibukai, who, after numerous encounters with the Emperor Kaido, had forged a deep friendship with him, often wandering the Grand Line to gather ancient Zoan-type devil fruits to bolster Kaido's beast pirates. His extraordinary strength had drawn the attention of the world government. Approaching the edge of the deck, Flower Card gazed at the night-shrouded Sabaody archipelago. Detecting the lingering scent of blood in the air, with narrowed eyes, he remarked, "It truly is a night of darkness and winds perfect for murder. If we do not comply, we may not return from this endeavor." At this moment, Flower Card turned to Jinbei on the opposite deck. "You agree, don't you?" "See Hero Jinbei?" Jinbei nodded, then leaped down from the deck to stand before Noah, addressing him politely. "Vice Admiral Noah, please." Flower Card followed suit, descending from the deck while gripping his large scythe. "Thank you both for your cooperation." A flicker of disappointment crossed Noah's eyes. In previous Shichibukai meetings, the members had been insufferably arrogant, with some daring to bully the staff in front of Admiral Sengoku. He had hoped that this time, should any of them act out, he could seize the opportunity to earn military merit. Yet, he was surprised by the compliance of Jinbei and Flower Card. While Noah was aware of Jinbei's good nature and sense of justice, Flower Card was known for having confronted Kaido and eventually becoming close friends with him. It was perplexing that someone of his caliber would suddenly become so accommodating. Had the Admiral's reputation truly intimidated him? Missing an opportunity to shine was rather disheartening. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed without warning. Following that, a terrifying wave of sword energy erupted from the direction of Area 1, slicing through towering trees like they were mere twigs. Although far away, Vice Admiral Noah recognized the source of the sword energy, his expression turning fervent. Bastille S/. Someone ISNT cooperating? Who could it be? Crocodile? Or Doflamingo? Perhaps even Gecko Moria? As he spoke, Noah, who had been slightly disappointed by Jinbei and Flower Card's cooperation, uncontrollably dashed forward. However, he quickly regained his composure, stopping in his tracks with a begrudging expression. "Forget it, with Vice Admiral Bastille around, even if there is merit to be gained, it won't be mine." Observing Noah's reaction, Jinbei and Flower Card exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? It seemed that this Vice Admiral was more eager to see someone defy them than to witness their compliance. Just then, beneath the night sky, a figure darted past. Moments later, Doflamingo, clad in ostentatious attire, gracefully landed before them, his posture hunched as he grinned wickedly. "Ha ha ha! Bastille, you really intend to take me down?" Before he could finish, Doflamingo abruptly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Jinbei and Flower Card. "Are you also compliant?" Observing the two Shichibukai standing side by side, Doflamingo let out an evil laugh. "Flower Card, this is quite uncharacteristic of you. Care for a collaboration to stir things up?" "Doflamingo, if you seek death, do not involve me," Flower Card replied, glancing at the swiftly approaching figure with a grave tone. "Tomorrow marks the execution of Whitebeard too. Causing a ruckus now would lead to a most undignified end. Do you smell the blood in the air? The Navy must have just conducted a thorough cleansing of the Sabaody archipelago before our arrival." Before Doflamingo could respond, Jinbei interjected, "Come to your senses, Doflamingo. The Navy will not allow the Shichibukai to act with impunity any longer." Chapter 077, Paving the Way for the Admiral. The Navy officers are more arrogant than ever. At the Navy headquarters, preparations were in full swing for the public execution of Edward Weevil and Buggy the Clown scheduled for tomorrow, with everyone from the admirals down to the soldiers operating in an organized frenzy. As an execution platform rose prominently in Marineford Square, the preliminary preparations reached their conclusion. The night was deepening. The rotating soldiers completed their handover, and officers of various ranks returned to their homes or dormitories, yet the light in the marshal's office remained aglow. Sitting at the desk, Xia Yu reviewed the documents in his hand before casually passing them to the standing Guillaume across the table. "Marshal, allow me to review these documents," Guillaume said, cradling the papers in her arms. Having reminded him countless times, she once again urged, "It is late. You should rest." Xia Yu appeared not to hear her. Picking up another document while stating, "I intend to reform the long-standing system of the naval headquarters, particularly the position of the 3 admirals. I plan to add 3 more slots. You have been in the reserve admiral position for long enough. It is time for your promotion. When the time comes, your troops shall be named the Peach Bunny Corps after your code name." Upon hearing this, Guillaume shook her head with a smile. "Are you seeking my opinion, Marshal? or merely informing me? If it is the former, I would prefer to remain by your side rather than lead the Peach Bunny Corps. The responsibilities of the Admiral are far greater than those of a Vice Admiral. You must oversee significant matters of the naval headquarters and all branches. Without me, you would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. However, if you have already made your decision, I shall accept it gracefully and lead the Peach Bunny Corps through any challenges for you. Xia Yu looked up from the documents regarding Guion, who had steadfastly stood by him over the years. She was akin to both a mentor and a friend. And if he were to choose the one person he trusted most, it would undoubtedly be her. Yet, he did not wish to confine her to the role of an assistant. Guion possessed a sense of responsibility, a true sense of justice, and her abilities surpassed those of all other Vice Admirals. To use her merely as an aide would be a gross underutilization of her talents. After a brief moment of eye contact, Xia Yu suddenly smiled and asked, "Admiral Peach Bunny, could you pour me a cup of coffee?" "Still drinking?" Guion instinctively replied. "If you continue, you won't get any rest tonight." "I never intended to rest." Xia Yu shrugged helplessly. "You have no idea how chaotic things are at home right now. My hawk is staying over. Hancock refuses to go to the guest house, and with her not leaving, Gunzi has come along too. The two women are constantly at odds, one claiming that any faults on her part will be forgiven, while the other is ready to mummify the first with bandages. My hawk, unable to tolerate the situation, fled to the guest house. Given such a scenario, do you think I dare return home?" Seeing Xia Yu's helpless expression, Guion could not help but stifle a laugh. However, she quickly regained her composure and gently suggested, "Since you cannot go home, why not stay at Vice Admiral Crane's place for the night? She is at the Holy Land headquarters, assisting Lord Kong with integrating the 9th Division into Zero after the elimination of the Commander-in-Chief." Xia Yu's lips twitched slightly. "Do you genuinely not realize? Or are you feigning ignorance? If I stay at Vice Admiral Crane's, do you believe rumors won't spread tomorrow about me and Peacock?" "Indeed," Guion blinked, finally offering the best suggestion, "then stay at my home. Ever since you were investigated, my mother has been worried. Even now that things have settled, she asks about you almost every day. At this hour, I dare not disturb her." Xia Yu waved his hand. "I will manage here in the office." Just as Guion was about to speak, the telephone bug on the desk suddenly rang. Immediately, Guion stepped back, entering work mode in an instant. "Marshal, this is Noah." As Xia Yu picked up the telephone bug, Major Noah's voice came through. "The warlords Trafalgar Law and Jinbi have been brought to the Navy base at Sabaody Archipelago by my subordinates. Tomorrow morning, they will depart alongside Vice Admiral Bastille and Don Quixote da Flamingo. Report complete. Loyalty." Xia Yu smiled, saying, "I detect a hint of melancholy in your voice. Is it because these three warlords are so cooperative that your charm has nowhere to shine?" "Ah, you noticed?" Noah responded awkwardly, "There is indeed a slight melancholy. My subordinates found Law and Jinbi very agreeable. Da Flamingo had a skirmish with Vice Admiral Bastille, but it was merely a brief encounter." "Marshal, what is going on?" During the tenure of Admiral Sengoku, these warlords were extremely arrogant, especially Da Flamingo, who once used his powers to control two soldiers right in front of Admiral Sengoku. "I thought if he acted up again, I would team up with Vice Admiral Bastille to deal with him. Yet, unexpectedly, he is coward." Listening to Noah's rambling, Xia Yu could not help but chuckle. "You seem eager to take on anyone at this point. Is it because my hawk once assisted me, and you cannot seek vengeance on him, so you are channeling your frustrations onto other warlords?" "Not at all," Noah replied without hesitation. "From the moment I pledged loyalty to you, Marshal, my personal honor became inconsequential." "What a splendid declaration," Xia Yu praised, then added, "Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I will ensure my hawk provides an explanation to your former superior. While I believe in repaying kindness, I cannot allow my brothers to suffer. Until tomorrow, then." "Loyalty," Noah exclaimed, reluctantly ending the call. Had Xia Yu not mentioned "see you tomorrow," he would have relished the opportunity to chat with the Marshal, who was not only of a similar age but also exuded far more charisma and authority. Particularly, the phrase "not allowing my brothers to suffer" resonated deeply, making him wish to rush back to headquarters and proclaim his loyalty to Xia Yu. Observing Xia Yu's jovial interaction with a subordinate, Guion nearly burst into laughter. She remembered that when Xia Yu had mentioned Hancock, Gunzi, and Peacock, his tone and expression conveyed both helplessness and anguish. Yet, in conversing with his subordinate, he appeared invigorated, even caring about what the subordinate was thinking. What a stark contrast. Though amused, Guion understood Xia Yu's behavior. Over the years, It was precisely this manner of interaction that had endeared him to countless officers and soldiers, garnering him the admiration and loyalty of nearly all ranks within the headquarters. At the Sabaody Archipelago Navy Base, after speaking with Xia Yu, Noah felt a wave of exhilaration, his smile becoming increasingly unabashed. Haha. After laughing heartily for a while, Noah turned to face Vice Admiral Bastille and Stolo Berry, who had just returned from District 13, and boasted, "Guess what the Marshal just said to me?" "What?" Bastille looked at Noah as if he were foolish. "The Marshal said he would not allow my brothers to suffer." Before he could finish speaking, Noah erupted into another fit of laughter, exclaiming, "The brotherly Marshal refers to me as a brother." Haha. Suddenly, while laughing and coughing, Noah turned to see Doflamingo, who was also staring at him with a similar foolish expression, grinning evilly. "Doflamingo, if you keep that smile up, do you believe I want to eliminate you right now? I feel incredibly powerful at this moment." At this remark, Doflamingo's smile abruptly froze, his eyes almost bulging out from beneath his sunglasses. What had he done wrong? What is happening with the Navy these days? Is laughing now a crime? This is madness. Without waiting for Doflamingo to respond, Jinbei and Hachi, standing beside him, turned and walked away without the slightest hesitation. "The current Navy headquarters has gone mad. Did you see those soldiers just now? They looked at us like cats eyeing their prey, their eyes gleaming with excitement." After putting some distance between themselves and Doflamingo, Hachi quietly remarked, "The Navy used to be different. Why do they seem more like pirates now?" Jinbei nodded vigorously in agreement, remaining silent. Chapter 078. Danger and Opportunity Coexist. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The time for the Shichibukai meeting arrived as scheduled. However, the Navy headquarters was not focused on the impending arrival of the Shichibukai. Their attention was entirely directed towards Edward Weevil and his mother, Bakken. Surrounding the execution platform in the center of the square, officers and soldiers of various ranks gathered, neatly positioned on either side of the platform, extending all the way to the prison gates to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Simultaneously, staff from the headquarters press office were setting up imaging snail cameras to broadcast the execution live, gradually connecting with outdoor screens located in the Sabaody archipelago. Reporters from various news agencies had already assembled in front of every outdoor screen, ready to transmit the live feed to the world once the connection with the Navy headquarters was successful. The public execution preparations proceeded in an orderly fashion, awaiting the appointed time for execution and the commencement of the broadcast. At the Navy headquarters port, several warships responsible for transporting the Shichibukai slowly docked. The first to arrive was the ship carrying Bastille. Without waiting for the ship to stabilize, Bastille and Doflamingo jumped off the deck and landed on the dock. Soon after, Jinbei and Hachi, who shared a ship with Vice Admiral Stolivert and Rear Admiral Noah, also disembarked. As the three Shichibukai gathered, a swarm of Navy soldiers rushed forward, standing menacingly on either side of the road leading directly to Marineford, glaring at the trio. In response, the three Shichibukai, including Doflamingo, were already numb to the hostility, silently following Bastille, Stolivert, and Rear Admiral Noah at a leisurely pace up the steps. At that moment, two more warships arrived. As Doflamingo ascended the steps, he instinctively turned to glance at the newly arrived ships. Upon spotting figures on their decks, a smile spread across his face. It appeared we were not the only ones arriving. Aboard the two vessels were Sir Crocodile and Gecko Moria, members of the Shichibukai. Moria, towering nearly 7 meters with a corpulent figure, appeared somewhat different from their memories. Not only was he exceptionally large, but his appearance was also fearsome. Yet, at that moment, Moria stood quietly with his head bowed, resembling a wronged spouse standing among hunting dogs. Clearly, like the others, he had been cowed into submission by the eager Navy soldiers vying for military merit. Meanwhile, Crocodile maintained his usual arrogance, standing alone on the ship's deck, clad in a black fur coat, sporting slick back hair, and puffing on a cigar, exuding an air of sovereign authority as he looked down at Doflamingo and the others who had disembarked before him. "Doflamingo, your expression is quite uncharacteristic." Crocodile laughed heartily as he set his gaze upon Doflamingo. "Have the Navy soldiers assigned to escort you threatened you? If that is the case, you've truly opened my eyes. To think you, who dared to assault the celestial dragon and threaten the world government to become a member of the Shichibukai, would swallow your pride. Ha ha ha, it seems you're not in such a great position after all." Doflamingo turned, hands in pockets, and grinned. "How about a wager? If you dare to glance back at those soldiers behind you without feeling threatened, I'll consider myself defeated." Upon hearing this, Crocodile's lips twitched slightly before he swiftly turned his head. "What are you looking at?" As soon as he turned, an officer from the ranks of soldiers behind him stepped forward, ruthlessly admonishing him, "Get down now." Crocodile inhaled sharply on his cigar, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Witnessing this, Doflamingo's mood lifted significantly. "Huh, Crocodile, you are not so formidable after all." Doflamingo Jinbei Hachi. Before Crocodile could respond, Noah, who had been trailing behind, abruptly turned and fixed a penetrating gaze upon the three Shichibukai. "Hurry up, if you make me late. Once this Shichibukai meeting concludes, I will petition Admiral to set sail and eliminate all of you." At this, even Stalavert found it hard to maintain his composure and quickly intervened. "Noah, enough." Doflamingo appeared unfazed, seemingly immune to Noah's reprimand. As he watched Crocodile and Moria approach from the ship, a smile crept across his lips. He leaned closer to Crocodile and ominously suggested, "Crocodile, this meeting is quite significant. If anything unexpected occurs, how about we team up to escape? I trust you have already sensed that the current Navy is markedly different from the past. Even ordinary soldiers dare to point fingers at us. This indicates that the new Admiral's motives for convening the Shichibukai meeting are anything but innocent. My instincts tell me he might seize this opportunity to eliminate us all." Crocodile did not respond to Doflamingo, silently passing by him with Moria. As a veteran among the Shichibukai, he was well aware of the perilous nature of this meeting. Especially after being intercepted by Navy ships, he felt the unmistakable animosity directed at him from the Navy headquarters, particularly from the soldiers accompanying the warships, who seemed excessively vigilant, giving him the impression that any unusual behavior on his part would provoke them to tear him apart without hesitation. He was certainly not intimidated by these soldiers. If he wished, he could annihilate everyone aboard the ship that had stopped him, including the accompanying rear admiral. However, he was neither willing nor daring to act on that impulse. To engage the Navy would undoubtedly lead to the most fervent retaliation from the headquarters, and he could very well be the next to face public execution. Moreover, the new Admiral's ascent to power through a coup suggested ambitions that extended beyond merely commanding the Navy. To discern the true extent of the new Admiral's ambitions, he needed to remain still and observe. If the other party's ambitions were sufficiently grand, he might use this risky venture to attend the Shichibukai meeting to create opportunities for mutual benefit. After all, danger and opportunity coexist. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Led by several vice admirals and rear admirals, the five of them stepped through the vigilant Navy ranks and entered Marineford Square. The moment they set foot in the square, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped them, catching the attention of those who had long made their names in the Grand Line, leaving them momentarily stunned. Before them loomed a towering gallows, rising majestically in the center of the square, surrounded by thousands of soldiers bearing expressions of grim determination. The fortresses encircling the square were manned at every interval, with sentinels standing resolute beneath the fluttering flags emblazoned with the emblem of seagulls. From their elevated vantage point, they gazed down with a predatory intensity upon those who dared to enter the square. To one side of the gallows, a raised platform had been constructed, upon which rested a rectangular conference table draped in white linen. Flanking the table, over a dozen generals clad in the capes of their rank maintained a uniform posture, hands clasped behind their backs, standing tall and poised. Although the square was teeming with a multitude of onlookers, not a single voice broke the tense silence. A stifling air of foreboding hung heavily, casting an oppressive pall even over the formidable seven warlords, including Doflamingo. Amidst the chilling stillness, only the flags of the Navy, symbols of justice and honor, rustled in the sea breeze. Chapter 079. Good afternoon, scum of the Grand Line. As the suffocating atmosphere of hostility enveloped them, even the audacious Doflamingo fell silent, his expression more solemn than ever before. Similarly, Crocodile found himself compelled to reassess his identity and position in the face of this seemingly transformed Navy. Though Trafalgar Law and Moria harbored their own thoughts, they remained outwardly composed, their hearts racing beneath their calm exteriors. The most at ease was Jinbei, who, having received the summons of the seven warlords, had kept abreast of all recent developments within the Navy through various news sources. He had come to a rational understanding of the newly appointed young admiral, recognizing that the admiral's actions of instigating a coup within the Navy and compelling the world government to sign the Marineford Treaty were not indicative of an intent to brutally suppress the warlords during their assembly. Rather, it seemed more a means to assert dominance and instill fear among both the warlords and the lawless pirate crews of the seas. After a brief silence, Doflamingo hunched forward and stepped ahead, his previously swaggering gait now subdued under the weight of thousands of scrutinizing eyes. The palpable sense of judgment made him feel a prickling unease as he moved, followed closely by Law and Moria, and even Crocodile, who merely surveyed his surroundings before adjusting his stance and proceeding onto the platform, taking their seats at the rectangular table. All present. Just as they settled, a loud voice erupted from the entrance of the square. Before they could react, every officer and soldier present, including those on the platform, turned in unison, their eyes igniting with an unprecedented fervor. The Admiral has arrived. Attention! Salute! With a thunderous and synchronized shout, every officer and soldier straightened their bodies and raised their right hands in unison, proclaiming loyalty. From the entrance emerged a procession, led by the spirited new Admiral of the Navy, Xia Yu, draped in his Admiral's coat. Following closely were the 3 Admirals and the recently promoted Admiral, Guion. As they walked through the throngs of fervent soldiers and officers, even the seasoned warlords on the platform were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. Doflamingo, despite having seen photographs of Xia Yu alongside officers and soldiers, found himself captivated upon witnessing him in person, unable to suppress a wicked smile that crept upon his lips. Had he seen the tale of Chu and Han, he might have been inclined to exclaim, "A true man should be like this." Just as the 5 warlords were drawn into the fervor of Xia Yu's entrance, 3 figures abruptly strode forth from the entrance of the square. At the forefront was the world-renowned swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, moving with an elegant stride, followed closely by the Amazon Lily Empress, Boa Hancock, and the peculiar figure of a soldier adorned in a cape and a newsboy cap. Oh, unexpected guests have arrived. Doflamingo grinned at the sight of Mihawk entering alongside Xia Yu. Who would have thought he resided within the Navy headquarters, accompanying Xia Yu into the square? Has he truly submitted? After emitting his characteristic sinister laughter, Doflamingo shifted his gaze to the soldier beside Hancock, his smile fading as he noticed an emblem on the soldier's arm, widening his eyes in surprise. Is that the mark of the Knights of God? At that moment, the 4 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, Kazan, and Guion, ascended the platform and took their places at the head of the conference table. The 4 did not sit, but flanked Xia Yu on either side. After removing his gloves and placing them on the table, Xia Yu beamed warmly at the seated warlords, as if greeting long-lost friends, and spoke in a gentle tone, "Good afternoon, you scum of the Grand Line." The words caught the 5 warlords off guard, their eyes widening in shock. They had prepared to reciprocate Xia Yu's cordial greeting, only for him to label them as scum and refuse to allow their responses to escape their throats. Fortunately, at that moment, Mihawk and Hancock also ascended the platform, taking their places beside Xia Yu. Even if Mihawk and Hancock had not appeared, the warlords would have been rendered speechless, for the sheer presence emanating from Xia Yu's companions, Akainu, Kizaru, Kazan, and Guion, was enough to instill silence among them. As Xia Yu settled in, Hancock's gaze was fixed on him. However, as she began to speak, Xia Yu shot her a look that silenced her. "Hancock, your only task now is to sit quietly and refrain from speaking. Be good." Xia Yu's sudden use of her name flushed Hancock's cheeks, and she obediently straightened her posture, lost in daydreams of idyllic scenarios, even contemplating names for future children. The unexpected interlude prompted the other 5 warlords to exchange knowing glances, observing Hancock, then Xia Yu. Ahem. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat delicate, Xia Yu cleared his throat to break the silence and spoke at a measured pace. "I believe you are all already aware of the events that transpired between the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land, as well as my identity through the news reports. Nevertheless, I find it necessary to introduce myself formally. I am Xia Yu, the current Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Due to a most amicable agreement with the Holy Land, the Shichibukai system has been transferred from the world government to the Navy headquarters as of the agreement's enactment. This signifies that from this moment forth, you shall all heed my commands." Chapter 080, A Thief is a Thief, and Thieves Must Be Purged. Before the members of the Shichibukai could react, Xia Yu abruptly shifted his tone, stating that the relationship between the Shichibukai, the Navy, and the world government had always been murky, a manner of interaction he found most distasteful. "Therefore, I shall undertake a complete restructuring of the Shichibukai. Those willing to accept this reformation shall find their past transgressions forgiven. But upon acceptance, you must bear the responsibilities that the Navy embodies under the banner of justice. Should you refuse this reformation, I regret to inform you that you will not only be apprehended immediately, but also face severe punishment for your numerous crimes. Given that most of you possess devil fruit abilities, eliminating you would pose considerable complications. Hence, I assure you, until I discover a method to transfer your devil fruit powers, you will remain alive, albeit in a state of great suffering." As Xia Yu's words echoed, Don Quixote Doflamingo let out a low, sinister chuckle, remarking that this meeting, ostensibly convened for discussion, was, in truth, a prelude to their demise, was it not, Marshal Xia Yu? "You may interpret it as such." Xia Yu nodded with a smile, acknowledging that while some among you may have turned to piracy out of necessity, and perhaps some have never harmed the innocent, such distinctions hold little significance. As the Marshal of the Navy, bearing the seagull flag that symbolizes justice and peace, I have no desire to consort with thieves. A thief is a thief, and thieves must be eradicated. Thus, I extend to you an opportunity for redemption. Abandon your titles as Shichibukai, embrace transformation into true Navy members, and atone for your past misdeeds. At this point, Xia Yu glanced at the time, stating that there was no need for an immediate response. The execution time was approaching. "I am not an unreasonable man. Simply provide me with an answer before the execution concludes. Of course, you may also choose to rebel at this moment, provided you possess absolute confidence in defeating the 4 admirals by my side and breaking free from the encirclement of all officers and soldiers." Upon hearing this, Jinbei, who had remained silent, suddenly rose, earnestly asking, "Marshal Xia Yu, is there truly no room for negotiation? Must we choose between becoming Navy members or facing execution?" "Indeed," Xia Yu replied, raising his head slightly, admitting that several of you have committed crimes deserving of public execution and exposure under the sun for days on end. Granting you the chance for reformation is the greatest mercy I can offer. Jinbei, I have heard many tales of your exploits. Having succeeded the original captain of the Sun Pirates, you have not only refrained from indiscriminate killings but have also garnered the respect of many powerful individuals, earning the title of sea hero through your chivalrous deeds. Yet, I do not deem you a worthy sea hero. A true hero must don the mantle of justice, upholding peace under a righteous order, and dedicate themselves to eradicating all evils, rather than mingling with a band of pirates, losing themselves amidst hollow accolades. Pausing for a moment, Xia Yu continued, "I understand that your reasons for becoming a pirate stem from oppression in your homeland or the corruption of the world government, leading to your disillusionment and rebellion. In the face of such injustice, you were powerless in the past, yet now, you possess a choice. Under my command, the Navy shall no longer be beholden to the world government. We shall engage solely in 3 pursuits: justice, justice, and once more, justice. Even the celestial dragons, who revel in their privileges and deem themselves descendants of gods, shall be apprehended for their transgressions, with their fates determined by the knights of God. Those deserving of death shall perish, and those deserving of imprisonment shall be confined. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow justice to be trampled by anyone or any privilege. True justice must prevail above all." Having articulated this, Xia Yu shifted his gaze from Jinbei to the others present, including Trafalgar Law, Gecko Moria, Crocodile, and Doflamingo, his previously gentle demeanor transforming into one of fierce authority. Even the right to apprehend the celestial dragons was inscribed in the Mariawa Treaty to compel the world government to concede. "Is it not a grace I bestow upon you, the scum of the earth, to accept reformation?" As Xia Yu's words reverberated, the Marineford square fell into a profound silence, the fluttering Navy flag in the sea breeze sounding like a countdown within the hearts of the Shichibukai, the 4 admirals flanking Xia Yu. Whether the ambiguous justice of Borsalino or the lazy justice of Kazan found their eyes alight with determination. As for Akaino, although he had anticipated that Xia Yu's meeting with the Shichibukai was a trap, he had underestimated Xia Yu's resolve and audacity in presenting them with a choice between life and death. What truly ignited his fervor was Xia Yu's declaration that true justice must prevail above all. No one shall be allowed to trample upon it, nor may it be overshadowed by any privilege. In the silence, Akaino lifted his gaze, revealing eyes ablaze with fervent fire, mentally exclaiming, "This is true justice. This is absolute justice." Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive following Xia Yu's pronouncement, Hancock, who had remained obediently silent, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with emotion as she gazed at Xia Yu, exclaiming impulsively, "I am willing." Of course, Hancock was not speaking thoughtlessly within Xia Yu's words. She had conjured a myriad of fantasies, particularly when he mentioned the right to apprehend the celestial dragons, which nearly overwhelmed her with joy. With such a statement, not only would she willingly relinquish her title as a Shichibukai, but she would also be ready to marry Xia Yu on the spot if he so desired. After all, She had just envisioned a life with him, even imagining a child together. Hancock's unexpected declaration lightened the previously tense atmosphere. Sensing her sudden outburst of affection, Xia Yu felt a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He genuinely could not comprehend why she felt this way towards him. Over the past few days, he had neither acted towards her in any particular manner nor returned home to avoid her. Ah, this confounded infatuation. After mentally lamenting, Xia Yu smiled and replied, "Understood. Please remain silent for now." "Very well." Hancock nodded eagerly in agreement, returning to her quiet reverie. At that moment, Ein, now donned in the uniform and coat of a Vice Admiral, approached the platform briskly, saluting Xia Yu and announcing, "Marshal, the execution will commence in 10 minutes. Shall we begin the live broadcast now?" Chapter 081. The live execution commences. The identity of Whitebeard II. Sabaody Archipelago. As the time for the public execution drew near, all journalists and informants from various factions gathered before the outdoor screen, eagerly awaiting the illumination of the display. With only 10 minutes remaining until the execution, why had the Navy headquarters not yet begun? Surely they would not wait until the moment of execution to start the broadcast. Silence, everyone. Hasn't the Naval headquarters issued a news announcement? This public execution will coincide with the Seven Warlords Conference. It is only natural for there to be some delays. In the bustling bubble square of District 13, journalists and informants, unable to contain their impatience as the execution time approached, began to grow restless. For both journalists and informants, such monumental events are rare opportunities. The one who secures the headline first stands to reap substantial rewards. Not every location will broadcast this public execution. It must be relayed through them. In a corner of the square, the ever-curious Rayleigh sat before a chair beneath a tree while Shaki stood beside him, a cigarette in hand, gazing at the suspended screen ahead. At that moment, a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat hurried past, discreetly slipping a note to Shaki as they brushed shoulders. Without looking up, Shaki accepted the note, examined it briefly, and then, with a calm demeanor, crushed it into powder, saying, "It seems that the execution of Whitebeard II has not drawn Whitebeard's attention. Thus far, the Whitebeard pirates have made no move, and the Moby Dick remains anchored in their territorial waters." As if he anticipated this, Rayleigh smiled and replied, "If Whitebeard II is truly his son, he would never allow him to wander the world, exposed to the elements." Meanwhile, in the New World, in the territorial waters of the Whitebeard pirates, on the expansive deck of the Moby Dick, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, rushed to where Whitebeard sat at the bow of the ship. "Father, are we truly going to do nothing?" As Marco's words fell, the other captains on the deck rose to their feet. Observing this, Whitebeard, adorned with numerous foredrips, sighed inwardly. "Edward Weevil carries my name, but he is not my son. My sons are only you." Upon finishing, Whitebeard sighed again in his heart. He was acutely aware of Weevil's true identity. If Edward Weevil were indeed his son, Bakken would have long since sought him out, considering his deep sense of familial loyalty. Bakken's failure to do so indicated her understanding of Weevil's true nature and her fear of bringing him before Whitebeard. After a brief silence, Whitebeard turned his gaze to Marco, shedding the persona of the world's mightiest man, and spoke gently. "Marco, my son, the execution of Bakken and her child is not necessarily a misfortune for you. For if they were to survive after my passing, your greatest threat would not come from the Navy, but from this so-called Whitebeard too." "Father, I do not understand." Marco blinked, bewildered. Whitebeard patiently elucidated. "Bakken's true name is Bakkengom's Tussi. Once, we were both members of the Rocks Pirates. For various reasons, she has harbored deep resentment towards me. She has remained out of my sight all these years because I am still alive. If the day comes when I am no more, she will undoubtedly transfer her hatred onto you, using her Whitebeard II to dismantle you one by one and seize control of the Whitebeard pirates' territories. For while Whitebeard II is connected to me, he is not my son, but rather a clone created in my likeness. Based on what I know, Bakken used her scientific research to create the first clone based on herself. I cannot ascertain if her clone was successful, but it is evident that the clone she created in my image is quite successful." After a brief pause, Whitebeard suddenly shifted his tone, though perhaps not entirely successful. "It is said that this Whitebeard too possesses some intellectual shortcomings." A hearty laugh erupted, bringing an unexpected sense of relief to all the captains and crew members, including Marco. They had been deeply troubled upon learning of Bakken and Whitebeard II through the Navy's announcement, believing that Whitebeard II was indeed their father's biological son. The thought of their father's actual son being captured and facing public execution could only darken his mood. However, They had not anticipated this twist. The revelation that Whitebeard too was not their father's biological son, but merely a clone, alleviated their concerns. If it was merely a clone, there was no need for them to act foolishly. Even if their father chose not to intervene, they felt compelled to act in gratitude for all the care, shelter, and life he had given them over the years. Simultaneously, the other three emperors of the sea in the New World also received intelligence regarding the inactivity of the Whitebeard pirates. On Cake Island within the realm of the Charlotte family, Katakuri, having just received the latest intelligence, stood outside the castle, gazing in surprise at the open doors. Mother was right. Whitebeard truly does not care about Edward Weevil's fate. Could it be that this so-called Whitebeard too is not his son? Brother Katakuri, the live execution is about to begin. A familiar voice called out. Turning towards the sound, he saw a group of men and women hastening towards him. Led by fellow warlords, Snack and Cracker, along with several members of the Charlotte family. Leading the charge, Snack held a visual transponder snail. Although it could not connect to the Navy headquarters transponder, it could relay images from the open screens at Sabati Archipelago through the Charlotte family's informants hidden there. I have no interest in the execution of Whitebeard too. Before Snack could activate the transponder, a voice emerged from behind her. A young woman with fair skin, clad in a red skirt and red high heels, draped in a purple cloak, gracefully approached Snack. This was Charlotte Galette, the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family. Just past her 25th birthday and a user of the Paramecia-type yellow pear fruit. Due to Snack's towering height exceeding 4 meters, Galette appeared petite beside her. She swiftly seized the transponder from Snack's grasp and, with a crescent smile, remarked, I am rather eager to meet the newly appointed Admiral, Summer, who has instigated a coup to become the chief of naval headquarters. No sooner had she spoken than the transponder clicked on. The visuals transmitted through the transponder were immediately displayed on a screen before them. Simultaneously, the outdoor screen in the Sabati Archipelago illuminated. As the screen flickered to life, the scene at Marineford's plaza unfolded before the audience, revealing Admiral Summer draped in the mantle of the chief of naval headquarters, standing atop a podium. Chapter 082. The end of the Great Pirate Era. For justice. As the live broadcast commenced, all those worldwide who were watching the public execution held their breath in anticipation. Some gazing intently at the young admiral on screen, while others, lacking a transponder, gathered around standard telephone snails to listen closely. The 4 emperors of the New World. The Revolutionary Army's headquarters, major news agencies, and even the power chambers within the Holy Land of the world government were all fixated on this live broadcast. Some were concerned about the nefarious criminal, Whitebeard too, who dared to attack a Navy training ship, while many others were eager to discern the message the newly appointed admiral intended to convey through this public execution. At Marineford's plaza, as the live broadcast began, Summer disregarded the warlords, stepping to the edge of the podium, facing the transponder positioned before him, as he stood before the image-transmitting snail. The moment his figure appeared on the screen, everyone present, whether on-site or merely observing through the live broadcast, seemed to have their breath collectively held. Including the members of the 7 warlords seated at the conference table, all eyes fixated on Xia Yu. Xia Yu did not speak immediately. With the Guion sword hanging at his waist, he stood silently before the camera, one hand resting on the hilt, allowing the sea breeze to billow his martial-esque cloak, creating a tumultuous sound. The sudden gust of wind revealed his imposing figure, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, hand on the hilt, capturing the attention of the assembled warlords and naval leaders. Hancock's gaze momentarily lost focus, and even Guion appeared slightly distracted. After an extended silence of several seconds, Xia Yu stepped forward, his voice calm, yet deliberate. Good afternoon to all justices and scoundrels watching this live execution. My name is Xia Yu, the current Marine Headquarters Marshal. Remember this name well, for in the times to come, it may become a topic of your conversations, or perhaps a haunting nightmare for some. At this moment, those who could witness the live execution were already aware of the circumstances. As you may know, the infamous Pekin, formerly a member of the Rocks Pirates, has been apprehended for inciting his son, Edward Weevil, to attack a marine training vessel, resulting in the capture of all but 2 cadets. Following our thorough investigation, both Pekin and Edward Weevil are deserving of death. Of course, executing them does not require such ostentation. The reason I am broadcasting this execution is to engage with the world and remind those criminals who still roam free and trample upon the order of justice. Before he could finish, Xia Yu stepped forward again, his presence intensifying, his previously gentle gaze sharpening to a piercing intensity. I want them to understand that the heroic Marines are not to be trifled with. I want them to know that justice cannot be desecrated." As these resolute words echoed, all officers, led by Admiral Sakazuki, stood tall and saluted in unison. The rallying cry of loyalty resonated with the fervor of every Marine officer, reverberating through the square at Marineford, shaking the hearts of the 7 warlords and all who watched the live broadcast. Indeed, how exhilarating it is. Even a figure as formidable as Don Quixote da Flamingo had to concede that the young Marine Marshal before him was a natural leader. Similarly, Crocodile, who harbored grand ambitions, fell into contemplation at that moment. Initially, he had entertained the notion of forming an alliance with the young Marshal through the 7 warlords meeting. But upon hearing Xia Yu proclaim that justice could not be trampled, all hope evaporated, and he realized that to Xia Yu, he was merely a pirate, sitting alongside Moria. The flower card also grasped their precarious situation. Once the execution concluded, they would have only 2 choices: to submit at Xia Yu's feet or to die. Submission was out of the question. Once a key figure in the Beast's pirates, he had long distanced himself from them. But that did not signify a betrayal of Kaido. He would not only remain loyal but strive to procure more devil fruits to bolster the Beast's pirates. Jinbei remained impassive, his focus unwaveringly on Xia Yu, seemingly eager for the forthcoming speech. The quietest among them were Mihawk and Hancock, particularly Hancock, who was lost in a reverie, unable to extricate herself from her thoughts. At that moment, after a brief silence, Xia Yu, adept at oratory, glanced at his watch and then faced the camera once more. Shifting from his initially fierce demeanor to a more tempered tone, 16 years ago, the so-called Pirate King, Roger, uttered a statement before his execution that heralded the era of the Great Pirate Era. Over these 16 years, countless individuals have set sail as pirates in search of the great treasure Roger concealed on the final island, causing innumerable innocent lives at the lower strata to suffer, leading to broken families and shattered lives. Here, I wish to convey a few words to all the oppressed people of the world. As he spoke, Xia Yu's pace quickened. What your nations cannot manage, the Marines will handle. Those whom the world government cannot eliminate, the Marines will eradicate. In a word, I shall bring an end to this great pirate era that has persisted for 16 years. Pirates, human trafficking rings, and other nefarious organizations, as well as the once mighty aristocracy. All who stand in my way shall be vanquished, for the sake of justice. With these words, the audience watching the live broadcast fell into a momentary hush. Then, in the squares located in the Sabaody archipelago and across the globe, a fervent uproar erupted, with everyone who witnessed or heard the broadcast igniting with passion. Long live Lord Xia Yu! Long live the Marines! Long live justice! The deafening cheers in the Sabaody archipelago surged like a volcanic eruption, sweeping across the island. The people, long oppressed by pirates and exploited by the aristocracy, reacted with profound emotion, some raising their arms in fervent cries, while others embraced in tears. Facing the camera, Xia Yu did not dwell on his concluding remarks for effect. Rather, he abruptly shifted his focus to Ein and Binz, who had been waiting below the platform. His gaze sharp: "Bring the criminals to the gallows. Execute immediately." Chapter 083. Ladies and gentlemen, are you willing to bow to me? Across the nations, those watching the image-transmitting snail beheld the formidable figure before them, and the members of the Charlotte family fell into silence. The young Marine Marshal had articulated the forthcoming actions of the Marines with utmost clarity. Evil must be eradicated, and the glory of justice shall endure. What a majestic and commanding man! After a brief silence, Charlotte Gallet, who had been fixated on the screen, stepped forward, her ruby lips parting gently. However, to bring an end to the Great Pirate Era is not as simple as merely stating it. As one of the stars of the military, Smoothie was evidently taken aback by Xia Yu's speech, her brow furrowing as she turned her gaze to the unresponsive Katakuri. Her expression grave. If he employs the thunderous tactics of a military coup against the pirates, the Marines may very well shift their focus to the New World, even mobilizing their entire force for an assault. At that point, the first to face the brunt will undoubtedly be the 4 emperors ruling the New World. Katakuri. We must prepare in advance. Among the Charlotte family's daughters, a petite girl stepped forward, her small face etched with worry. If the Marines truly launch a large-scale offensive in the New World, Cake Island and Wano country will undoubtedly become their primary targets. While the Whitebeard pirates and red-haired pirates each possess their territories, they do not have a fixed base, especially Whitebeard, who resides aboard the Moby Dick. It will be challenging for the Marines to locate them promptly. So what is there to fear? Another member of the Charlotte family stepped forward, dismissively stating, "If they dare to come, Mother will ensure they do not return." Silence. The usually reticent Katakuri cast a glance at his siblings who had spoken up, and in a low voice remarked, "This matter is not for us to decide. We must heed Mother's wishes." Before Katakuri could finish his thought, a familiar laughter unexpectedly rang out, and soon, Charlotte Linlin, clad in a floral dress and of ample stature, leisurely approached. Well, so you are all here?" Under the gaze of her children, Charlotte Linlin made her way to the screen, tilting her head to observe the young admiral displayed on it. Just a glance, and her eyes immediately sparkled. What a commanding naval admiral. I've heard he compelled the Holy Land to concede, not only signing the Marineford Treaty but also granting the Navy autonomy. Truly impressive. The newfound autonomy of the Navy signified that it no longer had to obey the world government's commands. Pausing briefly, Charlotte Linlin suddenly turned to Katakuri and boldly declared, "Katakuri, prepare an invitation for a tea party to this promising young admiral. If he is willing to attend." At this, she shifted her gaze to her daughters, pointing at them. You are all married. So, it shall be you, Garrett. Provided this young admiral agrees to join our tea party, you will forge a union with him, making him a son-in-law of the Charlotte family." Simultaneously, all the Charlotte family children widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Mother, it is settled then." Before anyone could object, Charlotte Linlin decisively concluded the matter and hurriedly departed, leaving her children in a state of bewilderment. After watching Charlotte Linlin leave, Smuggy stared blankly at Garrett beside him. Was Mother just sleepwalking? No. Garrett shook her head and then turned her gaze to the screen, narrowing her eyes slightly. A union with the naval admiral? That sounds quite novel. But will he agree? What are you thinking, Garrett? Not anticipating Garrett's intrigue, Kreja exclaimed, wide-eyed and flustered. Mother is being foolish, and you're following suit? Garrett smiled gently, responding, "Oh, Kreja, Mother is not foolish." Katakuri interjected in agreement. Such a union would have been impossible before, but now the Navy possesses autonomy. In a sense, the Navy is now an independent entity. Everything is at the discretion of Admiral Xia Yu. As long as he wishes, the world government cannot interfere. However, he continued, even if Xia Yu accepts the tea party invitation, he is unlikely to agree to a union, unless the new world consists solely of nations and not pirate crews. As long as pirate crews exist, Admiral Xia Yu will not forge an alliance with them. Upon hearing this, Smuggy furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, should we send the invitation to Xia Yu?" "Indeed." Katakuri nodded. If Xia Yu accepts the invitation, it indicates he seeks to engage in conflict in the New World without full assurance of victory, using this as an opportunity to test us. If he declines, we must prepare for the war that could break out at any moment. Before Katakuri could finish, a voice from the crowd suddenly called out, "Whitebeard 2 has emerged." At this, everyone turned their attention back to the screen. There, Edward Weevil and Backengom's Tussie, shackled and restrained, were being escorted by several officers through a long line of Navy personnel to the execution platform. As the mother and son knelt before the executioner, Admiral Ein, draped in a Vice Admiral's cloak and holding the execution decree, leaped forward to stand before them. Casting a glance at the kneeling pair, Ein's eyes revealed no hint of emotion as he coldly declared, "Execution." With Ein's command, the executioners standing behind the mother and son raised their blades in unison and swiftly brought them down. As the blades struck, blood erupted forth. All who were watching this live broadcast fell into a profound silence. On Sabaody Archipelago, witnessing the two heads fall, Rayleigh, seated on a long wooden bench under a tree, after a brief moment of silence, rose decisively and spoke. "What will happen next for the seven warlords?" Shuki shook her head with a smile, her gaze fixed intently on the screen where the valiant figure stood beside the execution platform, stating softly, "Where the other seven warlords go is of little importance. What matters is that I can understand why Hancock has succumbed. Such a commanding presence. Had I encountered him in my youth, I too would have been captivated." At that moment, in the Navy headquarters, as the two heads fell, a sudden gust of wind swept through, racing over the high walls of the headquarters, causing the naval flag to flutter loudly as it rushed past the square and lifted the Admiral's coat off Xia Yu, who stood on the platform. Simultaneously, Xia Yu, gripping his sword's hilt, turned abruptly, allowing his cloak to billow wildly in the sudden wind. His sharp gaze swept over the members of the seven warlords before he cut straight to the point. "The execution has concluded. It is now your turn to make a choice." As his words echoed, Xia Yu stepped forward, his formidable aura unabashedly radiating. casting an immense pressure over the 7 warlords gathered at the conference table. "Will you submit to me, Admiral?"